sensible. It's like maybe even it's just a ritual, a token gesture, but whatever it is, superstition, it serves a psychological need. And I'm just suggesting here that the chemtrail believers aren't really showing me that they actually care, that they actually believe. It's almost like it's virtue signaling. So, on that note, let's go ahead and go into this really quick because this is why it's important. We aren't conspiracy theorists here. We recognize that we live in a world of total subjectivity given over to reality fluidity. And if you're not with that, if you still think it's more important to have a grasp on objective reality than to be spoon fed whatever feels good to you by whatever network you're going to pay attention to, if you're on the side of sanity in an insane world, if you want to unplug from their emotional dysregulation news cycle of abuse, this is the way. It's the raft. So I'm explaining the different tricks that they play to bring people into a world of fear. The average blue pill normie is living the dream. I never disrupt them. If they believe the news and they're happy, why would you mess that up? It's like you don't go to children and tell them about the latest school shooting. You know, you understand that they don't have the right frame of reference to process that heavy information. And you have to understand that the blue pillars don't have a frame of reference to really be bothered with the truth. They're comfortable. As bad as the world is, they accept it. Like I was driving with someone who said, "Did you hear about Hamas and the 40 decapitated babies?" And I was like, "Yeah, nice weather today." And just like that, changed the subject. They believe it, but they don't really care. The apathy is fully set in. Now, the red pillars are super agitated and they're mad that nobody believes them. They're mad that the blue pillars are asleep. But the truth of it is, the truthers have been given an alternate belief system that merely keeps them in the same prison while thinking that they're standing for truth, when actually they're standing for the establishment media's accepted counter narrative. You know, this is where you get the Alex Joneses, the Tucker Carlsons, the Russell Brands, where they will never lead you off the stage. They will just guide you to the right side of the political horseshoe and line you up against the other side, the wokes. So it's the trads versus the progressives, the wokes versus the red pills. And I'm not lining up in anybody's mind war. I'm not falling for Masonic Hegelian dialectics. And when I see people falling for these things, I try to understand it. I'm like, well, where did they go wrong with this? Where did I go wrong previously? You know, when I first looked at the chemtrail conspiracy theory thing, the first person who told me about it was so concerned about my health and his that while he was pointing up at the skies, he was smoking Camel Whites and drinking Jack Daniels. So I never took it all that seriously. But the more I think about it, the more I realize this is the official NWO approved alternate belief for the other side of the spectrum that believes in environmentalism and global warming. And I have a lot to substantiate this. It's sort of like anti-vaxxers hate my guts. They think I'm the son of Bill Gates because I'm not anti-vax and I'm not pro-vax. I'm not even anti-vax or anti-pro-vax. I believe in live and let live, think and let think. But what I recognize is that the pro and the anti are both sides of the same coin. It's always been this way. And the purpose to that, which I talked about endlessly in 2020, 2021, is the idea of the virus is just a construct to replace the archaic concept of sin, and they can use this to regulate the atheistic New Age, along with their Gaia god, their Chubby Gaia, in our flat galaxy, which was mentioned by Neil deGrasse Tyson. He conceded that the galaxy is indeed flat. So let's go ahead and go through these really quick here. The Chemtrail Truthers Jedi Mind Tricks Explained, CIA PSYOP Deconstructed, hashtag Skyphobia. It's another term we've coined here, skyphobia. Are you a skyphobic? Do you believe in falling asteroids, space junk, alien invasions, climate change, nuke fallout, like Chinese space lasers, Jewish space lasers? If you believe in any of these things that come from the sky that could kill us at any moment, you might be a skyphobic. And they want you to be a skyphobic, which is another way of saying agoraphobic. And I've been saying for some time, the whole purpose to environmentalism is to make you afraid of the outside, to get you to adopt the lockdown bunker culture, agoraphobia. But I'm an algoraphobic, so I go in the opposite direction. I'm not going into their fear bunkers. So here's the trick, though. Let me get into the Jedi mind tricks. What are they spraying? I remember when this was said to me, what are they spraying? This is tricky. And there's three parts to this trick. You think it's just a simple question, what are they spraying? The question assumes a spray which requires a substance on the airplane. This question itself is actually an assertion. They're saying that is a spray. What is it? Well, no, you didn't establish it was a spray. Your question and the framing of your what you're positing here has actually ruled out the potential effects of hot jet exhaust at high altitudes, where the air is thinner and colder. The well-known, well-documented, well-established effects. My point being, their question, what are they spraying? One, assumes a spray, and two, it shifts the burden of proof. Now, the chemtrail truther doesn't have to prove anything. He just points out they're spraying something, what is it? And now you're both saying, what is it? Now you have to prove them wrong, or you go with the official version that it's nothing, and now you're a mindless sheep. And this is the same strategy mainstream media uses. It's like, believe us, or you're wearing a tinfoil hat. Now, the second part, there's another aspect to it. So, one, it's shifting the burden of proof, so that you have to prove that the spray isn't harmful when it was never established that it's a spray. So, this uses an argument from ignorance fallacy by asserting that a proposition is true because it has not yet been proven false. In other planes are spraying something, an assertion disguised as a question. Since they don't spray anything, there is no real answer. And since you can't answer it, they assume that they're right. There is a spray. Now it's just a question. Now, this theory also implicates commercial airlines in war crimes, accusing them of engaging in chemical warfare, which violates the 1925 Geneva Protocol that prohibits the use of chemical and biological weapons of war. So the real question would be this: what is that trail? Not what are they spraying, what is that trail? And if you go back to 1915, there was an Austrian physicist, Robert Ettenreich. He was watching an aircraft skirting across the sky, and he said that there was a long, wispy cloud behind it. And he described this in a 1919 paper as, quote, the condensation of a cumulus stripe from the exhaust gases of an aircraft, noting that they were visible for a long time. Many older chemical truthers will claim that these trails were new, that they didn't exist before the 1990s. They'll say the skies used to be blue and the sun used to be yellow. And these are anecdotal recollections that can be ignored. My suspicion is that these are conflated memories mashed up with their childhood crayon drawings of blue skies and a yellow sun. Like, I remember the sun used to have a smiling face on it. Now, I'd like to know if they remember their family members as poorly drawn stick figures. Because what are they drawing from to say the skies used to be blue? I'm like, the skies are blue. I'm out there every day. Take out Hitchens' razor, which means to say that anything asserted without evidence, if it's extraordinary, can be dismissed without providing counter evidence. So if the person says they're dumping poison on us and they don't provide any evidence, you don't have to provide counter evidence. They didn't score a point. When they say, what are they spraying? Sorry, you didn't score a point. All you did was you revealed a lack of understanding about the alternative explanations, which you have to weigh against yours. And I don't see chemtrail believers doing their homework. And if you're going to profess the belief in something for 10 years, 20 years, as just sort of a dogma, you ought to know something about it. And again, you ought to be wearing a mask. And if I was a believer in chemtrails, I would have a mask, and it would say for chemtrails, not COVID, because COVID is a hoax and chemtrails are real. I would write that on the mask. Now, military jets don't have chemtrails. Anybody know why? Why don't military jets have chemtrails? It's only the commercial ones. It's because they avoid the altitudes and conditions which produce them. Because again, it's not a spray. If they flew into such a zone, they would produce contrails and give away their location. So there's something called a contrail forecasting chart, the Appleman chart, and these have been in use by the US Air Force since the 50s. I haven't seen any chemtrail believers address these charts that allow you to predict with regularity, with precision, more or less, the conditions that would give away your location. Because again, these are predictable things. It's not like, oh, they're spraying today. They're not spraying um, every day. They just spray on some days. It's whenever they can get away with it, or when they have a lot of, like, they have these different ways of trying to explain why some days are worse than others. No, the real variable is the weather, the climate. That's really what it comes down to. 18% of them have the trails because 18% of them are flying through those areas. And using this information, they're modifying, at the behest of NASA, they're going to modify various flight paths to try to avoid creating cirrus clouds under the false premise that cirrus clouds cause global warming. I don't believe in global warming. I don't think that synthetic cirrus clouds would cause global warming. But you know who does believe that? Environmentalists, the Gretas, and the chemtrail believers who say it's geoengineering. And that's the big trick here. They use this trick to get both sides to accept the premise. Very much analogous to pro vax and anti vax. What do they both believe in? Viruses. It's just a way of getting them to accept the premise. And the premise is something that allows the power elite to regulate everybody. In the case of 2020, now they can regulate your behavior, how many people congregate. They can regulate everything about your life. In the case of environmentalism, well, they can regulate the free market until it's no longer free, which is the whole point here. So I'm not taking sides because I'm not going to take part in an agenda designed to kill my free speech, my freedom of movement, and my ability to interact with people normally. But no, this is a weird, bizarre religious cult that's taken over the world. Well, it's always been in control. It's just updating. It's updating for the modern age, so the atheists will follow along with all these traditional roles of priest and sheeple. It's just the priests call themselves something different these days. You know, the really elevated priesthood are the astronauts. Those are the ones who've seen the face of God. They can tell us about it. The ones down here on Earth aren't so high, but they can be identified by their white smocks. Again, military use charts to keep their craft from leaving trails. Now, geoengineering is the fallback position for chemtrail truthers. When they find out the truth, that chemtrail theory is a misunderstanding, but instead of admitting to being wrong, instead of admitting that they've been duped by misinformation agents, they play a Jedi mind trick. Another one. So the first one was, what are they spraying? Shifting the burden of proof, asserting a spray, loading the question. This is all tricky stuff. This is witchcraft. This is really shrewd. So here's the Jedi mind trick. Excuse me. So the next trick is this: they replace the visible chemtrails with invisible stratospheric atmospheric injections. So one day they're telling you about, hey, look, these planes are poisoning us. Then they find out that's not true. So what do they say? Hey, we're being poisoned, but you can't see it because it's way high up there. It's invisible. It's like, wait a minute here. Your whole theory about this mass poisoning or geoengineering thing was originally premised on something very visible that you could point to. Outraged. Hey, look how bad the skies are today. Look what they've done. They've sprayed all over us. And you had all that outrage. You find out that's not true. And instead of saying, okay, my theory was wrong, you're like, no, my theory can't be wrong. I just got to move the goalpost and introduced what you would consider to be a divine fallacy. Just make something up. It's magic. Okay, so now the chemtrails are actually just so high we can't see them. Okay, sure. And another aspect to it is this: they'll say it's because they feel like they need to block the sun to stop global warming. Okay, well, again, accepting the premise that man has the power to block the sun is exactly what they want you to accept. Because if man has the power to screw up the environment, then guess what? Man needs to be regulated. Ultimately, this is an attack on capitalism, and it's coming from both sides. When I say capitalism, what I mean is freedom, free market, freedom of speech, free flow of ideas. Like freedom itself is under attack. We know this. Look at 2020. You can't deny it. And the fact of it is, the people on the pro and the anti on any of these major issues are serving the same agenda. That's why I say you have to go over the guardrails. Take the third option, the I don't know. I don't have enough information to believe in your scary skyfall, your sky is falling Chicken Little story. I need more information. I can't rely on hearsay or see-say or fear. And that's another aspect to it. If I was ever so apathetic that I believe that there were poisons being dumped on my head, but I still continued to jog every morning without a mask, I would find that unacceptable. Like, I couldn't see myself being so apathetic that I wouldn't protect myself against a threat. It's the similar thing that I've pointed out with the COVIDiots driving around with their masks. Okay, the situation's so bad that somebody could kill you if they sneeze within 6 feet of you. Why are you even leaving your house? That's very brave of you to come out here and glower at us. All these mask Karens are so brave. Or they don't really believe it. So again, now continuing, Watchdog says just boil vinegar. Yeah, we'll get into that. Because the boiling vinegar thing is part of, I think, it's an aspect to this thing we have to address. But anyway, there's another aspect to it too. They'll say, of course they're spraying us. The bad guys are so bad, why wouldn't they? I've heard that argument a million times. They'll say, oh, you mean to tell me that they love us? That the bad guys that eat the children care so much about us that they won't dump poisons on us? So that's a similar thing, a shifting of the burden of proof, or shifting of the responsibility to like explain something. It's like, no, actually, you can't just say they're so bad, it's true. That's actually called an appeal to motive. Like, it's so bad, they're so evil that of course they're doing this. And chemtrail trutherism is very full of moral outrage. But you know what? They still fly to conspiracy conferences. They still fly on airplanes. They still order products from Amazon or from wherever that are shipped by airplanes. They make use of airplanes all the time. So why are greenies green? What makes a environmentalist into an environmentalist? Well, they have their emotional attachment to the issue. Gaia, whales, save the environment. But they can't see that it's a political ideology disguised as environmental concern. Why can't they see it? A lack of investigation, an inability to admit that they're wrong. Now, why are skyphobes skyphobic? Well, they're drinking the approved alternative Kool-Aid, and they refuse to see outside of that box. But there's hope. If you can see through fake environmentalism and what the ultimate reasoning behind it is, total regulation of your ability to move and produce and consume, then you can understand why they would want that to be a premise accepted universally, not just for the libs, but for the right wing as well. And they've accomplished it. So, in other words, chemtrail theory is actually a standardized, orthodox part of the right wing belief system. They need you to believe it. They don't like me. They don't like people calling things fake. Some people have a hard time letting go of the fear. So, for example, Fred says, this is one area where I don't agree. I'm almost 70. And first of all, chemtrails are not recent. My colleagues and I were discussing these in the early 90s. So he contradicts the majority of chemtrail people who say it's new. Now he says here, airlines will change their flight path due to weather, but 99% of the time they're on the same path. He goes on to a long explanation here. One more thing. Do you know what holding patterns are? If they're waiting for an opportunity to land, they circle around. There's a new trend where chemtrail truthers are posting planes doing holding patterns and suggesting that they're dumping extra poisons on people. Now, there again, the spray requires a substance on the plane, and if you look closely at the plane, where the spray is actually coming out, it's actually not coming out of the engine. It's not coming out of the plane. It's forming in the wake of it. There's a big difference. And I think there's one other point I wanted to get to about this, but the main thing is, yeah, let me get to these comments. My main point of it is, it hasn't been demonstrated to be true. The alternative explanation has been. There are charts that you can use, and it demonstrates how this works. And right now, it comes down to holding on to a belief system based on a loaded question, a shifting of the burden of proof, and an argument from ignorance, which assumes that they're correct because they haven't been automatically debunked. And most people don't know the science of contrails and what causes them to form. I mean, I was looking at an article about Formula One race cars, how they form wingtip vortices, and you see little trails behind them. And I've compared it before to boats and the wake behind a boat. It's not the same thing, but the concept is similar. Anyway, this commenter says, what I call chemtrails is when there's an unexpected crosshatch created in the sky by planes not on the tracker app but visible with the naked eye. Within an hour, what was a sunny day and forecast to be sunny becomes overcast. There's no other explanation, and I have not set out a cup of vinegar. LOL. Now, I've come across many of these where people will say, I'm tracking them on my app, and the ones that are doing the sprays are unmarked military ones. Now, that is a ginormous burden of proof that you need to provide something for. Like, if I saw secret military jets that somehow got through all of the different military units that are watching for this stuff. I mean, we have an Air Force base here, so the idea that there would be like secret craft flying around, yeah, it's a pretty big claim, unless the military is part of it, which again is fascinating to assume to make that assertion for a few reasons, and it's hugely contradictory because it's another it's another Jedi mind trick. You're like, well, look, you can't say it's these commercial airlines for this reason and that reason. You explain it away, and they'll say, no, 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 it's the invisible military drones. So they shift it. That's dishonest. That's lying. If they cannot provide the evidence, like if they can't prove it, if they can't say, hey, here's me on my phone with the app, and here's the plane tracker, and here we are recording me real time, and there's a military jet up there dumping toxins. Nobody's ever done that. My point of it is, they went from blaming the regular airplanes for 20 years to blaming the invisible secret jets to saying, oh no, it's not that at all, it's the stratospheric stuff. Jedi mind tricks. I don't fall for any of it. And someone if someone is trying to get one over on you, they're going to rely on logical fallacies. They won't be able to use facts. They may use shame, guilt, emotion, moral outrage. One of the first times I encountered this, it was with Musicians for Truth. He's this Canadian truther who was talking about chemtrails, and I said, I don't think it's real. At the time, I didn't know the full explanation. I didn't care. I just thought it didn't make any sense. And he said, you not believing in it endangers my children. And that's when I realized, okay, this is a moral outrage thing. It's almost like, how dare you not believe, because your non-belief has killed my future. How dare you? You have destroyed my future. You've heard that before, right? Chemtrail Gretaism is a thing. We will know our disinformation program is complete when everything the American public believes is false. William Casey. Yeah, William Casey makes a great point here because it's true. Everything they believe is false. There's like no option. You can't really, there's no way to opt out of it. Both sides are 100% totally compromised. Like free speech as an issue is kind of ironic, I think, when I hear about it. Like there's this video going around in Ireland. It's like an episode of Black Mirror. The government can now take your computers and, depending on who you've been listening to, mark you as a terrorist. They're really hyping up this idea that free speech is suddenly threatened, and it's like free speech is sort of a misnomer for what we have. I mean, how free is it if it's all confined to a fictional universe? If I mean, this is the amazing thing too. Tucker just had Alex Jones on and called him like the most banned person on the internet, the most censored. It's like, how is he the most censored? He's the most popular conspiracy theorist. He's on every show. He's one of the faces of January 6th. You're going to say he's censored. The censored ones are the ones that don't get any air at all on the world stage. I mean, to me, that's the real censorship. But of course, look who's the champion of free speech. one of the individuals who's part of the fake space program. And the fake space program is just worldview warfare. That's really all it comes down to. It's the worldview warfare department. It's about controlling the space between your ears. It's not about, quote, outer space, which doesn't exist in the way that they represent it in their silly cartoons and movies. Okay, moving on here. This is from USA Today, which makes me wonder, why today? Why did they just put this out? Because there's something related to it. Photo shows underwater NASA training center is not the ISS. For the last week or so, we've been talking about this space station being underwater, that this is the Achilles heel. That if you want to really expose that the space program is a propaganda operation to provide a new religious paradigm for humanity, a new heaven, among other things, all you need to do is point to the video of the spacewalks. And I have a few individuals in mind that I'm going to discuss this with because I think this is a major thing. Like, there's a number of people who defend the moon landings just based on the photography and the lighting, and they go into great detail and they claim that you could not have faked Apollo 11, that those photographs could not be recreated. The lighting could only have happened in outer space. I've heard people make these arguments, and I want these same individuals to confront the fact that the space station is filmed in a desalinated pool in the Neutral Buoyancy Laboratory, probably in Texas somewhere. But it is certainly the case, and this can be demonstrated by the lighting. And anybody who knows anything about photography would know this. Let me go ahead and open up phones. Just interesting, the ISS is trying to debunk that, and we've been talking about it. I'm sorry, the US Today is trying to debunk it. Hey, what's up, caller? Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, it's a little bit sort of from a distance, but how am I coming through?
Excellent. And let me go ahead and double check my audio and make sure I'm using the right mic. I did get the
Yeah,
links that
this
this.
is a
Yeah, this is Lynn, right? I got the links that you sent me on Facebook.
this is a regular landline telephone. I'm calling on.
Oh, you mean the kind that Richard Nixon used to talk to the astronauts on the moon?
Exactly.
Those are
Courtesy of
powerful.
yeah, yeah, right. Um, I sort of I guess what provoked this call is I have an ongoing discussion with a long time, I guess you'd call him a truther, named Art Olivier. Are you familiar with him?
Art Olivier.
He,
I'm
pro-
not,
he
but somebody else listening maybe.
okay. He produced, to my knowledge, the only commercially the only commercially produced movie about 9/11 as an inside job called Operation Terror, which I guess didn't get a whole lot of circulation. But he made a movie about 9/11 that basically showed them planning to blow up the towers and how they were going to do it. And but he seems to have this idea that there's real killing going on in a sort of ritual. He thinks there's Masonic rituals going on that involve human sacrifice, and that a lot of the actors are intimidated into going along with the narrative because, in a sense, there's the implicit threat that they might be sacrificed. That's an ongoing discussion I've had with him.
That was my
So
original
I
take on it.
posted.
That is not a difficult take to substantiate if you think about it, um, because there is so much strange ritualistic stuff attached to it, and that is not an uncommon take for people who haven't sorted out. What about the dead people? But yeah, go on. I see it here. Operation Terror. I found it.
Right, it's like what you call MSM plus in a way. And part of this is the fact that this Art Olivier he spent a lot of years studying ley lines and Masonic design and construction of cities, and he's really into the idea that the Masons are running everything. So I was posting a string of classic videos that I think are like Sandy Hook essentials. Of course, you begin with Robbie Parker, Then you move on to say Gene Rosen, the Gene Rosen audition tape, and then Dr. Wayne Carver's performance, which is hilarious.
Love it. Love that one.
And
For people who
yeah,
don't
these
know,
are all classic to me.
Carver was the coroner who did the autopsies. He carved up bodies for a living. Great name, right?
Yeah, Wayne Carver, the medical examiner at Sandy Hook, right? And he's giggling during this long press conference he gives. He giggles and he snickers and he says some things that are really. It's pretty obvious that there's an inappropriate emotional affect being displayed here. But anyway, our Olivier posed here. He always poses this kind of question to me. He says, "Why do you suppose they let out the Gene Rosen audition tape? Why do you suppose they allowed it to be put on YouTube and publicly viewed, this crazy Gene Rosen audition tape? And why would they have done that?" And my response was pretty quick. I said, "As a form of advertising, to show that in the new crisis actor is a profession that everyone can participate in, even if they have zero talent," which is clearly the case with Gene Rosen. The point of the audition tape is to show how terrible an actor he is, how poor he is. Even if you don't have any talent or skill, you could still be paid to participate in these spectacles. And I referenced for that a number of things. One would be, of course, Matthias Desmet's mass formation thesis about the COVID scare, because and you talk about ritualistic behavior, but on the part of millions who want to be part of that cast of thousands or cast of millions, just to feel like they're part of the narrative. Desmet argues that because of all this alienation and free-floating anxiety in society, that people are primed and vulnerable to this kind of psychological manipulation and willing to participate in a spectacle, even if they know it's based on a total fantasy, a total fiction, a total lie.
You know,
And
there's
if you
something
see,
to this. My friend read Paperclip Kyle, and I had done an experiment once. We put ads up on Craigslist, and we said we wanted actors who would be willing to play dead in simulated casualty events that would be presented to the news as real. We actually offered this as a gig, and we only offered $50 per day. And I had so many emails, I had to turn it off. Like there were people throwing themselves for $50. Like that is not a huge leap for anybody to take. I think there's so many people, not just informants, not just limited hangout operatives, but there's just so many sellouts out there. And I've called crisis acting the new Hollywood. Because if you're in, I mean, that's status. That's real status. You're behind a wall of NDAs. You're connected to the highest levels of government. You're in the know, and all the sheeple don't know. Like, I think it's got to be a huge ego boost and a status boost.
yeah, it's cult behavior. You feel like even though you're in on the secret and you're part of it, but it's not really a secret. Your family knows you're doing this, and they kind of overlook it, or maybe maybe some of them are offended by it. I remember down in Parkland, at the Parkland school event, after David Hogg was exposed and all that stuff, one of the fathers of one of the students openly was, in disgust. He was saying that it was all phony, it was all fake, and he was really alienated from his family on this. He was very angry that I think his daughter had been one of the students who sort of was drafted to participate in this thing. And he was calling it out as fake, one of the Parkland parents. And you should have seen the denunciations of him and the efforts to marginalize him is crazy. But he didn't want to participate, even though everybody else did. And I experienced this personally on two occasions. The first would be in I guess about 2011. Yeah, it would have been October of 2011. I got word of a fundraising event for a scholarship fund at Towson University in memory of Honor Elizabeth Wynio, who was one of the alleged passengers on, I think, Flight 93. And in other words, she's one of the characters in the narrative of 9/11. And when we went out and looked at the online memorials that CNN and the New York Times had put up, we found varying photoshopped images of Elizabeth Wynio. What's really weird is sometimes she's referenced as Elizabeth Wynio, and other times she's called Honor Elizabeth Wynio. And her sister, in one of these stories, was showing off a tattoo that she got. Elizabeth, someone claiming to be Elizabeth Wynio's sister, was showing off a tattoo that said "Honor Elizabeth Wynio." And I think in the rush to put up the memorial, they may have thought that Honor was her first name. And so it created this incongruous situation where sometimes she was called Liz Wynio or Elizabeth Wynio, and other times Honor Elizabeth Wynio. But these were very, very obvious photoshopped images of her with different background, the same exact face, but different backgrounds.
Yeah, that was real
So
Photoshop.
obvious.
That was like old school photo manipulation. For people who don't know, yeah, if you're gonna run around with numbers like, oh yeah, 3,000 people died that day, you can only assert that as a belief. And if you go through it number by number and you subtract the unverifiables, you rule out planes, you're left with not a lot to cling on to. And yeah, a lot of these photos, you got to look back at this stuff with a trained eye, and a lot of people are, just tacitly accepting that anything that's happened is settled news, and it's like, no, that stuff is open. And one more thing about the sacrifices, because that you mentioned this Operation Terror and his notion that people are dying and it's some kind of a mass sacrifice. I've been doing a lot of research into ritual magic, group ritual magic, and the theory behind it. And it would seem to me, based on the theory of magic as I understand it, they would get more from the ritual from the actual viewers on TV than from actual dead people. Like, in other words, it's not about blood spilling or anything like that so much as it's about psychological control and attaining the full focus of the people who are terrorized. So I don't even think it necessarily requires actual bloodshed to be what it is, a ritualistic mind control operation.
Well, there's the question of at what point does the difference between simulated and real begin to fade away, and people are not. Anyone who's involved in this kind of cultic behavior, at a certain point, I don't think they're concerned with whether it's real or simulated anymore. I had access to a great color printer at the time where I was working. And so I made copies, beautiful color copies, of these photoshopped images of Elizabeth Wynio side by side with very little comment. You could see they were photoshopped. And I think I just had a question underneath. Why were these photoshopped? That was it. And I went to this event. I was really tracking this because there's sort of a clique of Ronald Reagan worshippers, a cult of Ronald Reagan worshippers, very right-wing Republicans who owned a place called a very popular bar called the Rope Walk Tavern. They had one up in northern Baltimore County and another one right in South Baltimore. And the one in South Baltimore was the location for the commemoration, the event, a party basically they were throwing to memorialize Elizabeth Wynio and to raise money for the Elizabeth Wynio Scholarship Fund at Towson State University. So it was almost like a GoFundMe, but on even a more sophisticated level, because obviously they had university administrators involved in this. So I went to the event with these leaflets, and I went inside. I looked around. People were drinking. It was a party atmosphere, and I started handing these out. And the next thing I know, there was like this sort of buzz in the room, and someone purporting to be Elizabeth Wynio's mother came over and started screaming at me. It was really, and then they called the cops on me. And the cops showed up. They escorted me outside, and I said, all I'm doing is handing out these leaflets. And they said, well, you're provoking these people, and you better leave or we'll arrest you. So I got the hell out of there. But when you saw their behavior, because remember, I wasn't directly accusing anybody of anything. I was simply handing out leaflets, color leaflets, that showed these photoshopped images and posed a question: why is someone photoshopping Elizabeth Wynio on the online memorials that are up there by CNN and the New York Times? And that was enough to freak these people
That's
out.
culty. That's like
And
Scientology level culty. Like you're not one of them, and their hive mind turns on and gets the
yeah,
outsider
it
out.
was like Invasion of the Body Snatchers. Where it really was freaky. The other incident that I want to report on is running into a gun control lobbyist. I was in a really nice place here in Columbia, Maryland called the Ale House. This would have been really maybe about sometime within the last 10 years, I would say. Hasn't been that long, but it's been about 5, 6 years maybe, or maybe longer. Whenever they were bringing busloads of people to Washington, D.C., to lobby Congress for stronger federal gun control and bans on bump stocks and the AR-15 and all this stuff, using Sandy Hook as the platform, the Sandy Hook event. So I'm at the bar drinking, and this guy comes in and off of a bus. This bus parks out front, and the people come in, and it turns out they're this group. They're on their way back to Boca Raton, Florida. I started talking to one of them. Tell you the truth, I started talking to him because I don't run into people my age who are in good physical health. And this guy was skinny. He was clearly my age, but he was skinny. He was in good shape. And just randomly talking to each other, we kind of became, cordial. And he explained to me, oh, I'm from Boca Raton, Florida. We took a bus, all of us, all the way up here to lobby the Congress for gun control. And then I said, so you're familiar with Sandy Hook, huh? And he said, oh, yeah. He said, yes, of course. And he started talking about Victoria Soto, one of the alleged alleged victims. I think she was alleged to be either a teacher or a principal. And then another one of his comrades came over and said, oh, yeah, I knew Dawn Hochsprung. And I said, well, you're from Boca Raton, aren't you? Or are you from Connecticut? And they both looked at each other, and suddenly they realized I had seen through the lie. And I got very, very quiet. I didn't say anything. I got like really stony silent at that point. And they looked really embarrassed because at that moment, it's like we were looking at each other eye to eye. And they knew and I knew that there was no way they could have personally known Victoria Soto or Dawn Hochsprung. They knew that it was say hearsay. They knew the narrative, and they were acting as though they knew the victims.
Yeah,
But
fascinating.
they had never met.
That's very
Yeah,
hive-minded. It's like a reflexive lying on behalf of the consensus, and something takes over them. I don't know. Is it virtue signaling? Whatever it is, when people
yeah, it is.
defend.
It's a very powerful. It's just a very powerful and insidious, really insidious form of virtue signaling that I compare to the mask. I'll get into that in a second. They got very uncomfortable and started whispering among themselves, and the next thing you know, they were out of there, back on their bus and on their way. But the behavior was very revealing. I wish I had videotaped it. I mean, gotten a video of it because their behavior was so stunning. How they suddenly stopped, grew very quiet, and then got the hell out of there because they realized I didn't have to say anything because it was self-evident at a certain point. I said, well, you're from Boca Raton. Are you from Boca Raton? Yeah. Well, how would you know anybody in Connecticut? And that's what made them really uncomfortable. But I think about the mask during the COVID scare. You would go to a restaurant or a bar and you would see people. They'd wear the mask in. They'd sit down at the table and take the mask off. Then if they had to get up to go to the restroom, they put the mask back on. They'd eat, they'd drink, they'd laugh, they'd have a good time, and then they put the mask on their way out. Clearly ritualistic behavior not only has no meaning, right, even assuming there was some kind of contagion running around out there, which I don't believe.
I know what you mean. It's very ritualistic, almost like saying grace or praying before a meal.
Right.
It was more ritual than anything.
Absolutely. Acting out. And I saw this among people I knew. I saw it among relatives. I saw it it was amazing to me, stunning to me. And of course, I'm seeing a lot more of the mask now. By the way, in the last few months, I'm seeing the mask show up more and more. I go to the giant supermarket, and there's people still running around with a mask. I'm in the parking lot of a gas station. I still see people wearing the mask. I see people in their cars. The mask is kind of making a comeback among some people.
Yeah, I see it.
And
I see it, and I think it's sad when and an indication of somebody's level of media saturation. I see it all the time, and it really isn't. It's like sort of a barometer. It kind of tells you, how brainwashed people are, how afraid they are. Do they really believe it? And it's a political statement. There are so many reasons why I just tend to walk the other way when I see it. Like, yeah, I'll give you your 6 feet of social distancing for sure. If they want to dehumanize themselves, we don't. I mean, if they want to play that role, but again, it's not even valid from a perspective of being entirely um, in line with the science. If you think about it, like if you are so threatened that you have to have that on because somebody could kill you with a sneeze, you should be home. Am I right? The threat is so great, you shouldn't even be there.
yeah, right. Right, rationally speaking, if it were that dangerous, you wouldn't even go into a place where there was a crowd, like a restaurant or a bar. But at the very peak of the scare, when they finally reopened, and they had outdoor seating and all that, and I went to this real nice restaurant I used to go to here in the Baltimore area, and they had literally put up glass screens at the bar between each seat. It was the craziest thing, like cubicles, sort of plastic glass shielding between you and the person next to you, and of course masking too was going on. So I observed this behavior, this extreme behavior, so irrational, really, so crazy, and it showed me how religious and how psychological this all is. It has nothing to do with any reasoned, rational, logical consideration of it. And there were no dead bodies dropping in the streets. Everybody knew there was no pandemic. But to show you believed in it, you had to undertake this form of ritual behavior on planes, right? Wear the mask, but then take it off to eat and drink.
Very
Well,
ritualistic,
everybody knew that made.
conformist. Yeah, to me, that everything about it has the hallmarks of a new religious paradigm to institute a replacement concept for sin that even the atheists would believe in. And I think it's a continuous operation from safe spaces. Originally, it was safe spaces on universities so libs could be protected from conservatives. Then it became safe spaces because somebody might give you the virus. And right after that, they conflated the virus with misinformation, mind viruses. So I think they've made this full circle to where we're entering the safe space age, where we have to be safe mentally from everybody. Mental space
Oh,
as well as physical, but mostly the
yeah,
mental.
that's clearly being articulated on the campuses, and even in these congressional hearings about the alleged rise of anti-Semitism on campuses and people coming forward. I was really stunned to hear this. I was listening to testimony before a congressional committee from I think it was a student at the University of Pennsylvania, who claimed that he no longer felt safe because he was Jewish. And of course, how would anybody know he was Jewish unless he wore it on his sleeve, And maybe if he was running around wearing a yarmulke or something like that. But basically anybody on the campus who might be sporting that keffiyeh, which is the scarf, or maybe wearing a badge that had the Palestinian flag on it, that would be perceived as an anti-Semitic threat. And in the course of his making this very impassioned statement to the Congress about, how unsafe it was at the University of Pennsylvania for Jewish students because of this Gaza thing, and because of this support for Palestinians and Hamas on the campuses. And in the course of it, he said, as part of his presentation, he said something about, we're very proud of the University of Pennsylvania. This is where mRNA breakthroughs were made in mRNA technology, which, of course, is a reference to the vax. So I realized that these are the same people that are super vaxxers, because the idea of a safe space can be extended into every domain.
Yes,
And the
exactly,
Gaza thing really
exactly.
makes it crystal.
So you're talking about safe
Yeah,
space physically, vaccinated mentally, and physically. They made the perfect correlation between inner space, outer space, and our circulation, whereas outer space has to do with space junk and not letting capitalism guide us into space. Then the physical spaces has to do with the MSM religion and its neo sin concept regulating everybody. And then, of course, the internet has to be a safe space because everybody has lost their ability to know real from fake, so they need to be told what's real. So the government or whoever controls media is going to have to, basically get rid of the free flow of information because it's too dangerous. It's as dangerous as space junk. It's as dangerous as the unvaccinated.
and you have to prove your group loyalty. It reminds me of a video I've seen. It's an old news clip from the 1930s, I think 30s or 40s, and it shows Stalin making a speech to this huge assembly. It might have been the Supreme Soviet or a Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. And after every statement, people are applauding like crazy. You actually see this during a State of the Union message here sometimes, but not quite as extreme as this. Because people would start clapping and they wouldn't stop. They'd be clapping and clapping it because everyone was afraid that whoever stopped clapping first would be fingered by the KGB, or in those days I think it was called the NKVD, and they'd haul you away. And
Wow.
this newsreel footage, which is on YouTube, you can watch it. It is really riveting to watch this because you see Stalin up there making a speech and almost like cueing these people, like in a church, call and response kind of thing. And when they start applauding at one point, they're applauding for like a minute or 2 minutes straight. And he pulls out his watch and starts looking at his watch. He's actually, in a sense, showing off the kind of control that he has over this audience. How he can turn, because he puts up his hand and
Okay.
immediately they stop clapping.
You know what that sounds like to me? It sounds like the emperor's new clothes, where most of the people know that he's not wearing anything. They know it's just a lie that they're all agreeing on. Like Napoleon's attributed with saying, history's lies agreed upon. And I've been saying lately that media is lies agreed upon. That the emperor has no clothes, but that everybody has to go along to get along. And expressing any doubt would, of course, yeah, obviously, you wouldn't want to signal that you're not with the program.
And this is ideologically motivated. It has nothing to do with logic, science, anything like common sense. It has nothing to do with that. It's ideological. It's gang loyalty. That's what I call it. Now, this morning I was listening to Pacifica's show, Democracy Now. And they got a whole crew. Boy, they must be have great NGO funding from George Soros. Because they had a whole crew of Pacifica people there in Dubai at the COP 28, or is it? Yeah, the COP 28 climate, climate crisis meeting that they're having. And Amy Goodman was interviewing this guy named Jacob Johns, who is a member of something called the Climate Action Network. He says he lives in Spokane, Washington. But this Jacob John, and he was linking together the climate crisis with social justice for indigenous people.
Oh yes, I'm glad.
Climate
Yes,
justice.
and this story you sent the email to me. It all takes place here in New Mexico, and it's an interesting twist. You're talking about the guy who was shot by somebody who was in favor of the reinstallation of a statue of a conquistador. And what they've done, and this is fascinating, we don't have a big BLM presence in New Mexico. So what they've done, you know how BLM is pulling down statues of Confederate war generals and slave owners or whatever. They're pulling down statues because it's their group expressing that they want to get rid of this veneration of this old vision of
Yeah,
America.
this particular statue was of the first Spanish, as you say, conquistador governor of New Mexico. A statue that was in a town called Española, New Mexico,
Yes.
and I guess there was a conflict over removing the statue. And it was interesting to listen to this interview that Amy, because she was able to tie together the statue, the plight of the indigenous people, racial justice and all that, and the climate crisis. Because as Jacob John, in addition to being claiming some kind of indigenous affiliation, I don't think he ever said he was actually a Native American or anything like that. But he was Climate Action Network. He's an actor. He's one of these. They're just like Extinction Rebellion, right? They're the people
Well,
that sort of
yes.
glue themselves to
He-
highways and.
Here's how it connects, though. What they've done is this: there's not a big BLM presence here just because it's not the demographic. So what they've done is instead they've taken indigenous groups and indigenous rights. Indigenous lives matter, and they've even tried a few. The cops are oppressing the indigenous, so they've just replaced black with indigenous, and they've replaced Confederate generals with Spanish conquistadors who weren't even Americans, but they've just basically used the same tactics. So the symbol of the oppressor taken down, and then you have the counter protesters. And there was a counter protester in 2020 when they pulled one of these statues down who shot somebody, and then the person you're speaking
Allegedly,
allegedly,
allegedly.
and then this guy was the one you're speaking of who went to this climate conference was also allegedly shot by a MAGA. Now, what's also interesting about this thing too is earlier this year in Atlanta, you had the climate activists fighting against Cop City, and their leader got shot. And they had this, they called it the first like martyr for the environmentalist movement, and they attached them to BLM. So then you had BLM marching alongside of what looks like a raised fist, but it's just a big tree. So they've been merging the Marxist BLM with environmentalism, and now they're doing the same with the indigenous version of BLM.
Oh yeah, Amy Goodman on Pacifica and Democracy Now has been flogging the whole Cop City situation in Atlanta. Just about every other. I mean, they're always bringing it up and always talking about it. Oh yeah.
Oh, Cop City was
Allegedly,
huge,
they.
huge, and that one was directed, honestly, I think by James Cameron. If for people who don't know, Cop City is an 80-acre forest next to Atlanta. They're cutting it down to build a training facility, and this is the same story of the new Avatar movie, where the Marines come in to Pandora because they killed Gaia, and these two storylines have always they've been connecting pretty much. They've been tracking together, and they made a big deal about the leader of the Cop City protests being shot. He was shot in the palms of his hands. I mean, talk about a martyr template, stigmata.
Yeah, he's allegedly a dead martyr. So they got a whole hagiography they built around him now. And I don't know. You think they actually did kill? You think the cops did actually shoot somebody at that Cop City protest?
No, because
I
that
mean, we
Cop City
don't. We.
protest, they were throwing rocks and sticks at the cops. Do you know what the Na'vi were throwing at the Marines in Avatar 2, who had sophisticated high-tech weapons? Sticks and rocks. It was all theater, and it was based on the movie Avatar, which steers the audience towards Gaia worship against versus, the police state and toxic masculinity. And what's going on in Atlanta? And the name Atlanta ties into the way of water and the Atlantis theme. But it's the same exact dialectic here. The indigenous and the Navi, the police representing capitalism in the West, and the story is too contrived to be real. For example, in the Avatar movie, the Navi could plug their hair into the trees and talk to Gaia. You know what characterized the Cop City protesters? The leader who was martyred? He was growing out his hair to donate it to kids with cancer who caught it because of capitalism and pollution. But the hair was a major part of his character. Way too
Yeah.
scripted.
So all of this is being tied together. They're stringing together, the sort of racial tribal uh, theme together with climate justice and the climate crisis and racism and they're stringing it all together like Christmas lights or
You're
something.
right, and it's all versus what? Whiteness associated with capitalism and the West. So it's this multi-racial block associated with this idea of oppression and a common oppressor. It's just Marxism coming through. This I know it's not communism as the ultimate goal. It's just their strategy: oppressor and oppressed, and the moral high ground is assumed in the to be the on the side of the oppressed.
Yeah, these are directed dialectics, and in a way, what they're doing, they're really dividing the population on this. I think that's a big part of this, as you said, is wherever they can divide people. Now, I've noticed in the so-called alternative media, social media, or truth movement, or whatever you would call it, there's a group of people who are so truthers, I'll call them, or people who see through this stuff. Okay, people who see that it's fake, but they encounter so much hostility from family and friends, and they become so isolated because they're daring to speak out about this, and they're having trouble explaining it to themselves. There's one particular creator on YouTube, Quantum of Conscience, Matt McKinley, and he is saying that these events, that the way they do these things are just so complex and so big that it's impossible to explain this as a natural process. And so he's hypothesizing that there's something supernatural going on, and that these people behave almost as though they're on the download, like robots, like somebody's downloading this into their head, or radio is some almost like radio waves that they're sensitive or resonate with them that don't resonate with people like us who see through it. And he's basically trying to come up with what I think is some kind of spiritualistic or I don't know, mystical explanation for how this all this is happening. People are on the download. Whoever is running this is at such a high level, it's got to be almost supernatural. But I don't see it that way at all. To me, this is routine human behavior. We've seen it before over and over and over again. It's history. It's human history. And I really don't have any trouble understanding it because I've seen it close up. I've seen how it operates so much that to me it's like it's classic human group behavior. And Matthias Desmet, in his publication on the mass formation, his explanation for why everybody went along with the COVID psyop when it was so lame, when it was so illogical, when there were so many inconsistencies, out of loyalty to Dr. Fauci, who I think many people saw as kind of a father figure, right? Don't you think? And Trump put him in that position, really. Of course, Fauci had long been a father figure for the AIDS hoax, right?
Yeah, yeah. And all of this has
Right.
ultimately been leading to, I believe, the creation of mind aids, where the public is no longer treated as though it has its own mental immune system and therefore requires total media censorship and sanitation. But
People, a lot of people love this. A lot of people are in love with this. They really are. The truth or the falsehood, the logic or absurdity of it doesn't mean a thing to them.
no, what Quantum
What's
said
what
though,
it's about is
a supernatural, because Austin 108 in chat says, I agree with it being supernatural. I can understand why it might look like that because why are some people impervious to facts or the truth? Why does it just bounce off them? Why are they almost like in a spell? And then there are those of us who are constantly aware of the difference between real and fake. Like there seems to be a difference, and I could see why you would describe it as spiritual blindness or something. But I think that the real answer is philosophy. I think it's a philosophical or even epistemological. And it has to do with the frame of reference. So the general population has been spending their entire lives with their nose pressed to the screen. And conspiracy theorists who look a little deeper, their head is a little deeper into the screen. And these are philosophical differences. And the true skeptics have stepped back from it a little bit. So we have more insight, not just the screen, but alternative information. And we recognize that the alternative information is screened through the primary frame of reference. So, in other words, I think it's philosophical more than spiritual. And until somebody has that philosophical shift, they're not going to understand. It won't happen that way. It's like an operating system thing.
I'm even more harsh in my criticism of the sort of spiritualistic explanation for this because to me it's classic animal behavior, and I see what's going on at the very top of the pyramid as uh, as livestock management and the management of herds and flocks, and engendering a sort of animal animal herd or flock behavior on the part of humans. And then it segs right over into the purpose of the vaccine and whether, in fact, the vaccine ultimately can be deployed as a means of controlling the population. Because one thing that has to occur in herd management or in livestock management is there has to be some population control, obviously. You know, like if for in a particular park or forest, if you're maintaining the deer population, you have a hunting season. If you didn't have a hunting season, they would quickly overpopulate, and then you'd have starving deer. And that's all they're doing with humans. They're farming us like it's farmers and ranchers, and we're the livestock.
I think of it
We're
more
the
of as
livestock. That's all this is.
a zoo. Like it's more like they're trying to move us into a zoo. I think, which is lockdown culture, smart cities with domes so you can breathe the air. Everything outside is being rewilded. The environmentalist template for the future, I think, is ultimately a human zoo, and the elite will be our zookeepers.
But some people will get to be household pets. Some individuals will be lucky to become household pets. Kind of like the concept of human furniture in that movie Soylent Green, right?
Oh yeah,
You know,
I gotta revisit that. The human furniture aspect of it um, was that the women was it the women were called furniture?
yeah, you could live basically when the cop shows up at this elite apartment where the guy's been murdered. Um, he sees that there's a couple of beautiful young girls living there, and and um, the superintendent of the place, he says, well, they're furniture. They're allowed to be there as furniture. They're not considered because there's an occupancy limit on these places, right? I mean, there are rules. You can only have so many people living in one of these suites or apartments, and especially and they look like super gated condos and stuff, high security condos. But yeah, human beings are then classed as furniture, and throughout the film they refer they refer to these individuals. Oh, she's furniture or he's furniture. You get to live there because you're not really counted as a person in the census. You're counted as
Like
furniture,
what have you done
and
to justify your existence? That's what they kept saying in Utopia, the movie that really explains a lot of how things work. It was the American version of the series where the actors who lived on the crisis actor island Utopia, who participated in the psyops, they would ask themselves, and they would be asked of them, "What have you done to justify your existence?" And that's because their whole operation was about stopping the human population from growing any further. But what have you done to justify your existence? Meaning, are you sustainable? And freedom's not sustainable. The whole point of Soylent Green was we're recycling people, right?
well, at some point they've got to cross over into the physical elimination, or how do I put it? I mean, the way you move populations around in so-called warfare, you displace populations, you relocate them, you remove them, so-called ethnic cleansing and so forth. Or in some cases, maybe you liquidate populations.
What about just mind
That's
in
my
trans?
concern.
What about just mind control? I've been going to do these movie reviews. I've been going to this theater with 24 screens, and I've noticed that they've improved the facilities. The darkness is even, it's like pure darkness. The chairs are all recliners. You have a nice table, better concessions. My point being, nobody's ever there. I feel like the last man on earth whenever I go watch a movie. And so, if you had said to me, and I never paid attention to the news, and if I just woke up from a coma, hey, in 2020 there was a pandemic, I would have said, well, obviously, because this place is empty. And so, there's an appearance of a depop, it seems like, in some places because they've changed human behavior. And I think that's what they're ultimately doing is they don't need to kill people or imprison them in FEMA camps. They need to just turn them into their own prison wardens and have them confine themselves in their homes and do everything remote and enter the metaverse and then raise their children in the metaverse. And so I don't think that they need to kill people. I don't even think they have the means to. weapons of mass destruction are by and large fake, but they will get people to self-cancel, and I think it's a long-term project.
This phenomenon you're referring to of kind of basically empty movie theaters is kind of strange to me because, and I know it's become very expensive to go to the movies these days, but during the Great Depression, they packed the movie theaters because it cost like a nickel to go for a whole afternoon and sit in the movie theater to the matinees during the height of the or depths of the Great Depression in the 1930s when people were massively unemployed. The movie theaters were packed, and that was really where you begin to see the rise of Hollywood and the role that Hollywood plays. This is in marked contrast to what we have now, and I think what they might have to do now is hand out free vouchers to people to go to the movies
Or
if they want to.
okay, well, maybe they just decentralized it. So, for example, if you're doing a heavy propagandizing of the public with the big psyop, like a Great Depression, you're messing with everybody's lives. Yeah, you want to pack them into the theaters because you're mind controlling them. And in 2020, Netflix was great. Everything on TV was reinforcing the programming, almost like concurrent programming every day. So it's almost like they just decentralized it.
Were people in the movie theater masked?
I was the only one there, generally, just a couple of people there. And as of late here, no, I only see them at places, and I think it's political, like the bookstore where I get my notebooks. They're all left wingers and they're all masked. It's completely political. I go to the gym, which is toxic masculinity, no masks, and it's pretty consistent. The library employees masked. So if it's left, if it's anywhere politically, if they're Democrat or something, that's what I mean. It's like it's just a political statement. And hey, by the way, I wanted to get your take on Nikki Haley. Did you hear what she said about how every hour on TikTok makes you 17% more anti-Semitic?
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. And her solution, among other things, or I don't know, she may have backtracked on this, but she is advocating a legal requirement for social media users that they have to provide proof of ID. In other words, secure ID in order to participate in the World Wide Web
Yeah,
and
how is she on
social
the right?
media.
What it's unbelievably naive. But the thing she said about how if you watch TikTok, you will catch anti-Semitism is the same argument for if you watch Alex Jones on YouTube, it'll recommend flat Earth and you'll become a flat earther. So this is the argument for censorship that I'm hearing more and more from the right. I'm even hearing right wingers like Human Events Jack Posobiec saying Reddit is creating trans ideology shooters. So both sides are
Mental,
really they're both
yeah,
doing it. They're both
mental contagion. They're calling it.
precisely.
The thing is this: the cities really are kind of falling into chaos. There's not a day that goes by that we don't get reports of. There's supposedly an epidemic, and I do call it that, of carjacking going on in the Baltimore metropolitan area and in Washington D.C. right now. And and I don't know how much of this is how do you put it, scaremongering or fear mongering, but it really does sound like there's a lot of carjacking going on out there. And I was going to ask you about your truck being not vandalized, but essentially someone tried to rip off your catalytic converter, but they didn't get far enough, and then they.
It's
How
a
many
yeah.
times has
It's a look. It's an entire market. Apparently, like when you file a police report here, it's not vandalism. It's not car theft. It's not stolen car parts. It's specifically a different section for catalytic converters because there's a whole department for it. It's a huge business, and the mechanic told me as much. And it's because they're selling the metals, the palladium inside of it. It's a big business, and it's apparently pretty organized. Although my vehicle was hit 3 times, and it was for different things each time. And on the third time, the police reports added up, and they actually started putting bait cars in my parking lot. And we now have 24-hour cameras and security. So they beefed up security because the problem was so bad. Where if you parked on the street, somebody would come along in the middle of the night and take your catalytic converter. And you wouldn't know until you're driving and your car sounds like a massive lawnmower.
see this is where once again I'm into I don't know Baudrillard's simulacrum because as the idea of chaos and the breakdown of society spreads, isn't more and more of this stuff actually becoming real? Isn't it? Isn't the illusion materializing and becoming real in terms of random street crime, in terms of corruption? Actually, the levels of corruption in politics right now. I mean, it's hard for me to believe that it's always been this bad. But
I
when they
think
bust,
you're right. There's something up with Democrats. I really think that like the looting and the raising of the bar, what it takes to be convicted for shoplifting, now it's like hardly criminalized. I think this is intentional. It's like they can't just burn your businesses down. There is a war on small business, independent business. They want everything distributed from Amazon via, drone delivery in the future. If they're getting rid of the free market, then why would they have any incentive to prevent crime? So I kind of think it's part of the agenda. I think looting, organized crime, I think a lot of this stuff is stimulated, provoked, enabled. And I think it's basically systemic at this point, but it's by design, in my opinion. I think it's part of the Democrat GTA agenda. Grand Theft Auto.
we have so much carjacking and so many shootings here that it's become a daily. It's like it's the first thing they talk about on the radio is the latest shooting or the latest carjacking in the Baltimore area. And there's kind of a panic about it at this point. It's all they're really talking about. So I don't know. In a way, I'm watching this materialize. Now, as to Gaza, I wanted to say something about the situation in Gaza because I think population relocation, population displacement, or population removal is really a crucial part of this, and it has to do with demographics. The Zionists who run Israel know that there is no way they can compete with the Palestinians on birth rates. They have never been able to compete with Palestinian birth rates. And it means that within a generation or two, they clearly be outnumbered. Hence the effort to ethnically cleanse Gaza and get that population out of there as much as possible or bring it under control somehow. Of course, there are material objectives as well because it's waterfront property. You can build casinos and hotels and high-priced condos, private beaches. They want to do offshore oil drilling. Apparently, there's a gold mine of oil right off the coast of Gaza, and there's a lot of dispute over who's going to make the profit from harvesting that oil. And there's also I guess a Ben Gurion railroad or highway that they want to build. And in other words, there's all kinds of. It's just like Lahaina. Gaza is Lahaina to me. It's exactly the same thing, except instead of staging wildfires and natural disaster, you stage a quote unquote war.
Interesting.
And,
Interesting.
and that becomes a way of moving the population out of certain areas, bringing in replacements, or just purging the place.
Interesting points. I mean, this is kind of the whole premise behind environmentalism too. It's world war against man. The world's at war with man, where they have this ubiquitous excuse that everybody will accept that man just has to not go here. Like you can't go in to Antarctica with any food packaging, any kind of litter. Like the premise has been accepted that we're dirty, we're a contaminant, and we are the problem. And they're trying to find a more universal excuse, and that's an older one there. The relocation thing. I think environmentalism is part of the future as far as how they're going to totally regulate everybody. And they may fast track things with nuke fallout, which I happen to think is on the horizon because fallout is not politicized the way that viruses would be. So like the masking was definitely politicized, and it's because it wasn't so obvious of a threat as like nuke fallout would be. You'd be a fool to not wear a mask if there was an actual nuclear blast, and it's not going to be partisan. So I'm kind of thinking that's what's coming next. That what we're seeing out there in a microcosm is what their MO has always been, relocating us but into our basements.
A recurring underlying theme here in the United States is that, quote, people are out of control. And a lot of what's driving the sort of, the mass shooting gun control trope is this propagation of this idea that basically Americans can't trust their fellow Americans. Therefore, we need not only gun control but total police state surveillance. I think this police surveillance is even more important in this than the gun control because, as you pointed out, every time they stage one of these active shooter drills and then propagate it in the media as a crazy mass shooting event, like Vegas or the Covenant school in Nashville, or this most recent thing in Vegas that's occurred. People basically go out and they buy more guns. I mean, I know people that are going out and buying more guns
Oh yes,
and more ammunition.
Barack Obama, one of the greatest gun salesmen of all time. If you really follow what happened in his presidency in gun sales, and it's because of the insecurity and the gun grab thing. And I happen to think that the gun grab will never happen, but it's an intentional operation to maintain paranoia on both sides. They're going to take our guns, and the other
Oh,
side says they're going to kill us.
but both sides can be reconciled and agree on the necessity for total surveillance, cameras everywhere, and cops in the schools, basically turning the schools and all institutions into a heavily policed, heavily surveilled armed camp.
Both sides. You're right
I
about that.
think
You're
that's
right.
where it's headed.
They've no. You've nailed it because they've done it more recently. Jack Posebek has been comparing Covenant to Sandy Hook. So the right wing has their own Sandy Hook event, and it's Covenant. And their issue isn't guns, but it's left wing culture on Reddit radicalizing people against Christian America. So they have their version of Adam Lanza in Audrey Hale, and they've already made the case that the like the guy who shot up the bank, I think in Kentucky, also a Redditor who was anti-gun. So the right wing is now totally in line with we have to censor the internet and we have to have a police state for our own safety because of the leftists.
Oh yeah, yeah. This is one of the most disgusting aspects of this for me, because I'm aware that the Democrats are always having these commemorative events, like Sandy Hook. Oh, C-SPAN has been full of these. Like up in Connecticut, they had this big meeting. Memorializing Sandy Hook. Sandy Hook is they're bringing it up now. They're I guess because we just had the anniversary of it, right? Or
Just a
are we
few days.
approaching the anniversary of it?
The hoax anniversary is next week, so we're gonna get more and more of it.
Yeah, they're really talking it up. And I want everybody to pause and consider that people like Prosobiec and these other alleged right wingers, MAGA types and Trump supporters, they know better. Anybody who is even familiar with Alex Jones or Tucker Carlson knows Sandy Hook was a fake. And so if they're jumping on board the narrative that it was real, they know exactly what they're doing. Arguably, we could say that that maybe the Democrats don't know any better. A lot of their rank and file, they don't know any better. Maybe they still think it was real. But these Republican right wingers, the so-called pro-gun people, they know it was fake. They even called out David Hogg as a crisis actor. So they know what crisis actors are. And so I would say the behavior of Brsobiec and others on the right is really despicable.
Well,
The
they're look.
National Rifle Association, really despicable when you consider that they're smart enough to know what's going on. They know that there's a sizable contingent of people like us out here that have been calling out 9/11 and Sandy Hook as hoaxes for like 10 years, forever, for a long time. They are very, very familiar with that.
Yeah, I don't think there's a
Trotting
difference.
out.
It's cliche to say there's no difference between right and left, but no, they have the same agenda. And at this point, if anybody's still following and thinking that it leads to victory or preservation of freedom or what America was about as you thought, no, it's not the case. The Trumpanzees are just as much a part of the beast system as the liberal left. It's like the Trump movement is not a resistance movement. In fact, it's marching in the same direction even faster. And the fact that they don't have a principled resistance to the anti-free speech movement of the, you know, big tech collusion of big government is a dead giveaway. Because once they kill free speech, you're not going to be able to call out anything in any meaningful way, and you're just basically a mind slave. You're a total captive in their fictional universe.
And Nikki Haley is a flag bearer for this, really. Even though they probably are not going to field her as a candidate, but definitely she really perfectly epitomizes this line of embracing the mainstream narrative in order to justify really repressive, right wing repressive police state measures. So we can see what's happening here. They know what they're doing. They are conscious of what they're doing. And to me, that makes them traitors. It really does. These people are traitors to me. And I think they're criminals, what they're doing. I think it's what they're, by propagating these hoaxes and using it to fearmonger people. And Trump is probably the worst of it because he's going around trumpeting this stuff as well. I want to point people to Owen Benjamin's video called "Trump Did 9/11." It's a very plausible hypothesis about Trump's role in the planning and execution of the controlled demolitions in Manhattan on 9/11. That features, among other things, clips of Trump that very day getting on the air with the media for interviews and boasting about after the collapse of the towers, his Trump Tower is now the tallest building in Manhattan.
That was hilarious. I
He
mean,
was
that's such a lack of self-awareness. That was just unreal. Where Trump's like, "I got the tallest building now." I haven't seen Owen Benjamin's video. I'll have to check it out. He's been triggering people on Instagram like never before. There's a couple of channels that I follow on Instagram. I don't know how, and they report on some of the things he says, and they're so mad. They're mad that he has a platform. They're mad that he even is able to express these things. And it's like, you know what? You may not like what someone has to say, but if you're not willing to defend their right to say it, then you are pretty much not on the side of free speech. But what he's been saying recently has been, I think he proffered the idea that you could solve abortion by legalizing slavery. Just put the babies up for sale. And he's a comedian. I guess some people don't get that.
sick comedian. He's a sick comedian. I don't know. It's really beyond me the cult following that he has, even at this late date. He consistently sells people. He sold his people out over, and his followers. He sold them out over and over again, and yet they still follow him.
They've gone
It's
somewhere.
very
They took a journey together, and they've moved into this traditional like trad values, the opposite of progressive values, where it's about the farmland. And now his conversations are about how life would be better if teenagers got married and started having kids and just took care of their land and didn't have to rely on corporations and didn't have to watch the news. So he's offering this vision of a life outside, off the grid. And a lot of people find that very attractive, and he's building a big following. But I've been referring to the far right for a long time as the MAGA ban. Like it's MAGA stan out there in Bertaria, because their values are very much where America is the great Satan. What are women doing with their hair uncovered? Why are they working? They should be in the kitchens, etc. They should be pregnant. So it's fascinating to watch because it's just on full display the utopianism of the far right, and you can contrast it with the
yeah.
utopianism of the far left.
Nick Fuentes, and Tim Pool are perfect examples of this. How they
Yes.
promote, what they're promoting, and how they themselves are promoted on social media because they really do trot out that line.
Same with Matt Walsh
Finally,
and Steven Crowder. Steven Crowder was throwing a fit that it was terrible that his wife was legally allowed to divorce him. So again, it's consistent that the far right is actually the MAGA ban.
so they're going to be our American Taliban, maybe something along those lines.
Well, that's the thing, is that are those values bad? No, not necessarily. But the way that the MSM frames it is that the people off the grid are the real threat. And the Daily Beast has had it out for Owen Benjamin for a long time, and they've been trying to frame Bertaria as like the next Ruby Ridge. And I don't even think they're about guns or any kind of real anti-government. That's more of a separatist or an escapist thing. But there's a reason for it all. I think that the mass media wants to target any alternative that they don't control. Same thing they did with Discord. Like you can't get off the grid. If you get off the grid, they'll come after you.
And finally, what are we to make of RFK Jr. as an op, as a psyop? What's his role in this? Because they're going to cast him as the anti-vaxxer, right? If they keep him in, if they keep him in this presidential theater, kayfabe, as it were, he's going to have to. He's going to be forced into the role of being an anti-vaxxer, right?
Yeah, I think so. He tries to walk back that label, but he says he's an anti-vaxxer, but he's also known to walk barefoot into airplane bathrooms. So it's like, is he really all that paranoid about his health? I don't know. But as far as I'm concerned, I think he's worthless as anything because he's the guy who kicked off the whole Q movement's belief in JFK Jr. and he refuses to own it. So I don't trust him. He's too disingenuous.
Ah, yes, yes. Instead of saying it's all a clown show, he gave credibility to it, didn't he?
He really did. And he's a Kennedy. And according to their belief system, he's the bloodline of Christ. And it's like, okay, I'm sorry, this guy is showing that you've all been played for fools. And he played into it and did a lot of cognitive damage. I mean, the JFK Jr. cult blew up. It was pretty big. And it's still pretty big. There's still some attempts to revive it. But he's the one who gave it legitimacy when they said, is your nephew alive? And he tapped his nose to signify yes.
That's on the far out fringe. But then again, is there really that much of a distance between someone who will put that mask on to go into the restaurant, then sit down at the table and take it off, then put it back on when they leave, and someone who thinks that, I don't know, JFK Jr. is still alive in the person of who's the latest one who they're propagating as the reincarnation of JFK. I mean,
Well, yeah, it's
is it
moved on.
really? Is there?
Now it's JFK is literally Donald Trump, and their explanation it's hardly worth talking about, other than the fact that it is being artificially boosted, like it's being fostered onto them. It's a broad brushing. Like the whole Q movement is nothing but a smear to destroy the credibility of any last vestige of American conservatism, and they killed it.
Now, finally, we have a threat, a direct threat via Biden from Lloyd Austin, the Secretary of Defense, that if they don't approve more money for this sinkhole, this corrupt sinkhole called Ukraine, that they're threatening that they're going to send your sons and daughters will have to go there to fight. Of course, they'll never be able to make good on that. They're not going to reinstate the military draft. But what do you think it means when they start threatening people with the idea of, well, your sons and daughters are going to have to go there to fight and die unless you agree to this shakedown and give up all this money for this, corrupt
It's exactly that.
cesspool?
It's a shakedown. It's your money or your children, and it works. It's a ploy. The only thing that'll happen to them in the military is that they'll get increasingly brainwashed and plugged into the matrix. It's a win for everybody. And oh, by the way, RFK Jr. Osher pointed this out. RFK Jr. was on Epstein's plane twice, so that means he's a
Oh, yeah.
a pedovore.
Yeah, he's listed in the log. He's listed. Geez, it's hard finding anybody who wasn't on Jeffrey Epstein's flights.
Yeah, it's a
Of course,
short
I have a
list.
different view of Epstein than you do. You see it more as a media narrative. I think it was a Mossad blackmail operation myself, but that's just my orientation. I see a lot of blackmail and extortion going on among the elites,
Well,
especially.
Ghislaine Maxwell bragged about having had sex with JFK Jr. Like this is a fact. And I'm like, wait a minute. If JFK Jr. is secretly Q or working with Q to save the children from Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, why was he hooking up with her in the 90s?
That's a very good point, and that's something we should never let people forget. That they're all in it together. They all hang out together.
Yep.
They all party together. Gavin Newsom, right? Guilfoyle, whatever her name is, all of them. Trump. They intermarry. They hang out together.
Where
They're
we
in it
go one,
together.
where we go one, we go all. I think that's the slogan that's
Yeah.
used, or as George Carlin
Yeah,
said, it's
where
a
we
big.
go one, right on the right. It's where we go one, we go all. That's the QAnon slogan. And on the left, it's for the COVID. We're all in this together. Put on your mask and take your vax.
Yep.
So anyway, that's all I got to observe. That's pretty much all the stuff that's on my mind. And let me
Good.
let you go.
Appreciate
And
your call. Okay, great. And continue to send me leads. I'm following up on things, and I see that you're on Substack, so that's cool. Another place
yeah, I
to interact.
finally got access to those platforms. So I am interested in this New Mexico situation because they make such a big deal out of the fact that the alleged shooter was wearing a MAGA hat.
Yes.
His last
Yes.
name is Martinez, which means he's Hispanic, right?
Yeah. None of it makes
So
sense. It doesn't make any sense. It's a Hispanic white supremacist who really feels strongly about this statute. None of it makes sense. And I looked at the footage, and I'll do a deeper dive into that since I have the links you sent me because I find it very questionable.
we have the same thing with the founder of the Proud Boys, Enrique Tarrio. Turns out to be a longtime FBI informant, but he's basically Hispanic, right?
Yeah, exactly. The Hispanic leader, and then you had like Ollie Alexander hanging out with Nick Fuentes. Like Nick Fuentes is Mr. White Purity, and he's hanging out with this Arab, black, gay Republican who is masquerading as a Christian conservative, Jesus is King guy. Meanwhile, he's blackmailing everybody by soliciting pictures of their junk. I mean, I don't know. That's just another facet to this thing. The fact that they're all just
Yeah.
actors and there's no
Yeah,
consistency.
the whole crowd around Ollie Alexander and is some real low life, so to speak. But that segs over into the George Magazine crew that you cover. So anyway, let me go, and maybe you can brief people on that, the latest status of
Yes.
Ziegler. Ziegler is the latest. Garrett Ziegler, is that his name? The one you're
Garrett
taking on
Ziegler,
now?
yes, Garrett Ziegler, the nephew of Roger Ziegler, White House press secretary under Nixon during Watergate. So this is another thing where this guy's the nephew of someone and he's reprising a historic role. I mean, it's like the same gig.
But you really don't think Hunter Biden is an innocent victim in all this, though, do you?
I'll talk about Hunter Biden briefly because I just happened to listen to a podcast he was on with Moby, the musician. Apparently they're friends. They met in rehab.
That's good.
Yeah, I'll,
That's
I'll, I'll
good.
touch on that. So thanks for the call.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay, so thanks for the call in. Basically, the musician Moby has a podcast and he's friends with Hunter Biden. And I've been listening to Hunter Biden all day, talking about how the right wing wants to kill him and he's been unfairly maligned for things that he's done, but he's no longer stuck in that lifestyle. But they've made his life into a spectacle and they've harassed him endlessly through billboard campaigns, publishing his laptop, putting nude pictures of him everywhere. So he's he's definitely a target. He's like a way to get at Joe Biden. It doesn't hurt Joe Biden as far as it doesn't hurt their image. The fact that his son is, pretty well known to have abused drugs quite heavily. In fact, it's made people on the left far more sympathetic. And that was the point of this podcast. I'm like, wait, they're making him into a sympathetic character who's an artist who was vulnerable and was trapped with drugs for a long time, but now he's in recovery. And he said that hanging out in D.C. at these recovery meetings, that it's a lot of people in government. They're all hooked on things. So my point of it is, a lot of it he addressed. He addressed the fact that they accused him of drinking blood from babies and children. He addressed the claims that he was raping Chinese children on video, which is what Alex Jones was pushing right after the election. He addressed a lot of the conspiracies, and he basically suggested that the the reason why it works. He said it's a propaganda effort to smear to smear them so much that the people who are good will feel it's incumbent upon them to fight this evil. I actually have to take off in about 3 minutes here. I have to go do some deliveries and drive a few people around. I have a pre-scheduled thing I have to go to. So I won't be able to take any more calls right now. We have a lot to follow up on, a lot I didn't actually get to. I kind of wanted to get to this. Lynn brought up Enrique from the Proud Boys. So that the Proud Boy founder was sentenced to 33, no, it was originally 32 years, 33 years. but they moved it down to 22. So Proud Boy leader Enrique Terrio was sentenced to 22 years. So we connected this to a few things because Derek Chauvin, now remember, Proud Boys are Western chauvinists. That's their whole theme. Derek Western chauvinism was given 22 years and 6 months. This is another 22. Derek Chauvin got stabbed 22 times on Black Friday. So there's another recurring 22. Well, then it gets even more interesting because he's 47 years old. 47 gets stabbed 22 times. Hockey player number 47 gets stabbed or slashed by player number 22. And this was a black on white accident, but the underlying theme, the number 47, the black and white, Derek Chauvin is part of the black versus white psyop. So is the Proud Boy guy. So there's a connection here. 47 is, of course, the next president, Trump. So there's something building up, and the number 22 keeps showing up. Well, then it gets even deeper because the UNLV shooter, who is a big Alex Jones fan, apparently had sent 22 letters with white powder. So again, the police say the University of Las Vegas suspect mailed 22 letters before the shooting. 22. White powder. Proud Boys leader, 22 years. Derek Chauvin, 22 stabs. Adam Johnson, slashed by 22. Number 47, Derek Chauvin, 47. And then, of course, he was given 22 years. So there's something going on with the number 22. So I had mentioned the 22 code. Let's see what else we have here. There's, we talked about Elon Musk. I'm now spelling it with a Q. Elon Musk and the fake fringe, which would include Alex Jones and Tucker Carlson. Anybody being hyped up by Elon Musk in his war for free speech, you should be suspect of. Now, I mentioned that the USA Today has been talking about the space station not being underwater. And it just so happens that lately I've been talking about the Achilles heel of the space station being the fact that you can see it's filmed underwater. It's given away by the light loss. It's given away by the diffusion if you look at the light. And as this is all happening, there's a video going viral right now. I think it's up to almost 180,000 hits. And this was from 2017 when I told the city council here that the space station was actually fake and it was in a desalinated pool. But anyway, that video was uploaded onto TikTok a few days ago by Toon Wordspell. If you haven't seen it, I didn't say the Earth was flat. I didn't say anything about the moon landings. I just pointed out that the evidence suggested this.
$19.5 billion to Hollywood. I think we'd all be pretty upset by this. There is a growing body of evidence that the International Space Station is not in outer space, but it's being filmed in a desalinated pool down here on Earth, and it's being falsely misrepresented. Started with this phenomenon known as bubbles in space.
So that's where I was putting bubbles in space on the record. And that's still a valid observation that suggests that the thing is underwater, especially if you compare the ISS bubbles to the bubbles in the night dive videos where, scuba divers underwater at night are recording manta rays, for example. But anyway, that clip's going viral, which is kind of interesting. The timing, it could be a coincidence, but I'm just saying it seems like sometimes the media has to do damage control for whatever is trending at the moment. And right now it seems like the ISS being underwater is a big trending topic. Gary said to my comment or to my post here on the chemtrail truthers Jedi mind tricks explained. He said, "Osman, you are a waste of precious time. What are they paying you? Who pays you to spread these lies?" Good question. If Bill Gates is paying me, if Pfizer is paying me to not be an anti-vaxxer, who's paying me to not be afraid of chemtrails? And can somebody get them my new address? Because I haven't received any checks. I have another PDF here I wanted to share, and this is from a military website. So, go outside if you're a chemtrail truther and take a deep, deep breath. This should be a load off your shoulders. This is from some Air Force document where it describes how and why they forecast contrails and why they need to. And again, it all has to do with maintaining security. You have a military jet, it says here, operational planners and pilots have been concerned about aircraft condensation trails since World War II for obvious reasons. They provide visual clues that a high flying aircraft is approaching. Contrails can be used to locate aircraft from other aircraft. So, to avoid the possibility of being detected by the trails, mission planners can adjust their flight levels and routes based on accurate contrail forecasting. So, this alone tells you that the contrail theory carries more water. It has more weight because why? It can be tested, it can be observed, you can put it on charts. I haven't seen any chemtrail theorists providing a chart. The best they can do is say, if I boil vinegar, it'll disappear, which is an obvious faulty causality fallacy. X before Y, therefore X caused Y. It doesn't work that way. And finally, on Twitter, Ben Addishunt had said, where do you pull your hope from then, if you believe everything is controlled? Who are your truthers? I said, I'm not a hopium addict, nor am I in need of salvation from make-believe threats. I am my own blue check, and I have no need for truthers to follow. I don't need a dealer to offer me red pills laced with menthol. Anyway, thanks for joining. I'm going to post a link to the archives if you want to sign up. Just go to the newsletter at ips.monster. I'll send these out after. We'll have a lot more time tomorrow for Infinite Plane Saturn Day for phone calls. Thanks again, commenters, caller. This is Chief Crow Auto Hoax, or GTFO. We're going back to the 24/7. Okay, let's continue here. Mazel says, interfering with our dreams. Okay, I'm glad you brought that up because I think this might be symbolic of something. You know how they're munching on your third eye? Like, I think maybe it's about hijacking control of your imagination and what your imagination, if you think about it, you could look at it as being symbolized by your third eye, your inner eye. And their obsession with controlling your imagination may have a lot to do with some kind of soul extraction. Just feed all your energy into the black cube slash TV slash iPhone screen. Or go inside of the theater so you're inside of a black cube. I mean, this place is, in all likelihood, we're living on a vast energy extraction matrix shrine, directly feeding our souls to the demiurge as sort of like paying tickets to stay at a carnival until you have no more soul, and then you have to get kicked out of the carnival. I think it may work that way. I've been looking at some of the Gnostic texts and how they conceive of this place, And honestly, it aligns perfectly. So when the AI does show up, the AI God, which will be fake, but everybody's going to believe it, um, maybe it may look. It's either going to be totally fake or it's going to be the demiurge, and you're going to be able to talk to him on your iPhone. Elephant Tusk says, "Imagination creates reality." Well, the imagination concept, the idea of it like influencing reality, gets into wishful thinking, and I like to distance the conversation from reducing it to wishful thinking and self-fulfilling prophecy and cognitive bias, because I think it's actually much deeper than that. And I think what the imagination represents has to do with, or it ties into, what you could describe as our link or connection to awareness beyond the time-space temporal labyrinth slash prison, like intuition, for example, ESP, precognition, telepathy. I don't find any of these things to be all that unbelievable. I mean, I think most people have had some kind of experience with some or all of these. It's just not something that you can readily insert into the modern paradigm. It doesn't make it's one of those things where it's like, here's your complete puzzle. This is the world. This is what we live in. But then you're like, wait, I have these other pieces that don't fit. And they're like, oh, discard those. You're a conspiracy theorist. Burn those. I'm like, well, no, these puzzle pieces that don't fit have a place. So obviously they forced the thing. And they didn't do it out of laziness. They forced it together to exclude pieces by design. Okay, continuing here. Now, as far as this idea of imagination creating reality, I don't think it's that specifically. I mean, there's some kind of relationship, is what I'll say, between the person and the system that we're in. Like, we are embodied cognitive systems. I don't think that our organism can be separated from the place that we're in. I think the idea of space travel is a big lie and a big deception. I think that we are part of, and it's an extension of us on some level. There's a cybernetic dynamic relationship between perceiver and perceived, in my opinion, and I think this is based almost exclusively on synchronicity. And you know what's kind of interesting is when you talk about synchronicity, you're talking about the notion of patterns, of being in the right place at the right time, but the pattern suggesting a higher order. But when you point out these patterns, the people who insist that the world is as described on the TV will say, well, those are just coincidences. These are the puzzle pieces that don't fit their model. And it's kind of analogous to how, when you notice the fake news and patterns on fake news, the people who believe the fake news will say, ignore those. I think it's an analogous prison that's layers, that there's a layering of control. It's emotional, it's physical, it's mental, but it's also spiritual. It's some kind of like we're in some sort of a containment zone, if you ask me. And fake news is really just the tip of the iceberg. That's why I'm saying that it's not about flat or round, it's about worldview and a diminished view of what humans actually are. Unless you buy the notion that we have no purpose and that we're just evolved apes with big egos. But I don't buy that theory. All right, let's go ahead and continue through the notes. We had a lot of things. We were talking about Snow Crash again, where the term metaverse first came out, and it has a mind virus that shuts down the world. And this part is key. The virus is sent around the virtual world to give people brain damage. The virus doubles as a digital drug, and it's being used by powerful people in the church and media to make the minds of the masses more programmable. You could just replace digital virus or digital drug with mediation. The consensus worldview that the masses agree upon is designed to match the mediated mind. And by mediated mind, I mean a mind that has been properly processed and filtered through the mass media's screen. Your mind has been screened. You've gone through their screen. Now, I've taken a few steps back from that screen. I socially distance from it. I'm 6 feet back from it. Most people have their nose pressed up against it, and conspiracy theorists have their entire faces and heads pushed through that screen because they build on it. So there's a new movie coming out called ISS, and it's about America getting nuked by Russia, and then on the space station, the Russians and the Americans have to fight for control over the space station. I'm going to play a few seconds from it. The imagery is incredible, and it's kind of interesting as far as the foreshadowing goes, because we've been talking about how ultimately the relationship between Russia, China, America, everybody on the space station, it represents solidarity above, and the space station symbolizes this one world harmony and unity. So, like, we're united in space, and this movie here is suggesting what happens if we lose unity on the ground. And one other thing, and I really can't wait to see this, I'm pretty sure the special effects are better than what they show us in the ISS, but I'm pretty sure they're going to probably be a little restrained. They're not going to want to diverge too far from what they show us on the fake station. And also, you'll note, I'm pretty sure that the spacewalks are going to be clear and high definition. It's not going to have a whole lot of that diffusion and light loss, because this won't be filmed underwater like they do with the actual space station. Just play a clip here so you can see the ISS on fire. Well, against a background of fire.
Houston, do you read?
War has broken out below. And we were told to take the ISS by any means necessary.
If we got orders from our government to take control.
Okay, someone said that they had lost sound. Maybe it was just DLive. Yeah, fight on the ISS. The unmediated mind said, how much cognitive influence do you think we actually have on reality? Do you think negativity infects our environment more readily than positive, or is it one-to-one? Interesting questions. And, David Icke talked about this, and he said it's not so simple as thoughts directly influence. Otherwise, reality would be unlivable. You'd go to a basketball game, and everybody wants their team to win, and, it just seems like it would be incomprehensible and incoherent. Like, that would borderline on magical thinking. The idea of synchronicity is not really so much as magical thinking, but almost even in retrospect or real time, recognizing some extremely improbable occurrences that suggest that there's some relationship between one's internal experience, their imagination, and events coming down the line. People describe things like luck, good luck, bad luck, but luck is it's a measure of how much one's, you could say, presence or one's intent is influencing reality for good or ill, but there is some kind of an effect there. And all of this is, of course, outside the realm of science, and even, I think you would even probably find it in DSM 4 or DSM 6 or whatever it's at now, noticing patterns. They'll have a diagnosis for it. Oh, you got apophenia. You've got some kind of condition. And so, it's a fascinating concept. I think it's outside of even paranormal, and it's far more interesting to me than the Mandela effect, for example. And the Mandela effect suggests that reality is going through changes object by object, and it's unfalsifiable for one, but it's kind of like a dumbed down version of synchronicity, kind of collectivizing the experience of it. But anyway, the Mandela effect followers kind of get into this idea that we are collectively hallucinating ourselves into a better reality, that we're changing, and it's going in the right direction, some say. I think it's going in the wrong direction if Ed McMahon's no longer around passing out big checks. In fact, I have a clip here. Simon Dan talked about Stavely. He called it the most ridiculous theory of all time. And he goes off on Stavely's explanation for how the Mandela effect works.
When you have these woke.
But I'll say this: the globe theory and the Mandela effect theory are equally ludicrous.
Taking a look at Texas Danny today, but
let me go ahead and play a clip here. This is Simon Dan on the Mandela effect.
the effect. Interesting.
Which we'll get into later. But so let's just say something, for instance, like something most people would know, stovetop stuffing, okay? Stovetop stuffing has now never existed in this reality. It's a Mandela effect. In this reality, it's always been craft, okay? So anybody that's...
Now, I wouldn't know about stovetop stuffing. So these arguments from everybody knows, it doesn't work for me. Like, everybody doesn't know because it doesn't include me. And I have so many other issues with this whole theory. Like, for example, are misheard song lyrics evidence of reality shifts? But anyway, let's listen to Stavely talking about the stovetop stuffing.
Watching this, if you remember stovetop stuffing, what I'm telling you is this is not a brand change. I'm telling you, even if you had a box that's been in your basement for 20 years, if you go look at it now, it's going to be Kraft, not Stouffer's.
Yes, because it has never been Stouffer's. Stouffer's is a brand and it's involved with frozen foods owned by Nestle. Now, I suspect the Mandela effect is a thing for this one because of the alliteration. It rolls off the tongue. And when you were young, you were probably surrounded by frozen foods made by Stouffer's. And you've just misremembered that it was also the stuffing. Best one.
Like Jif and Jiffy. People argue about this one all the time. It's like, look, it's Jif. Jiffy wouldn't fit on the label. But it goes on and on. It's almost maddening. I'll play like 30 more seconds, and then I'm going to go at the back.
Of course they can.
To the end of this conversation where he gives some advice to the Mandela affected.
But the stuff that I present are not company logos and brand changes. And if they are, the people that say this isn't real would simply be able to come and show us, hey, this is when Stouffer sold the Kraft in 1989. This isn't a Mandela effect. But the Mandela effect goes retroactively all the way in.
So it changes everything, right? Wrong. For example, I drive a Ford. And if you look at the Ford logo, there's a little swirly on the crossbar on the F. And the Mandela affected say, hey, that swirly wasn't there before. That's a Mandoozle. I'm like, well, no, I did the research on it. It turns out that Thomas Edison and Henry Ford were BFFs. They had homes next to each other on the East Coast and on the West Coast. They were so close that Ford put Thomas Edison's initials in his Ford logo. So if you look at your Ford logo and you zoom in, the F and the swirly become a T and an E for Thomas Edison. It's pretty sweet. So there you have it. Not a Mandela effect. But Stavely doesn't want to hear that.
Into the past. It includes video coverage, everything.
That's right. According to Brian, when this change was made from Stouffer's to Kraft, every single box changed.
Now, Pippi Langstruff says, at least they both like Nike. And that is true. Simon Dan and Stavely are both being funded by Nike. Another one of these controlled opposition pairings. Is this going to do any good? No. Stavely actually thinks he came out looking good here. But let me go to the end. Simon Dan is blown away by this. But again, he's posing in front of a CGI ball.
Thinking, wait, I may have misremembered one word from a show that finished 22 years ago. You think that it's changed and every example of it in history has also changed as well. Seems totally reasonable.
Right. So it's retroactive changes to reality is basically what it is. And when it happens, official versions of just about almost every official version of something will change. Like, let's just say I give you a song change. Like, here's one, Jewel.
Okay, now we get to listen to Stavely sing a song by Jewel that I've never heard before. And he insists the lyrics are wrong. And then he sings some Mr. Rogers and insists that the lyrics are wrong there. And it's constantly referencing things from childhood. So I'm like, well, you're a child. you conflate things you couldn't read yet. I mean, there's so many explanations for this that you don't need to reach for arbitrary selective reality changes that change for some people and not others. I mean, this is pretty bad, but let me play a few more seconds and then we'll go over and listen to what Simon Dan recommends.
Who will save your soul? Who will save your soul? Many people familiar with that. If you listen to that now, she's going to tell you, who will save your souls?
Well, Nelson Mandela is not going to save your soul, Brian Stavely. Like, he needs Jesus. All right, so let's go to the end of this. Closing words from Simon Dan.
This reality.
Something is dawning on me as we go through this video today. Brian has wasted years of his life looking into this. He's gone in deep with it, so I want to finish today's video with a plea to Brian. Stop. Just stop. Find another hobby, spend time with your family, do something else instead. Because you are devoting time to something that just doesn't really matter. I mean, who does it affect, really? I'm sorry, Brian, but you're devoting time to something which is just plainly wrong. And you need to snap out of it.
So that sounds compassionate. Like, I actually kind of like Simon Dan after this because he's making a lot of sense here. Stavely's been up to his neck in Mendoozles for like 6 or 7 years, and there haven't been any new ones. It's getting kind of pathetic. It's kind of like the JFK crowd. It's like, every year he stands you guys up. He never shows up, and so they just keep waiting and waiting, and he's probably never going to show up. And there's never going to be another Mandela effect. I mean, the best you can hope for is, if you really want to perpetuate this, have some Mandela effect conferences. Have some Mandela effectees meet each other, have some children, and then you can raise them Mandela affected, which I think you could do if you could create Mandela effect versions of, like, Timmy falling down the well or Dolly with braces. And then you pull the rug out from under them later. But it would be a pretty difficult... It would require the structure of a church. Like, there has to be a church of Mandela, or it's just going to die. It's going to die. Okay, let's see what we have here. Salty Siren says, no accident, his initials are BS. Well, one thing about BS is he cannot admit that he's wrong. It's like, look, I misspelled a word. What's more likely? That I misspelled the word, or that the reality shifted and every single dictionary in the world changed? Because I can't be wrong. It's more likely that billions of people are wrong than me. So if I make a mistake, it's because reality changed. I mean, talk about blame shifting. It almost would seem symptomatic of something. I'm not trying to psychopathologize, but it wouldn't be hard to arrive at something here. Not being able to admit that you're wrong, gaslighting people, which is what you're doing, by the way. I've done a thorough debunk of the Mandela effect. We have a documentary in which I'm going to be interviewing people who are knowledgeable about the effect of the interrogator on the person who's being interrogated. The interrogator bias is a huge part of it. We've done a pretty good breakdown of it. We'll have to produce the documentary. Like I said, I wanted to include some interviews with some Mandela effectees. We've done a lot of research on the matter. And look, you don't have to debunk every Mandela effect. This is one of their games. Like, oh, well, I don't remember this one. What about this one? Nope. What about this one? Okay, that one got me. So once they get you, and then if you deny it, if you don't believe it's real, and you say GIF instead of Jiffy, they'll say, look, he's affected and he doesn't know it. So they brand you as affected. They're operating, I guess, their whole outlook on this whole thing is like everybody's affected, they just don't know it yet. That's their main thing. Everybody's affected. Even Simon Dan, he's affected, he just doesn't know it yet. And if you just keep asking people, they'll find something. It's very culty. It kind of reminds me of Scientology in a sense, where you may think that you're mentally healthy and you don't have any engrams. But if you went to an auditor, eventually they'd find one. You take a personality test, they'll find a glitch. They'll find something to fix in you. So it's kind of a mind game. It's a trick. It's not reality shifting. Okay, let's go ahead and continue. Inks G says he just came out with a new one. He said Darth Vader's nose bridge is now silver. Now, there's something else too. A few months ago, we were talking about fake pandas and the people who don't believe in panda bears, like Owen Benjamin was saying pandas are fake. And you could arrive at that conclusion if and only if you judge their claim only on the evidence they provided. So if you forget everything you know about pandas and you only look at 3 videos, pandas looking like people, moving around like they're people in costumes, an animatronic panda, and a man in a panda costume. If you only see these, then you might question your reality and say, well, maybe pandas are fake. The problem with that, of course, is that the evidence has been cherry-picked and you've been rushed to judge without having more information. Kind of like the people who thought the sun bear was a man in a bear costume. Well, if you kept watching the video, after it stands up and looks like it waves at everybody, it rolls around and it moves like a bear. So my point of it is, with the Mandela effects themselves, these are isolated scenes, isolated clips and sound bites that if you had the full context, it wouldn't be all that interesting at all. And we've done the research here at the IPS into all of these. Like, did Timmy fall down the well? Apparently everybody knows he fell down the well. Even Stavely claims he remembers it. But Timmy, the actor who plays Timmy from Lassie, he wrote a book called Timmy Fell Down the Well. And he wrote the book because it was a joke on the set that the only thing that Timmy had not fallen down was a well. So he never actually did fall down a well, and Timmy himself wrote a book about it. So it's just kind of like this joke. But there is no episode where he falls down the well. But there is an episode where Lassie pushes an evil, like, greedy oil guy who's on their land into a hole in the ground. That's very different. Jake the A-hole says, the GIF deal was easily explained. There's Skippy until... Oh yes, there was Skippy, and still is Skippy, but there's never no Jiffy. GIF and Skippy, but not Jiffy. Yeah, and these things are close together. And this is how we remember things a lot. And I think it's a great topic because what you learn about when you study the Mandela effect, when you reverse engineer it, is you learn about memory and recollection and how the person who's asking you to recall something can influence your recollection. Also, you learn about the dynamics of the person being interviewed and the interviewer and the implicit bias in their loaded questions. GIF or Jiffy is a loaded question. If we're talking about reality shifting, then the question should be not, do you remember GIF or Jiffy, but have you noticed anything strange about your labels on your peanut butter? Because presumably it would change in all kinds of ways. GIF, Jiffy, Jeffy, there could be a billion versions of it. But why are there only 2? Every Mandela effect is a binary. Why is that? Because it's a carnival trick. It's an either or. It's a rush to judge. And one other trick, part of the trick here is when they ask you, do you remember this or this? What they're doing, and they're implanting a suggestion. You're actually visualizing the one that never existed before. Just as you have a visualization from a memory of the one that you actually recall. So now you have a false memory adjacent to your memory. This is how they create false memories. This is actually what they're doing. And then you have this simple binary, and the person's asking you a question. And what they're really asking you isn't, do you recall A or B? It's saying, do you want to be on my team? Those of us in the know, in this big community? Or do you want to be the zombie sheep who can't think for themselves? So now it becomes a bigger question than this one discrete memory. It becomes, am I affected? Am I in the club? Am I enlightened? And they attach it to enlightenment. They claim that by perceiving the Mandela effects, they're moving into a better reality. I'm like, really? You've been on Mandela effect for 7 years, and I don't see a whole lot of moves in a direction I would go if I had the power to change reality. with a lot of these affected ones. But this is kind of the whole thing, though, is that, of course, reality is shifting and it's probably going in a direction, but there's too many people who don't believe it who are holding them back. So those of us who are saying the Mandela effect is fake are holding people down. We're preventing them from transitioning, from becoming trans-dimensional. We are not allowing them to embrace their their reality fluidity. And that's really what it comes down to is I'm a God blocker. They called me a God blocker. They said that by fostering disbelief, I am preventing them from finding Nelson Mandela, or whoever their God is. Okay, let's go ahead and continue. That was Simon Dan, who proposes the ridiculous globe model, laughing at the Mandela effect. It's like you got one clown car on one lane, another clown car passes by. It's like, oh, this clown car has a globe on the roof, and this one is Mendoozled, and they're like pointing fingers at each other, mocking each other. It's like, you guys are both in clown cars. All right, moving on. So yes, there's a movie coming out where they're going to WTC-7 the ISS. Looking forward to it. Now, Tim Pool has been, and I listened to his podcast, more and more he's been adopting the vocal patterns and cadence. He's been affecting this Donald Trump-like cadence to his voice and his tone and everything. Like he's trying to be Donald Trump. He's not doing Donald Trump impersonations. He's talking like Trump. It's the strangest thing. I think it's erotomania, or something. There's some kind of deep obsession here. But here's one of his recent tweets, because the other day I commented on him, how he said that Trump lost 2020 on purpose so that we could all experience the other side and see how bad it is by comparison. I mean, that's some real serious cope. Anyway, Tim Pool says, Trump's first plan was stupid. Walls don't work. His second idea is better. An alligator moat across the entire border. An alligator moat. I'm only drawing attention to this because it's a fascinating discussion, how the right is with borders and their skin, and the left is like open borders, open skin. It's another aspect to this schismatic world stage, how it's perfectly split. But here's Tim Pool looking at a bunch of children with some adults. I guess you would say military age men is what they usually say. But basically, people going through the border suggesting there needs to be alligators. Now, I'm not all that opinionated on the matter one way or the other. I think it's another one of these ways that they inculcate the right with insecurity and propagandize them. And then the left, of course, is totally opposed to that. But isn't it interesting how if you look at the left-right split, the left is open borders, open skin, and no Second Amendment, meaning that you don't even defend yourself. The government does it. So you don't need your own immune system. The government gives you one. You don't need any defense. Government does it. Whereas on the right, it's like, no, you defend yourself, you defend your own property, you defend your nation, you defend your skin. They are diametrically opposed, and it's all about your relationship to Big Brother. And I think the model for the future is everybody is porous, completely porous in every way. After 9/11, they got to see through your clothes with the naked body scanners at the airport. That was an intrusion, but we all got used to it. Take off your shoes, they check you out, they grope you, you get to move along. Well, now they get to know what's in your blood because, of course, the pandemic. So we institute these deeper levels of control that will get deeper as time goes on. So it's not just now your physical on the outside and on the inside what you might be carrying, but now it's also your mind. The next thing is, are you going to be denied travel and passage because of mind viruses that you carry? But different levels of control, different levels of transparency as we move into being totally porous. My third eye says, season 17 episode called Well of Love. Lassie fell down a well. See, that's a Mandela effect then. That's a Mandela effect. One other point, Mandela effect is what you would call a divine fallacy or God of the gaps, meaning if you can't explain something, just assume that it's a higher power, that God did it. So it's the divine fallacy. Instead of looking for a more rational explanation. So, for example, you hear thunder, obviously it's the thunder god. Well, maybe there's another reason for it. Well, in the Mandela effect, what's more likely? Supernatural changes to reality, or you misremembered a lyric. And they'll say, well, no way I misremembered. My memory's perfect. My memory's infallible. Well, let me see how well you spell. And even if that's the case, are you going to say that misremembered song lyrics are not caused by the Mandela effect? That all these people have terrible memories? Because if millions of people have such bad memories that they can mishear songs, then it's far more plausible than the Mandela effects are misremembrances. Top 40 misheard song lyrics. Again, what are you going to say about these? Reality shifts? Because at a minimum, you have to say this is evidence that memory is not perfect. That people kind of like money for nothing, chips for free. It's chicks for free. Now, I came across a misheard lyric on the Simon Dan videos comments sections that I can't even repeat here. But sometimes the misheard lyrics, I think, are there on purpose, like they layer things. It was a Lady Gaga song, Poker Face, and if you listen to the last few seconds, it actually sounds like it's like she's saying F her face, but you got to listen to it. Dancing Queen, Feel the Beat from the Tangerine, Mandela Effect, or misheard lyric, Feel the Beat from the Tambourine. Sweet dreams are made of cheese. In my universe, sweet dreams are made of cheese, but apparently they're made of these. That's a Mandela Effect. Should I keep chasing penguins? Or, and this is Adele, Chasing Pavements. So I thought she was singing Chasing Penguins. Apparently it's Pavements. I can see clearly now Lorraine is gone. Mandela Effect. All the Lonely Starbucks Lovers. It's a Taylor Swift song. It's actually got a long list of ex-lovers. Anyway, I'd like to know Stavely or any other Mandela affected's perspective on these. Kicking Your Cat All Over the Place from Queen. Kicking Your Can All Over the Place. I Want to Hold Your Hand. You know that Beatles song? Yeah, actually it's I Want to Hold Your Hand. It must have changed retroactively. I was certain it was I Want to Hold Your Hand. Okay, let's move along here from the world of the Mandela affected. A world without Occam's razors. Stephen J. Gross tweeted, Trump is like Jesus. He tried to save us. He's being crucified. He's got a blue check and 102,000 followers. So you can trust him. My Third Eye says, Huey Lewis had a song called I Want a New Drug. My mom thought it was I Want a New Truck. Paulie says, in my past universe, Brian Stavely was clever and well-spoken. Yep. What happened to the sleeves on all of his shirts? Is that a Mandela effect? Jesse Waters, who many QAnoners believe is JFK Jr., and he's rumored to be the dumbest person in cable TV. Derek Chauvin's attacker has been identified, and Jesse Waters is interviewing somebody who knew about the attacker. So the guy who stabbed Derek Chauvin 22 times was called, quote, the Stranger.
He was a street gang member since the age of 16 until the current age of 52. He's only done 2 years on the outside. 36 years have been behind bars. Considered extremely violent enough to be recruited by the Mexican Mafia prison gang.
Okay, so did you have any understanding that he was some sort of BLM supporter? Because that was the justification for the motive.
No, sir. I can tell you.
Anyway, this is somebody who apparently knew the person who did the stabbing. The main thing I want to bring up here is Jesse Waters is working on getting us the CCTV camera footage. But if you know anything about PSYOPs, they can't be recorded by CCTV. It's the weirdest thing. Like when Frank James went and fired, how many rounds was it when he shot up the subway? It was like car number 14 or something, and it was the only one where the cameras weren't working. Yeah, that's right, 33 rounds. So I don't think we're going to get any kind of video. Did we get video of, I guess, Epstein hanging himself? No. California Governor Gavin Newsom has canceled the annual public Christmas tree lighting ceremony at the Capitol because of pro-Palestine protests threatening to disrupt public events. Instead, a recording of it will be released online. So, because of the presence of peaceful protesters, we're only going to get a virtual tree. They could probably still do a virtual tree where you hold up an app and it's there. But fascinating what's going on here, how reality is just caving. Oh, we can just put it to the screen. It'll be enough. All right, moving on, going through my Twitter feed. So Zan's posted this. It's an image of the universe. I don't know the exact origin of it, what religion this comes from. Interesting here, though. It has layers, like disc upon disc upon disc, multiple layers. Kind of reminds me of like Dante's Inferno, the multiple layers going down and layers going up. But in the middle is Mount Meru, which is obviously fantasy and nonsense. But weirdly enough, John Dee wrote a letter to Mercator about a magnetic mountain at the North Pole, 33 miles in circumference. Just kind of interesting, though. This is the known world, earthly realm, and then it has these various layers. Far more interesting than your standard domed flat Earth. It doesn't answer any questions. It's just interesting. But what he put here was, this depiction of the universe is more reliable than the lies of science. I don't know. I mean, according to science, the universe is flat and doesn't have an edge. It's like, I don't have a huge problem with that, to be honest. Something else I came across today, I'll see if I can find the article, but it was describing the environmental cost that AI-generated art is taking on Gaia. So, for example, for every 1,000 images you generate with DALL-E, it's the equivalent of driving a mile in your SUV. Like, they're actually trying to, I think, rate limit everything these days. Everything costs. Everything takes a toll on the environment. Speaking of, let's listen to Al Gorliani here. Again, Al Gore, who sometimes appears as his animatronic avatar, Greta Thunberg.
If you have social media that is dominated by algorithms that pull people down these rabbit holes that are a bit like pitcher plants, these algorithms, they are the digital equivalent of AR-15s. They ought to be banned. They really.
Now, you hear this? So these algorithms are the equivalent of AR-15s. He's no stranger to hyperbole. He says walking down the street with climate change is literally like a page out of Revelation. But here he is saying that going into a Twitter bubble where people are saying that they don't believe in ocean levels rising, for example, and I do, that it's the equivalent of an AR-15, that we're just shooting people with these. It's not even mind viruses. These are mental AR-15 shots. This is insane what he's suggesting here, but this is where they're going with it all.
really ought to be banned. It's an abuse of the public forum. But when people are pulled down these rabbit holes, you know what's at the bottom of the rabbit hole? That's where the echo chamber is. And if you spend too much time in the echo chamber, what's weaponized is another form of AI, not artificial intelligence, artificial insanity. I'm serious. I'm serious. QAnon is just the best known version of artificial insanity. And these devices are the enemies of self-government, and they're the enemies of democracy. We need reforms for both democracy and capitalism. Both sets of reform.
Okay, we've got to reform capitalism. There you go. I'm seeing something else too. I've seen another trend. On the left, they say Discord creates mass shooters. We need to regulate Discord because it's creating these bubbles and these echo chambers and radicalizing people. Well, on the opposite side of the political horseshoe, you got Jack Posobiec, who is saying that Audrey Hale was radicalized on Reddit, that the guy who shot up the bank was radicalized on Reddit. So he's saying, Reddit is creating these radicalizing echo chambers and creating shooters. So now both sides agree that the big issue now, the big problem, is free speech. But anyway, the ocean levels had to have gone up a little bit. I haven't done the math on it, but according to CBS News, more than 57 million pounds of PPE waste has been dumped into the ocean. So that would raise the ocean levels about, a millimeter? Which I'm fine with. I believe it. And it's worth pointing out that the people who are responsible for this are the ones who most enthusiastically buy into the environmentalist stuff. So they're all hypocrites. In my opinion, I think we should just lock up all the climate change activists. The ones who block the roads, glue themselves to paintings, the ones that recycle. Just lock them all up for their own good, for Gaia's good, so that they can cease to be hypocrites, and so they can lead by example. And finally, because they want to do it to you. If their overall objective is to freeze civilization and to create the demand for everyone to just lock down for our collective well-being, if they want to jail everybody, then jail them first, starting with Greta. But how many times has Greta been arrested? They never keep her. It never sticks. All right, continuing. Got a question for chemtrail truthers. Why don't you wear masks? If you're a chemtrail truther and you're not wearing a mask, I'm going to take you as seriously as I take any of the COVIDiots who are leaving their homes despite believing that they could die by getting within 6 feet of somebody who hasn't been given the potion. So in other words, mask up if you're a chemtrail believer, or you're just crying wolf. You're just looking for attention at this point. Okay, I'm going to open up phones. 505-349-0420. Lots to discuss. It's all on the table here. The Mandela effect has been discussed today because that was today that Simon Dan went after Stavely. And Stavely, again, reacted to Simon Dan and pretty much sees this as a positive because it's getting the truth out there. Waking up the masses to the Mandela effect, which is the biggest and most important conspiracy of all time. Tomanoid3 says, Chauvin's lawyer's name Nelson, Azuma Nelson, widely considered one of the greatest African boxers of all time. Add to all the other champion boxer names with George Floyd's story. Oh, interesting. Because you remember when George Floyd was buried, Floyd Mayweather paid for his 4, like as a gold coffin, but they had like 4 different funerals. It was bizarre, but yeah, Floyd Mayweather paid for that. And then a year later, to the date, Floyd Mayweather fought Logan Paul in a very scripted and, obviously staged fight. My third eye says, any chance Stavely also played Jared Loughner. Okay, Jared Loughner is a construct. I think this is one of these, fake shooters, mentally ill. He shot the congresswoman who happens to be married to an astronaut who's now a senator. So think about that. Fake shooting, fake space, fake politics, all in one family. But the shooting by Jared Loughner was blamed on Limbaugh and on right-wing figures like Sarah Palin because they put crosshairs on their website or something. Anyway, Jared Loughner, though, if you look at his face, interestingly enough, and I think this is one of these PSYOP jokes, because again, he was blamed, or his shooting was blamed on the right wing, even though he, in all likelihood, was not listening to people like Limbaugh. But anyway, look at his face. This is Jared Loughner with this little grin. And now I want you to look at this other face, popular right-winger. Tell me they didn't do a mashup. So there you have it. Glenn Beck and Jared Loughner. If you put the two side by side, it's almost like as a joke they superimposed Glenn Beck's face over this shooter's face. I don't see a difference there. Same smirk. Very punchable, by the way. Alright, moving on. It's always good to look back at these fake events, though, because in retrospect it tells you a lot. This one, in particular, had a lot of fascinating connections. On January 8th, it was a head wound. Elvis's birthday, by the way. I believe Jurassic Liars had a lot to say about this particular character. These mugshots are just unbelievable. Like in this one, he looks like... There's a few of them here, but in one of them he looks like Uncle Fester. An obsession with conspiracy theories. Loughner was taking class at Pima Community College. He became disruptive and detached from reality. Then he had a social media presence, and he created a series of internet videos making statements about mind control. He was also a member of Above Top Secret. He was espousing disturbing conspiracy theories, including that 9/11 was an inside job. Well, that's the Alex Jones line. The government was controlling citizens' minds by controlling their grammar. Interesting. And that the 2012 apocalypse predicted by the Maya calendar was imminent, and that a group of powerful elites was trying to take over the world with the central banking system. So another conspiracy theorist. Then he became obsessed with Gabby Giffords. Fake, fake, fake. I think we've already dissected this one, but interesting again, just the fact that Gabby Giffords is connected to an astronaut slash politician slash an astronaut, and then being connected to the fake shooting. It's like all these different departments of the PSYOP entertainment complex share the same backstage. They have the same makeup department. Lieutenant Weinberg says maybe there was a hidden message in Palin seeing Russia from Alaska. Interesting. Now, did she really say that, or was that a Saturday Night Live interpretation of her? Either way, there may have been. Now, we have the autopsy report for George Floyd, and I just want to point this out that this is fake, fake. For example, pyramids on Mars. Or Buzz Aldrin said that there's an obelisk on Phobos, one of the moons of Mars. Fake, fake. Because if you're debating pyramids on Mars, then you have already accepted the fake to be real, that we've already got rovers on Mars. Now we're just debating if there's a pyramid on Mars. So it's faker than just fake. It's fake on top of fake. So in this case, the George Floyd, Derek Chauvin drama, the 9/11ing of America, it was a 9/11ing. If you look at the symbolism and what it accomplished, it was all ritual theater. Nobody died and nobody cried. However, they provide evidence like this. Oh, look, he didn't die from Derek Chauvin. He died from his drug use. Okay, well, this is taking you deeper into the fake. This is a loaded question or loaded proposition. It contains within it the assumption that somebody actually died. Again, more intrigue takes you deeper into the story and further away from skepticism. And if you're on the right, you believe that he was killed by Joe Biden, or he was killed by, or rather by Democrat policies, rather, that kept the borders open. So you could probably blame it even on Obama even. The point of it is, Floyd was killed by the drug trade enabled by open borders in China. So if you're on the right, you can blame your political enemies. On the left, it was systemic racism, systemic oppression, whiteness, and Western chauvinism. My third eye says above top secret is controlled opposition. Oh yeah, they are all establishment-friendly conspiracy theories. They believe in aliens. And a lot of them believe in like secret space program type stuff, which is fake. It's another good example. So you'd be like, okay, well, the moon landing's obviously fake. The space station's a joke, but they've got a secret space program. And they just don't want us to see it they don't want us to see what they have, but it's way more sophisticated. Alex Jones pushes that as well. So the secret space program is unfalsifiable, but it kind of gives them an out. Like, look, we can't really substantiate our belief in this stuff because the special effects are so terrible, but we can just kind of go past that. Okay, continuing. Somebody said something about blood in the back of...
cuts away. Another angry white kid. Just about cuts away. Greta's going to be pissed. The crassest actors are here.
Okay, we are live. It is 4/17/2023. Thank you all for joining. Notifications just went out. The title of the live stream is Cognitive Warfare, which has to do with the way that the mass media actually works. It's not about infotainment, entertainment. It's about mass mind conformity and specifically conforming to a false worldview, which most of us already see through here. And we like to go through and, dissect it, criticize it, and hopefully they improve their performances. It's been very lackluster, although it's been very busy. And for the last few weeks, I've been comparing the mass mind to a cat, and it's been trained to behave this way, to a cat chasing a light from a laser pen. And Big Brother mass media has the laser pen. It's no longer a spotlight that goes from issue to issue. It's a chaotic red light that everybody chases reflexively, impulsively, compulsively. And once they catch the light, it moves because you can't actually catch it. You can never actually get the light. It's fake. Most of us know this. That's why we don't chase the current thing. The current thingers are the cats I'm talking about. The current thingers who rage when they're told to rage on the issue they're told to rage on, or they fear the thing they're told to fear until they phase out that fear for the next fear. And this has been a reoccurring theme, and I've decided, let's really examine this, because it seems to me that what they're trying to do is they're trying to mentally exhaust the free thinkers. You'll notice the people who are doing just fine, the mass mediated, they just go with the flow. They don't experience cognitive dissonance. When Big Brother says he's holding up 3 fingers and he's holding up 4, they say 3. And it's perfectly streamlined with them. But we're like, wait a minute, he's holding 4. And that gives us that doubt, which causes us to go chase after different explanations and inevitably leads you to characters who are there to mislead you. And what we do here is we operate from the presumption that everybody in the mass media ecosystem shares this fallacious worldview. And it makes more sense to have an off-world stage perspective and not to go following blindly behind any blue check. Like, let's get into the main topic today, or one of the main topics, which is the Ollie files. This is a big deal. What we're looking at here is the end of alt-right, or rather white nationalism, the end of America first. This isn't a small deal. The individuals that are involved in this scandal erupting on the right, which if you haven't been following it, I've been following it closely, but I kind of saved most of my comment because it's still coming out. But what's pretty clear is that the Republicans have a grooming circle and process. And I assume it's the same for the Democrats. I really do. Democrats have their Burning Man. Right-winger Republicans have their Bohemian Grove. They're all about the cult of human sacrifice. And what they do is they scour the internet for new human sacrifices for their cult. And by that, I mean Nick Fuentes lures in young males who then get targeted by people like Ollie Alexander. They get systematically compromised before they're put into positions where they're useful. This explains a lot about politics. Did they get there because of merit or their understanding of the issues? No, there's probably something else. It's more about the network or the ring, which is being exposed. And this isn't new. For me, I knew something was up back when Milo Yiannopoulos was the titular head of conservatism in America, when he's, a person who's espoused positive, favorable accounts of pederasty. They set him to the side, but he never quite disappeared. Milo Yiannopoulos, former editor of Breitbart, then went on, from what I believe has been revealed, he worked with, everyone knew he was an intern with Marjorie Taylor Greene, a.k.a. Dog the Bounty Hunter without the shades on. And he worked in a capacity of a speechwriter, a joke writer, but he's been behind the scenes, but he never actually left. And one of the things about Milo, or Nero as they call him, is that he's always kept a vault. He's kept a record of everything, every screenshot, every compromising statement that he could, and he's aggressively dug up blackmail material on everybody who's anybody within conservative circles. And it makes me wonder, who's got plausible deniability here? So again, I'm saying it's over for America first. Nick Fuentes was Ye's campaign manager, and I think this may explain a few things, because Ye's been kind of quiet. He pulled out of the presidential race. But I believe we're poised to witness the end of Nick Fuentes, America First, and this blackmail ring at the center of the Republican swamp. And many of these are head MAGAs, lead J6 insurrectionists. Specifically, Ollie Alexander, Stop the Steal. Like, these are not bit players, bad apples thrown into the bunch. This is the very top. Now, Nick Fuentes allegedly, quote, bullies and bribes young America First supporters into not exposing Ollie Alexander's pederasty. Ollie, if you didn't know, he's the one, Scammy Davis Jr. He's hosted InfoWars. He was on InfoWars with Ye and Fuentes. But he's hosted InfoWars. Reportedly, he groped Owen Schroyer, saying honk honk. And this was responded to with a death threat, but that's as far as it got. Schroyer didn't go on InfoWars and say, hey, watch out. We got the deep state in our midst. Try to get deep in my... No, they just ignored it. So Ollie attempts then to get hired. He attempted to get hired as a political consultant for anti-grooming activist Alex Stein. Alex Stein is a loud anti-groomer activist. Good for him. I mean, we all should be. However, he has had nothing to say about the groomers in his midst. And this is not guilt by association, but Ollie is friends with Roger Stone, and he's, just super connected with all these people. And I'm like, okay, there's something going on here. And by the way, Ollie is a lover of Karl Rove, as in they were lovers. I'm just pointing it out that what we're looking at here is a network, and these secrets have power, apparently. People care about this stuff for some reason. And this power gives them leverage because you're dealing with individuals who are claiming to be paragons of morality, traditionalists, Christian. Ollie Alexander wears Jesus is King on his shirt. Yet, by what's coming out here, it's quite evident that he is not who he appears to be. Well, who he says he is. You can kind of tell by looking. I'm saying guilt by association, yeah, you can't really use it, but there's a point where you lose plausible deniability. If 9 out of 10 of the people around you are vampires, what am I going to think? That you're not one? And we've observed this before. We've observed this within internet communities where you do have shady characters who really shouldn't be in positions of influence, but they tend to be. And it probably explains a lot about how this world works. But again, none of the above individuals have raised alarms about what appears to be, what is alleged to be, with dozens of witnesses, a predation of teenage males in conservative MAGA anti-groomer circles. These are the anti-groomers. Like, is Alex Stein going to go protest the next conservative meetup? Like, they're going to groom you? No, he's not. And I'm thinking this is the reason why Ye canceled his presidential run, because all of his advisors, all of them, were pedo adjacent. And again, one other point, Milo Yiannopoulos attempted to gave Percocets to Nick Fuentes, who's a virgin, a volcel, voluntarily celibate, not an incel, just to make that distinction. But Yiannopoulos, Milo, gave him Percocets and attempted to get him into bed in order to get on board with the Ye campaign. And apparently, Ye, according to Milo, was after him. So this is just a big mess. A mess of allegations, which are usually ignorable. But now it's different because you're dealing with young victims. And these victims were not, quote, flirting, as Nick Fuentes has said, in response to all of this. They're under 18. They cannot legally consent. So you can't even call it flirting and write it off as a nothing. It's just like the Catholic Church just burying this stuff. And so here's the big news, though. So tonight, and this is according to Milo, tonight on Ollie Exposed, they have this whole telegram for this thing. He says, quote, "We will reveal how streamer Nick Fuentes privately bullies and bribes young American First supporters into retracting their allegations against predator, pederast, Ali Alexander Akbar, offering them jobs that don't exist, threatening to excommunicate them from the movement unless they lie. It's a stunning and disturbing addition to the story in this special edition of The Ollie Files." So we can look forward to that tonight. Now, I look at pictures of Ollie and Ye and Fuentes and Alex Jones, and I'm like, okay, you can say that they didn't know. Well, you can't actually. They did know. And moreover, one of these individuals was offered a job by Ollie to work at InfoWars, but to get in, he had to hand collateral over, and by collateral, nude photos of himself. So what does that say about the work environment there? You know, I mean, you have to, I don't even want to speculate, to be honest, because this is just getting to be very messy. But the thing is, if something like this exploded near me, I would be like, okay, I'm going to walk away from this and put some distance there. But I'm not seeing individuals putting distance. I'm seeing a circling of the wagons. What's going on? Salty Siren says, this is maybe why Trump stepped out to get arrested, because tons of Republicans are going to get arrested, indicted, allegedly. Interesting. You could be right. So they can say, oh, this is all just persecution by the deep state. It's tremendously ironic, you know, if you think about it, because it's like the classic example of projection here. And I'm saying this is probably a setup. It's a setup that actually buries the real issue, like Pizzagate was. But everything's reversed. In 2016, it was arrest Hillary Clinton. The Democrats are a bunch of predators and vampires. And now it turns out it's the other side. We'll have some updates on that later tonight. I don't want to read the stuff. I don't want to read the salacious content. I mean, I was already grossed out enough after seeing the Dalai Lama giving, or assaulting, I guess you could say, trying to get, what he was doing was just gross looking. And most people aren't even pixelating the kid, the child. And, you know, so it's been a gross week. And then I wake up and I'm looking at CNN on the big screen and on the wall there. And it's DeSantis. Well, no, it's not DeSantis. There's an actor on the screen because it's an advertisement. It's a political ad. And the actor looks like DeSantis, but he's got 3 fingers covered in pudding. And he's like sucking the pudding off his fingers. I'm like, the world stage gets grosser. Ron DeSantis licking pudding, not licking, but basically putting his 3 fingers all the way down his throat, covered in pudding, and then draws them out. It's just so gross. Anyway, there's a close-up of this in an ad. It's a recreation of Ron DeSantis eating pudding. Now, you might say this is childish. It's gross. Can't they go after him on policy? Typical Trump, etc. But I'm thinking, in light of what we've learned, in light of what's coming out, recent revelations, I'm beginning to think that maybe there's something more to it. I mean, we all remember Pizzagate, right? Well, I'm dubbing this Puddinggate. My guess is that the Trump camp knows something about Ron, represented by pudding, and they have a witness. And this is some kind of blackmail. Like, I'm starting to think that blackmail is really one of the key things. You don't get in unless you're compromised. That has to be it. This would explain so much, as I've been saying. All right, thanks for joining again. We've got about 25 people in the video streams, got about just as many in the audio. If you're here early in the video stream, if you're on YouTube listening, it will be deleted. I had a video removed. YouTube has a policy, no IPS weeds in the YouTube garden. So my videos have been removed, and they gave me a warning, not a strike, on this channel, which means this video channel that you're listening on will probably go down. So you will want to go to ips.monster, join the newsletter, and be in the know, stay in the know, no matter what they do to this channel or others. Nothing we're not used to. The opening track, that was generic down tempo by Restream. I've been letting the video play for a few minutes just to give people time to show up. And I will resume text alerts very soon here, and hopefully we'll get back on the phones. It's looking like increasingly likely that the best possible solution moving forward is for me to rent an office space, and I'm still searching. But that is the next step. And once I get into an office, I will set everything back up. We'll be taking calls. We'll have 24/7. Everything will go back to where it was, and then some. Okay, well, there was a rocket launch this morning, and that was canceled. But I saw a hint on Twitter yesterday where Musk said something about it might get delayed closer to 420. Again, another one of his ridiculous obsessions with the numbers, 42, 420, 69, 33 engines on the rocket. But none of that is coincidental. They try to make it look like it's ironic, it's a joke, it's a sci-fi nerd reference. No, actually it's not. The 420s, it's a reference to their god, the god of the, represented by the obelisk. It's the god of the earth, Saturn. The demiurge that the elite secretly worship. You know, I'm looking at Elon Musk I saw clips of his interview with Tucker Carlson, and he's talking about censorship and how the government has ways of going in and reading your direct messages and all these things. Like he's exposing it. He's like, oh yeah, I'm exposing your government. They read your DMs. Right, you're exposing a government that is colluded for generations. Well, all governments have done this to convince humanity that they live in or on a world that looks like this, and these are the conditions, and it's heating up because of our bad behaviors. I mean, he's part of the major worldview psyop. The globe model is more of a construct than a physical reality, curved or not. They have a lot of power when we let them define the map, define its boundaries, and also its backstory. And yeah, it used to be cooler and nicer, and then we started using internal combustion engines. But anyway, he's part of the worldview warfare operation. Otherwise, he would call it out. I mean, look, the fact that they're faking space, that's an act of mind control. It's the new heaven. It's the imposition of a religion under false pretenses. Not to mention, the Mars program itself is just utopianism. It's the Marxist paradise in the sky that they're not actually going to send you to. It's going to be built down here on Earth once you accept that that's the ideal, because their future is on Earth as it is on Mars. And it's such a big hoax, but the public is running right into the space gulags as an ideal. Even the right-wingers have been tricked. Oh yeah, they see through Greta, they see through climate change, they see through the hoaxes. Except they think that outer space is somehow separate from this. No, the space program is really just an extension of the environmentalist program. Because what does your average lunar base or Mars base look like? It's your smart city under a dome. You never leave. Everything's recycled. You all eat the same bugs and farm potatoes, work remotely, subterranean, never leave, because it's dangerous, because radiation, etc. You'll be locked down for life when you go to Mars. In fact, I've posited before that video game culture, which is sit on your couch, in your basement, immerse yourself in simulated space environments or first-person shooters 24/7, and then you get fed with pizza pockets from above, like your mom drops them off. You're already living the bunker life. You're already living in a crowded room, staring at a screen. Yeah, I think that's all conditioning for the Mars bases. So when the next generation is put into the bases, they don't have the need, they don't get antsy. They don't expect to go run around and dribble balls or run around and just play. No, they're already comfortable. They've been trained. They've been bred for this. Commenter says, in the middle of it all, there's apparently a solitary candle, black star. Well, the black star symbol is very important here, and that's a reference to the David Bowie song Black Star, which has a Kanye reference in it. Very fascinating stuff. But one point about this is that in the middle of the North Pole, according to some of the old Mercator maps, there's a black rock, 33 miles in circumference. You can look it up in the center of it all. Very interesting, just how that number and the black rock symbol have been correlated. In fact, this is a thing we've been talking about for a while now, but even the Black Rock City is where they do the Burning Man, and Burning Man is the Christ, 33s associated with Christ. These things are all interconnected. It's the dying, resurrecting Savior, represented too by the obelisk, which we were referencing with the rocket, which is an obelisk. That's why the rocket that was going to launch today has 33 engines. It's just a reference to the 33 vertebrae, and the rocket ascending to the sky symbolizes the journey up the Kabbalistic tree of life from the kingdom to the crown, from black to white, Malkuth to Keter. They have this mystic system that's behind or between the lines, behind the green screen, that we don't see. All these people gathered around like, oh, shucks. There was a valve that failed. They couldn't launch the rocket today. No, they're doing it on 420. But while you were there, you were basically worshiping their God. That's all it is. The space program is the heaven program. Space has replaced and supplanted all the previous archaic concepts of heaven. It's the new universal heaven. and nobody's going to go there because it's a hoax. And the priests who say they can take you there, Musk, I am the way, no, it's actually, again, it's the same ruse. Prima Jihad says Elvis Presley has a song called Black Star 2, and he's the only one on Hollywood Boulevard with a black star. Yes, Jurassic Liars made me aware of that, Garrow. You have to check out Jurassic Liars' channel. I can't break it down for you because he's followed a very specific set of narrative threads in the predictive and concurrent programming that are consistently bringing Elvis into the picture in very fascinating ways connected to Trump. Now, Trump has a Hollywood star, but his isn't black like Elvis's, you're right. And Elvis's song, Black Star, is about his impending death. And he died at 42. He said something about you see a black star over your shoulder, your time's come. Well, the track released, the album Black Star, and the track came out on Elvis's birthday, which is David Bowie's birthday. And the album Black Star has a lot of symbolism attached to this Starman character that is also a big character on the world stage. Starman is the savior, the man who fell to earth, who has been portrayed by David Bowie. And David Bowie's not just some rock star entertainer, but his music has run a concurrent path. It's gone on a concurrent trajectory along with the space program, starting with Apollo 11. Space Oddity was playing on BBC during Apollo 11, and Apollo 11 then went forward as we go on our journey into space. And David Bowie's name, it's not his real name, the stage name, relates to David Bowman from 2001, A Space Odyssey. So the Space Oddity and the Space Odyssey are very important because David Bowman merges with the monolith and becomes the star child for the new age. And David Bowie is one of these star children. That's why he's always androgynous. The thing that he was bringing into the world symbolically is a lot of this thelemic symbolism, and he even references Crowley frequently, and this new age, which is the age of the androgen god Horus. I mean, it's throughout the career, though, and then it ends with when he goes back to space, because David Bowie dies, and then he ascends, and then the album has a song called Lazarus. Well, his character, rather, ascends. The man who fell to earth goes back to his home planet. Well, this latest thing, this album, this character, the Starman, the whole thing is Musk sent him into space on that Tesla Roadster. And of course, Starman was playing a Bowie song. So David Bowie was like literally sent into space in a car. Of course, it's all theater and fake. I mean, Starman was one of the fakest psyops they've done. I mean, that one's worth analyzing, though. You can look at the ritual and just take it apart. Like, there's a reason why the effigy in the red car is associated with Bowie, as I mentioned. But then you also have a reference to the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy in the form of a Don't Panic sign on the dashboard. And of course, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy is where the number 42 comes into Elon Musk's picture, because the number 42 is said to be the answer to everything in the universe. I'll get the precise... Okay, what is the meaning? And by the way, the writer of the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy's birthday was 3/11, just a little side note. Yeah, the ultimate question of life, the universe, and everything is 42, according to this. Now, I'm saying this is not just Musk. This 42 thing is beyond just this quirky science fiction reference. There's a reason why, same reason why Jeff Bezos spent $42 million on a clock built inside of a mountain. The clock is Chronos. We're talking about the time. The god of time, death, resurrection, cycles. Yeah, that's their god, Saturn, the earth god. But also Chronos. These are all synonymous. There's a lot of syncretism in the new age, in the new religion. This is why they're able to perform their rituals and rites in plain sight and nobody knows what they're looking at. I was discussing the super mystery Babylon fertility rite and that Rihanna performed, and very few people not in the clubs would know what that was. We are joined here by Pete Shea. Thank you for joining. He says, 42 is the sum of all sides on a pair of dice. Well, when we get into the numbers, and I'm not a numerologist, but I look at the meaning from their context, And from what I can deduce here, 33 is resurrection, ascension, light. 42 is falling, and darkness. And that's why it's the man who fell to earth. And of course, I mentioned the rocket going from the kingdom to the crown. Well, the kingdom is the darkness, the black. Crown is the light. And to rise, it's 33 is the rising, but the falling always has the 42 associated with it, heading in the direction of the kingdom, the realm that we're in, or this realm where souls are incarnated. And interestingly, what is Starman doing as he's orbiting the Earth? What is any satellite, any CubeSat? And again, the symbol of Saturn, one of the symbols is the cube, as well as the hexagram, the number 6. But what are these CubeSats? I mean, cube, sat, L, another name of Saturn. They're falling. When they're in orbit, they're technically falling. And that's what I'm suggesting here is we see a lot of this interplay between light and dark, black and white, and 33 and 42 correspond to these things. Gematria 101 says Trump's text is 88022 and he was rated on 8822. You drop the zeros in numerology. Right, that's why it's going to be on 420. And 420 was the date that Derek Chauvin was convicted, 330 days after the killing. So you have 33 and 42. They're always doing it. In fact, 33 weeks and 3 days after 8/8/2022 was the date of the indictment, 3/30, which is also the date of Reagan's attempted assassination. But these events are definitely coordinated and timed according to this gematria numerology. It is encoded because it's part of their system. By system, I mean you have this occult worldview that is able to be used as it's a big picture thing, and they're able to syncretize other symbols beneath it. So it's very clever. It hides in plain sight like a snake in the grass. That's what these symbols are for, to communicate above the heads of the uninitiated, those who are in the dark, who have not been shown the light. But all we do here is we shine light. We are lighting up these dark places. And this is why we get censored. This channel gets censored because we're dealing with information that they don't want us to have. And we're not just using this information for entertainment. We're actually building a cohesive view of what's actually going on disinformation has value. When somebody's lying to you, well, it's good to know what's the motivation behind the lie. Commenter says, Bowman, Sagittarius, points to a massive black hole in the center of it all. Primal Jihad says 420 was the Columbine shooting. Oh yeah, that's another hoaxiversary coming. Now let's continue. Now look, just as a pattern, you may notice this. The number 42 is consistently associated with the race war psyops, as is the number 33. And it's because it's the black versus white. I think it's as simple as that. You'll notice they were just celebrating Jackie Robinson, Mr. 42, who was played by that actor who died at 42. And MLB all wore 42s because of this guy. Meanwhile, quote, coincidentally, they were celebrating the 42nd birthday of Kobe Bryant, who had just died. And all the NBA were wearing 42s. And this is all occurring during the BLM protests of 2020, where you had the gathering around the big obelisk for Martin Luther King. And then, this is all ritual, but it's fascinating. It really is, because you have BLM, Black Lives Matter, which is the new it's like the Black Panthers updated. The old group was the Black Panthers. In fact, speaking of Kanye West's or Ye's father was a Black Panther. This is all interesting when you look at the evolution of these groups. But my point of it is the gathering at the obelisk by BLM is hugely significant because the guy who played Mr. 42 also played the King of Wakanda. We're talking about Chadwick Boseman. And this King of Wakanda dies at 42. Meanwhile, the gathering at the obelisk are there for Martin Luther King, MLK, which again is another reference name, Moloch, another reference to the sacrifice, the sacrificial king, the earth god, the obelisk. These are all corresponding to the same deity. So here they are sacrifice or worshiping a sacrificial king's death. Both MLK and the King of Wakanda, the king of or from the movie Black Panther. So you have a Marvel Black Panther, and this is just a couple. There are so many more little props and characters associated with this particular period of time. But the whole point of it is you have this fictional king's death being worshipped or mourned, along with the death of MLK. And they put these symbols together on purpose. And then on top of this, children all across the world are holding funerals where they're putting their Black Panther action figures in graves in the ground. And again, 42 is constantly associated with this character, and he's put in the ground. And I've been talking about how the ground is the kingdom, the black, and then the crown is the white. And this is where the numerology fits in with their symbolic system, because this is the god of the grave. And you can get into word magic or and how they use these concepts to align with their symbols. And I think it makes perfect sense. Grave, gravel, gravity. It's the downward pull. And this god of the underworld. And he's represented by the obelisk while he's in the underworld before he's resurrected and shoots back up into the sky as the sun. I mean, it's a myth. It's a ceremony of this central deity that's being portrayed or represented and worshipped in front of all of us. And they even have the children involved. And then when they're praying for their dead idol, they make X's with their arms over their chest. And that is the symbol, and many politicians were doing this because of Chadwick Boseman was friendly with Obama and all these other politicians, a very celebrated figure. But the X over the chest is the sign of Osiris risen in the cult that runs the world. And that's how the Masons pray. That's how the Mormons pray. But that's how the worshipers of this dead king pray. And the fact that they're using a Marvel character to represent the dead king is another example of religious syncretism, where they realize, okay, we can worship our old gods in plain sight. We just dress it up like this or that superhero. And this has been going on forever. In fact, I would say that the Marvel superheroes, all these popular characters, are there specifically to convey the same messaging. I mean, look at Superman, another man who fell to earth, another savior from heaven sent or from space, who realized he was a savior at 33. And I think his name has EL in it. I got to find his real name. Cubstar in chat had posted this in Discord. We were going into the character Superman. Okay, let me continue through your notes. Okay, yeah, here's something, an update on the Kraken, this whole Kraken motif. We've been talking about the Kraken since the Seattle Kraken became the latest NHL team. And this was July 2020, where they released a 1 minute, 13-second trailer. And I thought, this is weird, because on 1/13, Sidney Powell's going to release the Kraken on the election. That's how far back this goes. But more recently, there was a movie on Amazon called The Rig, about these paragons of toxic masculinity poking Gaia with the oil rig until she reacts and destroys the West and capitalism. But The Rig is about the Kraken. And the way they play this out, and I'm telling you, this is consistent with how they use word magic. Because one, you're talking about a Kraken. And you know this because in the very first episode of the 6-part series, one of the rig workers is reading a book. And it says, Kraken Awakens. Well, eventually they discover that the Earth itself is sentient and that it's waking up and it's going to get rid of man, because man is drilling for oil, which is basically bleeding her out. And this is consistent messaging. Think about the WEF, that whole Gaia cult at the top of everything. And then beyond that, you have the Avatar movie, James Cameron, about the sentient planet. Then you had the protests in Atlanta, which tied into the Avatar Way of Water, very Atlantean-themed movie. But the protests by the citizens of the forest, environmentalists in Atlanta, was also tied into this messaging here. So this Rig movie on Amazon, this Rig, it's called The Rig. It has a ton of 9/11 tower symbolism. I mean, it's really worth watching if you're trying to decode where things are going. And it has every element in it you would expect, even Fallout. and blackouts. But here's the thing. It's all about the Kraken awakens, the sentience of the earth. But do you know how it actually causes the big wave? A crack, like a massive crack opens in the bottom of the ocean. Well, here's something from the WION Pulse. A hole in the bottom of the ocean. Experts are on high alert after discovering a crack in the bottom of the Pacific Ocean that could trigger a magnitude 9 earthquake. The hole in the bottom of the ocean is spewing a liquid that keeps the tectonic plates lubricated. Again, crack in the ocean, just like the movie. You can watch Netflix, you can watch Amazon if you want to know what's going to happen in the next year. We are joined by Heidi Belanger, happy to catch a live. Yes, we're going to try to maintain a routine schedule. I mean, we have to maintain a consistent output, and we cannot lose the threads here of this meta-scripted narrative story as it unfolds. And we have some of the best researchers. We do have the most informed and best researchers in this area of human endeavor, which is mass media deconstruction, real-time, operational bullshit detectors. And if you ask me, this is the only oasis of sanity that addresses mass media, because we don't get drawn into their spells. We know what is fake. We know that they're engaging in cognitive warfare, which I'm going to get into that too. And look, a lot of people are being given a steady diet of fear about chatbots, about AI. Daily Mail, AI chatbots could, quote, easily be programmed to groom young men into launching terror attacks, warns top lawyer. Now, this is presupposing that they're not lying about all the previous terror attacks and what motivated them. Because if you look at their narratives, every one of these shooters has been motivated by conspiracy theories. And before we had this, it was radical Islamic terrorists, and they were being motivated by what? Quranic verses being expounded upon by radical clerics. What we're talking about here is this idea that these terrorists are all being programmed remotely. There's like this unaccountable voice that's causing them to do this. Now, this would make it seem like, okay, well, we need to have the Patriot Act to keep us safe. Well, what does it mean when the terror attacks are all staged and fake? And we're not even talking patsies. We're talking just straight actors. Like the Boston bombing hoaxiversary just happened. The Joker Sardath, had his death penalty reinstated on the day the new Batman movie came out. I mean, these are all fictions. We're in the theater of Psywar. But they have convinced people that these fictional bad guys are being activated. And there used to be this running conspiracy theory that the shooters were all MK Ultra mind-controlled shooters. I used to believe that. I used to think it was plausible that they were being motivated, they had a handler. And so if you believe that, then why couldn't an AI chatbot do the same thing? Obviously, it wouldn't be a problem. And this is why they are putting these stories out there. They want you to believe in the contagion effect, that one mass shooting will trigger another mass shooting because this person was motivated by that in a copycat sort of way. They want you to believe in stochastic violence, where if Trump says something with an angry tone, one of his followers might do something and it's his fault. This presupposes that you do not have individual will, but that you are a robot to be programmed and that you will do whatever the programming tells you to do, which is why you need to be protected against mind viruses. So you need to vaccinate your mind and wear a mind mask, or have everyone else wear a mind mask so they don't spread their mind flu on you, especially not these right-wing influencers. You don't have to worry, though, I'm not an influencer. What this represents, what Infinite Plane Radio represents, is mind war inoculation. And these are your daily boosters. Not that you need them. Most of you are already cleared of any of these types of mind viruses, which, look, mind viruses, and it's a false construct. It's a misnomer. They're trying to say that you catch ideas without thinking about it. But I will say this. This is my only caveat with this, because I'm saying mind viruses are fake. If you don't think for yourself and you only do what you're told, then mind viruses exist for you because you don't have that filter. In that case, maybe they do have something of a point. But again, I'm suggesting here the idea that the AI chatbots are a threat to humanity. Yeah, it's because they are worried about the power balance being shifted. We already have too many camera persons. Do you remember when you used to be able to turn on your YouTube phone, your YouTube app, and just go live with your phone? Like you would see people playing guitar, talking, walking down the road. YouTube streamers, they used to have them, live streamers on their phones. They weren't all controlled opposition agenda pushers. Not anymore. Because after the Christ Church PSYOP, they declared that you can no longer stream on YouTube from your phone unless you have 1,000 subscribers. Well, that's quite a barrier for people who didn't have open broadcast software. It made it so that the regular YouTube user could not just instantly become a broadcaster. They actually raised the bar on purpose to cut people off. And then even then, 1,000. Well, the last time I had 1,000 subscribers was sometime the middle of last year. And whenever I reached 1,000, my channel would be nuked by design. Going through your comments, Stranger Day says, I looked at my iPhone, it looked back. Yeah, well, Siri backwards. Iris. That's the all-seeing eye. That's the monolith of David Bowman that we're merging with to become star children for the new age. It's the main indoctrination device when they control it, when they use it as I would call it a unifier. I mean, it's really the Bible for the NWO. The unifying message will all be put through their internet, and it's theirs once they finish getting rid of everything that's not approved. And you're not going to be able to change it. It's not like some nefarious group took over media. No, they created it. You were born into a mental quarantine. That's why I'm not trying to bother getting in their good graces. I don't want to breathe their MSM air. And we don't need to make friends. We can exist as outsiders, perennial outsiders, anthropologists, off-world stage observers, which doesn't mean we're in denial or that we're escapists. It just means that we're a little more ivory tower about our observations. We don't get involved. We don't have to, because we're involved in understanding what's happening. And we have a wider perspective. Like what we're doing here is we're including information they would exclude. Because what the mass media is, it's a big, bloated, naked emperor. And they kick you out if you call it out. If you call it out for what it is. And it's disgusting. But look, we're not going to change it. All we can do is not lie to ourselves about what we're seeing and then saying, well, what else aren't we supposed to be seeing here? And that's what we've been doing this entire time. Klaus did say it was his internet, commenter says. Yeah, and Klaus said that they're going to send information warriors to purge the internet of conspiracy theories. Excuse me? Information warriors? I mean, Alex Jones could sue the WEF because InfoWars is his. He could sue them for encroachment because that's what they're doing. They want to bury their competition and they appropriate their terminology. Now, information warriors are going to get rid of info warriors. Who has preferential treatment? Who gets censored, who doesn't? In other words, in 20 years, you're going to figure out, you're going to look back and say, what was that? Info wars, info warriors, what were they about? And you'll look back and you'll see Alex and Sandy Hook, and then you'll see information warriors who saved the world from him. All right, continuing. Let's get into the cognitive warfare. Because we're not the cats chasing the laser. Although we are aware of it. I mean, I'm watching the cats. This is the difference. I'm not a current thinker. Look, a lot of current thinkers get mad at me. Oh, you're not mad at the current thing. No. You're not mad at the current thing. Nope, still not. Does this current thing bother you? No. And that's because I'm not trained to respond like a cat chasing a laser pen whenever the media says, look at this or that. What the off-world stage perspective offers is you can step outside and you can watch the cats chasing the lasers. You can watch the NWO spotlight, what it's shining on and what it's not shining on. But this perspective requires that you admit, and this is hard for people who aren't all the way there, to admit that you're being lied to by both sides, because there are no sides. 9/11 proves this. Corona proves this. It proves that there's a ubiquitous monolithic control, overarching control And this is everywhere. And you can, from the top down, what does every single news network, no matter what partisan slant, no matter what nation, what do they all believe in? Well, they all believe in outer space. That's a starting point. Well, that's the first lie. Outer space as represented is the first lie. And it goes down from there. But again, experts are on high alert. They discovered a crack in the Pacific Ocean. So just a heads up for that. Oh yeah, there was a shooting. Let me address the shooting really quick, because I'm looking at the news and I see a guy with a shirt that says devil. It literally says devil. And it's because it says Dadeville. But the way his shirt is covering up the LE and the DA, it says devil. Now there was a shooting on 4/16. The party was a Sweet 16. Now they say 28 were injured. But when they first reported it, when I first saw it, I kept saying it like this. It's 4/16, Sweet 16 party, 4 dead, 16 injured. So what's with the 4/16, 4/16, Sweet 16? It takes place at a place called Mahogany Masterpiece. There's your obvious MM33. But it takes place in Dadeville, Alabama. No, Dadeville, yeah, is it Alabama or Georgia? No, it's let me double check. Okay, Dadeville, Alabama. Now, this is a small town of like 3,200 people. And we're supposed to believe that 4 were killed, 28 were injured. Now, I'm saying that there are too many little clues here that there's something else going on. What does it mean, though? The devil is a huge part of the story. 4/16, again, if you're into gematria, maybe there's something in it, but I'm just saying it has the hoax codes, more or less. Mahogany Masterpiece. Well, I'll keep looking into it, but the repetition of numbers, just like the last shooting, 3 adults, 3 kids, the address was a 33, happens at 33 minutes after. I mean, we see this stuff all the time. Commenter says it's like 30 minutes from my house. You know, if you went down there, I bet you wouldn't find any evidence of like bullets actually having been fired. Like they opened up that church in Charleston a few days after the event. I'm like, there's no way they did a ballistics check after 9 people were slaughtered, like for every single round, and determined it was only one shooter. They don't actually investigate when they're doing these reports. It's just storytelling. That's why I call it Scooby-Doo justice. It's like an episode of Scooby-Doo. In 30 minutes, you know who did it and why. I also find it weird when I see people at the scene crying. Like, you know, as in these, we'll just call them, I guess we're going to get banned anyway. Well, you see these crisis act whores outside of these events. I'm looking at 2 of them right now. They're hugging outside of Devil, Alabama, where the shooting happened. I see a blue tent, a lot of media. They're at the scene. But my question is this. What kind of people will go to the scene of a mass murder and cry instead of going to the hospital or going to where the survivors are? Because that's strange to me. Now that I think about it, because I used to do decedent transport, and we would go to crime scenes, we would go to accident scenes, and one thing you didn't see there was the family members lurking around. Like, you deliberately close these scenes, but moreover, it's odd that they're going to be there and not at the hospital or not somewhere else. I think it's all posing. It's like you want to go hang out at the bloodbath itself, and the people hugging are doing so very dramatically. I mean, it's solid footage, CNN. Birthday party shooting. Again, I don't know the underlying subtext. I'm just looking at what is being promulgated to the mass media who don't have filters. They have ARDS, Acquired Reasoning Deficiency Syndrome, which is out of the series Hot Skull. Or you just call it mind aids. They've lost their filter. They've lost their immune system for their mind, and they believe whatever they see. So I watch the screen knowing that this is the programming. And I'm looking at, and they have this individual wearing a shirt that just says devil on it. And I think what they might be trying to do here is they're trying to associate guns with evil. Not with self-defense, but with evil. Thirst says, one eyewitness said all she saw was a pile of shoes. There we go again. Like that Ned Peppers in Ohio. Like how many other events, all the mass tramplings. Whenever you have a mass shooting, you find piles of shoes. I think it's symbolic. I think there's something else to it about the shoes, like soles or something. There's some kind of meaning to the shoes. But this is the thing. When people start, okay, I'm going to take a picture of it. Oh, I can't. I'm looking at the screen and it says devil, and the guy's holding a wine glass. So it says Dadeville, but the wine glass is just as wide as the word devil. And then it has crime scene do not cross, and it's upside down. So you have upside down cross devil. Anyway, maybe I'm reading too much into it. What is the 16 thing? Trial delayed. Oh, they're delaying the Fox trial for the 1.6 billion. And that 1.6 number, the 16, keeps showing up. 1.6 billion for 1/6, January 6. Gematria says, I remember 4 cops kneeling on people's necks when George Floyd died, all within a week. I haven't seen one in years since. Right, they mirrored that psyop a few times. We saw the same ceremony for Damar Hamlin. And speaking of ceremonies, the other day someone pointed out on Twitter, about Christopher Farley, Rob Ford. Christopher Farley died at 33. John Belushi died at 33. Well, something else I figured out, just randomly on researching, was I was like, well, who also died from SNL was Phil Hartman. And Phil Hartman was shot at about 3 a.m. 3 times. So there's your 33. But I looked into it closer. Turns out Phil Hartman was shot between the eyes, in the throat, and in the chest. Now, does that sound familiar to anyone here? If you look into the Masonic ritual killings, which is where the number 33 comes from, Hiram Abiff, the martyr of the Masonic cult, has 3 injuries, and they're very symbolic. 1 to the head, 1 to the throat, and 1 to the heart. Chest, throat, heart, just where Phil Hartman was hit. This is just more indication that we're looking at the same exact type of symbolism. Mazel says that was a good shot. Right, perfect symbolism though. Between the eyes, throat, and the heart. Yes, the third eye, this is all symbolic of, I think, the intellect, the voice, and the conscience. There's they tell you. You can read about these rituals and they tell you what these things actually mean. Well, they give you the version that the lower level initiates or candidates, members will get. Okay, I want to get into this article here. This was something that came across my Twitter feed. It's called Cognitive Warfare, Strengthening and Defending the Mind. This is an article that is about this info war that we live in, and this is from NATO. Norfolk, Virginia. Warfare has changed dramatically with advanced technology, the whole of society involvement, and increased global interconnectivity. More people are unable to differentiate between legitimate and manipulated information. And this is the main point of it, that people have lost the ability to discern between real and fake. Now, it says here, the definition of cognitive warfare: these activities conducted in synchronization with other instruments of power to affect attitudes and behaviors by influencing or disrupting individual and group cognitions to gain an advantage. These activities vary greatly and encompass supporting or conflicting cultural or personalized components. And here's where it goes into what cognitive warfare entails: social psychology, game theory. However, quote, modern warfare do not necessarily carry a kinetic component. That's interesting too, because nobody dies, nobody cries. Goes on to talk about this. We're talking about this inability to tell between real and fake. It says, some of these non-kinetic cognitive warfare activities are obvious and direct. Receivers of Russian-aligned disinformation experience a deterioration in their ability to identify facts from fiction, decaying their mental resilience with potential long-term impact, such as loss of trust in media. Now, you can receive Russian aligned and just say, receivers of disinformation experience a decline in their ability to identify fact from fiction. And this has already happened. I like reading these incoming threats, like the deep fake and the AI and how we're all going to be tricked. And it all presupposes that we weren't already. Like, oh, there's threats to media freedom. Media's never been free. It's always been the de facto state religion. They're not reporting for your information, for your edification. They're not trying to keep you up with things. Maybe on the local level, but even then, I mean, even on the most objective things they report on, can you trust them? Can you even trust your meteorologist? Oh yeah, it's just the weather. We can trust him. Yeah, sure. They hype up anything, and they use the weather as just another way to scapegoat, politically, the other side. Going through your comments, someone says, allegedly they're going to decapitate all the Christians. That would take a while. Decapitation. It's probably symbolic, like the crown, the head. There's some, maybe it's symbolic of this, like again, the ritual killing of Hiram Abiff, it's symbolic. So what would decapitation represent? Well, in a way, you could say that we're blinded, we're hoodwinked, we're a headless corpse, talking about America. I mean, it's not like anybody's really, I don't know. We're in a place where people think that they're saviors on the left and the right. They think that somebody's going to lead us out of here. Ron DeSantis, when he's done licking the rest of the pudding off his fingers, he's going to fix this thing. There's nothing to be fixed. The division is intentional. The perpetual warfare is just that. The left versus right isn't going to solve itself. They don't want ubiquitous vaccination. They want half to be goo-bloods, half to be pure-bloods, so they never get along. Mizell says, cut off from our own minds. Yeah, this is what I'm really saying with mind ARDS, acquired reasoning deficiency syndrome, is that you can be the smartest, most intelligent person, but then if you have a liar in your life that you trust, well, your mind is compromised. And I'm saying that we are living on a staged reality that doesn't really, not only does it not allow questioning, but it has omitted so much and concealed so much behind false explanations that it really doesn't offer any opportunities for people to see through it. It's not even a consideration. Like, for some people still don't even think it's a likelihood that the moon landing could have been faked or was faked. And there are still people who believe in the moon landing. Now, I didn't care too much about it to even debunk it up until the flat Earth topic came up. I'm like, well, if they're lying about this, then where can we trust and what can we trust? When did they start lying, or is the whole thing fraudulent? The moon landings, yeah, I figured they were faked or that they were concealing, but I never realized how staged it could possibly be. There's all these other areas with it. This is the cat chasing the laser. Like, oh, you question the moon landing, maybe there's aliens, maybe it's hollow, maybe they went up there with a secret space program. They give you all kinds of different ways to interpret what you don't, the news, if you don't believe what they say. But none of these paths that you're led down will say, well, question if it even happened. But my point is, like the moon landing, Apollo 11, that is what, and look, this is actually kind of tied into what we were talking about earlier. Because Apollo 11, Stanley Kubrick, you can't separate them. The Space Odyssey, the merging of Dave Bowman with the monolith, this represents mankind merging with the screen, meaning we get drawn into the movie where we cease to think critically about certain aspects. That's where they've taken your mind. This is mind control. And Apollo 11 made us all David Bowman. It made us all the Star Child. We all went through the initiation of being drawn into the screen, pulled into a new world where man walks on the moon. Man has a new heaven. Science has done what all the previous religions could not. It took us to heaven. Like, this is what they accomplished a long time ago. But every major psychological event that has worldwide import has the same effect of drawing people into the big movie. Every time you see somebody marching behind the next current thing, yeah, they're in the movie. They got their marching orders. They're following a script. And there's the main meta script, there's the left-wing script, there's a right-wing script, and there's the script for the alternative news, because it's all scripted. Catching up on my notes here, I guess my main point about cognitive warfare is that this is part of the cognitive warfare. where they offer such a wide array of things to believe that beliefs become almost just too subjective to even make any distinctions between real and fake. It's like they're all equally valid, which is kind of true. It's all equally fake. Let me read some more from this article, and I'll put a link in my minds.com. It goes on to say, China leverages official and party-line influence to manipulate and control their domestic information environment. A secondary effect presents other nations develop a cognitive bias towards Chinese mainland citizens, and their collective disconnect with external information produces a fundamentally opposed perception of reality, the us versus them. Cognitive warfare integrates cyber, information, psychological, and social engineering capabilities. These activities, conducted in synchronization with other instruments of power, can affect attitudes and behavior. It says this will disrupt individual and group cognition to gain advantage over them. And that's what we're looking at with all these psyops, like the train wreck. The train wreck happens in Ohio. Clearly it's fake, as evidenced by the movie White Noise, predictive programming, overlapping extras, and crisis act horrors. It was pretty obvious. However, it was very disruptive for a lot of people who are like, wait, you guys are watching the Super Bowl. You should be paying attention to the toxic waste and the eco disaster. Why is nobody talking about this? And you got millions of people on the right chanting in unison, why is nobody talking about Ohio? It's like those montages from the MSM. This is a threat to our democracy. This is a threat to our democracy. It goes on with like hundreds of newsrooms all chanting, this is a threat to our democracy. Yeah, we can laugh at that and share it and say, good thing we're truthers. Yet the truthers are running around saying, why isn't anybody talking about this? Nobody's talking about that. Anyway, I'm saying it's a bifurcated system and it's the same on both sides. The woke pill is no better than the red pill. These are both too partisan to be useful at all. Going through some comments. Napoleon Wilson says, Pete, do a fakeologist audio harmonica and guitar. You know, I'll have to catch up with fakeologists. I was on their server, and I left the server because I hit a wall with some of the transvestigators, and I decided I didn't want to push it too much because they were demanding evidence. They were shifting the burden of proof to me for Sylvester Stallone being a male, and I didn't want to be known as the guy posting 70s porn from some Hollywood actor to make a point. I'm like, you know what? I don't care that much. You want to think Sylvester Stallone's a woman? Be my guest. Not my prerogative. And this goes for all of the cat litter snorting, toxoplasmotic cat ladies. Yeah, you want to call me an Illuminati reptilian, transgender Jew, whatever. Yeah, that's cool. Like I said, it's a subjective world. And if you're in the subjective world, I'm not trying to change. Whether you're a Democrat, Republican, crazy cat lady transvestigationist, yeah, you're on the world stage. Like, I'm kind of out here. We're more or less untouchable. But those are casualties of the cognitive warfare. They don't know what's real or fake. Like, you know that Dylan person that's on the Bud Light cans? And all the right-wingers are mad about it because it's a trans icon on a Bud Light can. You just can't win anyway. We know for a fact if they put a cis woman on a Bud Light can, the feminists would say, throw it overboard. It's sexist. You're objectifying women. Like, no matter what you do, some group can be turned against it. But, I'm like looking at that character, and my only question is, and I don't care, I don't have a dog in this fight, because the groomers are on the right and the left. I mean, the groomers are everywhere. Ask Nick Fuentes if he doesn't bribe you to not talk about it. But I'm looking at this Dylan character, and I'm like, that person doesn't look like they're making any real attempts to, quote, transition or whatever. Not that I care, but I'm like, okay, this seems very psyop-y in itself, like it's a provocation. But then the transvestigators are trying to convince me, no, that's a biological woman, and they're tricking us into thinking that it's a man trying to become a woman. And I'm like, okay, the transvestigationists have crossed the point of no return to where they live within an inverted reality. They have projected their microcosm onto the macrocosm, where now everybody is inverted, which is what they're saying is real. Well, it's not, or it hasn't been proven to be so, but it is for them now. They have been, it's like their brains are inside out. It's incredible. It's like, okay, if you want to call dogs cats, be my guest. Call my dog a cat. I'm sure he won't be offended. But my point, I guess, here is that we're looking at a lot of factors at work here. And cognitive warfare is targeting the people paying attention. The people who are questioning the mainstream news are given all sorts of reasons to question it, obviously. But then when you predictably look for external sources to what they give you, they have liars in wait, wolves in sheep's clothing, disinformation agents, and I don't think they're trustworthy. One of my main QAnon sources that I follow was arrested last Halloween for going to a club, a nightclub, which he thought was used as a child trafficking front. And you know what he does? He runs into the club and he stabs the security guard. He tries to kill the human traffickers. Goes to jail, gets a GoFundMe. Now he's on Twitter 24/7 talking about the glorious day when we're going to execute all the Democrats. Like, okay, look, the political movement, any political movement that wants to murder the deep state, to me, that sounds very much like controlled opposition. But to my other point, it's by design. They wanted to create the American counterpart to ISIS, to the Taliban, to the radical Islamic terrorists, and they did so. I've been saying this since 2019. I'm like, look, the Quran terrorist has been replaced by the QAnon terrorist. One wants to kill the great Satan. One wants to kill the deep state. And they're pointing fingers in the same direction. Ollie Goering says, transvestigators are so off the mark, black pill incels have more scientific research backing their concepts than transvestigators. Yeah, it's probably misinformation. And one of the objects of it is this, in my opinion, because the only reason I looked at it is I questioned their methodology. I said, are you guys using real forensic anthropology? Are you taking this seriously? Because you're not accounting for things like jaw implants and Photoshop. I just thought maybe they're not being 100% objective. And I think we should be objective if we're looking for truth, that is, not looking to serve some agenda. But when I questioned it, instead of saying, oh, that's an excellent question, they said, oh, you're a witch. You're one of them. I'm like, whoa, I'm one of them. So I find myself getting, not that I'm defensive about it. Like I said, you can call me whatever. But I thought, okay, well, they obviously don't care about the truth. They just revealed to me that their methodology is flawed and they don't want to address it. So I looked into it for that reason, just trying to offer them some consultation. It's like, let's put a little bit of truth in there. Let's back away from the panic. But here's the thing. This person that was setting a witch hunt against me, I mean, what, 18,000 people. If you have 18,000 people now staring at you, convinced that you're an Illuminati witch and that you're not what you say, that in itself is a form of gaslighting. It's a form of psychological abuse. And she sent her mob after me. So I looked into her. And I have a knack for doxing people. Ask Q. Ask, Axolotl, top Redditor. There's a number of people I can point to that thought they were anonymous. Ask Alan Cook. Wonder how he's doing. Alan Cook. Anyway, I doxed this person, and it turns out this person is a communist, a Bernie Sanders supporter, not a Christian, like she pretends to be on Twitter. So it's a communist who, on Twitter, on her real Twitter account with her real name, is in favor of Drag Queen Story Hour, is in favor of abortion. So you have a pro-abortionist, pro-drag queen, left-wing communist, anti-Christian, pretending to be a Christian on Twitter, getting all these well-intentioned Christian truthers to listen to her explaining how everybody is the opposite of what you see and that they're all devils. Now, I think the objective to this might be censorship. Censorship, as in you get all of them to espouse views that make them look phobic. And then you got to use that word. Oh, you're just phobic. Like, no, I was never reptoid phobic. I was never afraid of reptilians. I just want to know, do they run the world? You know, you can't even talk about reptoids on TikTok. I gave up on TikTok when they pulled all of our reporters and when they said you can't talk about reptilians. Commenter says, when they go quiet, they're conspiring for more draconian Inquisition psyop. Right. Well, that's what they're doing. Information warriors. And then there's a group of individuals from the White House to go work on social media. And we have direct experience with this. The White House employed a hacker, a black hat hacker, to go after the IPS. It's the reason why we lost our 4,000 plus subscriber base on Spotify, 3,000 on Apple. I mean, they do, in fact, try. This is cognitive warfare. And one of the words I emphasized was individual. They're not merely, here's what it says. These activities conducted in synchronization with other instruments of power can affect attitudes and behavior by influencing, protecting, and disrupting individual and group cognition to gain advantage. So I'm targeted. I am a targeted individual. And this group, this think tank, is targeted. And that's why it's a tank. We chose, it's not a think lounge. We needed a tank because we have to fire back. And we have to constantly move. And we are a moving target. But we're a target. You know, we're not victims. There's a big difference. You know, many channels will milk it. Like, oh, we're victims of censorship. Throw us money. Yeah, where did that get us with InfoWars? And I got one question. Small question. Or, you know, does Alex Jones have plausible deniability? Does he know that Stop the Steal organizer, friend of InfoWars, Ollie Alexander from America First, Nick Fuentes, Ye's political campaign, does he know that Ollie, who grabbed the crotch of Owen Schroyer and said honk honk, does Alex Jones know that Ollie Alexander is a groomer in his midst? Or does he have plausible deniability? Because you have one of two answers one of two options. Either Alex knew about it, or he has zero discernment. Look, I can see predators. I've called out predators months in advance. I've prevented them from infiltrating people's lives because there are little subtle clues. And I talked to a police officer, an investigator, after outing a potential predator once, based on laptop stuff. I mean, this is crazy when you think about it, because most people will overlook it. They're like, oh, that's funny. Dalai Lama is licking a kid like Biden with an ice cream cone. I'm sorry, that's disgusting, disturbing, predatory, and it's probably just the tip of the iceberg. And if you can't see that, well, I wonder why. Is there something deficient about you? Do you lack intuition? Do you lack instinct to protect innocence? I don't. And I'm just saying, you have a lot of teenagers being victimized, targeted by a blackmail ring at the top of Republican conservative politics, and its worst offenders are breathing the same air as Alex Jones, and he doesn't notice. Either he's, again, broken and deficient, or he's in on it. I mean, take your pick. Guilt by association, I know it's logically fallacious, but I'll tell you this. I've built mind maps based on connections, personal connections. And one of our mind maps, what we created with the IPS regarding all of these informants and pedos on parole, we mapped out all of the different relationships we could find within the larger flat earth, quote, community. And from the biblical Flat Earth Society founder to a few others that they put at these conferences. I don't even want to say their names or handles to give them any kind of traffic. I mean, one of them was actually paying his Patreon. I forgot about it for like 2 years. These individuals were all connected, and they were all connected to some very bad stuff. And this is very consistent with what we've observed here, what's coming out now with America First. Pete Shea says 110 days from 9/11 to 12/31. 110 days from 1/1 to 4/20. Each twin tower had 110 floors. Interesting. Okay, let me go with that for a second. 9/11 is the New Year's Day on the Coptic calendar. 12/31, New Year's on our calendar. Both these days relate to the dog star Sirius. and then 110 connects to 9/11 symbolically, which is probably Christ's birthday or the sun god's birthday. Now, what is the significance of 420? Earth Day is part of it. We'll have to look into it a little closer. I mean, I always point out Einhorn, the unicorn killer, the creator of Earth Day, who was so green, he was so good at recycling that he composted his own girlfriend after he murdered her. Yeah, that's the founder of Earth Day. And I believe that in California, they're already trying to make the move towards composting people, liquefying people, recycling people, Soylent Green. I mean, it's the Soylent Green world order. We are joined by Restless Bear. OMG, I came as soon as I could. Yeah, thanks for joining. Speaking of bears, I've been following Owen Benjamin on Twitter. And it's an interesting account to follow. I'm just studying. I don't have a lot of opinions on it necessarily, but I'm observing because I think he's been in this area, like not just conspiracy, like specifically at the top of it, flat Earth. In fact, he spoke at a flat Earth conference. I think that was his last stand-up gig, and he's doing another one soon. But I think it's interesting how a lot of these topics that they gatekeep within the mainstream media ecosystem, a lot of these topics are treated as limited hangout operations, and it's often comedians that are used to deploy a lot of these shocking things. So it didn't surprise me to see a comedian at the front of the flat Earth, but it's a reoccurring theme I've noticed. And I think it's because comedy in general is where ideas are floated out there to see how people react, to see what they respond to positively, negatively, what shocks. Find me a comedian that's accepted on the world stage that isn't a government jester. And you can tell. You know, I listen to Dave Chappelle, and I'm like, why is every single joke reinforcing the fake news? Like, it's only, like, I understand the mechanics of it, the structure of it. Okay, that is a funny joke, but I'm not laughing because I'm not brainwashed. It's comedy for the brainwashed. Dave Chappelle comes out using a joke that we already made on the channel, just an observation rather, but he's like, oh, well, one good thing about COVID, there's no white kids shooting up the schools, and everybody laughs. And I'm like, that's not funny because the shootings are all fake, and you have nothing to say about real gun violence with real victims in a lot of the big cities. You never hear Democrats talking about that. Let's talk about the handgun violence, which is all the time. And it's just heinous. I mean, you saw the guy getting gunned down. The CCTV footage that you see on Twitter is way more shocking and more realistic and more relevant than the fake violence that they hype up on the news with their martyrs that are always from certain neighborhoods. They look, they don't care about certain people. You can tell. Well, they don't care about anybody. If they did, they wouldn't be waging war. They wouldn't be waging psychological warfare operations to influence you like you weren't an individual with agency. You're meant to be a bot. Jump67 says, Owen is awesome. Well, I look for a wide array of observations, and some characters, for some reason, are very, very polarizing. There's an entire Reddit dedicated to hating him, which is kind of fascinating to me. All right, your mama says, I'm recommending Sin Eaters on Hulu, Anthony Pelotano. All right, feel free to post a link. And if you're in the YouTube channel, I will be handing out wrenches. So Pingu33, Osher, Pete Shea, here are your wrenches. Abuse the power responsibly. I don't expect this channel to last, nor do I care. You know, we are beyond any one particular platform. Our think tank does not need the permission of some company like YouTube or Google to exist. We don't exist at their pleasure. We exist independent. Even if the plug was pulled, if Gaia shuts everything down, this think tank will still exist. Even if I have to physically get my hands on a tank, even if we have to do physical meetings, it doesn't make a difference. Enough people know what's going on to talk about it productively and intelligently and to advance in our understanding and knowledge and grasp of things that you really can't stop it. We've got the momentum. That's why it doesn't matter. Every time they destroy a platform or a channel, just laugh. And by the way, YouTube and Google and I, short lawfare update, they have their standard response. If you don't come to Santa Clara, you can't sue us. You signed the paperwork. You signed a contract. Well, guess what? Since they took away my channels, they don't let me have a channel. I'm not a YouTube user. I'm not bound by their contract. The account that I would have at Tim Osmond isn't mine. Yeah, it was stolen by the guy I'm suing. And what I'm telling the judge, what I submitted as a motion was, hey, they can't hold me to that. They can't escape that easily just because I'm not in Santa Clara on this basis, because I'm not even a user on YouTube. I'm not suing as a YouTube member or as a user. I'm suing them as a party to identity theft, stalking, and harassment and trademark infringement and by a YouTube user who's using their platform as a weapon against me to violate my trademarks. I'm not even a user. So that argument is weak. But look, if they succeed, which I don't think they will, it's just a matter of paperwork. I've set my expectations properly. My first hearing is on May 2nd. And even in the best case scenario, nothing is ever fast with the process. And I'm prepared for that. I'm prepared to continue lawsuit after lawsuit after lawsuit for the next 20 years, if that's what it takes to expose YouTube for its role in censorship and identity theft. And look, the person censoring this channel with their help is a White House communications agency member connected to Trump, politically connected, very wealthy, socially connected to a lot of influencers in media, specifically right-wing media. He knows and is on a first-name basis with the CEOs of every single, whether it's Getter, Truth Social, very well connected. Anyway, we all know this. I'm just pointing it out. Lawfare update. It's moving forward. The first hearing is on May 2nd. And my arguments to the judge is that I'm suing them because they're criminals and they're engaged in criminal activity against me. I'm not a member. And I think it'll be accepted. And I also included with my motion the evidence supporting that claim. All right, let's move on. Pete Shea says, by the way, 110 days from 420 to 8/8, and 33 days again to 9/11. Interesting. It probably tells a story. I think I've discerned one from the creation to destruction to resurrection of the Twin Towers to the One World Trade Tower. 33 years, creation to destruction, 13 years to the resurrection, for a total of 46 years. And the significance here is 33 is consistently associated with the king, the crown. Again, I mentioned kingdom to the crown, the Kabbalistic tree of life. The crown and the 33 and rising, you can see how these things are very well integrated, but 33 is the year or the number of years that Jesus was alive, and it has to do with this death, resurrection rite. Well, death and resurrection is the number 13. So it's kind of interesting. 9/11 also was the starting date of the construction of the Pentagon, which started in like 1941. My point is 33 years creation to destruction. And then the resurrection number, the Phoenix number, is 13. And together it's 46, which is the age of JFK when he was assassinated. And 46 is also the age of George Floyd, which is kind of tied in to 9/11 very intimately. And then, of course, 8:46 a.m. is when 9/11 kicks off. There's a lot of other things connecting with this, but yes, they do have a way of communicating their meta-scripted story. It's told in the numbers, it's told in the symbols, and the exoteric narratives that have an esoteric core. It's a quote from Carl Jung: until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate. Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate. Very interesting point there. And one of the point I brought this up because I was thinking about it, not in terms of psychoanalysis and shadow work or whatever, but I'm thinking about it in the context of what we do, mass media deconstruction, where until you make the omitted information, the hidden information, until you make it public, until you bring it to the light, until you become aware of what they're hiding, the unconscious, the unknown, the hidden stuff will direct your life, and you'll call it fate. That's what I'm referring to. Because most of the lie world order is built upon what they don't tell you. It's built on the darkness. It's not on what they tell you. It's what they manage to hide. Pengu says, Ramadan have a 33-year cycle. Didn't know that. Okay, continuing here. Going through my notes, minds.com/infinite plane society. I post everything there. I highly recommend it. In fact, if you're not on Minds, you can also follow me at timosman.blog. If you didn't know, Substack now has a Twitter-like function, and I'm using it as kind of a mirror. Because I'm finding a lot of very fascinating and interesting information, and I want to put it out there where you can find it. Kind of like what we found about the Phil Hartman killing and the wounds specifically matching the wounds of Hiram Abiff. I have a quote here from President Biden. I had the audio, and you may have heard it. And because of present constraints, I don't have audio. But he said, and this is from whitehouse.gov, quote, "So thank you all, God bless you all, and let's go. Let's go lick the world. Let's get it done. Thank you." Applause. Let's go lick the world. Was that ad-libbed? Does he ad-lib, or are all these lines written for him? And look, they're all deepfakes. Doesn't matter if they're CGI or if they're a rubber mask over Jim Carrey. They're all deepfakes. You got these characters like Marjorie Taylor Greene or Matt Pizzagates, and they're at these events where they're seemingly kind of funny, like a little stand-up. They make the same jokes. Like, why do the people who always march for abortion are the last people that would ever get pregnant? Like, these jokes are all written by Milo Yiannopoulos. Like, they have writers. They have joke writers. I was listening to a podcast today about what's the Daily Show guy, the Daily Show host. There's a few of them, but the one with the glasses. And I'm glad I don't pay attention to these government jesters. Anyway, I was listening to a podcast with a joke writer who writes the jokes that we hear these late night comedians give. And, he sounded a little perturbed that most people don't know that these guys aren't. Yeah, Oliver. I was listening to a podcast with Oliver's joke writer. I'm like, wow, that's interesting. I mean, I understand it's a hard job, I guess, coming up with jokes, but that's just an idea of how fake everything is. That they're government joke readers who are giving you propaganda to reinforce the dominant propaganda lines of the day, disguised as comedy, disguised as observational comedy, where they use comedy as the 2 minutes of hate from 1984. They use comedy so you know what to laugh derisively at. I don't think it's joyous laughter. I think it's the laughter of derisiveness. All right, just to recap, America First is burning, and we can look forward to that this evening. Ali Akbar and Nick Fuentes burning at the stake set up by Milo Yiannopoulos, who may have planned this a long time ago. Like this is the blackmail cult. And the reason why it's worth paying attention to is we're trying to understand how secret societies work. Well, you've got blood oaths, you've got non-disclosure agreements, and apparently you have something else. You have, quote, collateral. Collateral. Oh, you want to work on InfoWars, you better send some collateral. What does that mean? Pretty insane. And again, I'm noticing and I'm paying attention to the deafening silence of those not commenting on this. Here's what's happening. This was sent or posted by Milo at 1:11 p.m. Quote, "Tonight we reveal how streamer Nick Fuentes privately bullies and bribes young America First supporters into retracting their allegations against pederast predator Ali Alexander Akbar by offering them jobs that do not exist, by threatening to excommunicate them from the movement unless they lie. This is a stunning and disturbing addition to the story in this special edition of the Ali Files. Tonight, because he tried to say, oh, it's nothing, they're just flirting. But again, that's Nick Fuentes, who's supposed to be anti-grooming, who believes that women shouldn't vote and only whites should be in government. It's that guy, the guy that was Ye's campaign manager. He said, oh, it's just flirting, which is just not true because we're talking about people below the age of consent. And I see a lot of victim blaming, suggesting, oh, they were doing this because they knew that they were going to get political positions out of it. And that tells you something, that they knew that they were entering into an agreement, he was saying. Oh, they knew they were getting into our blackmail circle of compromised conservative Republicans posing as Christians. He gave away a lot. Article from Rolling Stone just came out today, or yesterday. Ye's campaign has paid Nick Fuentes more than $30,000 this year. Yes, his presidential campaign claimed more than $30,000 in payments to Nick Fuentes in his latest FEC filing. Fuentes first burst onto the alt-right scene following the 2017 Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville. Again, Ye pulled out. He's not talking to anybody. Apparently, he's not paying. Ollie Goering says, the collateral is this. Apparently, an individual named Lance, who was 17, was offered a gig on InfoWars, but Ollie said he needed collateral, implying a nude photo of himself. At a minimum. I mean, I'm not going to read a lot of the lurid stuff posted on the Telegram. It's pretty bad. It's not only bad, but we're talking about criminal behavior being minimized, and more importantly, not being commented on by people close to him. And I'm pointing a few fingers. I really am, because we're talking about. Let's just point at one in particular. Alex Stein has made a name for himself being an anti-groomer. He's so anti-groomer, he goes to events to protest it. He goes to city council. He makes it one of his staple issues. Well, Ollie Alexander tried to recruit Stein last year to run for office. He said he would offer his political services free. There's already a relationship there. And I'm thinking, are you going to protest the next conservative conference, Mr. Stein? I don't think so. So we will see. It looks like it's burning, though, and I think it's going to be fireworks because no one's talking about it on the mainstream. And all that means is they're waiting, but they're watching. There's no way this is going under the radar. But the thing is that this is like a bomb at the very top of conservative politics. Where does it go from here? If Ollie goes down, it's going to drag down people like Marjorie Taylor Greene along with it, people in the know about this stuff. And again, the worst thing about it is that this has been an open secret. And we're talking about grooming from the anti-groomers. Peak 2023, and it's only 4 months in. I have an open offer here for any IPR press pass holders. Anyone in New York, if you're in New York and you want to go on a special mission to Trump Tower to deliver some messages or ask some questions, I can't be too specific, but you will be compensated and paid for the time. But I am looking for an IPR reporter willing to make a special trip to Trump Tower within the next 2 weeks. It has to be before April 30th. I actually have a contact who is a personal or former or somebody who knows somebody. Like, I'm trying to get very close to Goldfinch, and I know somebody who knows him. Anyway, that person's willing to meet with a reporter and answer some questions in a very laid-back environment, and it'll be fun. But if you're in New York and you want that story, just message me at tim@infiniteplane.media, and we will make it happen. Anyway, this has been fun and informative as usual. Thanks for all the comments. There's a lot going on, as always, and we'll be in the Discord server unpacking the daily deluge of fake news, which none of us believe because we're not dupes. We are undupable, as someone in the comments section had said, which is a word I believe is in our lexicon, undupable. Can you say, look, this is actually a good question, because we ask certain things of these various events, like, is it even fakeable? Well, yeah, they just faked it in the movies. It's fakeable. Another question to ask people, are you dupable? Well, if you say you're not dupable, then you're suggesting that you're infallible and that you can't be tricked. And even the most indoctrinated person who's never had any reason to question anything should have at least a little bit of self-doubt. And I think that's why so many people are resistant to seeing reality as it is outside of the mainstream media's framework. Because you have to admit that you've been wrong, which I'm happy to do. Prove me wrong. Prove to me that we live on a big CGI ball, 25,000 miles in circumference, and I will definitely become a loud exponent of ball earthism. But I need evidence first for everything, including the proposition that all cats are dogs. Like, yeah, I'm happy for you to believe that birds are fake, gorillas are people in men suits, and cats are dogs. Like, the world is nothing but subjective belief. That much is clear by design. But here we are moving past being mere believers, like cats chasing the laser. We become knowers. And our field of knowledge extends beyond the world stage. We have a wider perspective. Commenter says, what did the 435 U.S. Congress people actually do? Good question. Read lines. They're basically actors. And who's the script writer? That's the main question here. We could find script writers, meta script contributors. It's getting clear. And I think we are getting closer and closer to the top of the pyramid. That's why deconstructing fake space is key, because that's one of the unifying myths that holds this fake world together. All right, have a great afternoon. It's 4/17/2023, and this is Infinite Plane Radio, Mind War Inoculation.
I think it's actually keeping in line with, because they call it Flattoberfest for flat Earth, and of course, flatflation drove the prices up to $254 a ticket. But Flattoberfest is actually a beer drinking festival in the UK, where they call apartments flats, and you just go around to different flats drinking beer. But I'm definitely in favor of people gathering on these topics and conversing. But the strange thing about this one was there was one guy there who was a ball earther. They let him in because he said he was flat, but then he changed his mind halfway, and they roughly kicked him out. I'm like, why are you dragging somebody out because he has a different opinion? It's not only is it culty, but it's kind of counterproductive. If you're really going to make something happen with this, you're going to have to get skeptics on your side, not just believers. Lean Dion said that 4.3 million sub YouTube account, that's the guy who was there, the guy that he got kicked out. He said he'd take him to Antarctica if he gets 1 million views. Okay, good. All right, let's move on here. The Ark encounter. So many people in the flat Earth, community, who fall along the religious spectrum, they're the ones who think it's a biblical thing, which is fine if you do. To me, it's like, look, you don't bring your Bible to a conversation about climate change if we're going to debate whether or not anthropogenic climate change is real. Yeah, you don't bring a Bible to that. Why would you bring a Bible to a conversation about the shape of the world? It's not relevant here, especially when the deception is being fed to us through visual lies that can be deconstructed. It's like, oh, let me dig up this dusty old verse, this old book, this archaic concept of the world, and try to pitch this to the people who believe we're on a ball. It's like, why don't you just show how the video depictions of the Earth from space are all fake? Just seems like it's going in the wrong direction. But anyway, the belief is kind of attached to this young Earth creationism and the idea that the earth is just 6,000 years old, etc. And check this out. The new speaker, Mike Johnson, is actually one of those. Now, he may not be a flat earther, but he believes the earth is 6,000 years old. He believes there were dinosaurs in Eden and the ark was a real thing. The ark encounter is one way to bring people to the recognition of the truth that what we read in the Bible are historical events, said Mike Johnson in 2021 about a creationist theme park where children learn that dinosaurs were on Noah's Ark. Yeah, the new Speaker of the House is a believer in Noah's Ark and dinosaurs on Noah's Ark. And this is kind of alarming to some. I saw Mike Rothschild was kind of perturbed by this. He's like, wait a minute here. How is this guy in this position of power a believer in dinosaurs and Noah's Ark literally? And, he thought it was a fringe belief. But to his dismay, most of the people in the comments were like, no, Mike Rothschild, we all believe this stuff. So it's not actually fringe. Young Earth creationism isn't fringe at all. And now it's been platformed. That's really strange. And I listened to it. That's from a year ago, 2 years ago. I listened to the podcast. It's not even like something from 10 years ago where you might say it was just a conversation that you could separate from anything else. No, this actually does, I think, tie into everything else here. For one thing, MAGA, the MAGA view, or the traditionalist view versus progressive. It's the progressives who believe in sin. I mean, virus is the replacement. Like for them, they don't believe in the devil. They don't believe in sin in the sense that the traditionalists do. For them, it's more about your carbon footprint. But when it comes to the traditionalists, they still believe in the devil and satanic panics and sin. That stuff is all pretty much what informs their worldview. So I'm not actually surprised at all. Here's a statement from Mike Rothschild. More on Speaker Mike Johnson's relationship with Kim Ham and young Earth creationists in a 2022 podcast. He left no doubt that he believes the Earth is 6,000, stating that what we read in the Bible are actual historic events. Commenter says, it's a pretty standard doctrine. If you're surprised, you may need to step out of your bubble. And he said, standard? What bubble am I in? Bible literalists make up 20% of the U.S. population. It's down from 25% in 2017 and 50% in the 80s. The rates are higher in the rural South and Midwest. Johnson is fairly representative of Southern Republicans. It's definitely not extremely fringe. So that was a conversation. Is it fringe that this guy believes there were dinosaurs on Noah's Ark? G33 says, Mike Johnson looks like he's definitely compromised, just my observation. Yeah, I think so. I mean, how do you get that high up without being well, he's compromised in one sense. He's reality compromised. You have to be insulated from reality to be part of the political soap operas. You're in a parallel universe. Lean Dion says, New York Post released a story about finding Noah's Ark in Turkey. Now, were there... Let me take a search for that really quick. Let me take a look at it. Here we go. I want to see if there's any pictures or any measurements, because I'd like to know if it would have room for a brontosaurus. Noah's Ark rock samples reveal human activity. Samples from Noah's Ark site in Turkey. Yeah, this is actually a thing. Again, Noah's Ark. God's mad because of wickedness, floods the world. Noah saves samples of everything. Then a dove shows up with an olive branch in its mouth. Says it's cool to go back. I think a raven even shows up as well. The point of it is, the Noah's Ark flood myth was repackaged for the atheists of the day as global warming, ocean levels rising. The National Oceanic Atmospheric Administration's symbol is the dove, just like this dove. It's an old story, Whether it's the modern scientific rendition of climate change, global warming, or Noah's Ark, or the Epic of Gilgamesh, it's an old story. I think it's a psyop. It's a way for the elite to control you by convincing you that if you don't do what they say, a higher power is going to wipe you out. Joined by Pippi Langstruff. Thank you for joining. Lieutenant Weinberg says, if 9/11 was planned on that day for 3 decades, do you conclude the guys who did it could control the weather? Interesting questions. I would say, for one, it was definitely planned before the towers were built. You know, the Pentagon's construction date was on, I think it started on 9/11, 1941. So 60 years to the day. Like before the towers were even built. That's how long in advance this thing is. And, you know, just heads up, November the 3rd is coming up. And November the 3rd is the date associated with the election of 2020, the Kraken, the fracture. By the way, the Kraken, Sidney Powell, the attorney, Trump has disavowed her, which is kind of funny. But 11/3 is a very significant date. It's been hyped up for some time, and it's always been connected with Seattle and a nuke. A nuke in Seattle, 11/3. 3/11, of course, is the day the pandemic kicked off. Ground Zero was in Seattle. So we've been looking at this date for some time. And it happens to be also the date that the One World Trade Tower opened. That date, 11/3, is Godzilla's birthday. Godzilla turns 69. 69 is the symbol of Cancer. And as we entered Cancer this year on the summer solstice, we had that Titanic drama where the sunken Titanic lies in the ocean. You have these deep divers going down in the Titan and they implode. And the symbol 69 and Cancer, it represents the crab. The crab and the submersible are, I think, correlated here. So what I'm pointing out here is that for like the last few months, we've been having this reoccurring symbol of the crab, the submersible, Hunt for Red October. And now that we're approaching Godzilla's 69th birthday, I'm like, wait a minute here. This is the summer of Oppenheimer and the nukes. Godzilla is a product of the nuclear age. So his birthday, associated with 11/3, a date associated, of course, with the Ground Zero Tower, associating it with the submersible explosion and the Hunt for Red October, I think something's been building up. And here's the final piece to it. 11/3 should be even more significant now, considering that from the perspective of the MAGA terrorist, this is the date that their country was taken from them. So I'm looking at 11/3 as if there's going to be a date the MAGA terrorists are going to release the Kraken, that if the beast in the abyss, which has been referenced again in many different ways, James Cameron's work, Terminator 2 predicts 9/11, but in his documentary Ghosts in the Abyss, he's at the scene of the Titanic wreckage on 9/11. On that date, he's at the scene of the wreckage, filming a documentary called Ghosts in the Abyss. He's in a submersible called the Deep Sea Challenger. So connecting it all here is this. The Deep Sea Challenger, the Abyss. The destroyer in the Abyss is referenced in Revelation 9/11. The destroyer was referenced in Oppenheimer, where he said, I have become the destroyer of worlds. Death, the destroyer of worlds. Destroyer is referenced again in Revelation, connecting to the Abyss. So we're making these correlations here to Godzilla, to the beast in the sea, to the Kraken. And Godzilla is a very Kraken-like entity. The numbers really speak for a lot of this stuff. Peter W. says Godzilla destroyed Tokyo. Right. Well, this is the 33rd Godzilla by this director. And if you look at the numbers here, it also kind of conveys something. Godzilla was stored at sub-level 33. James Cameron went to visit the Titanic 33 times. Now, what really ties it all together is this: the sinking of the Titanic represents the sinking of the West. The sinking of the Twin Towers meant the same thing. The sinking of the Twin Towers has been correlated with the sinking of the Titanic. You see, these are repeated stories. James Cameron's movie, The Titanic, came out in 97. Has the Titanic splitting in two, like twin towers. One of them had jumpers. So here you have another connection. James Cameron predictive programming for 9/11, connecting it to the Titanic, and on the day of 9/11, he's at the Titanic. Revelation 9/11 is about the destroyer in the abyss. So again, putting it all together here, I'm saying there's a 9/11 connection to this beast from the abyss, and it happens to be that the new tower rising from the ashes on 11/3. So is this the day that the beast will rise? That the beast from the sea will rise up, just like in James Cameron's Terminator 2, some attack on the Pacific coast. And again, one more time, just the proximity of Oppenheimer to all of this makes me think, you know what? Godzilla is going to take out Seattle next week. Godzilla is a prehistoric reptilian monster empowered by nuclear radiation. So there you have it. The original Godzilla is a dark, somber allegory for the horrific destruction nuclear weapons can unleash. A creature like Godzilla signifies nuclear fear, and these symbols were explicitly connected to the nuclear tests. A few other interesting connections here. 113, the number 11-3. In PBS's series The Bombing of Seattle, episode 113, there's this scene, or it's a scenario, a drill they did, where they had Seattle getting bombed. Now, this was a drill. It was all just a drill, and it was done at Husky Stadium. The interesting thing about this, a mock bomb raid held at Husky Stadium in Seattle. The bombing of Seattle. The PBS documentary on it was number 113, and I kept pointing it out, and they pulled it. Now, the fascinating thing about this is that this ties into some Dark Knight Rising. It ties into some of the Batman predictive programming for a stadium-based attack. But now, here's what's even more interesting. We're talking about Seattle, Ground Zero, a nuke. EMP, right there by the Space Needle, you have the EMP, and electromagnetic pulse is what you would refer to as the effect of the nuke. It creates this EMP, which shuts off your electronics. Well, you have the EMP Museum right there next to the Space Needle. Now, Husky Stadium, where the bombing of Seattle was staged, is where the wave started. You know the wave in the stadiums where people stand up and they wave their arms? And it goes around. So I'm thinking that's fascinating. The wave is an example of in a packed stadium where successive groups of spectators briefly stand, yell, and raise their arms. A metachronal rhythm achieved. So this wave started in Husky Stadium. That's the first place where it appeared. And the reason why I'm making this connection is that we're talking about Seattle, EMP, a wave. I think there might be some connection here to it being the ground zero for this next major calamity from a domestic violent extremist. And there's quite a lot more to suggest that the next 9/11 is a domestic 9/11. And that's why, 9/11, terrorists from outside. But much of the domestic violent extremist terrorism symbolism has a 6/11 attached to it, or 11/6. Like the Batman movie, Gotham, underwater, 11/6. It's the domestic extremists that do it at the behest of Q or the Riddler. Oppenheimer wearing a K6 badge. Again, 11/6. The movie 11 Miles Long of IMAX film weighs 600 pounds. Many, many connections with 11/6 and the Kraken, or this attack, this nuke or whatever. And I'm just saying, November the 3rd is a very significant date. Also in the Ingersoll Lockwood books, where it talks about a disputed election. But again, the connection here, the Kraken, Godzilla, 11-3, domestic violent extremists with a grievance. And if they're going to use any date, I thought 6/11, Timothy McVeigh's execution date. But now that I think about it, 11-3 would make a lot more sense. Elephant Tusk says, I missed the Summer of Floyd. Yeah, it was very entertaining. Oh, if you want to call in, let me go ahead and open phones. I believe I have a caller. Infinite Plane Radio.
Hey, is this Tim?
Yes, how you doing?
Hey, good. How you doing? No, I was listening to your show tonight, and I was asking G33 a question, but I think he thought I was trolling. I was not. So my question is about if it was planned 9/11, 4 decades in advance, then the people that did it would not have risked a cloudy day. So therefore, they can control the weather, or do you think maybe it was already in the can? That's it.
Oh, okay. Interesting question. I'll see what he thinks about that, and I'll answer. And what do you think, or do you have an answer?
I don't have an answer. It was a legit question because, like in the last couple of months, I've been listening to you. I went back. I fell for Judy Wood. I fell for Richard Gage, all those guys, and I've watched all the Hollow Towers guys too, Strahan and McWilliams. And anyway, long story short, I think those guys are correct, and you made me revisit it again. So anyway, I was just thinking that if it was planned that far in advance, which I think it was, then what is your thoughts on so they would definitely not risk a cloudy day.
I see what you're saying.
Because otherwise they could, you know what I mean? Yeah. All right.
Okay.
So I'll hang up. I'll listen.
Cool.
Yeah.
Thanks for the call.
Or whatever. Or just go.
Yeah, appreciate the call very much. And yeah, okay, my take on this thing is this. Simply, I do think it's an amalgamation of a real time simulation as well as pre-recorded content. And then obviously the crisis actors have their lines in advance. So there is pre-production. These things are not done on the fly. And there's definitely practice. But yeah, weather would change things very significantly. I think the main thing is they smogged out the building. They used that fog, military-grade concealment fog. But I think most of the stuff that we saw was superimposed. For example, if they're going to superimpose the plane going into the thing, yeah, that's all pre-recorded. So I don't know how much of a clash it would be, and I think they would pretty much know what the weather would be just by the annual weather patterns. But yeah, I think that most of the key footage, the special effects, would have to have been done in advance. I don't know how much the weather would actually have affected it, adversely. And something else to consider too is people are like, well, there's no way they could have faked jumpers. People are watching on TV. Well, if you actually go back and look, nobody saw jumpers on TV. Nobody. Not until the next day. It wasn't live. We have to make a distinction between what you saw live and what was pieced together in your mind later. Like people say, I remember when Kennedy got shot. Oh, really? It wasn't broadcast live. It didn't even make it into the TV, into the airwaves until 12 years later. So it's like, you have to keep in mind that people mandoozle themselves, like I mandoozled myself about people under the stairs. Infinite Plane Radio.
Hey, what's up?
Just talking about the pre-planning that goes into these events, and what do you think 9/11? You think that it was more or less?
I don't get this dude. I didn't say nothing about 9/11. What's he talking about?
Probably a misunderstanding. There's 90 people in the chat. So
yeah, I was talking about Stephen King and I didn't say nothing about 9/11. Dude, obviously something's wrong with 9/11. Enough said, dude. Right?
Yeah, I would say so.
Something seriously wrong. Enough said.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm glad that he's not falling for the Judy.
Who cares about the weather, dude? What's the weather got to do with it?
I guess let's say hypothetically you had like inclement weather and it was snowing, but a lot of your pre-produced footage had a clear day. I guess that would be problematic, but like again, I don't even think it's a huge deal. I mean, there's so
Like, however those things went down, what's that got to do with the weather?
well, if you're planning something long in advance, I guess there might be something. I don't know. Planning things long in advance to me, it's like it's just a matter of looking at the past, and then of course,
Dude,
if it
you
did in
you
fact
know,
snow
bro.
that if it did snow that day, they would just change the script. It's not a big deal. The fact that nobody died is the main thing here, and some people are still hung up on
I don't think snow would hold it back
nothing would.
because
Nothing would.
the day is you can't have that without the day, right? 9/11, right?
Well, according to the people in the ISS, you could see it. You could see it from space. They could actually see the
Yeah,
smoke from
yeah.
space. Like, give me a break.
Well, I mean, you know, it was a ritual.
Yep, it's also the first day of the year on the Coptic calendar. It was definitely a ritual. It was more than just a
People say that
political
was
psyop.
Jesus's. That people say that was when the whole Jesus thing really happened. Was not, I don't know, but that's what people say.
I think it was
Not
Jesus's.
December
I think it was
24th.
Jesus's birthday. I think it would be his birthday if you were to.
Yeah, yeah, just like all the other Jesus figures, like Horus and what's the other guy, the Iranian dude, and the Babylonian dude, all the other trinities, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Like I don't know what that guy's talking about. Like, okay, cool, but I didn't say nothing about it. I don't know what he's talking about. It doesn't matter. Like something's wrong. We could all see something was wrong. The narrative don't fit. You can't put a square peg through a round hole.
It taught me a lot, though, looking back at it. It showed me that a lot of the population will go with what they're told and they will ignore inconsistencies. It's like they've ceded power to determine what's real and what's not real. Like, I'm just going to outsource that. And so, like, yeah, for us, it's obvious something's wrong. But for most people, like, no, there's something wrong with you for thinking there's something wrong.
Yeah, of course. But yeah, dude. At first, I was with it, bro. I had the flag. I had the yellow ribbon support the troops. Um, I didn't realize until after. I think it was always in the back of my head. This. I've always been rogue, right? I've always been rogue. But back then I wasn't so rogue, right? But back then I did know something about that because when I was in prison, I read a lot of books, and I read a book about how Osama bin Laden was the broker between the CIA and the Mujahideen for weapons in the Afghan-Soviet War.
Well, okay, there's
So I read that book,
one thing I want to
and,
bring
and
up
his connection
is
to the Bushes and the Pentagon, and then that happened, and they were blaming it on him. Before they even blamed it on him, I was working construction that morning, and we were digging, and the guy in the excavator had his radio on, and it happened, right? So we all stopped, we're listening to the radio, kept working. Then the other one got hit, stopped, listened to the radio, kept working. Then they fell. My boss was like, everybody go home. So I said, when we were all leaving, I said, watch. When we go home tonight and watch the news, they're going to say Osama bin Laden and the Al Qaeda network did it. Just because of like my hobby research I did in prison, right? I was lucky enough to read a book like
now.
that,
Let me ask you:
right?
do you think that what you read was planted there to lead a
Oh,
certain
totally
segment of the?
predictive programming.
Yeah,
Totally predictive programming.
I think so too, because a lot of us had questions because our intuition is good, and my intuition was good, so I knew it was BS. But the only stuff that I could find that offered an alternative view was like reptilians, Rothschilds, space lasers, and I'm like, pick one. But it wasn't until much later I realized, okay, those were all planted narratives to keep me focused on the screen and not pulling my eyes off of it and then widening my frame of reference.
So I'll tell you what led me down the opposite path of being patriotic, because when it happened, I was like, I had the the gold ribbon on my car and a flag, right? Just because I was supporting America, because I was like, that's messed up, right? And then I was living out west next to an army base, and I ended up knowing a lot of the like flunky army guys because they were buying weed off of me, and they got me into like all that conspiracy shit because they were like, "Yo, it's all fucking joke," and I was like, "What?" And then so eventually, I started it. Like I said, I think it was always there though, but a thing like that just kind of helped me in my direction because I read the books in prison. Like somehow spiritually, I was guided that way, right? And then these guys like put me on something else. And at first, I was like, "Nah, come on, dude, really?" And then I started doing my own, like I did in prison, just hobby research, right? And I started figuring everything out, and it's like, "Yo, something's definitely wrong." Okay. And then I started getting into the esoteric. Every time I research things that happen now, it leads me back to ancient esotericism. And that's the code that helps me break all this BS.
Interesting. You know what? I think there's something in that because I look at what we're living through now as a modern iteration of an ancient control system. That it's a new version for a new paradigm, but you can look at the old versions and look at the old world cosmographies and maybe even from that look at how the world is run today, and it's pretty much the same. And that might be hard for people to accept. They think, oh, you get the right political party, the right values, you're going to win. Like, no, it's a rigged game. There's no winning on the world stage. It sounds black pill, but I think it's actually good news that at
Yeah,
least
but
we're
if you know a boulder's coming down the hill at you, you could step out of the way. So if you embrace this esoteric knowledge, you can see their codes, and they're all the elites. That's what I love: the pyramid, compartmentalization, levels of the bricks, the eyes on the top. They're all compartmentalized. They're all in secret societies, fraternal orders, think tanks, NGOs, blah blah blah. Okay, and from what I heard about Babylon and the Tower of Babel, the allegory goes, uh, Nimrod was trying to build the Tower of Babel to get to heaven, to like get up there, whatever he wanted to do with God, right? Because he was like a demigod on earth. So God was like, we ain't doing that, and he smited the people by scattering the languages, so they couldn't communicate to finish the tower. Which tower right there, bam, like tower. Come on, twin towers, tower, Trump Tower, like tower. We all tower. It's so esoteric, the tower. But anyways, the Tower of Babel. He scattered languages. They couldn't finish it because they couldn't speak to each other, and that's where like shit kind of spread. But the elites in their groups, they kept their esoteric code, and that's how they spoke from then on. They had their same language, the esotericism, and
yeah.
that's where all
Okay.
like that's why the Freemasons embrace that allegory.
Man, this is deep. Check this out, because you brought up pyramids, right? The Great Pyramid is 5,776 inches, and in the Masonic Year of Light calendar, they add 4,000. So interestingly enough, if you go to 1776 when America was founded, the pyramid on the bill has 1776. So the pyramid on the bill, 1776, and if you add the 4,000 years, you get 5776. So, in other words, the year of light that it was when America was founded correlates to the height of the pyramid that's on the bill. And what's more, I think that that pyramid represents the Tower of Babel. And guess how tall the One World Trade Tower is? the one that replaced the Twin Towers, 1776 feet. So there's a code here. And the code, I think, is basically saying that, yeah, the Tower of Babel, America is Babylon. And the Tower of Babel is our. I'm not sure exactly if it's not just the internet, but it might just be this one worldism together that's about to fall. Maybe it's the West, but yeah, America's Babylon in that sense.
Yeah, it's incrementally they're working towards the great work.
Yes.
However little or great, they take steps every day. They focus on the elites, their groups, compartmentalization. They focus on their great work. They may not even know what they're. That's how. I'm just using Freemasonry as an example. There's all kinds of them, but the levels below and above each other have no idea exactly what's going on
Yeah, it's like security
because
clearances. It's security clearances, and that
it's a
happens to
vetting
be.
system.
Last year was the Pluto return, and the last time Pluto was where it is right now was in 1776. And interestingly enough, it's Pluto or Hades who releases the Kraken. So all this talk about the Kraken and the symbolism really came to a head last year. So I think whatever is going to break the Tower of Babel, the Kraken, the tower that brings it all down, it's I think it's whatever was unleashed with the MAGA. I actually think it's domestic terrorism, but I do think that in this bigger Masonic allegory, America is the Tower of Babel project. It's Nimrod, and of course, God's gonna knock it down.
Like they said, the American experiment.
Yeah, exactly. That's what it is. I think that's exactly what it is, and I think it's
I mean,
fascinating overall. This whole picture emerging here, that it's like the phoenix symbol. The eagle is the phoenix. It's designed in a cyclic
yeah,
way
yeah,
to fall,
yeah.
and they build from the ashes.
Yeah, you know what I say to normies? Because I don't know everything. I just know a little bit, right? But I embrace it, and I don't let go. I say to normies that have some level of interest, I say, what is the pyramid doing on the back of the dollar bill with an eye on top of it? What does that have to do with America?
And it's the eye is the capstone because it's the yet to be completed great work, and I think that's what is being completed now. In fact, the capstone completion, I think that is part of what the International Space Station and the program, or the International Space Station and the space program in general is about. The uniting of all mankind in the trip from Earth into the heavens, into God's territory, and I think that's when we have the blowback, and that's why when Bezos, who on the world stage represents Nimrod, when Jeff Bezos went to space on the anniversary of Apollo, he launched at 9:11 a.m. 9/11, towers falling. There's a distinct correlation there.
Of course he did. But you see what I'm saying, Tim? What is that on the back of one of the, the dollar bill? Like everybody's got a dollar bill, right? Not everybody's got a blue face, a Benjamin Franklin 100. Not everybody's got a blue face. Everybody got a dollar bill though. What is that doing back there? What does that have to do with anything in America? We don't got pyramids here. America on its face, like your normal person doesn't know anything about esotericism.
Yeah, I mean, look, one of the things that got me looking at this was a book called Secret Architecture in the U.S. Capitol, something along those lines, and I started looking at that, and I'm like, wait a minute here. The fact that there is a deep history behind all these symbols, it's not just accidental, and then there's a uniformity of it. And then you find it's actually connected to one of the oldest secret societies, and then they trace their origins back to Egypt. And then you find that all the New Age movements have the same lineage, and there's a lot of crossover. Then you find out, yeah, we have an occult theocracy behind the scenes, a cryptopsy, and there, wizards, witches, pagans, whatever you want to call it, they're plugged into a system that's based on the astrological template, and it's based on a more archaic worldview, and they pretend like they're
All
scientific.
day astrological, bro. All day astrological.
Yeah, absolutely. It's even to the point where the timing, like I said, Mercury's rising 8:46 a.m. minute the first tower is hit, 8:46 a.m. George Floyd kneeled on for 8:46 on a day the sun set at 8:46 because the setting of the sun symbolized the same as the ritual of the Prince of Darkness killing the Sun King. I mean, it's all timed so precisely, and the fact that they plan these things
Yeah,
down.
I mean, yeah, I agree with you. I mean, I see kind of what they're doing, but if you really get down to it, it is so hard to keep up with like every little like timing, number, code. Like dude, it's all over. It's sometimes it's hard to believe,
Oh yeah,
you know.
yeah, exactly. It is. It is definitely hard to believe. It stretches credulity, and it should. And I'm very slow to say I believe anything, but we've been predicting predictive programming to the point where it's like, okay, on this date something's going to happen. It's like, okay, there's so many instances too where we're not even confused about it. I'm like, these are weird coincidences. It's like, no, this author did this. Oh, that's the fingerprint of Stephen King and that psyop. This psyop was clearly written by Spike Lee. Like, we're getting pretty nuanced in our deconstruction. So I see a heavily mediated population where media is like a drug, and they've put us into their warped worldview, and they have total creative control. It's the biggest religious cult of all time, and everybody's in it by default.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, psychological warfare.
Yeah, precisely. And the more I
What
research
what?
that, it's like,
Why would you do something? Why would you put the boot on the neck when you could coerce someone into doing it to themselves?
yes. I just started a movie on Amazon called Awareness, and this individual has this power to put illusions in people's minds, and then he's eventually picked up by these government operatives who say that the governments of the world have done away with real war and violence because they can just do it in the minds, and it's much cleaner. And I'm like, wow, that sounds like very on brand for the Machiavellian elite to use mind war and psi war and to take a deeper level of control over people. And I think that's truth in plain sight.
Yeah.
Well, hey, I appreciate the call very much. We're watching a few psyops unfold. None of them get a rise out of me. You didn't lock down for the shooter in Maine, did you?
No, but like because I'm in New England, they were like they were doing funny stuff in these states. They
Yeah.
were having heightened police presence in certain schools, and they said it was because of that. And I'm like, yeah, I feel bad for these kids because they're 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 smart because of their youth. Like they're energetically smart, right? But they don't have the wisdom to figure stuff out necessarily. Okay, so they're more susceptible to the psyops, and then their parents that love them are more susceptible to the psyops. So they got these. I've been in prison, bro. Like they're treating these kids with these lockdowns and stuff. That's a
Yeah.
shakedown. That's like in prison,
That's
dude.
right. That's right. It really is. That's an interesting
You know what I
point, the
mean?
language they're using. And
And then the cops are at the school and stuff. Like so subliminally, these kids are absorbing this stuff. And Hitler said, "He who gains the youth gains the future." And I'm just using him as an example because a lot of people said stuff like that, right? But he's one of the most popular. Like the Bolsheviks in the Soviets had the 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 young pioneers or something, and they took the kids and like indoctrinated them into the Soviet way, the communism, the Bolshevism. I think it was after Bolshevism when they're Soviets, and then Mao had the same thing. He had he went after the kids too. He I forget what it was called. It was the Great Leap Forward, and it was the four olds. It was like old culture, like old ways. It was like old stuff. Get rid of it, and like the youth is the movement. And Cambodia and Pol Pot did the same thing with the Khmer Rouge. I'm not picking on
no. You,
communism.
you make a
I'm
great
not
point.
picking on communism because I think everything is kind of like, I'm not this or that. I'm just rogue, right? I'm not picking on communism, even though it does seem a lot worse than like normal day stuff. But that stuff I read, dude.
Sure, but you can point it out. You can say, look, they did separate the generations for a reason, and look how they put Greta as the face of this neo-communist, or rather environmentalist thing, where one, she's like chastising the old. Look what you guys have done. And then you have Convid come down and they're like, we must separate the old from the young. I'm like, this is all part of segmenting society, compartmentalizing it for purposes of mind control.
You were talking about it the other day, bro. You were talking about the kids and the shootings and stuff. People, it's like one of the things you can't question because people get so emotional about it. If you question it, kids dying or something, they get mad.
Yeah. Yeah, and I'm proud to do
The
it.
kids are like
Like, I'm
the
not going to.
kids are like special.
Yeah, look, it's a low blow. And to me, it's terrorizing the kids. So you have to remember, like, we have the moral high ground, and I'm not going to be so sensitive to the feelings of a bunch of brainwashees that I'm not going to say fake dead kids' lives don't matter. That we have to push back on the agitprop. And we may be the only channel that will take that stance brazenly and openly. I mean, a lot of people will say those things, but as a
The,
channel, I'm
the
never going
kids,
to back down.
the kids are youthfully intelligent, but they don't have wisdom, so they will follow role models. So the role model, whoever it may be, can indoctrinate them. So, like Hitler said, he who gains the youth gains the future.
Yeah, you know what? It's like it's a lost cause. Pretty much anybody who is born into this thing has to go through the full indoctrination process before they can ever see the light. There's no way you could short circuit that, in my opinion. And I wouldn't even try at this point. I don't even try to wake, quote unquote, like you said, you ask questions. What else can you really do? People have to come to their own conclusions.
Yeah, stay skeptical.
Yeah, skeptical, precisely. And skeptical really and it's so important today. Skepticism means withholding judgment. And if you're withholding judgment, you can't be emotionally entangled and traumatized that way. So to me, skepticism inoculates you against the mind war. And they don't want you to be a skeptic. They want you to rush to judge and react instantly.
You always got to watch your six. There
Yep.
may not be somebody back there, but you got to watch it.
Yep, fake until proven real, and there's obviously many different competing interests trying to get people to believe their particular version. And I'm exiting the world of belief. This election cycle, I'm not I'm not really going to side with anybody who's still spellbound. I think there's enough of us to create a big fracture and maintain this conversation, outside of their bubbles.
You spell a word, you cast a spell.
They broadcast their spells. It's all spellcraft. It really comes down to language and words, and that's why they're so adamant about controlling mind viruses. And I was talking about Richard Brody, virus of the mind. Yeah, we've entered the era of the thought crime, and the public is being primed to accept the notion that we have to sanitize the internet, quarantine the internet, and get rid of mind viruses to achieve equilibrium. We're just about there.
Yeah, like you're saying with the words and language, like I said, the allegory of the Tower of Babel. God smited the people by scattering the languages. And signs and symbols rule the world, not words nor laws.
Awesome. And you know what? Revelation 9:11 refers to the abyss and the destroyer and has some 9/11 connections, but 119, like the World Series game 119, we just mentioned it. Genesis 119 is when the Tower of Babel is scattered. So I think that's what we're about to see. I think that's why that number is also implicit in this
Yeah,
thing.
I'm not familiar with that, but I'll have to look it up in my research Bible.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I'm not a big believer, but I do study it.
99, what I'm familiar with, 99, is Jupiter, is 99. And Jupiter is like the king. Like it was always like the king demigod back in the pagan days. I don't
Yeah,
know what that correlates with all this stuff with, but that's how I relate 99 is Jupiter.
yeah. I find all these planetary deities are syncretized, and so you can like Jupiter is Thor, is Zeus, and there's a lot of overlap. But syncretism explains almost everything here. How all these different gods that correlate, they can all be aligned by matching them to the appropriate planets, and it's down the line. And it's to me, it's not a coincidence that all these rockets are named after these dead gods, dead Earth gods, etc. Because it's the same
Yeah,
astrotheological
dude, right
religion.
there, bro, right there. Your average person doesn't like if they're all like Greek names and stuff, right?
Yep.
And it's like your average person is just like, oh, it's that name. But you're like person that embraces like research and esoteric and occultic information is like, dude, like they always use these ancient like stuff.
Hey, check this out. Portal Complex remarks Operation Alpha 119. So there's your Apollo 11 and a 119, and I was talking about the Tower of Babel falling, stuff falling from the sky would be implied there. Operation 119 was the Air Force's mission to nuke the moon. It was canceled, but fascinating.
So 9/11, 9 plus one is 11, and the Masons say that 11 is the master builder's number because there's something with the double numbers 11, 22, 33, 44. Like when you're like doing building in like with this esotericism, like any double number is like double power. And I've told you before that I've heard a like a Jewish, like an Orthodox Jewish rabbi say that the letter is the container for the number, and the number is the power in the container.
Repeat that one more time.
So I've heard a Jewish Orthodox rabbi say, like actually different ones, but the one guy was like the best. He said, like a word and the letters are the container for the numbers. The numbers came
Okay.
before the letters, and they are the container for the number, and the number is the power.
That's right, because they're synonymous at that point. And many of these, it's the same with many of these alphabets where they're not separate from the numerological systems. And this is the basis for correlating words with numerical values and then finding words that have commensurate numerical values and seeing connections between them. And that's the basis for a lot of mystical correspondences. It's like they artificially create synchronicity.
Yeah,
And I think that is
yeah.
the point. I do think that is the point. When you're talking about these archaic worldviews and their concepts of words and magic and how reality is formed around the word, like in the Bible, God speaks, let there be light. The idea here is that the words are extremely important and that this is actually a big part of what Aleister Crowley taught too, why they emphasize silence. They say you have to be, cognizant of the words that you're using, but that the word represents some kind of a, a thing, not just an idea, but it actually has some kind of quote weight or impact or some kind of influence on like reality itself. I think the word abracadabra means I create as I speak. And so Crowley was saying that every sentence is a spell, but you wouldn't notice because everybody's talking all the time, everybody's inputting into this thing, and you wouldn't notice your disparate influence unless you could shut your mouth once in a while and then speak with more of a conscious deliberation. It's a fascinating idea, and it seems to make a lot of sense when you look at the emphasis that is placed on the control over words and language and how every one of these religious systems are based on the notion of some kind of magical significance behind the spoken word itself.
I think my opinion is everything is frequency. Everything has energy. And like what I don't know how it correlates, but numbers, you can't have the frequency and the energy without the numbers. And then everything else comes after.
Yes. Well, I picked up a couple books on this topic recently, and I'm finding that numbers and colors, and we do find that with all these occult rituals in plain sight, colors are a huge part of the story as well. Numbers are very easy to search and to correlate, but it's far more subtle because it's not something that you would be able to discuss unless
Yeah,
you knew the
colors
meanings
have
behind them.
frequency. Colors give off frequency just like everything else, like an energy. Like they say, blue is calming, red is invigorating. That's why there's so many things that have red and blue, like the cops and stuff, because it's the cops with the red and blue is like as above, so below, as above, so below, as above. You know what I mean? It's like intro, inversion, because that's what they love, the back and forth to confuse people.
Well, confusion is built into this thing. I think when you have a worldview, internalized worldview, that is given to you that doesn't comport with the real thing, you have cognitive dissonance. And if the power structure doesn't allow you to contradict it or to challenge it in any meaningful way, and you have to live with the contradiction, that creates confusion, dissonance, and then the dissonance gets so great that people just ignore their own perceptions and just reach for whatever the screen says. In other words, apathy. So I think, yeah, this is definitely a world based on the world stage is based on confusion. Like all magic shows, it's about confusing the perceivers.
If you're trying to control someone, what better state to have them in other than fear or confusion?
Or apathy. And I was having a conversation with quote normie the other day, and they started talking about Israel and Palestine, and they were talking about dead babies and dead babies, and I'm like, yeah, it's never going to change. Nice weather today, and I changed the subject to the weather, and I was just exhibiting pure
Yeah,
apathy, and they went along with it, and we talked about the weather, so I realized they're apathetic. Now my apathy was fake.
I'm not familiar with. I've heard of apathy, but I'm not familiar enough. What is it?
Well, it's just the definition of it in this context, I guess, would be lacking any sort of care about something. You don't care, no emotion for something, get no response. So he's talking about
Yeah,
dead babies, and I'm like, yeah, I don't care. Let's talk about the weather. And this person was like, yeah, me either. I don't care either. Like I realized this person
yeah, yeah,
believes in the atrocities, and they can switch it off like that. I know they're fake, and so I
yeah.
don't care. But
I
it's
get it now.
yep.
Yeah, I get it now because I've heard it. It's no me importa. I don't care. That's one of the phrases I learned. I'm learning Spanish. I was like, I gotta learn that one because sometimes I don't care, dude. Like I got other stuff to care about. Like I haven't even been doing as much research as I do because like this stuff coming through, it's so like telegraphed. It's so like they use the same narratives and put a different twist on them. Like I absorb it subconsciously to stay in tune, but honestly, it's like I've been listening to more music because it's like I don't care, dude. It's like all the same crap, dude. It's like they're gonna do what they do no matter what. All I gotta do is make sure I'm on point, whether it's subconsciously or consciously when I get into the research, consciously, subconsciously it's there. Luckily I learned this stuff and it's there and I like the boulder coming down the hill, I could always see it and I'm gonna step out of the way.
Well, I'm
You know,
convinced it's coming down the hill, but I'm
hopefully.
convinced it's fake. The boulder coming down the hill is fake, but the panic it's going to set off is real.
Yeah, I mean whatever application is done, there's something wrong. And it's always been wrong, right? But we're coming into this brave new world, is my opinion. You
Well,
know?
look, I think we've already been born into it. We're multi-generational mind control patients. It's an open air
Oh yeah, they
asylum.
they took our heel print, right? A lot of people are born in hospitals. They prick your heel and take your heel print, right? And I mean, I think that's happened to me. I think that's what a lot of that's what they do in America a lot of times. I don't know if they do it anymore, but back in the day they used to. In my opinion, because they're taking your soul, a print of your a footprint. They're taking your soul. They own your soul because you're in the corporation of America. So you're owned because you got a social security number. You're born in a hospital. See what I'm saying?
I've heard this before, and it might be true. It's definitely the case, though, in my view, that we are basically residents in some kind of like maybe I don't know what word you would use. Simulation theory makes a lot of sense.
Spiritually.
Like it's a simulation, but it's real. But the internalized version of it is
These guys
mostly.
these guys know about the ether.
Yeah,
They know about
okay. Do you
spiritual.
think that it makes sense that the people who are concealing the real version would, I guess, have the real version? Like if they're giving us a BS version, obviously they know what's there. But my question is like, how widespread is that? Is it just top of the pyramid? Because you have so many
That's
layers
why they're
of
wizards. That's why they're wizards at the top. Billionaires use astrology, millionaires don't. They're wizards. They know how to manipulate the ether or the psyche. And I don't know. I'm guessing here like speculation.
Well, there's mind
Look at the
entrainment through
wizard.
propaganda,
Look at
but
the
beyond the
wizard
propaganda, there's
psychology.
obviously some esoteric aspects to much of it, and I think there's levels of psychological entrainment, emotional, and there may be some spiritual component, which I rarely get into because I like to focus on the facts. I like to focus on the verifiables, and I want to get away from any kind of attempts to mystify things. Because people are like, oh, if we believe it, it's real, and reality creates belief. Like the QAnon shaman's like, if we all just believe, it'll be true. Sorry, reality doesn't work that way. There may be some level of influence or some level of interaction between the perceiver and the perceived, but it's not as simple as you believe it, it's real. Because if that were the case, moon landings would be real because everybody believes those, and we know that these are staged events.
Yeah, I get it, bro. I mean, I don't care about the moon landings. I'm not up there. I'm not up there to look at it. I'm down here living
No, my,
life.
my point is that belief doesn't create reality in that sense, not at that level where and what I'm that is a common new age thing, magical thinking, and it's like no, it's not that simple.
Oh, everybody's embracing it now. Look how big Halloween is now, bro. It's like every year it gets bigger. It's going to be bigger than Christmas eventually.
It is here. We have Halloween decorations. Like right now, there's like 13-foot tall skeletons and mummies, and they put this stuff out in September. Like Halloween is an entire season, and they'll leave it up there for Christmas. It is pretty big, and I don't
Yeah,
necessarily have a problem with it, but I've
no,
noticed.
me neither. Me neither. I embrace it. Like I embrace pagan ways, dude, because I love the sun. Okay? If it wasn't for the sun, I'd be nothing. But everything has a good side and a bad side. And when you indoctrinate people that don't have,
Well, let me point this out though. The Christians who are against Halloween will say, "No, we celebrate Christmas, but we don't celebrate Halloween." Well, I'm sorry, but they're part of the same pagan calendar. They literally
yeah,
are. They're
yeah,
part of the same
yeah,
exact
yeah,
system of
yeah. The
rituals.
Romans, Saturnalia, same time of the year.
And one other point too, and this is something that's become clear to me after doing a bit more research into paganism, is that, and this is not my opinion, and if people hate this, that's fine. It's just the facts. Christianity and paganism are the same thing, but Christianity has stripped away a lot of the overt symbolism, specifically the goddess stuff. They retained some of it with Mary, but it's the same paganism based on nature, the sun, the moon, the cycles of time. It's really the same thing. Christianity is paganism.
Yeah,
It's just stripped. It's stripped down and
like,
given a bit of
like,
a cover with some, this Jewish savior.
Yeah, so Jesus is the son, is the immaculate conception of God, the Son of God, right?
Yeah,
S-O-N,
yeah. I think
S-U-N.
everybody's heard this a million times, and it's not even something I care to even
S-O-N,
debate.
S-U-N.
Yeah, we all know.
No, but
And
I'm just saying, like, yeah, it's like, it's all an allegory for any one person to draw their interpretation off of it.
correct, correct. And it definitely is that. And what I'm saying is that, and it's just sort of like the same exact system has now been superimposed onto the modern paradigm, the modern template, and it's just given updated symbolism. That's why the black cube that we see everywhere and all these logos that make use of the sun and the solar symbolism in the same way, and we see it all in the movies. How many times have we seen the Christ archetype repackaged in these big films, where the like even when Jim Caviezel played Jesus in Passion of the Christ, do you know how old he was at the time?
I heard you say it. I don't know.
33. Like, this is
Yeah.
not a coincidence. I'm just saying they've taken the archaic, the ancient, and repackaged it, new iteration, dressed it up with science fiction, and you can't avoid it.
I embrace the 33 because, like I said, I've heard that the double digit has double power. I believe in numerology and gematria because I study it and I've just like, I have a embrace of it, right? The 3 and the 33 is like, the 3 is like, it's like infinite. When you do solutions, formulas with the 3, it like keeps going. And that's why Tesla said the rules of 3, 6, and 9. And 9 is even crazier than 3. But for some reason or another, 3 is like one of the ones that 3 and 6, 9 too, but it's like almost like in the closet. But 3 and 6 are like so embraced by these code throwers. But definitely 3 and the 33, right? And I got it on my keychain. Um, I was gonna say something else you made me think of, but
Well, Mach 33 is escape velocity, and you can land there at runway 33 out there in Florida. It's all allegory for transcendence and leaving the material realm, and it's dressed up like literal space travel, but again, like everything, it has its exo and its esoteric aspects. And I'm entertained, honestly, I'm entertained. I really am. I'm entertained by the exoteric. I'm not bothered that most people are caught up in the dream world. It doesn't really phase me one bit. Like, I'm not even
yeah, the
like, there's like this notion that,
exoteric.
yeah, like how many people want to save people? Like, I'm trying to wake people up. You got to wake them all up. Got to save them. Got to make sure that they're as scared and agitated as you are. And I'm just not with that. I'm not trying to sell somebody on a doomsday cult.
I'm in the evasion survival. Okay, I'm trying to figure out what's going on from afar. So if I got to engage, which I probably won't unless I have to, I know what's gonna. I'm sitting back watching. Okay, and you got the exoteric and the esoteric, right? You got the macro and the micro. So you got the big picture, and then the where you're figuring out how to map your plan. You get it from looking at the big picture, from observations.
Let me ask you a question. Do you think that at any point in the future there'll be a point where everybody wakes up? Do you think there'll be a quote mass awakening? Do you think that truthers will ever win?
The apocalypse.
Yeah, do you think that there will ever be an instance where the truthers won?
That's what they say is going on right now. Is apocalypse.
Okay. And
There is people waking up. I mean, I think, like I always tell people, this is another thing I say to like kind of normie people. No matter how big or small, they're taking a chip off of the block every day in the terms of like building a statue. No matter how big or small, they're taking a chip off of the block incrementally. It may be a long time. They may speed it up and gain, like 2020 Corona, right? What year was that? It was a leap year. They leaped.
Yeah, and that was also likely planned decades and decades in advance. It was a repeat of
Yeah,
1968 in many
yeah,
ways. And
yeah.
fascinating. Look, we're
Yeah, but you
about
see
to
what I'm saying?
be starting a new election cycle, and I think they're going to probably recycle a lot of 2020. So if any of you are missing the drama of that year, I think we might get something similar coming up.
The politics, man, like, well, like I'm gonna like somebody would actually trust like Trump or Biden or anybody else. Like, give me a break, dude. I know you don't. I'm just saying, like in general, like, dude, it's such a joke, dude.
Well, we look again. I always remember this. There's this thing called the consensus bias, where you can fall into the trap of thinking that other people see things the same way. And I always try to keep in mind that the quote truthers are a fringe, and we are the cutting fringe, and the masses do not think anywhere near like anybody on the fringe. They're not even paying attention. In fact, that's what I was bringing up the person who was bringing up the dead kids. I'm like, you know what? They are hardly paying attention. They're not really invested except in a very superficial way. And it's like it really is like a dream world. It's kind of sad in a way. It's like it's a spell, it's a dream. But it's also a really
Yeah,
bad dream. But
you spell a word and they cast a spell.
or they show an image on a screen and they believe it's there. They're creating illusions, just like that movie I'm watching, Awareness, where they're creating illusions in people's minds and using it to control
Mirror,
society.
mirror on the wall.
And
But
it
now
works.
it's a
It works
TV
though. It
screen.
works. People have what I call mind aids, and they fall for what I call see say. Oh, they see it, they say it. It's worse than hearsay.
Not for nothing. I know AJ's totally compromised, right? Controlled opposition, but he does drop breadcrumbs. And I didn't need him to tell me, but he has helped, right? He's the one that said that I've heard say the television is a weapon.
Yeah, I think the very term Infowars makes sense. It is what we're looking at, and it is notable that the WEF has claimed that they stole it from him, and he's not even suing them. Look, the WEF has information warriors to fight conspiracy theories. I'm like, wait a minute. Jones started Infowars to spread conspiracies, and now they're stealing his brand identity with information warriors. He had to sue the WEF and then use that to pay the Sandy Hookers.
I know you're not like too much in the gematria, but Infowars, I forget if it's either Pythagorean or Chaldean. Infowars is 33, and Alex Jones is 33. I'm pretty sure Alex Jones is 33 in Pythagorean, and Infowars is 33 in Chaldean,
Uh,
which is this different ciphers. Pythagorean is 1 through 9, and Chaldean is 1 through 8, which is like
yeah, I'm
Samaria.
pretty sure though in Chaldean numerology, Tim Osmond's 33, Blue Wrench is 33.
Yeah,
I've heard that too.
I know, but we don't. You're not Alex Jones though, dude.
No,
You know
no,
what I
no.
mean? He's out. He's like they killed like what's his name there? Bill Cooper.
Uh huh.
Like he was controlled opposition too, but they killed him, and now we got Alex Jones or whatever happened with him.
And Alex Jones, by the way, was radicalized at Waco, where Dave Koresh, 33, was being incinerated, and may or may not have crossed paths with Tim McVeigh, who was also there, who was later executed at 33. But Waco is ground zero for what created Alex Jones. Alex Jones was radicalized by Waco. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, he's always saying nowadays like maybe they'll kill me. I don't know. you know. And he's always saying, I've shouted out in your chat, dude. He's always he's like the other day when we were all talking about this new thing up in Maine. There's always, not always, I won't say always, but most of the time, military connections. Okay, he's always talk. If you listen enough, which it depends what day of the week or how the week's going. I listen a lot. Just it's opposition research. I listen to like regular news. I listen to him. I listen to like Fringe of the U. Like yeah, I listen to a lot of stuff because like whatever I work and I gotta listen to something. I listen to music, whatever. But he's always saying my dad, the CIA tried to recruit my dad for those dental implants and all this other stuff, and my uncle, my cousin and my uncle are Delta Force Special Operations, and like obviously, dude, he's fucking tied into the Pentagon.
Yeah, sure. Well, look, he was
Trump was his boy. Trump was his boy.
Yeah, I'm not sure why there's any debate there. The fact of it is he's part of the mainstream media infrastructure, and he was a huge part of selling alternative 9/11 stories, which is a big part of it because you have the mainstream narrative and the counter narrative, and the counter narrative and the mainstream narrative weigh the same. So Alex Jones is just as important a part of the mainstream infrastructure as a Sean Hannity or someone on the left, like at that time, who would it have been? All these like a Dan Rather types, like these are mainstream figures, and the fringe figures are all equal. Like they say Alex Jones is the conspiracy guy and he's like out there, but no, actually he's part of it. They couldn't maintain this
Yeah,
system
yeah.
without the pro and the anti because people don't unanimously agree, but they all agree on one thing: the big deception.
In my opinion, like definitely AJ, right? And then the smaller guys, like they may not even know that they're compromised.
Agents or dupes. Either they're agents or they're surrounded by agents and they're being fed the same lines and they don't question it and they march lockstep, so they're therefore dupes. Every orthodox red pillar that believes in false flag theory is a dupe if they're not being paid.
Um, yeah,
I mean, to
so
some
yeah,
degree,
man. I mean,
I don't want to be like exclusionary. I'm not trying to say necessarily that I'm trying to shrink the pool of people who are in this discussion, but I'm saying we have to be really honest with ourselves. And if you're carrying water for any government approved establishment conspiracy theory, then you really need to do some reflection and decide, am I truly carrying something that I know to be true, or am I believing some of these people who have spoon fed me some ideas to keep me on the political horseshoe? And there's a lot of people who fall into that. And I'm going to spend the next year, my agenda for the next year is creating a rift and creating an exit from the political horseshoe for a lot of these red pillars into the area of pure skepticism, auto hoaxing.
like I said, I try to stay rogue because I have been like the whole 9/11 thing. I told you, even though I had a different perspective than most people, I still fell for it at first. So I don't know what to believe anymore. I just know when I feel something's wrong, something's wrong. I'm well versed enough now to know if something's wrong, something's wrong.
Well,
And
I'm
it's
pressing
basically everything.
I'm pressing for a
It's
change.
basically everything.
Like we know now, right, that there's something wrong. We know that the media is a liar. And I think there's been this tendency to still give it 1% of benefit of the doubt. Maybe somebody died in Maui. Maybe it's like maybe they're not lying this time, or maybe this is a real issue over there. And I'm like, I think we're past that point. If it lied 99 out of 100 times for as long as we've been studying it, let's just go ahead and recognize what we're looking at. And I'm ready to take the next step and to start getting past including any narratives that account for false flags or real until proven fake. I mean, I'm not taking any of this um, guard railing narratives seriously. Like they're saying the shooter was MK Ultra, or then you had Code Monkey Z saying he's false flag. Yeah, those guys are deliberately misleading quote truthers, and I think we can break that
Like I
habit.
said, like I said in the chat, I watched a video from somebody, and I didn't notice it like necessarily at first. But what I did notice was that picture they were plastering up on the media everywhere of him walking into the. It from what I assume, from what I gathered, like it's him walking into the bowling lane with the long gun shouldered, and he's got like shortish hair and like a scruffy beard, right? And he's got that long gun with a dude. It's got a giant scope on it, and I was like, I just something about that was weird to me, right? So then I seen this dude. He did a live stream, and then I saw those videos of him at cornhole tournaments at that bowling lane. Dude, the guy looked the same but older with a bald head. I think it was bald. It was like baldish.
Yeah, I
Like
noticed
definitely not
big
as much.
discrepancy, big discrepancy. And
Even
that
even
first one,
even the face,
the bowling
the
alley,
beard, and
I'm like, that one there, he looked like Jake Gyllenhaal, and then the next one, he was totally bald.
he
And
and he looked younger. He looked younger.
the video
The
itself,
picture of me was up there.
the video itself looked like it was filmed. It's like 2005 called. They want their CCTV camera
Yeah, I
back.
remember you guys were saying like, like your the, our phones take better videos than that fucking security system, which I agree with, dude. Yeah, nowadays, like, come on, give me a break, dude. But who knows? Maybe up in Maine. But honestly, I don't believe it anyways. So it doesn't matter, like, if they had good cameras or not. I just know right away. I was like, that's something looks wrong with that picture. And then I seen this guy doing a live stream, and they showed him at the cornhole tournaments. And yeah, dude, it looks like the same guy, but younger, like different though, like younger and with more hair. So I know you guys are auto hoaxers, and I'm not anything. I'm just rogue, dude. I go rogue, bro. I'm like
Well, look, let me clear
trying
this
to
up though.
figure it all out.
Okay, the term auto hoaxer, the simplest, shortest explanation: applied skepticism, or I guess you
Yeah,
could
I
say,
get it.
but directed at mass media. That's simply it. And if you're a skeptic, you are
Yeah.
engaging in auto hoaxing.
I just feel like, to me, my perspective is it's a hybrid approach. I think it's fake and real because they have to have an operation. So some of it's real, but then they're like faking a lot of it, or whatever they're, like maybe if we were able to like go work for them, we'd see how they do it. But in my perspective, it's a hybrid approach.
I'm still stuck on this thing where it's a magic show and they don't really saw people in half. But maybe they do. Still
Yeah,
looking.
lesser magic, 3-card Monty, right?
Yeah, that's correct. That's correct. Well, hey, look, I got a message from somebody
Yeah.
by email, and they found a quote from Jordan Maxwell talking about the eye in the pyramid on the dollar bill. Fascinating. He says this is their symbol for Jesus, the chief cornerstone, out of the Proverbs 25. I'll have to look deeper into that,
Yeah.
but interesting.
Maxwell was good stuff. Didn't you talk to him?
Yes, yes. Maxwell and I spoke a few times, and pre 2022, and then after 2020. And in fact, it was Jordan Maxwell who got me interested in symbolism itself because I was at a courthouse and I saw the magic square of Saturn on a tapestry. And I thought, what the heck is that? And I started looking into the symbol of Saturn, how it relates to law and the courthouses and the judge, and
Well,
that's how I found it.
Saturn is the ultimate karma judge.
Yeah, exactly,
We just
exactly.
finished Saturn. We just finished Saturn retrograde.
That's correct. And Saturn is the L, we call L, which is the
Yeah. Yep.
And what he was explaining was the symbol of Saturn, black, the cube. It's associated with the color, or black, the judge's robes, and judgment is a huge part of it. And then time, like you're sentenced to time, constraint, limitation. All these things are intrinsic within this archetype of Saturn. And the magic square of Saturn is this square with 9 boxes, and in every direction they add to 6 or 15, or 666 on each side, and that this square is used in planetary magic in order to invoke the energies of that planet. I'm like, why is this medieval magical talisman on a tapestry in this courthouse? And that kind of got me looking.
Yeah, there you go, bro. Right there. Yeah. Like you go like certain places and they like certain official places and they got these like um it's just normal for it to be there. But nobody really knows the meaning of it because it's like hidden in plain sight.
Well, if I was still acting like Truman in a world of lies, I would say, no, there's nothing to see here. It's just a coincidence, doesn't mean anything. Most people have that internal thought cop that says, there are no patterns, nothing means anything. This internal gaslighter. But I correlated it with the symbolism, and I listened to Jordan Maxwell, and then I started paying attention, and I started realizing, wait a minute here, it's not just the courthouse. I started noticing specific things about the architecture and street names, not just here, but in every city. And then I studied that book about DC, and then you can kind of see that.
I would love to go to DC. I heard it's insane when you go to DC with the symbolism.
Right. And it's just kind of in your face, obvious, and then you can see how the rituals are played out
Why
there.
wouldn't it be, right?
Yeah.
It's like the capital of America of like esoteric occultism.
Well, you mentioned Jupiter, and I think it was in Jordan Maxwell's book, one of his books, he talked about the capital is, I believe, a temple of Jupiter is Capitolis or something like that. Let me see if I can. He had a.
Yeah, because the Romans were pagans and like their ultimate deity was Jupiter, Capitol Hill or whatever. Yeah, I mean I don't know enough, but yeah.
Well, the main thing that I think I got out of his work was the idea that the world has this ancient power, and you would not know it was there unless you were versed in its symbols. And the people who are versed in the symbols are those who are initiated and shown the light. And if you look at any initiation oath from any of these secret societies, it generally means somebody with a hoodwink over their head is brought into a room and they're shown the light. And then the oath in the Masonic context basically says the people out there are in the dark. That tells you right there that we have a two-tiered society: initiates and the ignorant.
So I heard that's why they love the owl
Because it sees at night.
because it can see in the dark.
Yeah, that's right. One of the many
And
meanings behind it.
that's kind of where I'm coming from with my approach is
You can see
I
through
want
the
to gather
darkness of their imposed ignorance. I mean, that's kind of what the owl represents,
I
I
want to
think.
gather information almost as like a recon officer. Like in any situation, just be observing, you know, whether it's like at night or during the day. And honestly, my job got me like that even more because management is like really strict, and I'm watching my six constantly.
The owl symbol is interesting. I've been thinking lately of the bat and how sonar or echolocation, how the bat is screeching in the cave and then it's orienting itself and dodging objects based on the waves bouncing back at it. And to me, that's kind of an interesting way of navigating in the dark by sending something out and then seeing what bounces back. And it kind of reminds me, in many ways, of the way that research can be guided by synchronicity or by clues. You're stumbling in the dark, but you have a way of putting your feelers out there, your recon, and it's, so I like the bat as a symbol of navigating in the dark. And dark, I think, is a symbol of ignorance. I think ice is a symbol of secrecy.
Ice.
Yeah, I think ice is secrecy, darkness is ignorance in the way that world stage symbolism seems to play out. And one of the older symbols of the Illuminati and these various groups is the torch. Torch representing
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
the caves, the grottos, the initiatory societies with their passing the torch, passing the hidden
yeah,
knowledge that's concealed from the ignorant by design to keep them ignorant. And that's the main thing.
yeah. Like
It's not like,
John D. They said they got a picture of John D. passing a lantern to Francis Bacon.
ooh, interesting. Yeah, the lantern is another major one of their symbols. The lantern itself is like the hermit's lantern, and the hermit on the tarot card, that is. But it's all about the hidden light. The word hermit, of course, hermetically sealed secrets.
Yeah. Um. Yeah. I guess I'll let you go, bro, because we could just keep going forever.
Yeah,
And
fascinating
I
topic
got
though.
fired up. I got fired up because of that dude. Because like I don't know what the hell he was talking about.
Yeah, it was probably just a miscommunication, but I'm like, yeah, it doesn't matter. We can talk about anything anyway.
And I never seen him like in here really. Maybe I'm mistaken, but I don't know if he was like a bot or a fed or something. But
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Fed until
it's like who
proven.
cares? Who cares what the weather was that day, bro? We know something's wrong.
It's like that meme where everyone's in a Spider-Man costume pointing at each other and they're all calling each other feds. It's like everybody I don't know is a fed, pretty much, until I can prove otherwise. Or they're influenced by feds. I mean, this truly is a very controlled environment. It's not an exaggeration. Like you may not be a fed, but if you're following a red herring that a fed planted there, what's really the difference here? We're talking about regulated thoughts, mind control, worldview regulation. And it's a game to them. It's an alternate reality game. They suck people in. Like, oh, these people are smart enough to see through 9/11. Let's have a more engaging version of the story to suck them in, and we'll attach it to this entire belief system. And ideologically, they're still going to vote, but they're going to be a little more radical. Like, to me, this is a huge game.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's. I mean, in my opinion, that's what they love. It's all a game to them because they've been doing it for thousands of years, like through their lineage.
Yeah,
They're
exactly.
like masters of their domain, basically.
Look, one more point here before you go, because we were talking about Saturn. The movie The Village, we talk about often about how these people are born in a commune and the world outside they're told is evil and they don't question their environment until they get older. But the people who rule the place are called elders. And I think they chose that name because elder is a reference to
Yeah,
Saturn.
yeah,
What do you think? Saturn
yeah.
cycles the
I mean,
imprisoner.
Stranger Things,
Yep,
Hell.
exactly. Yeah, no doubt.
Um, um, there's other stuff too. I can't think of it right now, but that whole Elohim. Yeah, I agree, dude.
Yeah, very intriguing stuff here. You talk about numbers and stuff, and it's like L, you can flip it upside down and you get, 7 3 or 3 7 ambigrams as well as anagrams, and you can find increasing connections there as well. It's just intriguing when you start pulling on these threads and it's just like never ending. So anyway, hey, appreciate the call
I've
very
heard
much,
the.
and Lieutenant Weinberg in the chat says he wasn't mad at you. He was just curious.
No, I know. He once he got on the line there, he didn't. He doesn't sound like I don't know. I don't know where he was coming from, dude. I'm like I didn't say nothing about 9/11. I
Right.
was like talking about what you were talking. We were talking about Stephen King and you know. So
Awesome. Well, hey, thanks for the call. Call back anytime.
yeah, take care, brother.
All right, everyone, that's G33 talking about the occult rulers of the world and skepticism. Let's see what I have here. Okay, I'm going through your comments. If we've missed anything, Jesus Cow says fed. Yep. No, I really mean it. If you are carrying water for the mainstream media, you're mainstream media. If you're carrying a propaganda line that was planted by a Fed, you're a Fed or a dupe. Like QAnoners. Like, let's say you're still a true believer in Q. I'm sorry, but you're following a government created psyop. What does that make you? For 6 years, QAnon has been waiting for something to happen. Here's an example. This is Kim Runner, who has blocked me, by the way, on all of my accounts. She says, 6 years ago, today, something random but very special popped up online. Q. Intel posts that would guide us and change us in ways we didn't even realize at the time. Whether you were following from the beginning or just jumped on board last month, we're all here for a reason. Okay? Now let's look back. 2019. Same day. The military is in full control. 2021, same day. Trump is still president. Hey, Patriots, remember, this is a military operation at its finest. We need to stand together. Our military is keeping the president safe while he removes evil worldwide. Peace is coming soon. That was 2020. So they've been celebrating this date for some time. Getting ready for it. Here's another pretty good one. It's JFK Jr. with glowing eyes. And she says, "We are ready when you are, John." Every Sunday, they sit out there on Sunday and they tweet Kennedy Sunday and they post pictures of John Kennedy Jr. "We are all ready when you are." That one's from June. This is from May. This is a huge operation, and these are big channels with millions of followers, and they're just like, "JFK Jr., come back, we're ready for you." It's insane. But anyway, today's their 6th anniversary. 6 years of nonstop gaslighting. We also talked about this. President George Bush threw the first pitch of the World Series game. It's the game number 119. He was also the one who threw the first pitch after 911. Here's a video of the two of them side by side. All right, continuing through my Twitter feed to see if we've missed anything else. This is interesting. Due to out-of-control theft, they put away all their items in the DC CVS. You have a picture of the item, and you have to take a little ticket to the counter for everything. Like, how are you going to loot? Take a bunch of tickets, run to the counter, demand the merchandise? It's really going to cramp their style. Okay, here's one more Q post. It's Donald Trump holding a picture of a child with black eyes, and he says, "This is why we don't quit." So there's this rumor, or this story going around among QAnoners, that the children who have their adrenochrome removed have black eyes, like panda bears. Really sick stuff. Well, the sad thing is, this was a child who had a brain cancer removed. So they're taking pictures of children who've had brain cancer, and they're saying these are victims of adrenochrome extraction, and thus we need to keep on fighting for Q. I mean, that's as bad as making fake babies for propaganda to start wars. Like, they're all running government operations. QAnoners are feds, or they're basically federal informant-led sheeple. We talked about the new speaker, Mike Johnson, who believes that there were dinosaurs on Noah's Ark. Now, I have a problem with this proposition. Let's just say Noah's Ark was real, and dinosaurs are real. Everything that got on the Ark survived, so where are the dinosaurs now? New House Speaker thinks Creationist Museum is pointing people to the truth. This is from HuffPost. Like, I'm sorry, but if the dinosaurs made it on the Ark, then where are they now? Where are they hiding the dinosaurs? Maybe they can have some kind of committee look into that. We talked about the 3-day manhunt bowling for Lewiston, major psyop, locking people down, pushing the agenda of mentally ill people being a threat to society because of the First Amendment, which causes them to misuse the Second Amendment, so we have to get rid of both. That's why we can't have nice things. Kind of like the way they censored DALL-E because somebody rendered an image of Mickey Mouse crashing into the Twin Towers. Like, to censor that entire program because of one person's image would be like getting rid of crayons because some child wrote a bad word on the bottom of his desk. Maddie33 says dinosaurs are hiding in the hollow earth just like an Iron Sky 2. Wasn't Godzilla in the hollow earth? Or was that big? No, that was King Kong. I'll have to look into that. I'm going to try to finish that movie tonight called Awareness about this individual who can project illusions into people's minds, and it turns out that's how the world is controlled. And so the world controllers want to recruit him, but before he gets recruited, this rogue group is trying to recruit him in a very Matrixy type of twist. It's called Awareness. I'll do a review on it after I finish watching it. I want to say thanks everyone for joining. Ollie Goering says pandas are weird. They're weird, but they're real. Don't let anybody tell you that pandas are fake. Just stop oil. Our dino strong, says Lean Dion. Peter W. says if you spray vinegar, it keeps the dinos away. Does it? I know it keeps chemtrails away. Is there something about chemtrails that attracts the dinos? Is there a correlation between pterodactyl sightings and chemtrails?
Everyone's gone totally retarded.
This is Infinite Gang by Neo and Gucci Flip. I'll send a link out later.
Auto believers of the television programming. A 33 with a double E, yeah. Now you're out of breath. Since I found out today, it's the mask of the beast, 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 mask of the beast. Faceless pop another NPC.
Okay, that is Chief Crow and the Flat Earth Worms, Mask of the Beast. The most disastrous typo ever. Probably purposeful. Nobody noticed, they all accepted it. Let's see what we are looking at here. Now, we're only on 2 platforms. We're kind of truncated at the moment. And we're going to fix everything here. The raft will be righted in about 2 weeks. Just waiting for that first paycheck to come through, and you're going to see we're going to purchase a lot of the books up front, open the stores, and the eBay store is doing very well. But once we add in a lot of copies of the World Stage Deprogramming Guide and Autohistology 101, it'll take off. We're joined here by Polly Coffin, Let's Go, X322, Joe Fior, Copacetic, Frank Murr, Claptrap-ism, says Taco Bell meat is 33% fake. Well, aren't the McDonald's breakfast burritos baby meat? They have some kind of a deal with Planned Parenthood, I assume. I mean, I hear all these things, McDonald's being human meat, and people just talk about it like, yeah, they serve human meat, I don't eat that. It's like, if I really believed that, I would be calling the cops. If I thought there was even rats, I would call the health department. I wouldn't just blindly let my fellow Americans or whatever, my friends and family, eat human meat all day. But that's how a lot of truthers are. It's just like they're in the know. And they accept these things and they live with it. And it's pretty weighty to have to carry that around with you, knowing that you live in a world of unwitting cannibals. Lesko says eBay needs more art. Yeah, I've been painting all day. In fact, that's the reason why we won't have a lot of time now. I've been processing orders. Okay, Claptrap-ism says Illuminati game has fast food meat card. Yeah, sure, but here's one of the things to remember. The conspiracy culture, all the Illuminati playing card stuff, all of that stuff in general is designed to be the counter narrative to the mainstream. So you can't just believe it. You can't just automatically believe the alternative. And I'm glad you brought this up because today the thing I wanted to really talk about is the political horseshoe as it applies to the red pill, blue pill concept. So the idea of the political horseshoe isn't mine. It's kind of this old idea that I used to completely dismiss. I thought it was ridiculous, that it was oversimplified to say that there's a point where the far left and far right are very close to one another than either is to the center. This is called the horseshoe theory, and it suggests that the political continuum at its edges, at its fringes, tend to resemble one another. And I noticed this was pretty clear with the soy boy versus Proud Boys. I was like, okay, you got boys, Arrested Development, competing for the favors of daddy government. I could see how this could be that they're the same. What's the difference between Antifa and Proud Boy? Same masks, same basic outlook. I mean, their whole thing is, if you ask me, one could be playing the other. It's just a matter of changing the color of the uniform. But they both favor the same type of, group action. They get kind of agitated in the street. They're the fringe, and we call them that for a reason. But the question, or the point here, is that both of them begin to resemble one another, and they seemingly are both competing for the same group of people in the middle. Like they want, for example, the right is trying to bring all the blue pill sleepers to the right by waking them up. The left is wokeism, and they are doing the same thing. So what I have here is, in the middle is a blue circle. It says world stage, blue pill, dreamers. And this is the vast majority. And then the red ring is labeled red pill, nightmare version of the blue pill. Or on the left side, wokeism. And I'm going to start calling them wokers. Rhymes with jokers, kind of like it, wokers. So the wokeism is their version of the dream world, which is just as nightmarish as the red pill version. So you have left-wing fringe wokeism and right-wing red pill trutherism. So individuals that awaken from the dream are routed back to a world stage centric perspective. So the last point I made about how they're each focused with converting the dreamers, that's what I mean. Instead of leaving the world stage construct, the people who see that it's BS are gate-kept with either red pill, controlled op ideology, or critical race theory and wokeism. But both of these paradigms route the straying freethinkers back into the point where they're staring at one another and focused on the people in the middle. Their backs are to the truth, which is where we are, which is post-world stage, back from the screen, objectivism, which doesn't exist in their world. Okay, let's see who we are joined by. Nicotrama says Lloyd Miller and his minions are going to hate this presentation. We know Lloyd Miller is pretty adamant, and he's pretty convinced that he's right, and that's fine. He thinks that I might have discredited myself by not being anti-vax. But what I'm suggesting is that anti-vax is the counter-narrative to pro-vax. And if it's split down the middle, just like that, then you're looking at what I would call a guardrail. And my idea of the guardrail is that it keeps people focused on the stage, and I can see that the political horseshoe theory describes it in the exact same way. Continuing here, we are joined by Pippi Langstroth, says Totelli, spelled like it sounds. Claptrapism asks, does New Mexico want to ground up everyone's guns into Starbucks meat protein coffee additives? Yeah, apparently guns are banned here for like a month or something. Second Amendment, be damned. First Amendment, doesn't matter. The main thing here is safety, and some child was shot, supposedly. Now, I don't even dispute the story necessarily. There are many instances of road rage types of shootings, and there's a lot of death. I mean, I'm not a denialist of anything that actually happens, but it is kind of interesting that they tested that out here. We do have a lot of interesting political agitation that happens here. It's kind of ground zero for a lot of the MAGA going violent stuff as well. I was surprised nothing came of it. I thought it was sort of a test. But I don't think it really made a big difference. This isn't a really big place. I think it was a safe place to test it to see what the reaction would be. And honestly, the reaction was pretty tame, if you ask me. I didn't see a lot of outrage. I think a lot of people here actually agreed with it. In fact, a lot of people, that's something to remember. Truthers get really agitated about lockdowns and masks and pokies and gun grabs and censorship. But you have to remember that more than half the country agrees with that. It's their boot on your face. That's pretty much how it always is. And I always see this, like, people like, oh, look, there's a mass movement. People are waking up. It's like, no, the other half is trying to oppose what you're doing. It's designed this way. It's designed to be perpetual, this warfare. It's never going to be reconciled. There was never this desire to save everyone, to vax everyone. It was always meant to be 50%. They want it to be split. They want it to be a division between saved and unsaved. And again, what I'm suggesting here is that individuals that awaken from the obviously fallacious blue pill dream, and most people don't, but for most, and this is why you see the InfoWarriors types, Alex Jones types, pointing out that these people are asleep. They're too addicted to football and pharmaceuticals. They can't see it. And I look at that as, yeah, they have a valid point, but this red versus blue is another false dichotomy, because neither of them is awake. The red pill is a false awakening, just as false as wokerism. And this is a fascinating area to look into, this perfect schism here, because it has this, it's just a strange reflection on every single level. And I've been going through this for some time. How one has this traditional concept of sin, the other one has replaced it with the virus, and how it's pretty much a mirror image of the other. So let me go ahead and go into the article here that this is attached to. My Substack is timosman.substack. Needles versus Guns, Dialectical Psy-War Madness. This article is called The Vaxacost Denialist. And I figure we might as well start. I said that we're going to take this auto hoax methodology to the world stage, but I don't mean we're going to go wake up the blue pillars or try to tell them everything's fake. They won't understand. They don't have the right frame of reference. Oh, instead, my suggestion is let's go from the outside in. Let's start with the red pill. Don't even bother with the woke. If they're on the left, they're married to Big Brother. There's no saving them. The best that could happen to them is they go back to sleep in the blue pill dream world and stop being activated to destroy everything that's good. But the red pill, they are salvageable. So I want to start off by saying that I'm a Vaxacost denialist. It's not real. I'm sorry to disappoint misanthropes, doomers, and dupes that had their morbid fantasies really just let down over the last 3 years. Vaxageddon is a terrorist script meant to scare the political right about the political left, just as they are scared of the guns on the right. One side fears the other will shoot them with AR-15s, and the other side is terrified of COVID-19 vaccines. The left refers to the epidemic of gun violence using virology lingo, and the right talks about social contagion as a spreader of leftist ideals. Each side accuses the other of causing an outbreak they must quarantine against. We see this reflected in many different issues going on, even with book banning. You're talking about blocking people from ideas from the other side. So the needles versus guns is one of the mind control media's primary dialectical games. Pro-vax anti-gun versus anti-vax pro-gun. And people are compartmentalized like this. Needles represent the passive reception of the cure via bodily penetration by the state. Guns represent active self-defense or offense against the state. You'll notice that many of the patriot types see guns as a firewall against tyranny. So one is passive, one is active. And this is all tied into their relationship to big government, because whether one is on team needle or team gun is determined by one's relationship with government as savior. This also applies to one's relationship to borders. Pro-vaxxers are paradoxically open border advocates, which doesn't make sense if they're trying to lock everything down and you want only vaccinated people coming in. But no, pro-vaxxers are open border, which makes sense given their porous boundaries with the government. Open skin, open borders, whereas anti-vaxxers are closed borders and pro-gun. And this also ties into the defense of the home, the border of the home. Can you defend it, or does government have to? By the police. The leftists believe that only the police can defend your home border, not you. Your immune system can't defend you. No, the government's immune system has to. And then we have to have open borders, not national borders. And it's perfectly split down the middle, and it has to do with relationship to Big Brother and whether or not you're within the idea that you can merge with Big Brother, as they have. They married it, is what I'm saying. So my point being here, though, is the Vaxacost is a hoax. And the Vaxacost pushers have already moved the goalpost several times. These days, it's about a percentage or a death spike. The mass die-off or the mass sterilization never happened. Anti-vax was clearly an overreaction, and I think it's a waste of energy that could be directed to media deconstruction, starting with outer space. We need more people focused on that. I think our priorities are scattered because of a lack of cohesion in the alt-fringe media world, and we can fix it once we get everyone off this political horseshoe and the easy-to-decode Illuminati mind games. 9/11 was a total hoax, and yet we still have people fighting to defend the existence of fake dead people. And this is an axiom for auto-hoaxology. Fake dead kids' lives don't matter. Fake dead people, their lives don't matter. And at this point, Psywar ignorance is a choice. Something else, there are many scapegoat narratives that crumble when you debunk these events. And these scapegoat narratives drive the factions of the mind war. You can all recall how post 9/11, the whole thing was about the stealth jihad, Muslims taking over radical mosques, they're taking over the schools, they're getting in government, Obama's a stealth Muslim. You've heard all this stuff. Whatever happened to that? Whatever happened to the radical Islamic caliphate taking over subversively? Stealth jihad was a big thing. Nobody cares. It disappeared. But did we get rid of radical Islam in the world, or was it fake from the very beginning? My point being, these are mind war fictions based on scapegoats, and they just phase them out. And this is why Hitler fans hate me, because they love their dancing Israelis did 9/11 to blame Muslims to create a war narrative. They love that. And when you break down that event, it kills that scapegoat narrative. Now it's not a whodunit, it's a what is it, it's a hoax. So we destroy their group's purported purpose to exist. You have all these sheeple gathered together because there's a bad guy they need to gang up against, and we're like, no, the bad guy's a hoax. And the people who chase scapegoats and red herrings are always on the political horseshoe. And these are all world stage compatible narratives. So this political horseshoe consists of things like, yeah, of course the media is lying. It's because these people control the media. Take this red pill. And then you're like, wait a minute here. Those people are creating wokeism. Let me go oppose them. So instead of leaving the world stage and all of its BS, nope, you get routed back into it, and now you're in ideological warfare with the other side. The IPS off-world stage perspective is far above that kind of mind game that they're caught in. I examine anti-vax, Vaxageddon with the same critical approach with which I do 9/11 or Sandy hoax. Anti-vax is a controlled opposition movement. And I base this simply on its specific right-wing bias and this gun versus needle dialectic. It's too perfect to be organic. And even if there is a point to it, even if there was some kind of a thing attached to it beyond just the mind war, I would still say it's controlled op. Now, last week somebody in the chat called me Tim Gates. And they said I was making Daddy Bill Gates happy. And I'm getting big checks from Pfizer. It's like, meanwhile, I'm applying for a cashier job. So this kind of us or them attitude is from a cultish mindset. And I'm suggesting a lot of these narratives that have scapegoats are cults. And these controlled opposition agents are part of limited hangout operations. So the Vaxageddon believers assume that You have to be a paid agent of Big Pharma to not agree with them. It's like being called a big oil shill for not believing in global warming. Oh, you don't believe in the wrath of globe? Big oil must be giving you money. Now, I think many undergo a partial schizoid break from objective reality. We already talked about how the masses, the mainstream mediated mind, is already cut off from objective reality. They destroyed that in 1946 with the atom bomb. They destroyed the objective reality from the perspective of the masses. It's why I call it the dream world. But there are instances where the people who are not part of the dream world get into their own little break from reality, their own little echo chambers that drift away from the mainstream. And so the wokers and the red pillars are both in this boat, where they go into a more extreme version of the dream, which I refer to as a nightmare. And it's because they go deeper through the screen in their search for truth. But sanity and peace of mind can only exist in the opposite direction from the screen. Only the subtractive and skeptical take can provide a reasonable assessment. And what I mean by this is that you have to reject the basic premise for their big stories. You have to understand their frame of reference, or you're partially buying into it. And here's a quote from William J. Casey, CIA director. "We'll know our disinformation program is complete when everything the American public believes is false." Yeah, it's complete. Mission accomplished. Everything they believe is false. The world stage is built on an edifice of falsehood. Its parameters, its boundaries are all based on lies and myths and malinformation. And this is just a fact. We're living in an augmented reality created by the power elite. And they know that a portion will see through it. So the woke and the red pill sides of the spectrum are traps to catch straying minds within their political horseshoe. Let me catch up on your comments. Nicotrama says, "I will buy the fake Dead Kids Lives Don't Matter t-shirt." Okay, I was waiting until somebody said they would actually buy it before I was going to actually order some copies. In fact, maybe I should have a designer do it. We have a designer here. Fake Dead Kids Lives Don't Matter is a shirt that I did make with some AI generated stuff, but it's just too creepy. Okay, continuing. Claptrapism says, "Haven't you seen the videos of news anchors passing out?" Yeah, that's propaganda. That's truther bait. And you took it. Okay, continuing. Clockwork 113 says Vaxacost. Yeah, I'm a Vaxacost denier. And they get mad at me for it. And I'm like, well, look at what you deny. And what my point of it is that this is a terrorist script. We're talking about mind war based on fear. I mean, they don't only use fear, they use intrigue, they use fear, they use every human emotion. But just this idea that, yeah, there's millions of people dying and the mass media's not talking about it, and the kids in Maui have disappeared, and we're waiting for Tim Ballard to go save them, but he's too busy groping his pretend wives. Like, that's just a lot of negativity to carry around. That's why I go with the auto hoax, the skeptical perspective, ataraxia, as the original skeptics called it. Being free from the Psywar. You can unplug. You can go post-world stage. And so what we're doing here is very academic. I say this is inactivism. We would never get in the mud. They say never wrestle with a pig because you both get muddy and the pig likes it. That's what the world stage is. It's a big pig pen. Wee says, "Why is it so important for the Wizards of Oz to direct the masses' consciousness into disempowerment and division?" I think it's for this reason. I think that humanity is under quarantine. And they can't physically leash us all. But they can put shepherds there. They can keep us shepherded. And when you get into their symbolism, it's kind of fascinating how so many of their sun gods are shepherds. And I think that the elite see themselves as shepherds of the sheeple. And my point here is that I think we're quarantined so we don't access the resources that they're going to claim are coming from asteroids that they're mining. I mean, for all we know, the elite have slaves on Mars already. And Mars is just a continent that we don't know about. That's what I'm thinking here. And so we're talking about the political horseshoe and how it keeps you mentally in the world stage. But it also keeps you physically in the world stage. It's all based on this same closed system. And I've done this lie world order diagram that describes the same exact situation. how it is a mind war, but it is also about keeping you in a um, augmented reality that could be any shape they want, any size, any number of continents. It's almost purely subjective and they control it. You know, the first Roman, I think one of the first Roman geographers actually claimed that you couldn't go south past the equator because it'd be too hot and you would burn up. And I'm like, what a fascinating story, a firewall. And then the flat earth movement comes up and they say, oh, you can't go past Antarctica because it's an ice wall. So what is it, a firewall or an ice wall? And then what's next? All right, continuing, joined by Cub Star, Linda Curtis says, God blocker Tim Gates. Yes, I'm a God blocker, which means I deny the Mandela effect, and apparently the Mandela affected believe that they're shifting their way to finding God or becoming God. I'm not quite sure what it is. The world stage is a sim, says Linda Curtis. 100%. It's a simulation, but that doesn't mean there's not the objective reality. The best way to describe this is that, we exist in two worlds. We all do. We have our mental and then our physical, and they don't always correlate. And if someone's mental reality doesn't, we call them insane. My point being, collectively, we have adopted, I think, a collective schizoid affective disorder. And it's a byproduct of trauma-induced mind control, PTSD. But yeah, mankind is very pliable. We're space cadets. We're under a spell. And most people wouldn't believe it because it's just too big to fathom. Yeah, I think you have to really, I don't know, you have to really kind of let these ideas sit around in your head for a minute and think about what does it really mean if they fake the nukes? Like, on the one hand, it's good news. Hey, it's great. No one can push a button and vaporize you. But on the other hand, it means that whoever controlled the media has put mankind into a hostage situation based on a lie, but they have effectively redefined geopolitics on a big lie. So I was like, wait a minute here, this makes perfect sense then, if you frame everything else around that. My point being, we are in a subjective world, and they control it. So the only objectivists in the world, and I've been saying this for some time, are the auto hoaxers, the absolute media skeptics. We're the only ones who are truly objective because we all agree on what the objective reality is, but we disagree on the framed or the filtered version. And that's because the masses, of course, believe that the screen is a window to the world so you can see all around it, when in fact it's a filter, and always has been, because it contains within it a number of built-in assumptions. My point being here is that we're the only truly objective people in the world, because you have to, I think, to claim that, you have to have stepped back from that screen a bit. Although we could include the perps. And this was brought up in Newsbenders. I talked about this the other day, how the Newsbender said that 99.8% of the population wouldn't understand their conversation, and the rest of them work for them. So it's like, between us and the Newsbenders, we're the only ones with a firm grasp on reality. All right, continuing here. 777 says, many people would take that shirt the wrong way. Yeah, the people who take it the wrong way, who think that fake dead kids' lives matter, would, yeah, I can understand how you would, I think you're right. They would think that we're saying that the real dead kids are fake dead kids and therefore their lives don't matter. They would totally take it the wrong way. But that's a good place to explain it to them. Maybe even hand them a card. Well, you have to listen to Infinite Plane Radio for some mind war inoculation to really get it. But I'd like to hear someone make the argument, and maybe we'll do this in a public debate. Do fake dead kids' lives matter? I mean, apparently Alex Stain thinks so. He went to Uvalde and he publicly wept at the city council meeting. He wept at the pile of teddy bears in front of the school. And I sent him a text and I said, fake dead kids' lives don't matter, and he blocked me. So I'd like to debate it. Tell me, what are the merits of fake dead kids and why do their lives matter? And moreover, why do their lives matter more than the real kids who are undergoing hyper-realistic mass shooting drills which are known to cause PTSD? That's child abuse. So are you on team child abuse? You kind of are if by default you're siding with fake dead kids. Tia Roberta says you are an EGI skeptic. Yet Tia Roberta is a transvestigator. And I don't trust any of them because they have so many false positives they don't address. In fact, I would say the transvestigation thing is very similar to the reptilian thing that used to be around. But I don't know. I'd have to have one of them actually call in and prove to me they're not just LARPing. It's a fascinating phenomenon if you're not aware of it. Because you have a whole group of people who have just arrived at this conclusion that we live in this two-tiered society and that the rulers are all, just the opposite of what they present themselves for some obscure reason. In fact, one of them said that, no, Russell Brand can't be guilty of any of that stuff. She's a woman. And I'm like, wow, that's a curveball. If Russell Brand is a woman, then the whole story is made up. I heard the same thing about Bill Cosby. They said, oh yeah, Bill Cosby's a chick. My question for the people who believe in this is, do you process people this way? Like, I feel like this is the emperor's new clothes. Like, the emperor's naked, but you want to be in the know. You want to pretend like you're sophisticated, so you're like, oh yeah, those are some fine robes. So they throw down a picture of Sylvester Stallone, and they're like, oh yeah, that's a woman. And I'm like, do they really process it? In my head, I'm thinking, if they look at that and they think woman, and they look at Brad Pitt and they think woman, I'm like, okay, that's interesting. That's interesting. So I asked them, are you attracted then to celebrities of the same gender as you if you aren't generally inclined in such a way, given that you naturally process it that way? And they never really give me an answer. Like, I'd like to ask Tia Roberta her take on this. Okay, let's continue here. Claptrapism says mass shootings never have crime scene photos released to the public. No, they never do. That would be impossible to provide. The best we've had, I think, was the inside footage from Mosque number 2 at Christ Church, where you could clearly see somebody with a spray bottle spraying fake blood on people. Okay, let's see. Let's move on. Tia Roberta says she lives in Rio, full of celebrities. They are odd. Now, here's one of the problems with that whole proposition. Just one example, and I think this was brought up by JLB or something. They'll say, Angelina Jolie's obviously a man. Look at the jawline. Well, then you look at her younger pictures. She had jaw implants. They'll say, oh, look, this person has an Adam's apple, therefore it's a man. Well, this one doesn't. Had it shaved off. Oh, this person's definitely a man. Look at that brow. Well, if they didn't have a brow, you would say they shaved it off. So the whole thing is unfalsifiability. So until they can incorporate that into their outlook, until they can deal with the false positives, I just can't take them seriously. I think they're just kind of weird fetishists at this point. And I'm not sure what it's going to come to next. It was reptilians. Then it was... What was there something else? There was... Reptilians was a big thing for some time. I guess they all became... EGIs, is what they call them. Ollie Goering says Russell Brand looks like a homeless... No, okay, the whole Brand story is likely a hoax. I wouldn't be surprised. I really wouldn't. Because I think what we're seeing here is a systematic destruction of an idol that has been put on a pedestal. I think they raised them up and then pulled them down. I think this is a designed psychological operation. I think part of it too is the deconstruction of the patriarchy. And you'll see more about this because this comes on the back of the Barbie thing. Barbie feminism. So in the wake of Barbie feminism, we have another example of a male-dominated culture that let certain individuals get away with stuff. I think it's takedown. And he's probably complicit in it. It's probably his role. Tia says eye socket ratios can't change. See, the thing is about their investigations is they base it on armchair forensic anthropology. But one of the things they can never answer is which skull do you use? Because if you're going to claim that you're ascertaining the biological sex of somebody based on their skull structure or their clavicles or whatever, that's fine. But you need to be a little more specific. What skull are you using? Because there are different classifications for human skulls. There's at least 3. Some go with 4. I took a course on forensic anthropology as part of the Mortuary Affairs 92 Mike training in Fort Lee, Virginia, and we were given some charts that would allow you to reasonably determine what somebody's quote race was based on ratios of femur length to torso, and then certain things about the skull. So there's a little nuance that I think is being missed, and I've been misidentified as a woman by these transvestigators like 50 times, and a lot of times it's just a pejorative. Oh, you don't agree with me? Then you're the opposite of what you say. You're one of them. And I'm like, if I'm one of them, then I'm in the Illuminati. That's what you're saying, right? And I'm like, well, how come I don't get paid better? And they say, oh, it's because you're in the Illuminati, but they actually hate you. They've actually told me this. I've had these investigators. And some of these people are nuts. Like, I'm talking like toxoplasmosis levels of crazy, where one of them, and I don't want to say their names, it's like Beetlejuice, they will show up. But one of them maintains that I work with Wonder Woman, the original Wonder Woman, is it Lydia Curtis? And that Lydia Curtis is in my Discord server. So I hang out with Wonder Woman, who's actually Wonder Man, and then I'm the woman. It's just a bizarre, twisted thing. I don't even like getting into it because we're talking about. Actually, you know what? I will get into it just briefly because I said this. I said the mass mediated mind is already undergoing a schizoid break from reality, but there are instances where truthers do it too. So this would apply to the ones I'm talking about. And Tia, Roberta, this would apply to you as well. Their madness is out of sync, and their echo chambers drift further from reality. That's what I'm looking at here, where they add so much unverifiable onto their frame of reference that it basically distorts everything. And I think this is how madness works. I really think that a lot of the delusions that people suffer from, and delusions are real, and people who have organic brain dysfunctions and real mental illness suffer from these things. Delusions are real, and sane people, mentally healthful people, can actually have delusions. Whether they're disruptive or destructive or not is a whole other story. I mean, look how many people run around saying that JFK is going to save them once he takes off his Donald Trump suit. And these are voters. 777 says they have everyone in politics on both sides obsessed with transgender ideology. Yeah, you know what's fascinating about this is that just as this is the horseshoe, we talk about the political horseshoe. So the far left fringe wokeism has dispensed with the gender binary altogether. They're never going back. In fact, I hear this one podcaster refer to uterist persons instead of women. Now, on the face of it, you're like, okay, so they're just now disassociating sex from gender, and it's pretty complicated. It's actually it's I wouldn't even say it's that complicated. I guess it's just another way of expanding the idea of personality and how subjective it can be. But the new thing is the insistence that others automatically recognize it. But then on the other side, the right wing red pill trutherism, where they veer towards traditional values and they want to uphold the gender binary. Yet, when they get really fringy, they start looking at every single man and every single woman as the opposite. And they claim they can just see it. They see Donald Trump as a woman. They see Ivanka as a man. They see Hunter Biden as a woman, even though there's 4,000 nude pictures of him. So I'm like, well, what's the difference between the fringy fringe right and the fringy fringe left? They both have fully disassociated sex from gender in their own minds. In other words, this political horseshoe has demonstrated that they are a mirror of each other, that transvestigators and leftists are non-binary in the same exact kind of way. And I think they've done this by design. Like, I actually know for a fact that one of the main purveyors of transvestigationism on Twitter is actually a communist, Bernie Sanders supporter who's a professor at a community college in Idaho or something, and pretends to be a Christian trad wife outraged by Hollywood celebrities. It's crazy that people fall for this stuff. Okay, let's continue here. Infinite Plane Trotter says he's the straw man designed to take the fall, a red pill sacrifice. Yeah, you're talking about Russell Brand. I would agree with that. I think we're looking at people who are complicit in their own iconoclastic destruction. And I was making some correlations here. It's fascinating between him, his victim Ellis, his insistence that she read Lolita, and she's 16. And you can compare that with the other Mad Hatter archetype, Marilyn Manson, who had his victim victimized in a video based on Lolita, the Kubrick film. And she was working with him on a script called Alice in Wonderland. Now, the significance is that Alice and the Mad Hatter, it's Persephone and Hades, the kidnapper. So we're looking at this like archetypal story here that has to do with the Spring Maiden's journey into hell and out. And it's been retold through these two different scandals in almost identical ways in terms of the symbols and the dynamics. And I think these things are fake because I was looking at the Manson one and Rachel Wood, and their relationship and the way it was described in the documentary mirrors her role in Westworld, where she had to overcome the man in black to escape this cycle of abuse. It was the same exact story. Manson, the real life version of the Man in Black thing. So I'm thinking this has got to be a takedown. It's got to be some kind of something they're complicit in. And I think what ties it all together is the feminist angle. That's the main thing. Because we're looking at Barbieism, and now Ken is the archetype for the new man, and he's neutered. Barbie's the archetype for the new woman, and she's liberated. And as the Barbie movie ends, she has a functional, real body. It's like she becomes a real woman as Ken becomes a doll. And Barbie Land became, or it merged with reality, and Barbie Land is just code for Babylon. If you watch the movie, you would know that Barbie is indeed the whore of Babylon, a new goddess archetype they've introduced to the masses to effect the changes that are in store for us post-reset. Claptrapism says, I want to move to San Francisco so I can vote for Pelosi. Is she even in? I thought she retired. Ollie Goering says, trad wife slang is cringe and fake. It's traditional wife. Gen Zers make trend slangs for real, lol. Yeah, well, the trad thing connects to MAGA, Make America Great Again like it used to be. And MAGA and the Q thing have kind of tied together where what you have with this is the domestic equivalent of the Taliban. It's the MAGA ban. And that's why you see a lot of these right-winger types are actively now against, at the same time, both abortion and they want to lower the age of consent. You have people like Nick Fuentes openly talking about grooming 12-year-olds to get married to 30-year-old conservative men or nationalist men. So they're pushing MAGA ban values that are really, I think, planted there. And I think it's by design. Like they've created this whole thing. And so I'm saying that trad wives is a psyop. And I would even point out this too. It's part of this political horseshoe where the left is like, oh, we got to quarantine against those guys. They're super spreaders. Get into your basements or put on your masks. And on the right, they're like, oh, yeah, that's nonsense. But we got to quarantine against them and their leftist values. So let's go rural. So one of them is like, well, each of them, just like with the guns and needles, they're each trying to quarantine from the other, both mentally and physically. Claptrapism says Barbie had a black female president, best movie ever. Predictive programming. And there's a lot of it. In fact, I'm going to watch some predictive programming tonight. There's a series I watched that was like more than a year ago, Wheel of Time. And that was one among many I noticed that, yes, they're preparing us for President Harris. All right, I have to, Fed Fuentes is vile. Lean Dion calls it. Fuentes is definitely a clown. I don't believe he believes what he's saying, but I believe that I believe he's a complicit meme dispenser. I think some of these individuals are nothing more than agent provocateurs, and they're given lines. There's no way he believes any of the stuff that he says. He's obviously too close to Ollie Alexander and all these other in this circle, this blackmail circle that it's pretty obvious if you dig into Fuentes, what he really is, but he's playing a role. Amazing how close he has been to Donald Trump and to presidential candidate like Ye. Like how close to power he gets. That's what's fascinating to me, is that if you want to get close to power, you have to just basically be a mouthpiece for the psychological warfare. And none of them take it seriously. They're all, hypocrites, as you all understand. Okay, this has been great. I have to get to work, but in about 2 weeks, you're all going to see. There's going to be a big change about how we do things here. In about 2 weeks, it's going to be oriented around our reporters, which will be activated. So if you're an IPR reporter and you want a new press pass, which will be at my expense when I get my first check in a couple weeks here, and you want to be activated, you want to be distributing the IPS Insider, we're going to make all that happen starting next month. So go to ips.monster, get on the newsletter, and I'll keep you all up to date with those developments. This is AutoHoax or GTFO, Chief Crow. Here's why fakeability matters. And this is the IPS Insider for 5/10/2023. In Discord today, Lloyd had said, "Must I remind again, real or fake doesn't matter much. What is the message?" Now, does real or fake matter? I'm going to say yes. What we're doing when we analyze media isn't merely saying real or fake, because it's essentially fake. The media is not a window to what's happening in the world. It is a filter. What they're showing you is what they feel that you need to see. Most of the lie world order is constructed on lies of omission, what they don't say. But it's all about their selectivity. Just because they're recording something that's actually happening doesn't mean, therefore, that the story is valid. Context is everything. And here's why real or fake matters. If events that are real are being spun by the media, that's one thing. If the events are being simulated with the complicity of the media, that's an entirely different story. For example, tragic event happens in a town and the media rushes over there and they document it. And they realize, we could probably spin this as a hate crime and blame it on MAGA. And so they do. Okay, that would be a spin. And that's what most people think is going on. They just take it for granted that whatever the media reports is essentially real. And that the worst you could accuse the media of here is being opportunistic. If it bleeds, it leads. And they do fit that description. And that's the common prevailing wisdom, that the mass media is just taking advantage of real events and using it for political spin, and both sides do it. And both sides assume these things are fundamentally real. And this is where I differ. And here's why it matters again. Because the fakery itself, the ability to fake an event or the ability to use a simulated event, a mass casualty exercise, and present it to the world as real, present actors to the world as real,
and then have it therefore manifestly real, yeah, that's a power that they don't want you to know they have. They want you to think that the mass media is just a bunch of reporters competing over narratives. If you realize that they're constructing your reality with movie magic, it would change your perception of everything, of reality. And that's why they don't want this getting out. This is why they push false flag theory. You have the mainstream, the official story. This is what happened. But then for those who hate mainstream media, you can say, no, those liars are misreporting. This is the real reason. It's a fake fight, like World Wrestling Entertainment. They're fighting over the interpretation of a lie. And that's my point here. It's the lie world order has the power to lie into existence. They speak lies and they become truth to the world. Now, that's why it matters. Because the media is not merely a bunch of reporters, but it's a production company. The biggest production company in the world, the greatest show on earth. The mass media is creating the mythology, the worldview. It's creating the history that will shape mankind for centuries to come at the direction of those who control the media. Who controls the media controls the mind, said Jim Morrison or Rush Limbaugh, depending. Now, what I'm saying here is that the nature of the crime is vastly different if they're merely spinning or if they're creating. And when you realize that they're creating these events and that both sides are participating, then the left-right paradigm dissolves. What fakery exposes here is the unity, the monolithic nature of world government. Something like 9/11 or COVID-19 could not be faked at scale without complicity from media globally. That's why I say the mass media is the de facto state church for the entire world. It is. And the existence of the ubiquitous space program and weapons of mass destruction that are fake but are all promoted by all governments, even the governments that are against each other, yeah, they're all on the same sheet when it comes to the world view. And that's because they're not at war with each other. The elite is at war with the individual. The elite is consistently at war with everybody. That's not part of their capstone. And the perpetual war is the left versus right illusion. And as long as you think that you have competing factions, you don't recognize that you're on their game board and that their game board is not the reality. And the Psywar, in my view, must be overcome philosophically. There's a change that happened, or maybe it's just indoctrination. Maybe all religions do this, but there's a change that occurs in a person when they enter into a codependent relationship, a toxic, dependent relationship with an authority, where the authority can make arguments on its own authority. And these arguments or these statements are accepted as true, despite what the individual might perceive. And what I'm talking about here is a war on perception. So your perceptions don't matter. Your witness doesn't matter. Your critical thinking doesn't matter because the screen overrides everything. Now, I'm a conscientious objector to the Psywar. I don't take sides, and I reject the duality that they present us with. And I think that's one of the main symbols that we see is the black and the white and the duality. The duality represents their controlled dualities. They're Proud Boys versus Antifa, where they're puppeteering on both sides. But again, the main thing here is if you expose it as a simulated news event, not a false flag, but an actual hoax, a simulation, if you expose that, then you give away that not only is all media across the spectrum in agreement about this level of fakery, but this includes the police, the fire departments, the hospitals, the politicians. It includes religious leaders. I mean, this is the world state church. And part of how it works, in addition to pretending to merely report news, they're creating and fabricating your reality. And it's not just reporters. I mean, this is government by media. and it's mind control in this theater of Psywar, which is a set of stories and narratives and mythologies and superstitions that have been superimposed over our world. You're already in the metaverse. Everything that comes out of the TV projects onto the real world. And to the extent that it doesn't correlate one-to-one, to the extent that it's an imposition or it's fake, you're in an augmented reality. And that's everybody. And until you pull your head out of the screen, you're in the metaverse. Now, the Psywar, again, must be overcome philosophically. It's a mistake in epistemology, how we process the information we get psychologically. And if you, for example, are close to a pathological liar, married or a sibling or coworker or friend, and if you don't know the person's a liar and everything they say to you is automatically believed, you would be in error. Now, you might not notice you're in error unless you bump up against reality, but if everybody is in agreement, you tend not to notice the discrepancies. And what I'm saying is that we have habitually accepted a promulgator of lies and falsehoods, and it doesn't have to go through our critical thinking. That's how most people are with TV. They mistake the screen for a window to the world when it's a filter. Now, what's happening with the mass media today when people doubt it or they call it a false flag is they're just falling into the false duality here. They're not saying real or fake. They're saying real their version or real our version. And to overcome this philosophically, it requires a level of agnosticism that many aren't going to be capable of if they're emotionally attached to a political party. And when I'm saying a new agnosticism, I mean a willingness to not believe, a willingness to say, I'm a non-believer, I don't have enough information to believe that. And this requires going against the consensus often, which again is difficult for a lot of people. A lot of people lie along to get along, or they assume that the mass media gets the benefit of the doubt. That, no, this is the authority on reality, unless they're debunked. Nope. They are reporting a version of reality that you don't have to accept unless you can verify it or see it for yourself in some way. You're not obligated to believe them. You don't have to accept mass media as an authority over your mind. You don't have to accept this pathological liar, provably so. This compromised pathological liar doesn't have to be a source of authority over your mind. And when you reject that, when you become an agnostic when it comes to media, when you make your own critical thinking faculties the arbiter of what you believe or not, you have dethroned the God of this new religion, the MSM monolith. This is their God construct. This is their religion. And if you reject it, if you dethrone this Godhead from your own mind, then you become responsible for your own mind's mediation. And do you need a middleman? Do you need a blue check to tell you? Now, of course, they're doing us a favor, supposedly, by going out and recording, and it's the stuff that we can't verify for ourselves, or that's what they would like you to think. But I would contend that most, if not all of what they report is actually slower and less complete than what a lot of independent reporters do anyway. Like, we don't need centralized media that's obviously controlled. But the problem is, alternative media or smaller outlets tend to merely repeat, or they assume the mass media does have some kind of subject matter authority and they just riff off that. They become MSM light. And what I'm suggesting here is making a firm distinction between world stage media and off-world stage media. If you're a media outlet that reports on NASA as fundamentally true, then you're actually part of the world stage and its religion. And most of NASA's claims are unfalsifiable. I mean, unless you're willing to be objective and recognize bad special effects when you see it. But if you're just going to say everything on the screen coming from NASA is true, then nothing can debunk you. And this is where we see it sometimes. We see where this leads, the error in cognition. Just last year, the James Webb Telescope, which cost some $10 billion, had a scientist associated with it present to the public a picture that we were told was a star 4.2 light years away. But it was a piece of salami. The thing is, all of the believers in this world stage paradigm retweeted it. They thought it was amazing. They thought it was a beautiful star. But no, it was salami. They didn't know it was fake until they were told it was fake. But do you know who didn't fall for it? The people who've learned that NASA is capable of lying and trickery. And this is the big paradigm shock for many. You have to be willing to admit or recognize that media lies. It's not just independent reporters or individual reporters. It's not anomalous stories. It's not some networks colluding on a lie here or there. And it's not mere bias. What I'm talking about here is media writ large, globally, worldwide, across networks. Media manufactures stories all the time. And this shouldn't be news. This isn't shocking material. But the sophistication of it is often outside of the purview of the average news consumer. They don't know the level of fakeability that's even possible. And moreover, they don't know the coordination. And this is why I use the word monolithic. The media is monolithic. It's the new monotheistic religion. It's monolithic in the sense that it's integrated and that its narratives are metascripted. I mean, these are scripts that go cross-platform, cross-media, cross from news to entertainment to celebrities, or to comic books to Netflix. I mean, Netflix is PSYOP central. If you want to see predictive programming and concurrent programming, watch Netflix. No surprise, its co-founder and first CEO is the nephew of Edward Bernays, the progenitor of perception management operations and mind control through propaganda in the media, as in public relations stunts, PR stunts. And he's related to Sigmund Freud. So they know about your unconscious. They know how to manipulate the group mind with media. This is nothing new. But the monolithic nature of it is such that the public, I just don't think they grasp the scale of the manipulation. It's too big to see. So for example, the right-wing echo chambers are being inundated for months with black-on-white violence on subway trains. Then we have this situation with Jordan Neely being choked out by the Marine. And I would contend that the non-stop video drops of black-on-white violence out of context, years old, no context at all, just thrown in there with notice a pattern. The insinuation being there's a race war going on. And then you have this Marine choking out a black man on a subway. These are connected. The agents who are tweeting these videos or putting them into these feeds may not even know, but they're part of the meta script, the bigger story, and that this is all a build-up to get the right wing to see the Marine as a hero and a vigilante. It connects to Marjorie Taylor Greene, who said, New York stinks, it's Gotham. The mayor of New York saying it's not Gotham. And then you have this vigilante. In other words, this entire story, this event, doesn't happen in a vacuum. It happens as part of a larger script. It's a play actually, you can watch it on YouTube. A video to watch is Newsbenders from 1968. It's this 30-minute theater production where this journalist gets invited into the higher echelon of the media company, and he learns that we write the news 5 years in advance. Well, I'm suggesting that the Newsbenders is not just a play, that it's literally how this thing operates, that many of these events are written with roles for people to fill, before the people are even born, likely. Need any more evidence of this? Look at Elon Musk, Werner von Braun. In von Braun's association with the Mars Project, his book called Mars, A Technical Tale, that involves the first colonizer of Mars, the Elon. Totally scripted. But to move on, I'm saying that the monolithic media and its script is what guides the world stage. That is the program. And our programming, predictive programming, concurrent programming, is to align you with that. Now, nothing can be taken out of context and looked at as simply anomalous for the most part. Every shooting, every event, it's building up a narrative. And that's what we're doing here, is we're analyzing everything outside of its initial context, looking at the gestalt. So for example, we had the crash, the SUV crashing into the immigrant shelter in Brownsville. Now, this event was revealed to the public in the form of a CCTV and then some privately released footage from individuals who were there. And, it screams real. Nothing about it looks fake. It looks real. But remember, especially at first glance when emotions are high, just because it looks real or it feels real doesn't mean it's real. It needs more substantiation. But immediately when I looked at this, I thought, okay, well, this is obviously connected to this huge Title 42 and resentment that the right has against immigrants and the flood, because Title 42 was kind of stemming the flood of immigration, COVID-20 being the excuse. And this was a Trump era a thing that is about to drop. And therefore, the dam's going to break. So this PSYOP is, if it's a PSYOP, it's very well timed. Is it an organic event? Is it just some guy who decided he's fed up and he wants to run some people down? Here's the thing. The attack happens, and less than 24 hours later, it's already presumed that this was some kind of bias-motivated hate crime. Well, who decided this? Does the media tell us the motivations of criminals? What about due process? And this is the lynch mob media at work. And we see this all the time. I always call it Scooby-Doo justice, that in real life, the victims' names aren't released. You have interviews that have to be conducted, investigations. But when it's something that's for public consumption in the Psywar, it comes out like an episode of the cartoon Scooby-Doo. Within 24 minutes, you know who did it, why they did it, you know the bad guy because they unmask him at the end, and then, of course, his disposition. And usually the shooters are killed, or the shooters are crazy, but you know why they're doing it, because they're manifesto. But the media is able to be the judge, jury, and executioner. And in this case in Brownsville, the media is already saying, yes, it was because they're immigrants. And you had the lynch mob scene where the people there are seen supposedly kicking the guy before the police take him into the car. Now, my subjective opinion is it looks very stagey. But there's a distinction to be made here between auto hoaxing something, which requires, I'm not going to believe it without enough evidence. And then there's the auto disbeliever. And some people just say, oh, I just think it's all fake. Well, you can say it's fake, but you merely believe it. You don't know it's fake. There's a big difference. Knowing something's real versus believing something's real, that's a very different thing. And we have to keep these distinctions in mind. Because if you say it's fake and you don't know why it's fake, then what value is your opinion, and are you more informed? If you can't deconstruct it, then do you have a solid basis to call it fake? Now, as a rule, I say fake until proven real with the pathologically lying media. And given that they are, quote, media, that is their job, then it shouldn't be hard. You just look at the footage, you listen to the reports, you read the news, and you say, okay, is this believable or not? Did they supply an adequate burden of proof? But if there's holes in the story, if there are inconsistencies, if there are reasons, not feelings, if there are reasons to doubt it, maybe the conspicuous timing of a political agenda, if there are reasons to disbelieve it, then you're not required to believe it. But before you can assert it to be fake logically and intellectually honestly, yeah, you do have to do your diligence. You have to do your research, which is what auto-hoaxing involves. So we're not just dismissing it all just based on the source. That's lazy. And it amounts to an argument from laziness. But when I look at these different events, I have a number of hallmarks I look for And one of the things is, am I being served a story in 30 minutes that couldn't possibly be solved that fast in real life? Is it believable? And here's an example. One of the survivors is interviewed that day, and the next day it's in the newspapers. You see his face and everything. And again, we don't know the motivation. All we have is hearsay. All we have is accounts of people saying that they heard the guy slinging anti-immigrant slurs. But do we have any evidence? I don't really think so. But here we are, witnessing the survivors talking about this thing as though it's already been decided that they were targeted for being immigrants. Daniel Gonzalez survived the crash, and he spoke with the Brownsville news station, Valley Central. Here's what he said, quote, "We all fight for a dream. We passed a jungle, crossed 8 countries, lived through cold, hunger, and thirst, and still we cross. And say we've reached the American dream. Now look at where the American dream ended for us," Gonzalez shared. Okay, now I'm saying here that we don't know why this thing happened. It could have been an accident. And yet, the survivors are already talking about this in the context of the American dream being destroyed by anti-immigrant hate. And this is a common facet of PSYOPs, another hallmark. Are they putting narrative ahead of facts? Narrative ahead of facts. Like, you know the story, you don't have the facts yet. And for the most part, the media is narrative driven. They never let facts get in the way of a good story. And if your fact contradicts it, it's got to be eliminated. Now, another important point here is fakeability. When you're looking at an event, is it fakeable? Even if you can't tell if it's fake, you have to ask this basic question: how fakeable is it? Because like some things are just easily faked and some things aren't. A truck running over people. Well, how would you fake such a thing? Well, here's what I would say about this. I would say you can fake anything on the news that you can fake in the movies. That's pretty much a good rule there. If they can fake it in the movies, they can fake it on the news. Because another thing the general public doesn't know is the news media makes use of all the same special effects as the big studios. That's what these PSYOPs are using. They're using special effects. They're using mass casualty drill horror effects. You ever look at a mass casualty drill? It looks like a horror convention. People walking around with bones protruding, wounds, things sticking out of their head, limbs cut off. The crisis acting production, when you go into mass casualty drills, involves very sophisticated special effects. Why? To give the first responders a visceral sense of what it's like to deal with somebody who's been mangled and who's screaming in pain. So the realism, the hyper-realism of the drills is there for training purposes. And what I'm saying is that the level of sophistication when it comes to special effects is Hollywood level. So just because it looks real doesn't mean it is. And this is the nature of stage magic. It looks real. Your eyes can be deceived. Your eyes will tell you that boats go over the horizon. They don't. Angular resolution. Your eyes will tell you that woman got sawed in half, or that Chris Angel is levitating. Your eyes will tell you these things because they're being tricked, optical illusions. Now the TV, if you treat the TV like an eye, like your eye, like it's a window to the world. My eyes are looking at the window, and the window's giving me a glimpse. That's just an extension of my eye. If you think that's what it is, then you can be tricked by world stage theater magic. And that's really what we're seeing here. It's a magic show for the most part. Fakeability. How do you fake a closed circuit television of a car running over people? Now, I happen to have experience with video editing. I was a film studies major, and I was specifically focusing on animation and horror movie effects. Like, if I had gone a different route, maybe I could have been working for the PSYOP Entertainment Complex, because I've actually recreated many effects. And so, for example, if you wanted to do a clip, a CCTV, and this is why I think they would do this, and I'm just going on, if this is fake, how would it be fakeable? Easy. You'd have 20 people sitting on a curb, And of course, the fact that you're using closed circuit television from a distance makes it much easier because there's very little detail. You're mostly looking at silhouettes. Now here you have your 20 people on the curb and you record for 5 minutes. During that time, cars pass by. Now, what you do is you have at some point everybody scramble and run and land in the grass in weird contorted positions. Just like a flash mob. 3, 2, 1, countdown, everybody overreact. They fling themselves down. Now what you do is you export that footage, you take 1 second's worth of frames where the people jump up, and in those frames you insert a car. It's called video compositing. It's very easy to do. So that could be faked. It would not be difficult. Then the follow-up would be having the follow-up footage on the ground where the actors are correlating with the CCTV. So you'd probably make it very obvious, like, guy with the red shirt, you land over here in this position, you land over here. Like, it's fakeable. They would have to throw some debris on the ground. Look, everything we saw at the Boston bombing, it involved a flash mob and horror movie special effects. So that this is fakeable is not a question. The fact that it's connected to the Title 42 resentment, well, that's also something that speaks, I think it leans it towards being psyopy. Then you have the survivors immediately being treated as martyrs. One of them even putting out a video message to Joe Biden that goes viral. So their accident is being politicized as though it were an anti-immigrant attack before that has even been established as true. Now let's say it's not true. Let's say it was an accident or a drunk driving accident, or maybe he had, I don't know, maybe he had a seizure. So this guy had a seizure and he runs over these people. Well, now for the rest of his life, he's going to be branded as some kind of anti-immigrant terrorist who tried to kamikaze a lot of innocent people. And the media is therefore open to libel and slander. So I'm just saying that the journalists are exercising extreme irresponsibility by running with the hate crime narrative this soon. We have to presume he's innocent until proven guilty. And that's something that's always missed. Again, the mainstream media is the lynch mob media, and they rush to judgment, judge, jury, executioner, and they want to efface due process. They want to get rid of that anyway. They don't like your presumption of innocence or presumption of health. No, you're not healthy until you've been PCR'd. You're not innocent until they declare it. It's almost like they want to get us in the habit of thinking that justice takes place in half an hour. Again, Scooby-Doo justice. Now, on a similar event, I'm going to continue on this one. We're looking at all these events, but we have the simultaneous shooting. Again, the attacks in Brownsville, Texas with the SUV. But then you have a mall shooting in Ellen, Texas. This one by a self-professed neo-Nazi, Hitler fanboy, fan of Tim Pool, funnily enough, fan of 4chan, and all the typical right-wing stuff. He's posted on all these boards. But Elon Musk has retweeted some threads about this shooter suggesting it's a, quote, psyop. And now all of a sudden, I'm seeing the word psyop being used in the media. I heard it on a podcast this morning from the Daily Beast. These right-wingers say every shooting's a psyop. But when they say psyop, when Musk says psyop, when they are using it in this story now, they don't mean fake. They mean people died, but it was a patsy, or the story's being twisted or spun. So they're appropriating the word psyop like they did fake. If you recall, in 2015, 2016, fake meant simulated news event, propaganda. Now, thanks to Trump in 2016, fake news meant CNN. Fake news meant bias, one way or the other. So they've appropriated fake, they've appropriated psyop. And terminology matters. That's why I say fakeability is a big deal, and fake does matter. Now, false flag theory is the standard response. Again, the pro-media people, the leftists, they love the mass media, and it's their religion, and they see it as just gospel truth. They just believe the MSM. But the rebels, the fake rebels, the controlled opposition, the Elon Musks, they're going to say, no, it's a false flag or it's a psyop because they're the counter to the mainstream. But again, the event is still real. It's just provoked by a patsy or it's some crazy person. But misusing the term psyop is to muddy the term. Nobody is saying nobody died. And this is all to eliminate the off-world stage perspective. And they're drowning it out by taking this perspective, by taking the terminology and mixing it in with their terminology. Because a false flag assumes that the media reports reality when, again, their primary purpose is to conform reality to a pre-existing model. They're newsbenders. They're conforming reality to this model. The thing about this Brownsville attack, and this is something that has to be said, because until you can unequivocally prove it's fake or put enough or see enough doubt in there to reject it, you have to leave it open to it could be real and it could be spun by the news media, and it's still early and we're still watching. But if it's real and it's being spun, you're not going to have victims acting like a bunch of crisis actors being suddenly platformed. So in the coming days, we're going to see if the martyrs of this or that event are chosen out of the masses to represent this group. It's usually highly suspect. But I'm contending here that with any of these events, the false flag theory protects the psychological operation itself, the Psy War. If we're in a Psy War and the mass media is waging it, you're not going to know if you think they're merely reporting on tragic or shocking events. They're the ones who are actually perpetrating it. You could argue that they are terrorists, that the mind war is principally a war of terror, a war of fear. And if the sowers of fear, the terrorists, like in the movie The Village, the elders who dress up as monsters and keep everybody in the village, they are terrorists. But if you're not willing to notice how fake it is or call it out or go deep enough in the research to unearth this, then you're giving them cover. And I'm saying, let's expose the real terrorists. Let's expose the Psy War for what it is. It matters if it's fake or real for the simple reason that the ability to fake reality is being hidden. And this is the true power of the elite, that they can fake reality. So you can't say it doesn't matter when we're exposing the theater of Psy War. And if fake, then the mainstream media has the power to fake reality. They have the power to fake 9/11, and they have the power to fake pretty much anything that they can do on the news. And most conspiracy theorists don't know the extent of the media's power to fake stuff. And of course, they're doing so through the blind faith of the trained public. Now, the Psy War isn't about false flags or misreported facts. It's literally about the mind. When it comes to the mind control and trauma-induced mind control, many conspiracy theorists recognize, there's MK Ultra, trauma-induced mind control, and may not even realize that they themselves are subjects of it. If you are falling for mainstream media spells, as in this one here traumatized you, and you believed it and it changed the way you behave, then you are the MK Ultra subject. Like, I think MK Ultra exists, but I don't think it's individuals that are put into special programs and they're trained so that they have triggers that will cause them to react in certain ways. No, I think MK Ultra is done to the public. Mind Control Ultra. In other words, the public is given a bunch of triggers. You're given stories and narratives to give you a level of suggestibility to believe certain things later, and then you can be triggered to respond accordingly. Now, it's a paradigm shift that's, again, I think it's too big for most people to accept. It's big because the problem is philosophical. It's not a matter of finding the right media personalities to trust. Twitter and Musk isn't going to save you. Musk is a space faker. Tucker Carlson leaving Fox and going to Twitter isn't really somebody leaving elite media and going to the populist media, no, that's also fake. The problem is philosophical. Again, it's about your operating system. Are you rejecting logical fallacies regularly? Are you using reason over emotion? The real or fake is not even a question in the minds of the mainstream media deceived, because they don't know. They don't know that media can lie on that level. They don't know the level of fakeability. They're given stories like Jussie Smollett. Oh, look, Jussie Smollett tried to lie to us and we exposed him, and he's a scapegoat, and it works. Lion Brian Williams. Oh yeah, this guy lied and we kicked him out for 6 months. No, the media lies as a matter of practice. It's the rule, not the exception. But occasionally they throw out these bad actors so you think that they've cleaned house. You think that they're trying to protect truth. Not at all. It's a ruse, and it's a misdirection to say that Jussie Smollett is what happens when you try to fake out the news. No, not at all. And you know what it does illustrate too, though, is how the media treats all of its reporting as automatically true without any sort of vetting. No one within the media questioned Jussie Smollett until they were told it was a hoax. They auto-believe their own reporting. It's the nature of the echo chamber. Now, again, we are looking at several different events, and when we're looking at these events, we have to ask the fakeability question. Can you fake an SUV attack? Well, they faked many truck attacks. How do you do it? Create a story with a cast. Create the CCTV. Flash mob it Boston hoaxathon style. Script it to match the closed circuit television, and then have witnesses walk through the scene recording it to corroborate with the CCTV. And this is similar to how the rocket goes to space, but once it, or you think it goes to space, you see the rocket, you might even be there, and it launches up, this thing goes out of sight, out of mind, but then you can watch on TV, and now it's in space, and you can see it in space because it's on TV. Well, do these things logically connect? Well, I mean, in terms of, yeah, there's a logical sequence. Out of sight, out of mind. Now we have to use the onboard cameras to see it. But is there a place here where maybe you could have been tricked? Is there room here for faking reality? Well, sure. You're trusting that when they flip the switch to the onboard camera, that it's actually in space and that isn't pre-produced. And I think this is the part where it requires a slight leap of faith, because it's not continuous footage from Earth to space. If you didn't know, this is like this with all rocket launches. You don't have one continuous shot generally. It's from the ground, and then they have to cut to the in space. And I'm saying is that that's where they can fudge with reality. They let you connect the two. This is how animation works. A bunch of disparate drawings, but when you put them in sequence and you flash one in front of the other fast enough, it looks like it's animated, like it's a character. No, it's not a character moving. It's just a bunch of drawings. It's an illusion. Your mind creates the illusion of continuity. So if you're looking at the CCTV footage and then the people on the ground, your mind is creating that continuity. Is it there? Well, it's assumed to be there. It makes sense logically speaking. However, if it was faked, then it would be possible that this is where the fakery is inserted into your mind. They know most people are going to assume that these two things are connected. And this is what I mean, it looks real. And this is one of the important key things about auto hoaxing, is recognizing that you're dupable. If you don't think you're dupable, then you're lying to yourself. Your mind can be tricked. Your eyes can be tricked. Sleight of mind, sleight of hand, different ways they trick us. But your eyes will lie to you and tell you boats go over the horizon. So you have to remember that your senses have their limits. And this is where they get us. The controllers over reality, the metascripters, the world stage media is able to fill you in on things that are out of your reach. Oh yeah, you can trust them. Or you have to. You don't have to, but If you don't, you're left with a lot of question marks. And question marks are increasingly frowned upon, I've noticed. But again, the public isn't aware of the extent to which things can be faked. And the false flag theories do not presume any fakery, just lying. And false flag intrigue is just part of the show. It's not rebellious. Calling something a false flag isn't going counter to the mainstream. It's actually part of the mainstream ecosystem. It's the narrative and counter narrative. Now, just because you can say something's fake confidently doesn't mean you have a basis for knowing it's fake. And this is an important thing because what we're doing here is a reason-based analysis, and it requires a methodology. We are deconstructionists. Sometimes it requires supplementary investigation. And something else, there's no such thing as settled science, and there's no such thing as settled journalism, which means these conclusions that are reached are the best possible conclusions based on the evidence at that time. But new information that alters or changes it has to be included. You cannot close the story and say, okay, no new information can be added or subtracted. We're happy with our conclusion. No, there's no settled journalism. And this is an important point because, again, you're given 48 hours worth of fake news to parse through every 24 hours. That way you're forced to kind of look for blue checks to tell you what's up. And I'm suggesting here that no, you don't have to rush to believe. You can take your time. You can take as much time as you want to. I mean, you would not have been capable of reaching the truth about 9/11 until years after. And so settling for their story, well, unfortunately at that time, we were at the mercy of only a few voices. Things are very different now. But I'm saying we have to put mainstream media minus first, MSM minus. In other words, the general public is a mainstream mediated mind controlled collective. They're just going to believe what's on the screen. The conspiracy theorists or the counter narrative promulgators like the Elon Musk and these Stu Peters, Alex Jones, anybody on the right that offers a counter narrative, that's MSM plus. So again, MSM plus. I'm suggesting that the only logical thing to do is to approach all media with the minus. What do they report versus what should we subtract until we get more evidence? Like, for example, I saw reports of secondhand information for the most part, but reports that somebody heard the driver of the SUV attack using anti-immigrant slurs before the attack, and some lady came along and warned them that somebody was coming for them. Well, I don't have anything to substantiate that. It seems almost like they had to throw it in there in order to spin this in that direction. But I'm subtracting it for the time being. I'm not going to put narrative ahead of facts. That's what rumors do. That's what planted lines do. They want you to put the story together for yourself and conclude it to yourself. They want your own cognitive bias to go to work. But basically, narrative before facts is not journalism. I mean, my BS detecting lenses are so thick I can barely see the news. It's like a fog. I mean, my lenses are thick. Like, for me to believe anything, to see anything as clear and factual, there has to be a lot of, I would say, corroboration. There has to be some levels of consistency and cohesion. For example, we see these bodies on the ground. We see their faces. Well, we should see those faces later when they have the funerals, when they have their memorials. There should be some kind of one-to-one correlation. And one of the problems I'm having with the Brownsville attack right now is I'm counting 10 or 11 dead on arrival. And the tally is 7, according to the news media. 8 at the hospital, but I mean, 1 more died, but 8? Well, anyway, my point is, that's a discrepancy that's pretty big, and it should work itself out. If this is all real, and these are all facts, then the facts are the facts, and they will be true no matter what. and there's no way you can hide from the facts. If the Brownsville attack is real, the truth will rise. I don't think you would be able to deny it being real if that's what it is. And I do not deny, I'm not a reality denialist, and people who don't look at additional information are reality denialists. If you can find one source that convinces you it's real and you ignore everything else, well then who's in denial? I'm saying let's look at everything. Let's look at the story. Let's look at the story in context. Let's look at all of the narratives that are spun around the witnesses and look how monolithic or cohesive it is. And are we looking at a group of innocent people being politically exploited? Some of them participating in their own political exploitation? Did they go from being mere immigrants to activists to spokesmouths for this cause? Now, these are all things that have to be considered. Again, it's a magic show. And a lot of times, you're not given information to debunk it just based on what they show you. Think about any magic trick. If you only go off the magic trick and what you can visually see, unless you know what the magician knows, you can't debunk it. Are you going to therefore say, oh, it's real then? I couldn't debunk the magic show, so it's real. No. You have to be fully apprised of what magic shows are, the history of magic, what goes into the tricks, what's backstage. And if you approach media like, if I can't debunk it visually, it's real, then you're failing to appreciate the magic show for what it actually is. Now again, auto hoaxers must know why it's fake. That's why my bullshit detecting glasses are thick. Like, I am going to filter through all the BS. I'm not going to believe it without evidence. But at the same time, I'm not going to dismiss evidence that's in front of me. And of course, anybody telling you something is fake without any kind of counter to what's already there or explanation for how it could be fakeable is on kind of shaky ground. And you can know why it's fake or you can believe it's fake. These are two different things. And I need to know why it's fake, but I also need to know why it's real. And I have a certain number of hallmarks I look for. But again, one source isn't enough. You have to take a more cohesive approach here, a gestalt seeking approach. You have to look at the big picture. What is the big pattern here? Mass shootings, for example. How is it that in the last 6 months, all the shooters went from white neo-Nazi bowl cuts to leftists to trans gun persons to people that the right wing would fear, the Mexican nationalist? Like they play around with these narratives to get people involved in the story that weren't previously interested. It's like target marketing their propaganda. But again, I'm not going to knee-jerk call something fake, even if my opinion, and this is my informed opinion, is that for the most part, every one of these school shootings or mall shootings or synagogue or church shootings are eminently debunkable and just fake on the face of it. And you can look at some of these crisis actors and they're grinning and they're laughing. And oftentimes you're wondering, why are witnesses to a violent crime putting their faces on TV when the guy hasn't been convicted yet? Like, there's all sorts of problems that I have with how these things are presented. But I have to go through and deconstruct them. And I do so not just for the purpose of making the case to people who are believing in this stuff, but also to develop a greater understanding of the how. How are they faking this stuff? For example, my experience in film studies was centered on animation and horror special effects, and not CGI blood, even though I did learn how to do that, but the real theatrical stuff as well, creating flesh wounds, protruding bones. And this is a theater, this is costuming more than editing. And it's actually very refined. I mean, the special effects, prosthetics, the stuff that's used at these mass casualty events is very convincing for training purposes. And mass casualty supply companies are essentially Hollywood level special effects props. And this stuff is stuff that you would need to be appraised of. You'd have to know. If you're not apprised of all their tricks, they can easily trick you. How did they pull this off? That looks real. Well, here's how they could simulate it. Boston Hoaxathon revealed for many the existence of the amputee crisis actor. I mean, think about the potential there for fakery. It's pretty self-explanatory. And I'm thinking here that we have to know all of their techniques. The public is ignorant to this stuff, and they're meant to be. They're meant to be fed the steady diet of lies and alternative lies. They don't want you to see the truth. This is a mind control program that's been going on for generations. Now, every reporter so far, when it comes to this event in Brownsville, has treated this thing as a bias-motivated crime. The driver's already been convicted somehow. And all of the stories are based on this immigrant martyr setup. And to me, that's not reporting. That's opinion. That is storytelling. That is narrative, not facts. Narrative, not facts. And I've been looking at the person who supplied the closed circuit television footage. And that to me is very suspect. He claims he came to work. He heard from an electrician that something was going on. He checks the video and he sees dead bodies. Now, my question is, did he email it? Did he tweet it? I mean, put yourself in his shoes. You own a business, and people in front of your business die, including children, because a car runs them over, and it's a hate crime. Are you going to take that footage that morning and leak it on the internet, and then go on the news and talk about immigrants and how their American dream got cut short? Like, I'm suggesting that this is, again, a hallmark of a psyop, putting narrative in front of facts, having the story told, and they put it all together for you. I don't think the closed circuit television footage should have been released hours after the crash. I don't think it should have gone anywhere to the police, and I'm finding it very suspect that it's suddenly ubiquitous. And, of course, that the person was very opinionated about Title 42. Now, TMZ, we often point out, gets all the great leads. They often get footage before the police. And, maybe it's one of these instances where he gave it to the news first, but we don't have that information. We don't have that chain of custody, and we still don't have an explanation for why. It looks to me, again, like more of this building this narrative up. And I love how everyone just agrees that this was a racist anti-immigrant hate attack. Like, what were the chances that he was going to survive? What we're looking at here, if this is real, is essentially a kamikaze. Someone's risking his life to do harm to other people, crashing. What's the payoff for him? I find that very suspect. One of the survivors gave a video message to Joe Biden about Title 42. I mean, it just sounds to me like this is an open borders infomercial. The bodies of the dead have not been buried. The crime has not been solved yet. The adage about if it bleeds, it leads has never been truer than 2023. Now, something else too. They needed that CCTV camera. And this is common with a lot of these events. It's very poor quality. And they need to give it back to 2005, which is where I think they got it from. Now, if you were to recreate the scene, or if you were to try to create an SUV attack, you would not be able to fake it with an iPhone. And this is something I will say when it comes to, is this possibly, or the fakeability question. Yes, you could fake an SUV running over people with a 2005 era closed circuit television camera, and you could do it with Photoshop. Not hard to do. But could you do it with an iPhone camera? No, there's a huge difference between a stationary camera and a mobile one. If you're doing a frame-by-frame modification, no way. And then there's the close-up and the detail that you wouldn't be able to replicate with a moving object like a truck. Like, I don't think they could fake it from an iPhone camera and make it look as realistic. Not at all. But they didn't have to. The iPhone cameras, the smartphones show up when the victims are already piled up on the ground. And it was only a 1 second clip. It's a truck running over 20 people for 1 second from a distance. Yeah, that's easy compared to close up before, during, and after. Now, I'm not rushing to call something fake. It's the same error as rushing to call it real, and the general public is always in error. But there's not enough on day one to unequivocally reveal the entire hoax. I almost feel like we should start a betting pool for some of these things. As in, if you think it might be real, or you think it might be fake, let's just kind of place our bets and then see what happens over the coming week. I mean, if you just saw the closed circuit television, yeah, real, case closed. And then you add into it discrepancies between it and the follow-up footage, okay, maybe there's some questions. Then you raise the question of fakeability. Then you look at the political utility of it. Then you look at the survivors getting mainstream media coverage and platforming for a leftist agenda. Then it becomes clear to me that, yeah, there's enough doubt here, and now I am awaiting more facts. More facts to back up their narrative. Was this indeed a biased, motivated crime? Was this a hate crime? If so, then we can probably build the case for this thing being real or something. But if it's not a biased, motivated crime, then why would every single journalist and outlet, New York Times on down, run with that narrative? Again, narrative before facts, that's typical of psychological operations. Fake until proven real, but you have to prove it fake. And there's a few things I say about this type of stuff, like, for example, when it comes to Mandela effects or moon landings, you can categorically debunk some things. Like, for example, rocket launches to the moon. Yeah, if you debunked one, you debunked them all. Mandela effects. If you've debunked it, you don't have to deal with every single effect. But when it comes to these mass casualty events, can we categorically say they've been debunked? Here's the thing. The false flag theorists are always questioning, at that time, the integrity of the stories reported. And they've often frowned on auto hoaxers who they think are preemptively calling it fake. And that's something that was standard up until like 2017. Kick the auto hoaxers out. Because they'd steal a lot of traffic. We'd get a lot of traffic by reporting something fake right away. But we were vindicated. And I think that you could say that categorically, mass school shootings by angry right-wingers with AR-15s have been debunked. And that you're safe to say that they're likely fake. It's just a question of, do you want to get in front of calling something fake without doing your due diligence? And I don't as a matter of practice, but we're documenting this stuff. Have truck attacks been categorically debunked? No. I mean, these are things that can happen. Now, they've been demonstrated to be fakeable. I mean, it is within the realm of fakeability. But I don't go too far into preemptively calling everything fake for a few reasons, because that's actually a huge trend. I see it on Twitter, I see it on TikTok, I see all kinds of people willing to just call everything fake. But the problem is they're losing themselves in subjectivity when they aren't going into the nuance of how they know it's fake. Because knowing how it's faked is how you expose the PSYOP entertainment complex. It's how you expose how it is faked all the time as a matter of routine. But if you're just looking at it as fake or real, and you're just calling out the fake things as though these are anomalous against a background of real, you're not really getting closer to the truth. The truth is off the world stage, the off-world stage perspective. And again, it's getting more difficult to define, as terms like fake and PSYOP have now been grafted onto false flag. I mean, it's a mind war, and it's fought in the mind, which is what? Images, words, ideas. This is why words matter. And this is why fakeability matters. This is the question. Is it fakeable? And again, what is the media's true role in the world? And I'm saying their true purpose, their role in the world is fabricating events to create a worldview that makes us manageable for the power elite. Manageable, controllable, and triggerable. In closing, I just want to point out that fakeability matters because the ability to fake reality at scale is the secret power of the elite. And every theory or explanation that doesn't take this into account is hiding the essential nature of the monolithic mind control operation that media actually is. It has supplanted all religion. It is the new de facto religion, and it's promulgating a world of lies for your entertainment, consumption, and of course to make you controllable, triggerable, and manageable. Anyway, thank you for subscribing. We'll be live soon to discuss Brownsville, the Allen shooting at that mall, and many of the other recent events. We'll follow up on the Jordan Neely, a PSYOP very reminiscent of the Neely, George Floyd, Derek Chauvin event, among others. Things are heating up. Title 42 being lifted is a big deal. Trump was just on CNN at a town hall where he said something about how he never thought we had reached the $33 trillion mark. Yes, he's talking about our economic system about to collapse, and the number 33 just happens to be attached to that. There are no coincidences on the world stage. It's fake until proven real when it's fakeable and there's an obvious political agenda attached to it, but proving it fake and proving it real require due diligence. These aren't things that are done out of ignorance or laziness or dismissiveness, because we choose to be informed rather than misinformed or uninformed. And the mis and uninformed are by default conformed to the program. That's the main distinction here. You have to be informed, and that requires, again, the holistic, the cohesive, the meta view of the world stage.
They have to look at this guy. They look in those eyes. They know he means something. They know he's feeling it. Put a beak on it. Put a beak on it. They have to look at that beak. Look how pointed that thing is. They look in those eyes. They know he means something. They know he's put a beak on it. Put a beak on it.
Okay, we are live. It is 4/17/2023. Thank you all for joining. Notifications just went out. The title of the live stream is Cognitive Warfare, which has to do with the way that the mass media actually works. It's not about infotainment, entertainment. It's about mass mind conformity and specifically conforming to a false worldview, which most of us already see through here. And we like to go through and, dissect it, criticize it, and hopefully they improve their performances. It's been very lackluster, although it's been very busy. And for the last few weeks, I've been comparing the mass mind to a cat, and it's been trained to behave this way, to a cat chasing a light from a laser pen. And Big Brother mass media has the laser pen. It's no longer a spotlight that goes from issue to issue. It's a chaotic red light that everybody chases reflexively, impulsively, compulsively. And once they catch the light, it moves because you can't actually catch it. You can never actually get the light. It's fake. Most of us know this. That's why we don't chase the current thing. The current thingers are the cats I'm talking about. The current thingers who rage when they're told to rage on the issue they're told to rage on, or they fear the thing they're told to fear until they phase out that fear for the next fear. And this has been a reoccurring theme, and I've decided, let's really examine this, because it seems to me that what they're trying to do is they're trying to mentally exhaust the free thinkers. You'll notice the people who are doing just fine, the mass mediated, they just go with the flow. They don't experience cognitive dissonance. When Big Brother says he's holding up 3 fingers and he's holding up 4, they say 3, and it's perfectly streamlined with them. But we're like, wait a minute, he's holding 4. And that gives us that doubt, which causes us to go chase after different explanations and inevitably leads you to characters who are there to mislead you. And what we do here is we operate from the presumption that everybody in the mass media ecosystem shares this fallacious worldview, and it makes more sense to have an off-world stage perspective and not to go following blindly behind any blue check. Like, let's get into the main topic today, or one of the main topics, which is the Ollie files. This is a big deal. What we're looking at here is the end of alt-right, or rather white nationalism, the end of America first. This isn't a small deal. The individuals that are involved in this scandal erupting on the right, which if you haven't been following it, I've been following it closely, but I kind of saved most of my comment because it's still coming out. But what's pretty clear is that the Republicans have a grooming circle and process. And I assume it's the same for the Democrats. I really do. Democrats have their Burning Man. Right-winger Republicans have their Bohemian Grove. They're all about the cult of human sacrifice. And what they do is they scour the internet for new human sacrifices for their cult. And by that, I mean Nick Fuentes lures in young males who then get targeted by people like Ollie Alexander. They get systematically compromised before they're put into positions where they're useful. This explains a lot about politics. Did they get there because of merit or their understanding of the issues? No, there's probably something else. It's more about the network or the ring, which is being exposed. And this isn't new. For me, I knew something was up back when Milo Yiannopoulos was the titular head of conservatism in America, when he's, a person who's espoused positive, favorable accounts of pederasty. They set him to the side, but he never quite disappeared. Milo Yiannopoulos, former editor of Breitbart, then went on, from what I believe has been revealed, he worked with, everyone knew he was an intern with Marjorie Taylor Greene, a.k.a. Dog the Bounty Hunter without the shades on. And he worked in a capacity of a speechwriter, a joke writer, but he's been behind the scenes, but he never actually left. And one of the things about Milo, or Nero as they call him, is that he's always kept a vault. He's kept a record of everything, every screenshot, every compromising statement that he could, and he's aggressively dug up blackmail material on everybody who's anybody within conservative circles. And it makes me wonder, who's got plausible deniability here? So again, I'm saying it's over for America first. Nick Fuentes was Ye's campaign manager, and I think this may explain a few things, because Ye's been kind of quiet. He pulled out of the presidential race. But I believe we're poised to witness the end of Nick Fuentes, America First, and this blackmail ring at the center of the Republican swamp. And many of these are head MAGAs, lead J6 insurrectionists. Specifically, Ollie Alexander, Stop the Steal. Like, these are not bit players, bad apples thrown into the bunch. This is the very top. Now, Nick Fuentes allegedly, quote, bullies and bribes young America First supporters into not exposing Ollie Alexander's pederasty. Ollie, if you didn't know, he's the one, Scammy Davis Jr. He's hosted InfoWars. He was on InfoWars with Ye and Fuentes. But he's hosted InfoWars. Reportedly, he groped Owen Schroyer, saying honk honk. And this was responded to with a death threat, but that's as far as it got. Schroyer didn't go on InfoWars and say, hey, watch out. We got the deep state in our midst. Try to get deep in my... No, they just ignored it. So Ollie attempts then to get hired. He attempted to get hired as a political consultant for anti-grooming activist Alex Stein. Alex Stein is a loud anti-groomer activist. Good for him. I mean, we all should be. However, he has had nothing to say about the groomers in his midst. And this is not guilt by association, but Ollie is friends with Roger Stone, and he's, just super connected with all these people. And I'm like, okay, there's something going on here. And by the way, Ollie is a lover of Karl Rove, as in they were lovers. I'm just pointing it out that what we're looking at here is a network, and these secrets have power, apparently. People care about this stuff for some reason. And this power gives them leverage, because you're dealing with individuals who are claiming to be paragons of morality, traditionalists, Christian. Ollie Alexander wears Jesus is King on his shirt. Yet, by what's coming out here, it's quite evident that he is not who he appears to be. Well, who he says he is. You can kind of tell by looking. I'm saying guilt by association, yeah, you can't really use it, but there's a point where you lose plausible deniability. If 9 out of 10 of the people around you are vampires, what am I going to think? That you're not one? And we've observed this before. We've observed this within internet communities where you do have shady characters who really shouldn't be in positions of influence, but they tend to be. And it probably explains a lot about how this world works. But again, none of the above individuals have raised alarms about what appears to be, what is alleged to be, with dozens of witnesses, a predation of teenage males in conservative MAGA anti-groomer circles. These are the anti-groomers. Like, is Alex Stein going to go protest the next conservative meetup? Like, they're going to groom you? No, he's not. And I'm thinking this is the reason why Ye canceled his presidential run, because all of his advisors, all of them, were pedo adjacent. And again, one other point, Milo Yiannopoulos attempted to gave Percocets to Nick Fuentes, who's a virgin, a volcel, voluntarily celibate, not an incel, just to make that distinction. But Yiannopoulos, Milo, gave him Percocets and attempted to get him into bed in order to get on board with the Ye campaign. And apparently, Ye, according to Milo, was after him. So this is just a big mess. A mess of allegations, which are usually ignorable. But now it's different because you're dealing with young victims. And these victims were not, quote, flirting, as Nick Fuentes has said, in response to all of this. They're under 18. They cannot legally consent. So you can't even call it flirting and write it off as a nothing. It's just like the Catholic Church just burying this stuff. And so here's the big news, though. So tonight, and this is according to Milo, tonight on Ollie Exposed, they have this whole telegram for this thing. He says, quote, "We will reveal how streamer Nick Fuentes privately bullies and bribes young American First supporters into retracting their allegations against predator, pederast, Ali Alexander Akbar, offering them jobs that don't exist, threatening to excommunicate them from the movement unless they lie. It's a stunning and disturbing addition to the story in this special edition of the Ollie Files." So we can look forward to that tonight. Now, I look at pictures of Ollie and Ye and Fuentes and Alex Jones, and I'm like, okay, you can say that they didn't know. Well, you can't actually. They did know. And moreover, one of these individuals was offered a job by Ollie to work at InfoWars. But to get in, he had to hand collateral over. And by collateral, nude photos of himself. So what does that say about the work environment there? You know, I mean, you have to, I don't even want to speculate, to be honest, because this is just getting to be very messy. But the thing is, if something like this exploded near me, I would be like, okay, I'm going to walk away from this and put some distance there. But I'm not seeing individuals putting distance. I'm seeing a circling of the wagons. What's going on? Salty Siren says, this is maybe why Trump stepped out to get arrested, because tons of Republicans are going to get arrested, indicted, allegedly. Interesting. You could be right. So they can say, oh, this is all just persecution by the deep state. It's tremendously ironic, you know, if you think about it, because it's like the classic example of projection here. And I'm saying this is probably a setup. It's a setup that actually buries the real issue, like Pizzagate was. But everything's reversed. In 2016, it was arrest Hillary Clinton. The Democrats are a bunch of predators and vampires. And now it turns out it's the other side. We'll have some updates on that later tonight. I don't want to read the stuff. I don't want to read the salacious content. I mean, I was already grossed out enough after seeing the Dalai Lama giving, or assaulting, I guess you could say, trying to get, what he was doing was just gross looking. And most people aren't even pixelating the child. And, you know, so it's been a gross week. And then I wake up and I'm looking at CNN on the big screen and on the wall there. And it's DeSantis. Well, no, it's not DeSantis. There's an actor on the screen because it's an advertisement. It's a political ad. And the actor looks like DeSantis, but he's got 3 fingers covered in pudding. And he's like sucking the pudding off his fingers. I'm like, the world stage gets grosser. Ron DeSantis licking pudding, not licking, but basically putting his 3 fingers all the way down his throat, covered in pudding, and then draws them out. It's just so gross. Anyway, there's a close-up of this in an ad. It's a recreation of Ron DeSantis eating pudding. Now, you might say this is childish. It's gross. Can't they go after him on policy? Typical Trump, etc. But I'm thinking, in light of what we've learned, in light of what's coming out, recent revelations, I'm beginning to think that maybe there's something more to it. I mean, we all remember Pizzagate, right? Well, I'm dubbing this Puddinggate. My guess is that the Trump camp knows something about Ron, represented by pudding, and they have a witness. And this is some kind of blackmail. Like, I'm starting to think that blackmail is really one of the key things. You don't get in unless you're compromised. That has to be it. This would explain so much, as I've been saying. All right, thanks for joining again. We've got about 25 people in the video streams, got about just as many in the audio. If you're here early in the video stream, if you're on YouTube listening, it will be deleted. I had a video removed. YouTube has a policy, no IPS weeds in the YouTube garden. So my videos have been removed, and they gave me a warning, not a strike, on this channel, which means this video channel that you're listening on will probably go down. So you will want to go to ips.monster, join the newsletter, and be in the know, stay in the know, no matter what they do to this channel or others. Nothing we're not used to. The opening track, that was generic down tempo by Restream. I've been letting the video play for a few minutes just to give people time to show up. And I will resume text alerts very soon here, and hopefully we'll get back on the phones. It's looking like increasingly likely that the best possible solution moving forward is for me to rent an office space, and I'm still searching. But that is the next step. And once I get into an office, I will set everything back up. We'll be taking calls. We'll have 24/7. Everything will go back to where it was, and then some. Okay, well, there was a rocket launch this morning, and that was canceled. But I saw a hint on Twitter yesterday where Musk said something about it might get delayed closer to 420. Again, another one of his ridiculous obsessions with the numbers, 42, 420, 69, 33 engines on the rocket. But none of that is coincidental. They try to make it look like it's ironic, it's a joke, it's a sci-fi nerd reference. No, actually it's not. The 420s, it's a reference to their god, the god of the, represented by the obelisk. It's the god of the earth, Saturn. The demiurge that the elite secretly worship. You know, I'm looking at Elon Musk I saw clips of his interview with Tucker Carlson, and he's talking about censorship and how the government has ways of going in and reading your direct messages and all these things. Like he's exposing it. He's like, oh yeah, I'm exposing your government. They read your DMs. Right, you're exposing a government that is colluded for generations. Well, all governments have done this to convince humanity that they live in or on a world that looks like this, and these are the conditions, and it's heating up because of our bad behaviors. I mean, he's part of the major worldview psyop. The globe model is more of a construct than a physical reality, curved or not. They have a lot of power when we let them define the map, define its boundaries, and also its backstory. And yeah, it used to be cooler and nicer, and then we started using internal combustion engines. But anyway, he's part of the worldview warfare operation. Otherwise, he would call it out. I mean, look, the fact that they're faking space, that's an act of mind control. It's the new heaven. It's the imposition of a religion under false pretenses. Not to mention, the Mars program itself is just utopianism. It's the Marxist paradise in the sky that they're not actually going to send you to. It's going to be built down here on Earth once you accept that that's the ideal, because their future is on Earth as it is on Mars. And it's such a big hoax, but the public is running right into the space gulags as an ideal. Even the right-wingers have been tricked. Oh yeah, they see through Greta, they see through climate change, they see through the hoaxes. Except they think that outer space is somehow separate from this. No, the space program is really just an extension of the environmentalist program. Because what does your average lunar base or Mars base look like? It's your smart city under a dome. You never leave. Everything's recycled. You all eat the same bugs and farm potatoes, work remotely, subterranean, never leave, because it's dangerous, because radiation, etc. You'll be locked down for life when you go to Mars. In fact, I've posited before that video game culture, which is sit on your couch in your basement, immerse yourself in simulated space environments or first-person shooters 24/7, and then you get fed with pizza pockets from above, like your mom drops them off. You're already living the bunker life. You're already living in a crowded room, staring at a screen. Yeah, I think that's all conditioning for the Mars bases. So when the next generation is put into the bases, they don't have the need, they don't get antsy. They don't expect to go run around and dribble balls or run around and just play. No, they're already comfortable. They've been trained. They've been bred for this. Commenter says, in the middle of it all, there's apparently a solitary candle, black star. Well, the black star symbol is very important here, and that's a reference to the David Bowie song Black Star, which has a Kanye reference in it. Very fascinating stuff. But one point about this is that in the middle of the North Pole, according to some of the old Mercator maps, there's a black rock, 33 miles in circumference. You can look it up in the center of it all. Very interesting, just how that number and the black rock symbol have been correlated. In fact, this is a thing we've been talking about for a while now, but even the Black Rock City is where they do the Burning Man, and Burning Man is the Christ, 33s associated with Christ. These things are all interconnected. It's the dying, resurrecting Savior, represented too by the obelisk, which we were referencing with the rocket, which is an obelisk. That's why the rocket that was going to launch today has 33 engines. It's just a reference to the 33 vertebrae, and the rocket ascending to the sky symbolizes the journey up the Kabbalistic tree of life from the kingdom to the crown, from black to white, Malkuth to Keter. They have this mystic system that's behind or between the lines, behind the green screen, that we don't see. All these people gathered around like, oh, shucks. There was a valve that failed. They couldn't launch the rocket today. No, they're doing it on 420. But while you were there, you were basically worshiping their God. That's all it is. The space program is the heaven program. Space has replaced and supplanted all the previous archaic concepts of heaven. It's the new universal heaven, and nobody's going to go there because it's a hoax. And the priests who say they can take you there, Musk, I am the way. No, it's actually, again, it's the same ruse. Prima Jihad says Elvis Presley has a song called Black Star 2, and he's the only one on Hollywood Boulevard with a black star. Yes, Jurassic Liars made me aware of that, Garrow. You have to check out Jurassic Liars' channel. I can't break it down for you because he's followed a very specific set of narrative threads in the predictive and concurrent programming that are consistently bringing Elvis into the picture in very fascinating ways connected to Trump. Now, Trump has a Hollywood star, but his isn't black like Elvis's, you're right. And Elvis's song, Black Star, is about his impending death. And he died at 42. He said something about you see a black star over your shoulder, your time's come. Well, the track released, the album Black Star, and the track came out on Elvis's birthday, which is David Bowie's birthday. And the album Black Star has a lot of symbolism attached to this Starman character that is also a big character on the world stage. Starman is the savior, the man who fell to earth, who has been portrayed by David Bowie. And David Bowie's not just some rock star entertainer, but his music has run a concurrent path. It's gone on a concurrent trajectory along with the space program, starting with Apollo 11. Space Oddity was playing on BBC during Apollo 11, and Apollo 11 then went forward as we go on our journey into space. And David Bowie's name, it's not his real name, the stage name, relates to David Bowman from 2001, A Space Odyssey. So the Space Oddity and the Space Odyssey are very important because David Bowman merges with the monolith and becomes the star child for the new age. And David Bowie is one of these star child children. That's why he's always androgynous. The thing that he was bringing into the world symbolically is a lot of this thelemic symbolism, and he even references Crowley frequently, and this new age, which is the age of the androgen god Horus. I mean, it's throughout the career, though, and then it ends with when he goes back to space, because David Bowie dies, and then he ascends, and then the album has a song called Lazarus. Well, his character, rather, ascends. The man who fell to Earth goes back to his home planet. Well, this latest thing, this album, this character, the Starman, the whole thing is Musk sent him into space on that Tesla Roadster. And of course, Starman was playing a Bowie song. So David Bowie was like literally sent into space in a car. Of course, it's all theater and fake. I mean, Starman was one of the fakest psyops they've done. I mean, that one's worth analyzing, though. You can look at the ritual and just take it apart. Like, there's a reason why the effigy in the red car is associated with Bowie, as I mentioned. But then you also have a reference to the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy in the form of a Don't Panic sign on the dashboard. And of course, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy is where the number 42 comes into Elon Musk's picture, because the number 42 is said to be the answer to everything in the universe. I'll get the precise... Okay, what is the meaning? And by the way, the writer of The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy's birthday was 3/11, just a little side note. Yeah, the ultimate question of life, the universe, and everything is 42, according to this. Now, I'm saying this is not just Musk. This 42 thing is beyond just this quirky science fiction reference. There's a reason why, same reason why Jeff Bezos spent $42 million on a clock built inside of a mountain. The clock is Chronos. We're talking about the time. The god of time, death, resurrection, cycles. Yeah, that's their god, Saturn, the earth god. But also Chronos. These are all synonymous. There's a lot of syncretism in the new age, in the new religion. This is why they're able to perform their rituals and rites in plain sight and nobody knows what they're looking at. I was discussing the super mystery Babylon fertility rite and that Rihanna performed, and very few people not in the clubs would know what that was. We are joined here by Pete Shea. Thank you for joining. He says, 42 is the sum of all sides on a pair of dice. Well, when we get into the numbers, and I'm not a numerologist, but I look at the meaning from their context, and from what I can deduce here, 33 is resurrection, ascension, light. 42 is falling, and darkness. And that's why it's the man who fell to earth. And of course, I mentioned the rocket going from the kingdom to the crown. Well, the kingdom is the darkness, the black. Crown is the light. And to rise, it's 33 is the rising. But the falling always has the 42 associated with it, heading in the direction of the kingdom, the realm that we're in, or this realm where souls are incarnated. And interestingly, what is Starman doing as he's orbiting the Earth? What is any satellite, any CubeSat? And again, the symbol of Saturn, one of the symbols is the cube, as well as the hexagram, the number 6. But what are these CubeSats? I mean, cube, sat, L, another name of Saturn. They're falling. When they're in orbit, they're technically falling. And that's what I'm suggesting here is we see a lot of this interplay between light and dark, black and white, and 33 and 42 correspond to these things. Gematria 101 says Trump's text is 88022 and he was rated on 8822. You dropped the zeros in numerology. Right, that's why it's going to be on 420. And 420 was the date that Derek Chauvin was convicted, 330 days after the killing. So you have 33 and 42. They're always doing it. In fact, 33 weeks and 3 days after 8/8/2022 was the date of the indictment, 3/30, which is also the date of Reagan's attempted assassination. But these events are definitely coordinated and timed according to this gematria numerology. It is encoded because it's part of their system. By system, I mean you have this occult worldview that is able to be used as it's a big picture thing, and they're able to syncretize other symbols beneath it. So it's very clever. It hides in plain sight like a snake in the grass. That's what these symbols are for, to communicate above the heads of the uninitiated, those who are in the dark, who have not been shown the light. But all we do here is we shine light. We are lighting up these dark places. And this is why we get censored. This channel gets censored because we're dealing with information that they don't want us to have. And we're not just using this information for entertainment. We're actually building a cohesive view of what's actually going on disinformation has value. When somebody's lying to you, well, it's good to know what's the motivation behind the lie. Commenter says, Bowman, Sagittarius, points to a massive black hole in the center of it all. Primal Jihad says 420 was the Columbine shooting. Oh yeah, that's another hoaxiversary coming. Now let's continue. Now look, just as a pattern, you may notice this. The number 42 is consistently associated with the race war psyops, as is the number 33. And it's because it's the black versus white. I think it's as simple as that. You'll notice they were just celebrating Jackie Robinson, Mr. 42, who was played by that actor who died at 42. And MLB all wore 42s because of this guy. Meanwhile, quote, coincidentally, they were celebrating the 42nd birthday of Kobe Bryant, who had just died. And all the NBA were wearing 42s. And this is all occurring during the BLM protests of 2020, where you had the gathering around the big obelisk for Martin Luther King. And then, this is all ritual, but it's fascinating. It really is, because you have BLM, Black Lives Matter, which is the new it's like the Black Panthers updated. The old group was the Black Panthers. In fact, speaking of Kanye West's or Ye's father was a Black Panther. This is all interesting when you look at the evolution of these groups. But my point of it is the gathering at the obelisk by BLM is hugely significant because the guy who played Mr. 42 also played the King of Wakanda. We're talking about Chadwick Boseman. And this King of Wakanda dies at 42. Meanwhile, the gathering at the obelisk are there for Martin Luther King, MLK, which again is another reference name, Moloch, another reference to the sacrifice, the sacrificial king, the earth god, the obelisk. These are all corresponding to the same deity. So here they are, sacrifice or worshiping a sacrificial king's death. Both MLK and the king of Wakanda, the king of or from the movie Black Panther. So you have a Marvel Black Panther, and this is just a couple. There are so many more little props and characters associated with this particular period of time. But the whole point of it is you have this fictional king's death being worshipped or mourned, along with the death of MLK. And they put these symbols together on purpose. And then on top of this, children all across the world are holding funerals where they're putting their Black Panther action figures in graves in the ground. And again, 42 is constantly associated with this character, and he's put in the ground. And I've been talking about how the ground is the kingdom, the black, and then the crown is the white. And this is where the numerology fits in with their symbolic system, because this is the god of the grave. And you can get in the word magic or and how they use these concepts to align with their symbols. And I think it makes perfect sense. Grave, gravel, gravity. It's the downward pull. And this god of the underworld. And he's represented by the obelisk while he's in the underworld before he's resurrected and shoots back up into the sky as the sun. I mean, it's a myth. It's a ceremony of this central deity that's being portrayed or represented and worshipped in front of all of us. And they even have the children involved. And then when they're praying for their dead idol, they make X's with their arms over their chest. And that is the symbol, and many politicians were doing this because of Chadwick Boseman was friendly with Obama and all these other politicians, a very celebrated figure. But the X over the chest is the sign of Osiris risen in the cult that runs the world. And that's how the Masons pray. That's how the Mormons pray. But that's how the worshipers of this dead king pray. And the fact that they're using a Marvel character to represent the dead king is another example of religious syncretism, where they realize, okay, we can worship our old gods in plain sight. We just dress it up like this or that superhero. And this has been going on forever. In fact, I would say that the Marvel superheroes, all these popular characters, are there specifically to convey the same messaging. I mean, look at Superman, another man who fell to earth, another savior from heaven sent or from space, who realized he was a savior at 33. And I think his name has EL in it. I got to find his real name. Cubstar in chat had posted this in Discord. We were going into the character Superman. Okay, let me continue through your notes. Okay, yeah, here's something, an update on the Kraken, this whole Kraken motif. We've been talking about the Kraken since the Seattle Kraken became the latest NHL team. And this was July 2020, where they released a 1-minute, 13-second trailer. And I thought, this is weird, because on 113, Sidney Powell's going to release the Kraken on the election. That's how far back this goes. But more recently, there was a movie on Amazon called The Rig, about these paragons of toxic masculinity poking Gaia with the oil rig until she reacts and destroys the West and capitalism. But The Rig is about the Kraken. And the way they play this out, and I'm telling you, this is consistent with how they use word magic. Because, one, you're talking about a Kraken. And you know this because in the very first episode of the 6-part series, one of the rig workers is reading a book. And it says, Kraken Awakens. Well, eventually they discover that the Earth itself is sentient and that it's waking up and it's going to get rid of man, because man is drilling for oil, which is basically bleeding her out. And this is consistent messaging. Think about the WEF, that whole Gaia cult at the top of everything. And then beyond that, you have the Avatar movie, James Cameron, about the sentient planet. Then you had the protests in Atlanta, which tied into the Avatar Way of Water, very Atlantean-themed movie. But the protests by the citizens of the forest, environmentalists in Atlanta, was also tied into this messaging here. So this Rig movie on Amazon, this Rig, it's called The Rig. It has a ton of 9/11 tower symbolism. I mean, it's really worth watching if you're trying to decode where things are going. And it has every element in it you would expect, even fallout and blackouts. But here's the thing. it's all about the Kraken awakens, the sentience of the earth. But do you know how it actually causes the big wave? A crack, like a massive crack opens in the bottom of the ocean. Well, here's something from the WION Pulse. A hole in the bottom of the ocean. Experts are on high alert after discovering a crack in the bottom of the Pacific Ocean that could trigger a magnitude 9 earthquake. The hole in the bottom of the ocean is spewing a liquid that keeps the tectonic plates lubricated. Again, crack in the ocean, just like the movie. You can watch Netflix, you can watch Amazon if you want to know what's going to happen in the next year. We are joined by Heidi Belanger, happy to catch a live. Yes, we're going to try to maintain a routine schedule. I mean, we have to maintain a consistent output, and we cannot lose the threads here of this meta-scripted narrative story as it unfolds. And we have some of the best researchers. We do have the most informed and best researchers in this area of human endeavor, which is mass media deconstruction, real-time, operational bullshit detectors. And if you ask me, this is the only oasis of sanity that addresses mass media, because we don't get drawn into their spells. We know what is fake. We know that they're engaging in cognitive warfare, which I'm going to get into that too. And look, a lot of people are being given a steady diet of fear about chatbots, about AI. Daily Mail, AI chatbots could, quote, easily be programmed to groom young men into launching terror attacks, warns top lawyer. Now, this is presupposing that they're not lying about all the previous terror attacks and what motivated them. Because if you look at their narratives, every one of these shooters has been motivated by conspiracy theories. And before we had this, it was radical Islamic terrorists, and they were being motivated by what? Quranic verses being expounded upon by radical clerics. What we're talking about here is this idea that these terrorists are all being programmed remotely. There's like this unaccountable voice that's causing them to do this. Now, this would make it seem like, okay, well, we need to have the Patriot Act to keep us safe. Well, what does it mean when the terror attacks are all staged and fake? And we're not even talking patsies. We're talking just straight actors. Like the Boston bombing hoaxiversary just happened. The Joker Sardaff, had his death penalty reinstated on the day the new Batman movie came out. I mean, these are all fictions. We're in the theater of Psywar. But they have convinced people that these fictional bad guys are being activated. And there used to be this running conspiracy theory that the shooters were all MK Ultra mind-controlled shooters. I used to believe that. I used to think it was plausible that they were being motivated, they had a handler. And so if you believe that, then why couldn't an AI chatbot do the same thing? Obviously, it wouldn't be a problem. And this is why they are putting these stories out there. They want you to believe in the contagion effect, that one mass shooting will trigger another mass shooting because this person was motivated by that in a copycat sort of way. They want you to believe in stochastic violence, where if Trump says something with an angry tone, one of his followers might do something and it's his fault. This presupposes that you do not have individual will, but that you are a robot to be programmed and that you will do whatever the programming tells you to do, which is why you need to be protected against mind viruses. So you need to vaccinate your mind and wear a mind mask, or have everyone else wear a mind mask so they don't spread their mind flu on you, especially not these right-wing influencers. You don't have to worry, though, I'm not an influencer. What this represents, what Infinite Plane Radio represents, is mind war inoculation. And these are your daily boosters. Not that you need them. Most of you are already cleared of any of these types of mind viruses, which, look, mind viruses, and it's kind of it's a false construct. It's a misnomer. They're trying to say that you catch ideas without thinking about it. But I will say this. This is my only caveat with this, because I'm saying mind viruses are fake. If you don't think for yourself and you only do what you're told, then mind viruses exist for you because you don't have that filter. In that case, maybe they do have something of a point. But again, I'm suggesting here the idea that the AI chatbots are a threat to humanity. Yeah, it's because they are worried about the power balance being shifted. We already have Too many camera persons. Do you remember when you used to be able to turn on your YouTube phone, your YouTube app, and just go live with your phone? Like you would see people playing guitar, talking, walking down the road. YouTube streamers, they used to have them, live streamers from their phones. They weren't all controlled opposition agenda pushers. Not anymore. Because after the Christ Church PSYOP, they declared that you can no longer stream on YouTube from your phone unless you have 1,000 subscribers. Well, that's quite a barrier for people who didn't have open broadcast software. It made it so that the regular YouTube user could not just instantly become a broadcaster. They actually raised the bar on purpose to cut people off. And then even then, 1,000. Well, the last time I had 1,000 subscribers was sometime the middle of last year. And whenever I reached 1,000, my channel would be nuked by design. Going through your comments, Stranger Day says, I looked at my iPhone, it looked back. Yeah, well, Siri backwards. Iris. That's the all-seeing eye. That's the monolith of David Bowman that we're merging with to become star children for the new age. It's the main indoctrination device when they control it, when they use it as I would call it a unifier. I mean, it's really the Bible for the NWO. The unifying message will all be put through their internet, and it's theirs once they finish getting rid of everything that's not approved. And you're not going to be able to change it. It's not like some nefarious group took over media. No, they created it. You were born into a mental quarantine. That's why I'm not trying to bother getting in their good graces. I don't want to breathe their MSM air. And we don't need to make friends. We can exist as outsiders, perennial outsiders, anthropologists, off-world stage observers, which doesn't mean we're in denial or that we're escapists. It just means that we're a little more ivory tower about our observations. We don't get involved. We don't have to, because we're involved in understanding what's happening. And we have a wider perspective. Like what we're doing here is we're including information they would exclude. Because what the mass media is, it's a big, bloated, naked emperor. And they kick you out if you call it out. If you call it out for what it is. And it's disgusting. But look, we're not going to change it. All we can do is not lie to ourselves about what we're seeing and then saying, well, what else aren't we supposed to be seeing here? And that's what we've been doing this entire time. Klaus did say it was his internet, commenter says. Yeah, and Klaus said that they're going to send information warriors to purge the internet of conspiracy theories. Excuse me? Information warriors? I mean, Alex Jones could sue the WEF because InfoWars is his. He could sue them for encroachment because that's what they're doing. They want to bury their competition and they appropriate their terminology. Now, information warriors are going to get rid of info warriors. Who has preferential treatment? Who gets censored? Who doesn't? In other words, in 20 years, you're going to figure out, you're going to look back and say, what was that? Info wars, info warriors, what were they about? And you'll look back and you'll see Alex and Sandy Hook, and then you'll see information warriors who saved the world from him. All right, continuing. Let's get into the cognitive warfare. Because we're not the cats chasing the laser. Although we are aware of it. I mean, I'm watching the cats. This is the difference. I'm not a current thinker. Look, a lot of current thinkers get mad at me. Oh, you're not mad at the current thing. No. You're not mad at the current thing. Nope, still not. Does this current thing bother you? No. And that's because I'm not trained to respond like a cat chasing a laser pen whenever the media says, look at this or that. What the off-world stage perspective offers is you can step outside and you can watch the cats chasing the lasers. You can watch the NWO's spotlight, what it's shining on and what it's not shining on. But this perspective requires that you admit, and this is hard for people who aren't all the way there, to admit that you're being lied to by both sides, because there are no sides. 9/11 proves this. Corona proves this. It proves that there is a ubiquitous monolithic control, overarching control. And this is everywhere. And you can, from the top down, what does every single news network, no matter what partisan slant, no matter what nation, what do they all believe in? Well, they all believe in outer space. That's a starting point. Well, that's the first lie. Outer space as represented is the first lie. And it goes down from there. But again, experts are on high alert. They discovered a crack in the Pacific Ocean. So just a heads up for that. Oh yeah, there was a shooting. Let me address the shooting really quick, because I'm looking at the news and I see a guy with a shirt that says devil. It literally says devil. And it's because it says Dadeville. But the way his shirt is covering up the LE and the DA, it says devil. Now there was a shooting on 4/16. The party was a Sweet 16. Now they say 28 were injured. But when they first reported it, when I first saw it, I kept seeing it like this. It's 4/16, Sweet 16 party, 4 dead, 16 injured. So what's with the 4/16, 4/16, Sweet 16? It takes place at a place called Mahogany Masterpiece. There's your obvious MM33. But it takes place in Dadeville, Alabama. No, Dadeville, yeah, is it Alabama or Georgia? No, it's let me double check. Okay, Dadeville, Alabama. Now, this is a small town of like 3,200 people. And we're supposed to believe that 4 were killed, 28 were injured. Now, I'm saying that there are too many little clues here that there's something else going on. What does it mean, though? The devil is a huge part of the story. 4/16, again, if you're into gematria, maybe there's something in it. But I'm just saying it has the hoax codes, more or less. Mahogany Masterpiece. I'll keep looking into it. But the repetition of numbers, just like the last shooting, 3 adults, 3 kids, the address was a 33, happens at 33 minutes after. I mean, we see this stuff all the time. Commenter says it's like 30 minutes from my house. You know, if you went down there, I bet you wouldn't find any evidence of like bullets actually having been fired. Like they opened up that church in Charleston a few days after the event. I'm like, there's no way they did a ballistics check after 9 people were slaughtered, like for every single round, and determined it was only one shooter. They don't actually investigate when they're doing these reports. It's just storytelling. That's why I call it Scooby-Doo justice. It's like an episode of Scooby-Doo. In 30 minutes, you know who did it and why. I also find it weird when I see people at the scene crying. Like, you know, as in these, we'll just call them, I guess we're going to get banned anyway. Well, you see these crisis act whores outside of these events. I'm looking at 2 of them right now. They're hugging outside of Devil, Alabama, where the shooting happened. I see a blue tent, a lot of media. They're at the scene. But my question is this. What kind of people will go to the scene of a mass murder and cry instead of going to the hospital or going to where the survivors are? Because that's strange to me. Now that I think about it, because I used to do decedent transport, and we would go to crime scenes, we would go to accident scenes, and one thing you didn't see there was the family members lurking around. Like, you deliberately close these scenes, but moreover, it's odd that they're going to be there and not at the hospital or not somewhere else. I think it's all posing. It's like you want to go hang out at the bloodbath itself, and the people hugging are doing so very dramatically. I mean, it's solid footage, CNN. Birthday party shooting. Again, I don't know the underlying subtext. I'm just looking at what is being promulgated to the mass media who don't have filters. They have ARDS, Acquired Reasoning Deficiency Syndrome, which is out of the series Hot Skull. We just call it mind aids. They've lost their filter. They've lost their immune system for their mind, and they believe whatever they see. So I watch the screen knowing that this is the programming. And I'm looking at, and they have this individual wearing a shirt that just says devil on it. And I think what they might be trying to do here is they're trying to associate guns with evil. Not with self-defense, but with evil. Thirst says, one eyewitness said all she saw was a pile of shoes. There we go again. Like that Ned Peppers in Ohio. Like how many other events? All the mass tramplings. Whenever you have a mass shooting, you find piles of shoes. I think it's symbolic. I think there's something else to it about the shoes, like soles or something. There's some kind of meaning to the shoes. But this is the thing. When people start, okay, I'm going to take a picture of it. Oh, I can't. I'm looking at the screen and it says devil, and the guy's holding a wine glass. So it says Dadeville, but the wine glass is just as wide as the word devil. And then it has crime scene do not cross, and it's upside down. So you have upside down cross devil. Anyway, maybe I'm reading too much into it. What is the 16 thing? Trial delayed. Oh, they're delaying the Foxtrot for the 1.6 billion. And that 1.6 number, the 16, keeps showing up. 1.6 billion for 1/6, January 6. Gematria says, I remember 4 cops kneeling on people's necks when George Floyd died, all within a week. I haven't seen one in years since. Right, they mirrored that psyop a few times. We saw the same ceremony for Damar Hamlin. And speaking of ceremonies, the other day someone pointed out on Twitter, about Christopher Farley, Rob Ford. Christopher Farley died at 33. John Belushi died at 33. Well, something else I figured out, just randomly on researching, was I was like, well, who also died from SNL was Phil Hartman. And Phil Hartman was shot at about 3 a.m. 3 times. So there's your 33. But I looked into it closer. Turns out Phil Hartman was shot between the eyes, in the throat, and in the chest. Now, does that sound familiar to anyone here? If you look into the Masonic ritual killings, which is where the number 33 comes from, Hiram Abiff, the martyr of the Masonic cult, has 3 injuries, and they're very symbolic. 1 to the head, 1 to the throat, and 1 to the heart. Chest, throat, heart, just where Phil Hartman was hit. This is just more indication that we're looking at the same exact type of symbolism. Mazel says that was a good shot. Right, perfect symbolism though. Between the eyes, throat, and the heart. Yes, the third eye, this is all symbolic of, I think, the intellect, the voice, and the conscience. There's they tell you. You can read about these rituals and they tell you what these things actually mean. Well, they give you the version that the lower level initiates or candidates, members will get. Okay, I want to get into this article here. This was something that came across my Twitter feed. It's called Cognitive Warfare, Strengthening and Defending the Mind. This is an article that is about this info war that we live in, and this is from NATO. Norfolk, Virginia. Warfare has changed dramatically with advanced technology, the whole of society involvement, and increased global interconnectivity. More people are unable to differentiate between legitimate and manipulated information. And this is the main point of it, that people have lost the ability to discern between real and fake. Now, it says here, the definition of cognitive warfare: these activities conducted in synchronization with other instruments of power to affect attitudes and behaviors by influencing or disrupting individual and group cognitions to gain an advantage. These activities vary greatly and encompass supporting or conflicting cultural or personalized components. And here's where it goes into what cognitive warfare entails: social psychology, game theory. However, quote, modern warfare do not necessarily carry a kinetic component. That's interesting too, because nobody dies, nobody cries. Goes on to talk about this. We're talking about this inability to tell between real and fake. It says, some of these non-kinetic cognitive warfare activities are obvious and direct. Receivers of Russian-aligned disinformation experience a deterioration in their ability to identify facts from fiction, decaying their mental resilience with potential long-term impact, such as loss of trust in media. Now, you can receive Russian aligned and just say, receivers of disinformation experience a decline in their ability to identify fact from fiction. And this has already happened. I like reading these incoming threats, like the deep fake and the AI and how we're all going to be tricked. And it all presupposes that we weren't already. Like, oh, there's threats to media freedom. Media's never been free. It's always been the de facto state religion. They're not reporting for your information, for your edification. They're not trying to keep you up with things. Maybe on the local level, but even then, I mean, even on the most objective things they report on, can you trust them? Can you even trust your meteorologist? Oh yeah, it's just the weather. We can trust him. Yeah, sure. They hype up anything, and they use the weather as just another way to scapegoat, politically, the other side. Going through your comments, someone says, allegedly they're going to decapitate all the Christians. That would take a while. Decapitation. It's probably symbolic, like the crown, the head. There's maybe it's symbolic of this, like again, the ritual killing of Hiram Abiff, it's symbolic. So what would decapitation represent? Well, in a way, you could say that we're blinded, we're hoodwinked, we're a headless corpse, talking about America. I mean, it's not like anybody's really, I don't know. We're in a place where people think that they're saviors on the left and the right. They think that somebody's going to lead us out of here. Ron DeSantis, when he's done licking the rest of the pudding off his fingers, he's going to fix this thing. There's nothing to be fixed. The division is intentional. The perpetual warfare is just that. The left versus right isn't going to solve itself. They don't want ubiquitous vaccination. They want half to be goo-bloods, half to be purebloods, so they never get along. Mizell says, cut off from our own minds. Yeah, this is what I'm really saying with mind ARDS, acquired reasoning deficiency syndrome, is that you can be the smartest, most intelligent person, but then if you have a liar in your life that you trust, well, your mind is compromised. And I'm saying that we are living on a staged reality that doesn't really, not only does it not allow questioning, but it has omitted so much and concealed so much behind false explanations that it really doesn't offer any opportunities for people to see through it. It's not even a consideration. Like, for some people still don't even think it's a likelihood that the moon landing could have been faked or was faked. And there are still people who believe in the moon landing. Now, I didn't care too much about it to even debunk it up until the flat Earth topic came up. I'm like, well, if they're lying about this, then where can we trust? And what can we trust? When do they start lying? Or is the whole thing fraudulent? The moon landings, yeah, I figured they were faked or that they were concealing, but I never realized how staged it could possibly be. There's all these other areas where this is the cat chasing the laser. Like, oh, you question the moon landing, maybe there's aliens. Maybe it's hollow. Maybe they went up there with a secret space program. They give you all kinds of different ways to interpret what you don't, the news, if you don't believe what they say. But none of these paths that you're led down will say, well, question if it even happened. But my point is, like the moon landing, Apollo 11, that is what, and look, this is actually kind of tied into what we were talking about earlier. Because Apollo 11, Stanley Kubrick, you can't separate them. The Space Odyssey, the merging of Dave Bowman with the monolith, this represents mankind merging with the screen, meaning we get drawn into the movie where we cease to think critically about certain aspects. That's where they've taken your mind. This is mind control. And Apollo 11 made us all David Bowman. It made us all the Star Child. We all went through the initiation of being drawn into the screen, pulled into a new world where man walks on the moon. Man has a new heaven. Science has done what all the previous religions could not. It took us to heaven. Like, this is what they accomplished a long time ago. But every major psychological event that has worldwide import has the same effect of drawing people into the big movie. Every time you see somebody marching behind the next current thing, yeah, they're in the movie. They got their marching orders. They're following a script. And there's the main meta script, there's the left-wing script, there's a right-wing script, and there's the script for the alternative news, because it's all scripted. Catching up on my notes here, I guess my main point about cognitive warfare is that this is part of the cognitive warfare. where they offer such a wide array of things to believe that beliefs become almost just too subjective to even make any distinctions between real and fake. It's like they're all equally valid, which is kind of true. It's all equally fake. Let me read some more from this article, and I'll put a link in my minds.com. It goes on to say, China leverages official and party-line influence to manipulate and control their domestic information environment. A secondary effect presents other nations develop a cognitive bias towards Chinese mainland citizens, and their collective disconnect with external information produces a fundamentally opposed perception of reality, the us versus them. Cognitive warfare integrates cyber, information, psychological, and social engineering capabilities. These activities, conducted in synchronization with other instruments of power, can affect attitudes and behavior. It says this will disrupt individual and group cognition to gain advantage over them. And that's what we're looking at with all these psyops, like the train wreck. The train wreck happens in Ohio. Clearly it's fake, as evidenced by the movie White Noise, predictive programming, overlapping extras, and crisis act horrors. It was pretty obvious. However, it was very disruptive for a lot of people who are like, wait, you guys are watching the Super Bowl. You should be paying attention to the toxic waste and the eco disaster. Why is nobody talking about this? And you got millions of people on the right chanting in unison, why is nobody talking about Ohio? It's like those montages from the MSM. This is a threat to our democracy. This is a threat to our democracy. It goes on with like hundreds of newsrooms all chanting, this is a threat to our democracy. Yeah, we can laugh at that and share it and say, good thing we're truthers. Yet the truthers are running around saying, why isn't anybody talking about this? Nobody's talking about that. Anyway, I'm saying it's a bifurcated system and it's the same on both sides. The woke pill is no better than the red pill. These are both too partisan to be useful at all. Going through some comments. Napoleon Wilson says, Pete, do a fakeologist audio, harmonica, and guitar. You know, I'll have to catch up with fakeologist. I was on their server, and I left the server because I hit a wall with some of the transvestigators. And I decided I didn't want to push it too much because they were demanding evidence. They were shifting the burden of proof to me for Sylvester Stallone being a male. And I didn't want to be known as the guy posting 70s porn from some Hollywood actor to make a point. I'm like, you know what? I don't care that much. You want to think Sylvester Stallone's a woman? Be my guest. Not my prerogative. And this goes for all of the cat litter snorting, toxoplasmotic cat ladies. Yeah, you want to call me an Illuminati reptilian, transgender Jew, whatever. Yeah, that's cool. Like I said, it's a subjective world. And if you're in the subjective world, I'm not trying to change. Whether you're a Democrat, Republican, crazy cat lady transvestigationist, yeah, you're on the world stage. Like, I'm kind of out here. We're more or less untouchable. But those are casualties of the cognitive warfare. They don't know what's real or fake. Like, you know that Dylan person that's on the Bud Light cans? And all the right-wingers are mad about it because it's a trans icon on a Bud Light can. You just can't win anyway. We know for a fact if they put a cis woman on a Bud Light can, the feminists would say, throw it overboard. It's sexist. You're objectifying women. Like, no matter what you do, some group can be turned against it. But, I'm like looking at that character, and my only question is, and I don't care, I don't have a dog in this fight, because the groomers are on the right and the left. I mean, the groomers are everywhere. Ask Nick Fuentes if he doesn't bribe you to not talk about it. But I'm looking at this Dylan character, and I'm like, that person doesn't look like they're making any real attempts to, quote, transition or whatever. Not that I care, but I'm like, okay, this seems very psyop-y in itself, like it's a provocation. But then the transvestigators are trying to convince me, no, that's a biological woman, and they're tricking us into thinking that it's a man trying to become a woman. And I'm like, okay, the transvestigationists have crossed the point of no return to where they live within an inverted reality. They have projected their microcosm onto the macrocosm, where now everybody is inverted, which is what they're saying is real. Well, it's not, or it hasn't been proven to be so, but it is for them now. They have been, it's like their brains are inside out. It's incredible. It's like, okay, if you want to call dogs cats, be my guest. Call my dog a cat. I'm sure he won't be offended. But my point, I guess, here is that we're looking at a lot of factors at work here. And cognitive warfare is targeting the people paying attention. The people who are questioning the mainstream news are given all sorts of reasons to question it, obviously. But then when you predictably look for external sources to what they give you, they have liars in wait, wolves in sheep's clothing, disinformation agents, and I don't think they're trustworthy. One of my main QAnon sources that I follow was arrested last Halloween for going to a club, a nightclub, which he thought was used as a child trafficking front. And you know what he does? He runs into the club and he stabs the security guard. He tries to kill the human traffickers. Goes to jail, gets a GoFundMe. Now he's on Twitter 24/7 talking about the glorious day when we're going to execute all the Democrats. Like, okay, look, the political movement, any political movement that wants to murder the deep state, to me, that sounds very much like controlled opposition. But to my other point, it's by design. They wanted to create the American counterpart to ISIS, to the Taliban, to the radical Islamic terrorists, and they did so. I've been saying this since 2019. I'm like, look, the Quran terrorist has been replaced by the QAnon terrorist. One wants to kill the great Satan. One wants to kill the deep state. And they're pointing fingers in the same direction. Ollie Goering says, transvestigators are so off the mark, black pill incels have more scientific research backing their concepts than transvestigators. Yeah, it's probably misinformation. And one of the objects of it is this, in my opinion, because the only reason I looked at it is I questioned their methodology. I said, are you guys using real forensic anthropology? Are you taking this seriously? Because you're not accounting for things like jaw implants and Photoshop. I just thought maybe they're not being 100% objective. And I think we should be objective. If we're looking for truth, that is. Not looking to serve some agenda. But when I questioned it, instead of saying, oh, that's an excellent question, they said, oh, you're a witch. You're one of them. I'm like, whoa, I'm one of them. So I find myself getting, not that I'm defensive about it. Like I said, you can call me whatever. But I thought, okay, well, they obviously don't care about the truth. They just revealed to me that their methodology is flawed and they don't want to address it. So I looked into it for that reason, just trying to offer them some consultation. It's like, let's put a little bit of truth in there. Let's back away from the panic. But here's the thing. This person that was setting a witch hunt against me, I mean, what, 18,000 people. If you have 18,000 people now staring at you, convinced that you're an Illuminati witch and that you're not what you say, that in itself is a form of gaslighting. It's a form of psychological abuse. And she sent her mob after me. So I looked into her. And I have a knack for doxing people. Ask Q. Ask, Axolotl, top Redditor. There's a number of people I can point to that thought they were anonymous. Thought ask Alan Cook. Wonder how he's doing. Alan Cook. Anyway, I doxed this person, and it turns out this person is a communist, a Bernie Sanders supporter, not a Christian, like she pretends to be on Twitter. So it's a communist who, on Twitter, on her real Twitter account with her real name, is in favor of Drag Queen Story Hour, is in favor of abortion. So you have a pro-abortionist, pro-drag queen, left-wing communist, anti-Christian, pretending to be a Christian on Twitter, getting all these well-intentioned Christian truthers to listen to her explaining how everybody is the opposite of what you see and that they're all devils. Now, I think the objective to this might be censorship. Censorship, as in you get all of them to espouse views that make them look phobic. And then you got to use that word. Oh, you're just phobic. Like, no, I was never reptoid phobic. I was never afraid of reptilians. I just want to know, do they run the world? You know, you can't even talk about reptoids on TikTok. I gave up on TikTok when they pulled all of our reporters and when they said you can't talk about reptilians. Commenter says, when they go quiet, they're conspiring for more draconian Inquisition psyop. Right. Well, that's what they're doing. Information warriors. And then there's a group of individuals from the White House to go work on social media. And we have direct experience with this. The White House employed a hacker, a black hat hacker, to go after the IPS. It's the reason why we lost our 4,000 plus subscriber base on Spotify, 3,000 on Apple. I mean, they do, in fact, try. This is cognitive warfare. And one of the words I emphasize is individual. They're not merely, here's what it says. These activities conducted in synchronization with other instruments of power can affect attitudes and behavior by influencing, protecting, and disrupting individual and group cognition to gain advantage. So I'm targeted. I am a targeted individual. And this group, this think tank, is targeted. And that's why it's a tank. We chose, it's not a think lounge. We needed a tank because we have to fire back. And we have to constantly move. And we are a moving target. But we're a target. You know, we're not victims. There's a big difference. You know, many channels will milk it. Like, oh, we're victims of censorship. Throw us money. Yeah, where did that get us with InfoWars? And I got one question, small question. Or, you know, does Alex Jones have plausible deniability? Does he know that Stop the Steal organizer, friend of InfoWars, Ollie Alexander from America First, Nick Fuentes, Ye's political campaign, does he know that Ollie, who grabbed the crotch of Owen Schroyer and said honk honk, does Alex Jones know that Ollie Alexander is a groomer in his midst? Or does he have plausible deniability? Because you have one of two answers one of two options. Either Alex knew about it, or he has zero discernment. Look, I can see predators. I've called out predators months in advance. I've prevented them from infiltrating people's lives because there are little subtle clues. And I talked to a police officer, an investigator, after outing a potential predator once, based on laptop stuff. I mean, this is crazy when you think about it, because most people will overlook it. They're like, oh, that's funny. Dalai Lama is licking a kid like Biden with an ice cream cone. I'm sorry, that's disgusting, disturbing, predatory, and it's probably just the tip of the iceberg. And if you can't see that, well, I wonder why. Is there something deficient about you? Do you lack intuition? Do you lack instinct to protect innocence? I don't. And I'm just saying, you have a lot of teenagers being victimized, targeted by a blackmail ring at the top of Republican conservative politics, and its worst offenders are breathing the same air as Alex Jones, and he doesn't notice. Either he's, again, broken and deficient, or he's in on it. I mean, take your pick. Guilt by association, I know it's logically fallacious, but I'll tell you this. I've built mind maps based on connections, personal connections. And one of our mind maps, what we created with the IPS regarding all of these informants and pedos on parole, we mapped out all of the different relationships we could find within the larger flat earth, quote, community. And from the Biblical Flat Earth Society founder to a few others that they put at these conferences. I don't even want to say their names or handles to give them any kind of traffic. I mean, one of them was actually paying his Patreon. I forgot about it for like 2 years. These individuals were all connected, and they were all connected to some very bad stuff. And this is very consistent with what we've observed here, what's coming out now with America First. Pete Shea says 110 days from 9/11 to 12/31. 110 days from 1/1 to 4/20. Each twin tower had 110 floors. Interesting. Okay, let me go with that for a second. 9/11 is the New Year's Day on the Coptic calendar. 12/31, New Year's on our calendar. Both these days relate to the dog star Sirius. and then 110 connects to 9/11 symbolically, which is probably Christ's birthday or the sun god's birthday. Now, what is the significance of 420? Earth Day is part of it. We'll have to look into it a little closer. I mean, I always point out Einhorn, the unicorn killer, the creator of Earth Day, who was so green, he was so good at recycling that he composted his own girlfriend after he murdered her. Yeah, that's the founder of Earth Day. And I believe that in California, they're already trying to make the move towards composting people, liquefying people, recycling people. Soylent Green. I mean, it's the Soylent Green world order. We are joined by Restless Bear. OMG, I came as soon as I could. Yeah, thanks for joining. Speaking of bears, I've been following Owen Benjamin on Twitter. And it's an interesting account to follow. I'm just studying. I don't have a lot of opinions on it necessarily, but I'm observing because I think he's been in this area, like not just conspiracy, like specifically at the top of it, flat Earth. In fact, he spoke at a flat Earth conference. I think that was his last stand-up gig, and he's doing another one soon. But I think it's interesting how a lot of these topics that they gatekeep within the mainstream media ecosystem, a lot of these topics are treated as limited hangout operations, and it's often comedians that are used to deploy a lot of these shocking things. So it didn't surprise me to see a comedian at the front of the flat Earth, but it's a reoccurring theme I've noticed. And I think it's because comedy in general is where ideas are floated out there to see how people react, to see what they respond to positively, negatively, what shocks. Find me a comedian that's accepted on the world stage that isn't a government jester. And you can tell. You know, I listen to Dave Chappelle, and I'm like, why is every single joke reinforcing the fake news? Like, it's only, like, I understand the mechanics of it, the structure of it. Okay, that is a funny joke, but I'm not laughing because I'm not brainwashed. It's comedy for the brainwashed. Dave Chappelle comes out using a joke that we already made on the channel, just an observation rather, but he's like, oh, well, one good thing about COVID, there's no white kids shooting up the schools, and everybody laughs. And I'm like, that's not funny, because the shootings are all fake, and you have nothing to say about real gun violence with real victims in a lot of the big cities. You never hear Democrats talking about that. Let's talk about the handgun violence, which is all the time. And it's just heinous. I mean, you saw the guy getting gunned down. The CCTV footage that you see on Twitter is way more shocking and more realistic and more relevant than the fake violence that they hype up on the news with their martyrs that are always from certain neighborhoods. They don't care about certain people. You can tell. Well, they don't care about anybody. If they did, they wouldn't be waging psy-war. They wouldn't be waging psychological warfare operations to influence you like you weren't an individual with agency. You're meant to be a bot. Jump67 says, Owen is awesome. Well, I look for a wide array of observations, and some characters, for some reason, are very, very polarizing. There's an entire Reddit dedicated to hating him, which is kind of fascinating to me. All right, Yurt Mama says, I'm recommending Sin Eaters on Hulu, Anthony Pelotano. All right, feel free to post a link. And if you're in the YouTube channel, I will be handing out wrenches. So Pingu33, Osher, Pete Shea, here are your wrenches. Abuse the power responsibly. I don't expect this channel to last, nor do I care. You know, we are beyond any one particular platform. Our think tank does not need the permission of some company like YouTube or Google to exist. We don't exist at their pleasure. We exist independent. Even if the plug was pulled, if Gaia shuts everything down, this think tank will still exist. Even if I have to physically get my hands on a tank, even if we have to do physical meetings, it doesn't make a difference. Enough people know what's going on to talk about it productively and intelligently, and to advance in our understanding and knowledge and grasp of things, that you really can't stop it. We've got the momentum. That's why it doesn't matter. Every time they destroy a platform or a channel, just laugh. And by the way, YouTube and Google and I, short lawfare update, they have their standard response. If you don't come to Santa Clara, you can't sue us. You signed the paperwork. You signed a contract. Well, guess what? Since they took away my channels, they don't let me have a channel. I'm not a YouTube user. I'm not bound by their contract. The account that I would have at Tim Osmond isn't mine. Yeah, it was stolen by the guy I'm suing. And what I'm telling the judge, what I submitted as a motion was, hey, they can't hold me to that. They can't escape that easily just because I'm not in Santa Clara on this basis, because I'm not even a user on YouTube. I'm not suing as a YouTube member or as a user. I'm suing them as a party to identity theft, stalking, and harassment and trademark infringement by a YouTube user who's using their platform as a weapon against me to violate my trademarks. I'm not even a user. So that argument is weak. But look, if they succeed, which I don't think they will, it's just a matter of paperwork. I've set my expectations properly. My first hearing is on May 2nd. And even in the best case scenario, nothing is ever fast with the process. And I'm prepared for that. I'm prepared to continue lawsuit after lawsuit after lawsuit for the next 20 years, if that's what it takes to expose YouTube for its role in censorship and identity theft. And look, the person censoring this channel with their help is a White House communications agency member connected to Trump, politically connected, very wealthy, socially connected to a lot of influencers in media, specifically right-wing media. He knows and is on a first-name basis with the CEOs of every single, whether it's Getter, Truth Social, very well connected. Anyway, we all know this. I'm just pointing it out. Lawfare update. It's moving forward. The first hearing is on May 2nd. And my argument to the judge is that I'm suing them because they're criminals and they're engaged in criminal activity against me. I'm not a member. And I think it'll be accepted. And I also included with my motion the evidence supporting that claim. All right, let's move on. Pete Shea says, by the way, 110 days from 420 to 8/8, and 33 days again to 9/11. Interesting. It probably tells a story. I think I've discerned one from the creation to destruction to resurrection of the Twin Towers to the One World Trade Tower. 33 years, creation to destruction, 13 years to the resurrection, for a total of 46 years. And the significance here is 33 is consistently associated with the king, the crown. Again, I mentioned kingdom to the crown, Kabbalistic tree of life. The crown and the 33 and rising, you can see how these things are very well integrated, but 33 is the year or the number of years that Jesus was alive, and it has to do with this death, resurrection rite. Well, death and resurrection is the number 13. So it's kind of interesting. 9/11 also was the starting date of the construction of the Pentagon, which started in like 1941. My point is 33 years creation to destruction. And then the resurrection number, the Phoenix number, is 13. And together it's 46, which is the age of JFK when he was assassinated. And 46 is also the age of George Floyd, which is kind of tied in to 9/11 very intimately. And then, of course, 8:46 a.m. is when 9/11 kicks off. There's a lot of other things connecting with this, but yes, they do have a way of communicating their meta-scripted story. It's told in the numbers, it's told in the symbols, and the exoteric narratives that have an esoteric core. There's a quote from Carl Jung, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate. Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate. Very interesting point there. And one of the point I brought this up because I was thinking about it, not in terms of psychoanalysis and shadow work or whatever, but I'm thinking about it in the context of what we do, mass media deconstruction, where until you make the omitted information, the hidden information, until you make it public, until you bring it to the light, until you become aware of what they're hiding, the unconscious, the unknown, the hidden stuff will direct your life, and you'll call it fate. You know, that's what I'm referring to. Because most of the lie world order is built upon what they don't tell you. It's built on the darkness. It's not on what they tell you. It's what they managed to hide. Pingu says, Ramadan have a 33-year cycle. Didn't know that. Okay, continuing here. Going through my notes, minds.com/infinite plane society. I post everything there. I highly recommend it. In fact, if you're not on Minds, you can also follow me at timosman.blog. If you didn't know, Substack now has a Twitter-like function, and I'm using it as kind of a mirror. Because I'm finding a lot of very fascinating and interesting information, and I want to put it out there where you can find it. Kind of like what we found about the Phil Hartman killing and the wounds specifically matching the wounds of Hiram Abiff. I have a quote here from President Biden. I had the audio, and you may have heard it. And because of present constraints, I don't have audio. But he said, and this is from whitehouse.gov, quote, "So thank you all, God bless you all, and let's go. Let's go lick the world. Let's get it done. Thank you." Applause. Let's go lick the world. Was that ad-libbed? Does he ad-lib, or are all these lines written for him? And look, they're all deep fakes. Doesn't matter if they're CGI or if they're a rubber mask over Jim Carrey. They're all deep fakes. You got these characters like Marjorie Taylor Greene or Matt Pizzagates, and they're at these events where they're seemingly kind of funny, like a little stand-up. They make the same jokes. Like, why do the people who always march for abortion are the last people that would ever get pregnant? Like, these jokes are all written by Milo Yiannopoulos. Like, they have writers. They have joke writers. I was listening to a podcast today about what's the Daily Show guy, the Daily Show host. There's a few of them, but the one with the glasses. And I'm glad I don't pay attention to these government jesters. Anyway, I was listening to a podcast with a joke writer who writes the jokes that we hear these late night comedians give. And, you know, he sounded a little perturbed that most people don't know that these guys aren't. Oliver. I was listening to a podcast with Oliver's joke writer. I'm like, wow, that's interesting. I mean, I understand it's a hard job, I guess, coming up with jokes, but that's just an idea of how fake everything is. That they're government joke readers who are giving you propaganda to reinforce the dominant propaganda lines of the day, disguised as comedy, disguised as observational comedy, where they use comedy as the 2 minutes of hate from 1984. They use comedy so you know what to laugh derisively at. I don't think it's joyous laughter. I think it's the laughter of derisiveness. All right, just to recap, America First is burning, and we can look forward to that this evening. Ali Akbar and Nick Fuentes burning at the stake set up by Milo Yiannopoulos, who may have planned this a long time ago. Like this is the blackmail cult. And the reason why it's worth paying attention to is we're trying to understand how secret societies work. Well, you've got blood oaths, you've got non-disclosure agreements, and apparently you have something else. You have, quote, collateral. Collateral. Oh, you want to work on InfoWars, you better send some collateral. What does that mean? Pretty insane. And again, I'm noticing and I'm paying attention to the deafening silence of those not commenting on this. Here's what's happening. This was sent or posted by Milo at 1:11 p.m. Quote, "Tonight we reveal how streamer Nick Fuentes privately bullies and bribes young America First supporters into retracting their allegations against pederast predator Ali Alexander Akbar by offering them jobs that do not exist, by threatening to excommunicate them from the movement unless they lie. This is a stunning and disturbing addition to the story in this special edition of the Ali Files tonight, because he tried to say, oh, it's nothing, they're just flirting. But again, that's Nick Fuentes, who's supposed to be anti-grooming, who believes that women shouldn't vote and only whites should be in government. It's that guy, the guy that was Ye's campaign manager. He said, oh, it's just flirting, which is just not true, because we're talking about people below the age of consent. And I see a lot of victim blaming, suggesting, oh, they were doing this because they knew that they were going to get political positions out of it. And that tells you something, that they knew that they were entering into an agreement, he was saying. Oh, they knew they were getting into our blackmail circle of compromised conservative Republicans posing as Christians. He gave away a lot. Article from Rolling Stone just came out today, or yesterday. Ye's campaign has paid Nick Fuentes more than $30,000 this year. Yes, his presidential campaign claimed more than $30,000 in payments to Nick Fuentes in his latest FEC filing. Fuentes first burst onto the alt-right scene following the 2017 Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville. Again, Ye pulled out. He's not talking to anybody. Apparently, he's not paying. Ollie Goering says, the collateral is this. Apparently, an individual named Lance, who was 17, was offered a gig on InfoWars, but Ollie said he needed collateral, implying a nude photo of himself. At a minimum. I mean, I'm not going to read a lot of the lurid stuff posted on the Telegram. It's pretty bad. It's not only bad, but we're talking about criminal behavior being minimized, and more importantly, not being commented on by people close to him. And I'm pointing a few fingers. I really am, because we're talking about. Let's just point at one in particular. Alex Stein has made a name for himself being an anti-groomer. He's so anti-groomer, he goes to events to protest it. He goes to city council. He makes it one of his staple issues. Well, Ollie Alexander tried to recruit Stein last year to run for office. He said he would offer his political services free. There's already a relationship there. And I'm thinking, are you going to protest the next conservative conference, Mr. Stein? I don't think so. So we will see. It looks like it's burning, though, and I think it's going to be fireworks because no one's talking about it on the mainstream. And all that means is they're waiting, but they're watching. There's no way this is going under the radar. But the thing is that this is like a bomb at the very top of conservative politics. Where does it go from here? If Ollie goes down, it's going to drag down people like Marjorie Taylor Greene along with it, people in the know about this stuff. And again, the worst thing about it is that this has been an open secret. And we're talking about grooming from the anti-groomers. Peak 2023, and it's only 4 months in. I have kind of an open offer here for any IPR press pass holders. Anyone in New York, if you're in New York and you want to go on a special mission to Trump Tower to deliver some messages or ask some questions, I can't be too specific, but you will be compensated and paid for the time. But I am looking for an IPR reporter willing to make a special trip to Trump Tower within the next 2 weeks. It has to be before April 30th. I actually have a contact who is a personal or former or somebody who knows somebody. Like, I'm trying to get very close to Goldfinch, and I know somebody who knows him. Anyway, that person's willing to meet with a reporter and answer some questions in a very laid-back environment, and it'll be fun. But if you're in New York and you want that story, just message me at tim@infiniteplane.media, and we will make it happen. Anyway, this has been fun and informative as usual. Thanks for all the comments. there's a lot going on, as always, and we'll be in the Discord server unpacking the daily deluge of fake news, which none of us believe because we're not dupes. We are undupable, as someone in the comments section had said, which is a word I believe is in our lexicon, undupable. Can you say, look, this is actually a good question, because we ask certain things of these various events, like, is it even fakeable? Well, yeah, they just faked in the movies. It's fakeable. Another question to ask people, are you dupable? Well, if you say you're not dupable, then you're suggesting that you're infallible and that you can't be tricked. And even the most indoctrinated person who's never had any reason to question anything should have at least a little bit of self-doubt. And I think that's why so many people are resistant to seeing reality as it is outside of the mainstream media's framework. Because you have to admit that you've been wrong, which I'm happy to do. Prove me wrong. Prove to me that we live on a big CGI ball, 25,000 miles in circumference, and I will definitely become a loud exponent of ball earthism. But I need evidence first for everything, including the proposition that all cats are dogs. Like, yeah, I'm happy for you to believe that birds are fake, gorillas are people in men's suits, and cats are dogs. Like, the world is nothing but subjective belief. That much is clear by design. But here we are moving past being mere believers, like cats chasing the laser. We become knowers. And our field of knowledge extends beyond the world stage. We have a wider perspective. Commenter says, what did the 435 U.S. Congress people actually do? Good question. Read lines. They're basically actors. And who's the script writer? That's the main question here. We could find script writers, meta script contributors. It's getting clear. And I think we are getting closer and closer to the top of the pyramid. That's why deconstructing fake space is key, because that's one of the unifying myths that holds this fake world together. All right, have a great afternoon. It's 4/17/2023, and this is Infinite Plane Radio, Mind War Inoculation. Today is X Day, 7/24/2023. 24th letter is X. This is the day that Twitter has become X. And I have a lot to say on the matter. And there are a number of threads on the Gilded server that address this and other things that I want to go through now. And then later when we're live, we'll discuss these things. But let me go ahead and just scroll through the last 24 hours or so on the Gilded server and get right into it. Unrelated news, actually. Chet Hanks has deleted his entire Instagram. He's cleared it. And he said that he is going through some kind of life change and he's no longer going to put celebrity first. He says he's been in character for as long as he's been in the public eye. And he says he's going to walk with God from now on. And he covered the tattoo of the all-seeing eye in the middle of his chest with a cross, which is another one of these symbols that I think another reference to the same thing, the X. The X is a cross. A few things about the X. X, 24th letter, 2 and 4, when combined as a bind rune or a sigil, give you the symbol of Saturn, the astrological symbol of Saturn, which is a cross with a swirly reverse S on the bottom, or a 4 and a 2. And these numbers are rooted in symbolic systems or their language, the various languages of the world that use numbers and letters interchangeably encode a lot of meaning into their shapes. So the fact that the 4 creates a cross, if you look at it, it represents the 4 seasons and the basic quadrant that the year's divided into within the Babylonian astrology system, and what we have today is still rooted in that. We have the 4 seasons, we have the 4 suits, which in the esoteric symbolism are described as the chalice, the sword, the pentacle, the wand. And this is water, air, earth, fire. In the playing cards, 52 cards, 52 weeks, 4 suits, they are disguised. The diamond is a pentacle. The clubs are the staves. The hearts are the chalice. And the sword is the spade. Now, these all refer to also the astrotheological text itself, the Bible, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, the tetramorph, the 4 creatures, or, you know, the angel, the eagle, the lion, and the bull, symbolizing this basic breakdown. Now, I'm getting into this because it ties into the symbol of the cross again, and Musk has long been obsessed with the number 42. And the number 42 is encoded into everything that he does, 42,000 CubeSats. Cube satellites. Cube is a symbol of Saturn. Sat, Saturn. El, old name for Saturn. Light. Elohim was lights in the sky. Elohim, another name for the same. So what we're really seeing here is the worship of the same symbol complex, the same entity. The CubeSats in the sky are the Elohim. It's just all disguised. Again, cube, sat, El, lights. 24 and 42 would mean the same, in the sense that they both form the same basic symbol of Saturn or Kronos. And specifically with the 42, as we've been noting all these years, it's been used to reference the race war psyops. Specifically, the black activists are always associated with that number. And that's because the black and the white, Saturn, Sun, the crown, and the kingdom, this is a duality that they express through many different avenues on the world stage, even male and female. So it's not a race thing, yet they attach it to these psychodramas and use this symbolism. So when Chet Hanks, son of Tom Hanks, comes out and he has a cross on his chest, that's something to pay attention to in this context. I think it makes sense that they would have this, as you'll see. And many have pointed out that you have Madonna with that song that came out pre-COVID that seemed to foreshadow COVID, where everyone had the gas masks and it was called The Future. And she said, not everyone's coming to the future. And she had an eye patch on with an X on the eye patch. Now again, just to reiterate, SpaceX. The use of the X, it's a cross. Now, the X itself, or the cross, can be folded into a cube. So there's a relationship between the two. And here's the interesting part of it. The cross is, symbolizes Christ. Well, the cube is Saturn. Well, Christ is the sun. So that you have this duality, the sun and Saturn. And this, I believe, is expressed through the Masonic duality, the black and the white poles. And if you look at the night sky, the planets, as we describe them, the moving bodies are all connected with these various gods. That's the basis for these various religions and these astrotheological stories. They tell the stories of these gods as they move through the zodiac. The sun would be the most obvious, the closest, the one with the most obvious effects. And the one that would seem to be the furthest removed would be the Saturn, the star we call Saturn, the planet we call Saturn, the light, the luminary. However they describe it, you have the darkness of night under the ruler of Saturn, the rulership of Saturn. He rules the night the way the sun rules the day. That's their basic story. Again, these are expressed through the various world stage psychological operations, psychodramas, movies, theater. For example, Star Wars. Darth Vader, skull face is very significant here. Darth Vader means dark father. Luke Skywalker, obviously, you have a reference to light with Luke Skywalker, like the sun walks across the sky. So this battle between Luke and Darth is really epitomized in that fight where their swords are crossing. And Luke loses his sword hand, falls and hangs from a cross in Cloud City, has his hand reattached. Not hard to decode the basic template there of the battle between the Prince of Darkness, Set, or Saturn, or Darth Vader, and the defender of the day, the savior, and his severed sword hand, lightsaber. Yeah, that's just a reiteration of Osiris and his member being severed by Set, the Prince of Darkness. A more, I think, a recent example that's worth looking at is Terminator 2, because the line that divides night and day is called the Terminator. The Terminator movie is about JC, the savior, John Connor. And the Terminator would therefore look at his face, compare it to like Darth Vader, for example, and you have this skull visage. So death coming to kill JC, just as the night destroys day and the sun is gradually chopped to pieces, symbolized by the sunset. This is reiterated in these various movies. This is a recurring theme. Now, this is the significance of it, is that the sun god goes into the underworld. So the cross and the cube have this relationship, as the cube represents the earth, the grave. In fact, you'll constantly see these correlations. Falling, black, the grave, gravel, death, these are all, and time. These are all things associated with Saturn. And when you look at the Kabbalistic tree of life as a frame of reference, which is relevant because it is the DNA of Western occultism, the worldview of the Thelemite cult is expressed through not the model of the solar system, but the Kabbalistic tree of life. And these are analogous models, strange as that may sound, to believers, not knowers, but believers in the solar system. At least the Kabbalistic tree of life is recognized as a mere model and not looked at as a literal fact. The solar system, as described, many of its adherents don't even know is flat, but the basic theme of it is you have the sun in the middle with the planets orbiting about it. Now, in the Kabbalistic tree of life, you have a source at the top, which is light, and at the bottom is darkness, or the kingdom, black. So black and white. The tree is comprised of 10 spheres, and these spheres are arranged from top to bottom and named in such a way to denote that you're climbing from the kingdom to the crown. And my contention is that this is part of what is encoded into NASA's idea of space travel. It's just an allegorical journey to higher consciousness, as the tree of life correlates to the kundalini of what you would consider to be the chakra system. It's this Eastern spiritual concept of the consciousness residing along the spine, situated among the 33 vertebrae, with the root or the ground chakra being at the base of the spine, the highest, the crown, at the top of the head. So what you have here is a climb from earth to heaven, or the kingdom to the crown, up the 33 vertebrae, up that channel, with what they call when they refer to the elevation of consciousness, they call it the fire snake. This explains the symbolism of the burning man relating to the phoenix. Phoenix and Christ were interchangeable at one point in terms of the symbolism. The phoenix was used as a symbol of Christ because of its death resurrection thing. Well, the burning man has the 33, which is the age of Christ's transcendence, which is all symbolic. But my point of it is, because it doesn't matter about historical age necessarily, this is the way that the symbol composite has been arranged for the purpose of the world stage metascript, and we're just reading it. But the ascending of the 33 vertebrae is a reference to the elevation of consciousness, the activation of the third eye, and the crown chakra. The crown, the corona, the crown of thorns. And this is why you often see the symbolism of the crown, the halo, or a king, Christ, Phoenix, the number 33 correlated. Again, it's a body of symbols. And what we have done over the years with our research is we've noted in usage how the number 33 is used, how the number 42 is used. And there is a great amount of decoding that can be done in this way. You find this symbolism, this numerology, this interpretation of it is used in the context of not only NASA, but the private space launches. So with that as a backdrop, I'm suggesting that SpaceX from the beginning has been about what NASA's about, establishing a new paradigm for heaven, for this new religion. But moreover, SpaceX is kind of giving it away in the name, because in the Thelemic cult, it's all about elevation of consciousness through sex magic, and space is the new heaven, and you're trying to get to heaven, so to speak, higher states. So space sex is heaven sex, sex magic. It's a reference to sacred tantric sex done within this context of, enlightened, spiritualized sexuality that is the center of these various cults. And it has to do with an advanced understanding of consciousness and how to direct it. Now, continuing here, for Elon Musk to be consolidating everything under the X, and he said X means everything. Everything. Very, very interesting choice of word there. I would use the word monolithic. But before I go any further, here's an article from 5 years ago. I saw all this coming. It's in this storyline. Elon Musk, the Martian Pope. Now, if you hadn't read this, I'm just going to reread it, and we'll go from there. Here's the plan the technocrats have in store for humanity. Elon Musk is the next Pope of Mars. Wrath of globe, world communism, and space utopianism leads to... Now, this is the age of Mars, is what I'm calling it. One more point. The Thelemic cult says the new age is the age of Horus. Horus is the Egyptian Mars. So the idea that Musk is leading us into this age of Mars is very consistent with his historic role. But this is the part I wanted to get to. I wanted to get to this. We talk about his historic role and how he's an embodiment of von Braun, Tony Stark, Iron Man, even to some extent Willy Wonka. But there's this element here of Constantine, Emperor Constantine. Now I say emperor or pope almost interchangeably, but think emperor for a moment, and his suit of armor, the Devil's Champion, that he bought at Abracadabra, which is the Halloween costume store where he got it from. It has a ram on it with the upside down cross. Again, another cross reference. And the upside down cross doesn't have to be satanic or heavy metal. It's likely just a reference to Osiris, or the god of the sun god in the underworld when it's upside down. Or in the Stranger Things series, they call it the upside down. These movies give away so much. Well, Musk has embodied this Martian Pope thing, which, again, Constantine, I think, is the key figure here. And when I say Pope, it's because of this. When Wernher von Braun wrote Mars, a technical tale about the Elon that was going to colonize Mars, well, that bit of predictive programming, which is very specific, by the way, said that the government of Mars would be organized like the papacy. It would have a pope, and the first ruler would be an Elon. So the Pope Elon that's where we get this from. Now, Constantine had coins that featured a cross and also representations of Mars. Think Falcon 9. Horus is the falcon-headed god. You know, the retweet symbol actually has 9 feathers, which is kind of interesting. And it's the Falcon 9 that became the reusable thing. So reusable, recyclable, it's all very connected to this same body of symbols. And it's generally an esoteric meaning. I mean, even the number 9, when multiplied by any number, with the digits then added, will go back to 9. Like 9 times 6, 54, 5 plus 4 is 9. 9 times 20, 180, 180, 9. It's like that for every number. So it's this number that, where 9 has this quality of referencing itself in that manner when it's multiplied, but also the 9th letter is I. I being a reference to the self and the returning to this. There's a correlation here, I think, between this and possibly the retweet and the use of 9 feathers. As you'll see, it's 9 feathers around an X. Nothing is coincidental with any of them. Now, here's where I wanted to get into Musk as Constantine. Just as Constantine was behind this serfdom, turning farmers into serfs, Pope Musk is, I think, in a similar way, is preparing us for the new serfdom, which will be the Mars bases, the space gulags, the deep underground Mars bases that look like outer space and nobody will know the difference, but enclosed systems. In other words, space communism. And even if they really did go to space, let's just pretend it's all real and they go to the moon and they go to Mars, they're still living in communes. Now, the SpaceX logo has a cross on it. Constantine's cross was turned into a symbolic sword, infusing a spirit of violence. Mars, being a war god, kind of ties into this as well. Now, if you look at the SpaceX logo, it does kind of look like a sword. I'm bringing this up because Constantine was also instrumental in the consolidation of a worldview, and our biblical worldview in particular. In other words, Musk consolidating media, even the way they just recently put a rate limit on things, is very consistent and on brand with his historic role. But now to continue, I was mentioning Madonna and the X over the I. That is extremely poignant here. Not everybody is coming to the future. Well, the X is also a mark. Perhaps not everyone's going to take the mark. So this morning, Twitter's logo changed, and their headquarters now has a big X on it, which to me looks almost like a monolith against the horizon, tilted a little bit. I'm scrolling through our Discord server, and there are a few other things I have to point out here as we go that are specifically related. This is just predictive programming I have to mention so we can talk about this later. There's a really good Twitter account called Politics is Masonic Theater who posted this image of one of the Ken dolls from the Barbie movie with the Nazi black sun behind him. So blonde, shirtless. Behind him is the black sun. Very interesting. Well, DeSantis had actually retweeted a black sun by accident or on purpose, maybe as a dog whistle. But it's kind of interesting just to kind of connect these two things together because these symbols find their way into our mass consciousness. And so here's DeSantis creating outrage by saying that slaves were learning valuable skills and they could parlay it into a better way of life. And that's being ripped on. Meanwhile, the right is attacking Barbie. So they're all very aware of Barbie. And the Barbie movie has a black sun in it. Not sure what that means yet, but I'm sure we'll find out. Continuing here, here's a quote from Carl Jung. One does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious. The latter procedure, however, is disagreeable and therefore not popular. The darkness is what we cover, what they designate as darkness, what they want to omit. The lies by omission constitute, I think, the greater part of the infrastructure of the present dominant world view held by the mass-mediated public. It's what they don't know that keeps them boxed in. And they're kept in this box by false explanations which prevent them from seeking to know. And they're also trained and contented to be nothing but believers rather than knowers. Huge distinction. Here's a tweet from someone on Twitter about the new Snow White movie. It's Darla Shine, who played Snow White before. The new Snow White hates Snow White. So it's a different Snow White hating on the new Snow White, probably because it's woke, and she says, I'm so sick of this agenda. And I went over to her account, and she's basically promoting trad wife values, traditional wife. Whereas the other Snow White is all about feminism and not being saved by Prince Charming, not waiting for a man on a horse to come save them. I bring this up because there's a lot of this culture war stuff where the right is mad because all of the white characters from Disney are being turned black, whether it's a mermaid or Snow White, or they're turned into feminists like Barbie. While the male versus female dialectic, not a coincidence that the masculinity is on the right and it's the feminists on the left that are lining up on either side of these movies. It's all engineered. Just like BLM, it's the same thing. You'll find these issues are split in our bifurcated system perfectly. Very much so. I mean, this is why you have gun control, the bugaboo of the right, and womb control of the left. You know, they're going to regulate our wombs. They're going to regulate our guns. These are the things that agitate people. And if you really get down to the Freudian level, which makes sense when you realize that Netflix, the main promulgator of this dominant worldview I speak of, that Netflix is founded by a blood relative of both Edward Bernays, propaganda, and Sigmund Freud. But the Freudian part of it, they're going to grab your womb. They're going to grab your gun. Pretty obvious to decode that male-female dialectic they've created. But this is all part of the alchemical processing of the mass mind. Think lead into gold. Well, let's just go through the planets really quick. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday is gold, silver, iron, mercury, tin, copper, and lead. So Saturn is lead. Sunday, sun is gold. These are the extremes, the poles of this dualistic system that they have here, that they've encoded into everything. Trad versus feminism. This is the actual tweet from Darla Shine. It's okay to want to be married and have your husband work and you stay home. You raise your kids, take care of your home. Be a homemaker, that's a career. No, the new Snow White is not waiting for Prince Charming. This trad versus feminism. Now here's another connection here. The left is all about destroying traditional values and bringing in a new future. The right is about reversing the progressive trends and embracing an idealized past. MAGA, Make America Great Again. So this view of how things were before they were corrupt. Let's go back, let's go forward. Let's go to traditional values versus transhumanism. This explains why Wicca, which is a creation by a friend of Aleister Crowley, and it's just totally, I would say, Freemasonic ritual dressed up with New Ageism, but Wicca was marketed specifically to feminists, and it came out along with the environmentalist movement. I used to call it ecofeminism. This is target marketing because we're also looking at the patriarchy being deconstructed, and that's one of the primary things behind Wicca was the introduction of a goddess to replace the god. And this is what the basic theme behind the new Barbie movie is. And the same views were espoused by the Snow White. Now, continuing through our Gilded.com, which you can get to if you join the Patreon, get into our Gilded server. It's where we put this research. So Saturn is the bringer of night. You could say the sun, but it's not like the sun of the day that you can see it emanating the light, but Saturn is basically the one credited with bringing the darkness. The Terminator movie, as I said, is a huge clue. And someone had brought up Sarah Connor, and I thought about that. Yes, because there's the Sarah Connor Chronicles. Chronos, like chronology. You're talking about time. Again, Chronos and Saturn, the Terminator, these are all the same characters. Look at Jeff Bezos, for example. Jeff Bezos built a $42 million clock. Now, 42 is your symbol of Saturn. The clock keeps track of time. It's Chronos. He put it in the Sierra Diablos Mountains, if you needed any other clues there. But again, JC, John Connor, is the son of Sarah Connor. The son, the savior, the SUNSON. And there was a series called Terminator, the Sarah Connor Chronicles, which I haven't seen. But I looked at the art direction for it, and it has the name Terminator, and it has a red line. And then it says the Sarah Connor Chronicles. None of this is accidental. It's all, like I said, with the Star Wars. It's part of conveying this older paradigm, conveying the mysteries through the modern media. Now again, just to reiterate, I had wrote about the reprising of the historic role of Emperor Constantine because I was referencing the unification under the sign of the cross, like SpaceX. And right now, Musk is going to be merging social media with your finances under the mark, under the X. And this led me to repost a link to my blog post from last November, a symbolic breakdown of Elon Musk's world stage persona called Is Elon Musk the Antichrist Jack Parsons Summoned? Let me just reiterate some things here. The suit of armor he's wearing makes him look like the Emperor from the Tarot. Red costume, ram's head. Well, ram is an animal associated with Mars. Not to mention, the ram's head is in the Tarot card of the Emperor in the red armor. The Emperor card is also number 4, which is associated with Mars, which I believe would be the 4th planet from the sun. But the ram, the number 4, iron, are all associated with the planet Mars in the Kabbalistic system. And here you have Iron Man being associated with Elon Musk. Iron Man's name is Tony Stark. In Game of Thrones, they're fighting over the Iron Throne that will rule the next age. The family that wins it, the House of Stark. The emblem for the House of Stark was viewed on Mars. These media tie-ins are fascinating. They found the Star Trek emblem on Mars, and Musk's got the starship. But anyway, you can find him on Halloween, which is not a joke. Just because it's a costumed holiday, it's like Eyes Wide Shut. They take this stuff seriously. And it is the high point, one of the high points of the year, next to May Day, I suppose, as the most significant. It's like the Christmas for the Satanists. So he shows up in this red suit of armor like the Emperor, with the Iron Man Association built into him, the upside-down crosses as your X, the ram's head. Abracadabra, according to Aleister Crowley, is the, quote, word of the new Aeon, the Aeon of Horus. He bought his costume at Abracadabra. He's a composite character from Werner von Braun, Tony Stark, Willy Wonka. Again, red is also associated with Mars. Red, ram, Ares. Ares is a ram. Metal, iron, Horus, falcon-headed Egyptian deity. Again, Falcon 9, Horus has a falcon head. He called himself the Imperator of Mars, which is basically an emperor. Now, New Age significance, again, the costume he's wearing is definitely based on the Emperor with the ram's head. All of this is worth looking at in the context of JPL, where NASA had its origin. And it began with a Thelemic warlock who was practicing space sex, Jack Parsons. They were attempting to bring the Antichrist into the world through sex magic with the red-headed Scarlet Woman, the High Priestess. And L. Ron Hubbard of Scientology presided over this. This was in 1946, the same year that Marjorie Cameron, the star of this show and a movie star, had witnessed a falling star, the first UFO. Claimed it was whatever they invoked, was descending. Now, she was the first eyewitness. That's a reported fact a year before Roswell. But there's a direct correlation between NASA's origins and Elon Musk's role in the space age as it pertains to preparing the masses for an alien savior, or Starman, or the Antichrist. Starman happens to be an anagram for Mr. Satan. Kind of notable there. Now, in New Age circles, dressing as a god means that you're embodying, you're possessed by it. The witch in the ritual is drawing down the moon. The priest is drawing down the sun. The Pope is called the Vicar of Christ because he's embodying Christ. He's possessed. So what would this make Elon Musk? The Vicar of Mars? Would it make him, with the red armor on Halloween, in every sense of the word, he's participating in this occult ritual where he is a living, walking idol to be worshipped, not as Elon Musk the man, but as the greater composite he embodies. Now, when I talked about Jack Parson, the American counterpart to Aleister Crowley, Parsons, Hubbard, and Cameron are performing a ritual called the Babylon Working, attempting to summon the Antichrist. Now, the Antichrist spirit is what they were trying to summon. What does this mean? It means the spirit of somebody who would be the head figure in overthrowing the old Aeon and introducing the age of Mars, the age of Horus. And Musk seems to be positioning himself, or he's been positioned, to embody this type of role, insofar as joining Twitter is a consolidation of everything, and you are accepting the mark of the X. And in the Thelemic system, the space sex is performed as it was during the Babylon Working, and they call it the Babylon Working for this reason. It's performed by a priest and a priestess. The priest and the priestess, it would embody, in Dan Brown's series, Christ and the Magdalene. In the Egyptian context, Osiris and Isis. But in the New Age, Thelemic worldview that we're living through, it's the beast and Babylon. The beast is the male, Babylon is the female, God and the goddess. Continuing, I've been doing a lot of research on the symbol of Saturn because of this, and this is why I'm going through my Gilded server, because I put a lot of that research there. So Musk was on a Twitter space, and he was discussing his love of video games, specifying He likes games based on war strategy, war games. Now, I thought about this. Like, war is very much like Mars. And by the way, XXX is trending today. X, 2 plus 4 is 6, 24. So you get your 666 there. And as I said earlier, X is number 24. Across an unfolded cube, 42,000 cube sat L lights. Cubes are a Saturn symbol. Sat is Saturn. L is Saturn. Elohim were lights in the sky. And as Cubstar pointed out, XCOM, because now X.com takes you to Twitter. XCOM was a very famous war game. It's a video game. Julian Gallup almost single-handedly invented the genre that Musk would definitely be an XCOM player back in the day based on what he says. And now he's made XCOM. Apparently the game was about an alien invasion. Now, I had mentioned Marjorie Cameron, movie star, because if you think about it, everything you need to understand our present worldview can be explained by the Babylon working. Movie magic, occultism, and science fiction. L. Ron Hubbard, science fiction writer, Scientology. Marjorie Cameron, movie star, Jack Parsons, the occultist. But her name really stands out to me, like James Cameron, camera on, because the camera plays such a principal role in our worldview today. In fact, I see the camera lens as having replaced the all-seeing eye. But the original camera was the camera obscura, which was a cube. And so I've been looking into the symbolism of this because we're talking about light and omission and creating an image in such a way. And I thought, what if Kubrick was code for cube bricks? And you'll see where I'm getting at here. And it ties into a few things, but specifically this. We have noted the role of Stanley Kubrick's directing in 9/11, in the JFK assassination, among other things. The thing is, the Kubrick code is all over Oppenheimer. And the atomic bomb and the nuclear age, this advent, the symbolism attached to that, really correlates to the symbolism attached to the death of JFK, which we attribute to a Stanley Kubrick psyop. My point being, the atomic bomb thing happened before Kubrick was making films, at least publicly. So what I'm suggesting here is that Kubrick might just be code. It might be code for this. Camera obscures reality by selectively omitting and replacing with a focused picture. And if you know what a camera obscura looks like, the original ones, you're just in a big cube. Our reality is comprised of focused pictures with a greater obscured reality that we aren't in contact with. And it is all defined by the central lens, the all-seeing eye of the world media's directors. And I'm thinking this because Kubrick was in the Asteroid City movie. The Asteroid City movie's main character is modeled off of Kubrick. He even admits it, try to learn to talk like the guy. And the whole time, he's wearing a camera around his neck. And this all got me thinking about the concept of bearing false witness, or the camera lens being a witness, and it's assumed to be objective because it's a camera. And it's somewhat anonymous. It's like the all-seeing eye. It's just this objective view. But the Kubrick characters in the movie, and in one of the intro scenes, you see a nuclear cloud thing in the background, like a big mushroom cloud from a nuclear bomb, as an obvious special effect or something. Nobody reacts to it because it's not a real bomb, but it's there, just as the Oppenheimer movie just came out. Now, I thought this was very significant because our intro into the nuclear age was at 5:29 a.m., July 16th, 1946. Trinity Site, 33rd parallel. Well, this contains all of the Kubrick code. For example, 529 is JFK's birthday. July 16th figures in many Kubrick productions, from Apollo 11's launch date from Kennedy Space Center to JFK Jr.'s death date to Eyes Wide Shut's release date. Then, the JFK assassination happened on the release date of Dr. Strangelove. 11/22/63, Dr. Strangelove was being screened. And there's a connection here, I'm saying, between JFK and the bomb, just as other connections are there in the code. It gets even more interesting here when we look at what Stanley Kubrick's daughter had to say about the weird connections between Dr. Strangelove and the Manhattan Project. Now, Vivian Kubrick, the daughter of Stanley Kubrick, who I believe is a Scientologist, had a recent interview with Owen Benjamin, and Cubstar remarked about it, saying this: "She seems genuine and she doesn't believe Kubrick did it." Now, that's not the point I want to get to. She says this. She mentions Strangelove 2. Quote, "Apparently Kubrick got a visit after the movie because he knew what the war room looked like." She mentions how Strangelove's storyline mimicked the Cuban Missile Crisis, but she put it down to Kubrick being psychic. Interesting that to explain Kubrick's strange way of mirroring reality with that movie, preceding it even in a predictive programming way, it's attributed to him being psychic. Okay, next topic. I've been talking about this Jamie Foxx character for some time. And there's been a lot of talk about him recently, about how he looks cloned, he doesn't look real. And I'm thinking now that the entire thing about Jamie Foxx being sick or cloned is a build-up to something. The symbolism of resurrection is all here. But the claims that he was cloned because the picture of him after leaving the hospital doesn't look like what he looked like before, they're saying it's a clone. Well, anyway, there's a Netflix show coming out called They Cloned Tyrone. And it's starring Jamie Foxx. Now, that's a great tie-in, but, nothing to see here. According to the Daily Beast quote, "It's merely a coincidence that Jamie Foxx stars in They Cloned Tyrone, a new film that challenges our belief in outlandish machinations about the rich and powerful, and he's the subject of an absurd conspiracy theory." So there you go. Daily Beast says nothing to see here. Now, I think there's plenty to see here. It's notable, too, that Twitter just rebranded it as X. Chet Hanks has the cross on his chest, and Jamie Foxx is in the news. But Tyrone was cloned. Think of the name Tyrone, and consider cloning as a way of referencing resurrection or coming back. Well, I started talking about Jamie Foxx because of the Tyree Nichols situation. So let's go ahead and go to my blog post further down the Jamie Foxx Metascript. I had previously remarked on Jamie Foxx's medical issue that was highlighted on CNN. Now, this was back in April, close to the time they were going to bring Trump in for his arraignment on 4/4. Back at that time, I was staying in a room, and there's a big screen, and I always had CNN on mute, so I could monitor what the masses were being shown. And I had noticed Jamie Foxx appears in this commercial with an owl, some kind of eyeglass commercial. I'm like, haven't seen him for a while. And then he's in the news for having some kind of a medical issue. And they talk about how he's 55. Now, here's what stood out to me. This Trump's arraignment was to take place on the 55th anniversary of Martin Luther King Jr.'s assassination. The news ticker below that said Fox, age 55. When I see the name Fox, I see the two X's. Again, X is a cross. The double cross is resurrection. So here we have Donald Trump being compared to Christ during Holy Week, showing up to the courthouse on 4/4, the 55th anniversary, as the QAnoners are looking at their 55th Q drop that says the storm is coming. And Trump's going in because of Stormy Daniels. So all these things are aligning to bring the number 55 into the foreground. Here's a headline, because according to the health scare, he was non-responsive and had to, quote, be brought back to life. Jamie Foxx had to be revived during a health scare. Doctor said he's lucky to be alive. He was non-responsive for a few moments, but he was brought back to life. Now, what is the meta-scripted messaging here? Jamie Foxx is 55 and a key figure in the BLM movement. He played Django Unchained. Now, if you didn't know about the BLM thing, when the Trayvon Martin murder, killing happened, again, Martin, Trayvon Martin, even the name Trayvon, Tyre, Trey, you'll see how this all connects to this martyr cult and this creation of a black Christ as a repeated archetype they've been using. But he's very significant because of his role in backing BLM in the early days as a celebrity, and he played Django Unchained. Django Unchained is based on the story of Nat Turner, an enslaved African-American preacher who organized and led a 4-day rebellion of enslaved and free black people in Southampton County, Virginia in 1831. Django Unchained is a Tarantino film. Interestingly, Ye claims Django Unchained was his movie idea and that Jamie Foxx and Tarantino stole it. But regardless, during the time that Django Unchained was out there about this escaped slave in a rebellion, Christopher Dorner, a police officer who went on a shooting spree to protest the racist police department that blocked him from being promoted, Christopher Dorner was in the news. And at this time, you had Mark Lamont Hill, now Professor Mark Lamont Hill, gleefully comparing it to the movie. He said this Christopher Dorner thing was like Django Unchained in real life. Now, Dorner was 33. Again, the name Christopher. The name Christopher and Christ is in there. Christ, 33. He's in a cabin, and he's incinerated. So you have your Burning Man, your Cube, your 33, your Christ, all encoded into this particular story. Just bringing this up because I'm trying to show you how Jamie Foxx ties into this bigger story of the Black Martyr, the Black Christ, like Christopher Dorner. Now, 55 years ago, MLK Jr. was killed, and so this number 55 is seemingly encoded with this Trump being arrested on 4/4 that day, and he was, quote, Christified. Now, this thing with the 55 started when I was looking at the headlines, and they said the sun was losing a big chunk. A part of the sun fell off at the 55th latitude. Sun, crown, corona. I thought this might be referencing a headshot, like the killing of a king or Kennedy or MLK. Like there must be something to it. Because at this time, Tyree Nichols had been killed. He died in custody. And his beating was likened to that of Rodney King. Now pay attention to the names. Martin Luther King Jr.'s anniversary coming up. Tyree Nichols killed like Rodney King. Rodney King, and you can see this in Wikipedia, was hit with the baton 33 times. He was batoned 33 times. So 33 King. Major race war event. Race war psyop. Black versus white. Then you have the daughter of Martin Luther King Jr. joins the memorial service for Tyree Nichols, who was killed like Rodney King. So you have this Rodney King, Martin Luther King connection here already. Under the sun, which is breaking apart at the 55th latitude, and the protesters for Tyree Nichols shut down I-55. So I'm like, okay, what is with this 55? I started taking notes of it. And I think what we're seeing, again, is some kind of clue as to what's coming. Again, the name Fox contains 2 crosses, 2 X's. The XX, as with the number 44, these are used in predictive programming to denote a second coming. Like 4 is a cross, 4 seasons. The double cross is therefore the symbol of one is the death, the other is the resurrection. Now, Jamie Foxx going into a death and resurrection rite very publicly. Now, continuing, just a side note, but at the time that Jamie Foxx was in the hospital, the news media was reporting on the accuser of Emmett Till, the original Karen, Carolyn Donham, who died at 88 in hospice. Emmett Till was the reason for the civil rights movement. He was the martyr that kicked it off. His death was incited by this Karen complaining about this 14-year-old complimenting her. So her Karenness has been kind of revived, and this concept of a Karen using their privilege to oppress. Well, she used that power against the teen, and he was killed, he was lynched, and this kicked off the civil rights movement. Now, Trayvon Martin, his death kicked off the BLM, and his death was compared to Emmett Till. And so it seems like BLM picks up where civil rights movement left off with this taking of these various martyrs and then building a movement around it. In fact, they're building a monument right now to Emmett Till. Now, interestingly, Ye West, Ye compared himself to Emmett Till because of the way the media was crucifying him. They were, quote, lynching him. Ye connects to Django Unchained and to Christopher Dorner through his own life script last year with the way that he was being described and persecuted. Similarly, Ye burned himself symbolically in his Donde ritual. If you remember, he releases this album where it has his house with a cross on it, and it burns, and he comes out doing a Burning Man. And when Ye came out on fire, literally on fire, doing this walking phoenix, Burning Man, it was on the anniversary date of the Burning Man festivals, which happened to be canceled that year because of COVID. What are the odds? But I'm saying the burning in his house, the ritual immolation, connects to Christopher Dorner, connects to this black Christ symbol. And remember, Ye was doing the Sunday school for Coachella, where he did wear crown of thorns and all the photo ops, the color purple, crown of thorns, the Christ imagery. It's all there with him as well. And I think the reason why is this. It's not like there's going to be a new Jesus who walks around and he happens to be black and they crucify him. No, they've actually built up a composite. And I've been pointing out this composite black Christ archetype that's been built up over time. I mean, if you remember the Jayland Walker killing, he was shot by 8 cops 46 times, 846, like George Floyd, 8 minutes, 46 seconds. During the protests of his death, Jayland Walker, the Patriot Front shows up, and the Patriot Front gets into an altercation with a black protester, and in the photo op, it looks like he's being crucified by Roman soldiers. They all have shields, they all have masks, they're holding his arms out and his head's back, and you just see on this front page emblazoned this big image of just Christ. It's like, oh, black Christ being crucified by this white, racist group behind him. It's just powerful imagery. Again, the 846 correlating with George Floyd. Now, Trayvon Martin was compared to Emmett Till. Here we go. February 26, 2022. Sharpton compared Martin's legacy to that of Emmett Till, whose lynching in Mississippi in 1955 stoked the civil rights movement. Kanye West compares himself to Emmett Till in graphic post. Said he was being lynched by powerful business people on Instagram. Now listen to this. This is from June of 2020. Will George Floyd's death with the knee on his neck become the nation's Emmett Till moment? The black Chicago teenager's lynching in 1955 ignited a civil rights movement. Historians say the Minneapolis man's killing by a now fired cop could do the same. Now the takeaway here is Jamie Foxx's role in the cult of the martyr, in which the PSYOP entertainment complex is creating a black Christ as a central character in a broader narrative. Again, referred to in the Donde ritual, where Ye was immolated. And he said, quote, Donde 2 is about running into that burning house. I respect not everyone's going to be ready for the smoke. 2/13/2022. And this is before Donde 2, which is on 2/22/2022. And absurdly, on 2/2/2022, a 22-year-old named Amir Locke was killed by the police at 6:48 a.m. after they executed a no-knock warrant. Significance there, his name is Amir, last name Locke. They opened the lock. They killed him at 6:48. I saw it on the timestamp. 6:48 is a mirror of 8:46. It also happened in the Twin Cities. So another Twin Cities atrocity, a mirror having to do with the police abusing their power. And again, it's a mirror of 846. Look how they represent these things. 846, 648 mirrored, or 8 cops, 46 bullets. Again, 9/11 Twin Towers started at 846. There's a pattern here. But now, the burning house thing. It's a reference to what Dr. Martin Luther King said. I quote, I fear I'm integrating my people into a burning house. Now, Martin Luther King is hugely significant in all of this. In fact, Trump going in on the anniversary, again, 4-4, like XX, another double cross, or a cross with 2 bars is referenced there. But this is all very significant because recently, Jim Caviezel of Sound of Freedom referred to himself as Jesus Christ and Donald Trump as Moses. MLK has been referred to as Moses, the promised land, MAGA is the promised land as well, to the right. Now, here's the thing. The symbolism is all saying this. Note the use of the word king. Martin Luther King, Rodney King, Tyree, like Tyree Nichols, is a reference to Hiram Abiff. It's also possibly a reference to the king of Tyre, another Hiram reference. These are all very specific code names. And I suspect that this Great Reset is introducing a new Christ. Not one person, but an amalgamation that creates an archetype that will epitomize the victim of this system, a central sacrificial martyr to be a catalyst for revolution against the West. It has to be one who's a paragon of this form of political and economic suppression based on systemic oppression. Who epitomizes it more than a George Floyd, than a Trayvon Martin, or then you could just pick a name. So what we're seeing here is that the West is being construed as intrinsically rooted in oppression and pollution. Bad for the poor, bad for the earth. I can't breathe, George Floyd. I can't breathe, Gaia. And there's more. So Metascript clues in the Jamie Foxx hospitalization. This is what I'm talking about because he's in the news right now because he's out of the hospital. He's been called cloned. And now there's a new Netflix series out as of last week called Tyrone Was Cloned. This is from April 13th, 2023. Actor Jamie Foxx was reportedly hospitalized. I caught something in the subtext upon reflecting on Foxx's role in the black versus white psychological operations. So I have a picture of him with a Trayvon Martin shirt, hanging out with the Trayvon Martin family. He's a key figure in the black versus white Psy-War, Django Unchained, and he was part of the Trayvon protests. 55, I've referenced this already, connected to MLK's 55th anniversary. Tyree Nichols' PSYOP, which, in addition to be compared to the Rodney King beating, they had a funeral at Mason Hall, where MLK gave his final mountaintop speech. And then they shut down I-55. And Martin Luther King's daughter was there. Again, Trayvon Martin, TM, 2013, 33. This is what started BLM. Now, continuing, the name Turner, I believe, ties in also to the Turner Diaries, which is this race war narrative where a white nationalist helter-skelter race war scenario happens. Again, Ye, the black skinhead, he has a song called Black Skinhead with B-L-A-K-K-K is the spelling. And then he does his White Lives Matter psyop, introducing these White Lives Matter clothes with Candace Owen, who happens to be 33 at the time. This is all very significant because they're playing into the same psychological operation, black versus white, helter-skelter. Again, the Django Unchained movie had concurrent programming of Christopher Dorner being burned to death, the 33-year-old real-life Django. So in summary, Trayvon Martin, Tyree Nichols, Rodney King, Christopher Dorner, MLK, all these names are tying into something here, and Jamie Foxx is a central figure. For him to be playing this dying and resurrecting celebrity in full view of the public as his movie is coming out about the cloning is just too much. Because again, Tyrone was cloned. Think about the name Tyrone and its proximity to Tyree, like Tyree Nichols. Tyrone was cloned. Clone is another way of saying resurrected. So Tyree was resurrected. Again, Black Lives Matter martyrs are what I'm focusing on here. Continuing, going through my gilded feed here. So Jamie Foxx embodying the Black Christ, BLM connection, MLM connection, very much likely tied in to the timing of, on the 24th of July, Twitter becoming X. Pope Elon stepping forward here. We'll continue to look at the symbolism behind the X and everything else. I'm going through the server, and someone had posted something about how Nipsey Hussle, who died at 33, died on 3/31. And April Fool's Day is symbolically the first day of the old year, which would mean that his death was on the last day before the resurrection of spring. But more significantly to me is this. Before he died, he had posted on his Instagram a photo of himself and his wife, Lauren London. He's dressed in black, she's dressed in white. And he called it Isis and Osiris with a checker flag. Again, black and white Masonic tiles. There's much, much more along the lines of the Nipsey Hussle's stage Death and Resurrection. But the main thing I want to get into is that Jamie Foxx is in the news, and I think it's all about this cloning thing. It's all about this death resurrection. And I haven't seen it yet, but this Tyrone was cloned thing seems to be about very, very rich people, very powerful people, and doing experiments on poor black neighborhoods. There's something along those lines. So there may even be a class warfare subtext to that series as well. Someone had posted a picture of James Caviezel in The Passion of the Christ, where after his beating, he has one eye shut. That's kind of interesting and notable. Elon Musk has said, in one word, describe X in one word. And he said everything, and he posted the X. And I took an image of a monolith against a horizon, and I tilted it 45 degrees to create an X with the horizon line and the monolith. Kind of looks the same, but I'm just pointing out that the overall meaning behind X is the unification of a worldview, the censorship of everything that doesn't fit within it. It's Musk reprising Constantine, his historic role. He is the Elon, the Emperor of Mars. He is the new Constantine, and they are establishing their new Bible, the new screen, the universal screen that will be used to create the worldview shared by the many. We'll talk about this, the role of Stanley Kubrick in the bigger picture and what the name Kubrick may actually be. Because again, I referenced Asteroid City, and in that movie, they go out to witness some celestial event that requires they put boxes on their heads. Think about this. They're putting boxes on their heads like a camera obscura to be able to see the stars that they're going to be witnessing some kind of rare event when the alien descends. Now, the alien comes down on a six-pointed star, a hexagram UFO. It's got the hexagon in the middle. The hexagon contains a two-dimensional cube, and they're wearing the cubes on their head. The alien shows up as a light in the sky, L. It's the divine coming down, union with the earth. The hexagram as a symbol actually represents this. The upward pointing triangle is the earth. The downward pointing triangle is the heavens, and they're intersecting. So when the alien descends in the six-pointed star to the people wearing the cubes on their heads, it's in some allegorical way describing man's connection to the celestial realm and how we may be, in fact, beings of light going through the material realm. And speaking of, all the esoteric meaning behind all this stuff, I would even go so far as to say that Black Lives Matter, that BLM, is a covert way of hailing Saturn. Again, 42 is consistently associated with the civil rights and these various psyops. Rosa Parks was 42, Jackie Robinson 42, George Floyd's drug dealer was 42, his twin was 42. There's a 42 encoded into all of these various events. Well, Saturn, or the material realm, the black, is all tied in to this. And then, of course, matter. And then you got carbon, the number of man. And then you got the 666 encoded into that, which ties into much of the Saturn symbolism. As if you look at the square of Saturn, you've got the numbers that all add to 15, or 5 and 1, 666. Carbon itself has an atomic number of 6, which just means 6 protons, 6 neutrons, 6 electrons. So there's a 666 encoded into the matter itself, which embodies the spirit. Now, how this all ties into Musk and the X and the esoteric meaning behind it all, I think we're looking at the cult that runs the world isn't just sun worship. They worship the sun, they worship Saturn. They're an astrotheological cult, and this is a major aspect of it. And Pope Elon is here to consolidate the worldview as we enter into the age of Horus, the Aeon of Horus, the age of Mars, this new age post-Great Reset, which is why he's associated with Neuralink and transhumanism, because this is all the science-y version of Mystery Babylon. Just think of this perfect concoction when you look back to 1946, the Babylon working. Movie magic, science fiction, and black magic. Or occultism, I guess we should say. But Jack Parsons, combined with science fiction, gives you NASA, gives us our modern worldview, and the space program, which is designed to take us into the next phase where we become an interplanetary species. And Musk is behind all of this. And I think that this transformation is a transformation of what it means to be human as we enter into this new dark age, this new age of endarkment, all of our heads in these black cubes as we enter the black mirror, which I think is very much epitomized by X, formerly known as Twitter. A consolidation of everything. You just have to accept the mark to be let into the system. Remember, if you're not signed up for Twitter, you can't read tweets. It's a closed system. Anyway, thank you for being a supporter of the IPS Insider podcast. We will be live very soon. I'm working on a few things on the technical side to improve our system so we can do phones again. But this is just a pre-live stream preview of the topics of the day. 24 hours a day, the fake news wood chipper known as Infinite Plane Radio reaches many people across the world with our mass media deconstruction, expert analysis, and thoughtful commentary that connects the dots like no other think tank. This critical work is made possible by the contributions and participation of individuals who believe in the long-term mission of IPR. Go to infiniteplanesociety.com to join the live chats, get a press pass, and support the creation of an authentic parallel media, independent and outside of the MSM psychological war zone. Thank you for listening. Again, it's March 27th, 2023, Monday. You know, I had pointed out that this is International Women's Month, and I thought, you know, what an achievement. We have our first female mass shooter, and someone kind of corrected me on it. There's actually a couple of other shooters that preceded this one. There's actually a song called I Don't Like Mondays. I Don't Like Mondays is what the shooter in 1979 said when asked, you know, why did you have to shoot up your school? It was a song by the Boomtown Rats. I Don't Like Mondays, if you're familiar with that song. But again, it has to do with the Cleveland Elementary School shooting of July 1979. But today there was a shooting, and it has all the hallmarks of a hoax as you would expect. For example, 33 Burton Hills. 33 Burton Hills. 3 children, 3 adults. Starts at 10:30. Don't know the significance of that timestamp particularly, but you have the requisite 33s. The shooter being a female is what really stands out. In a place called Covenant School. The school is called Covenant, which may tie in biblically. There may be some tie-in with this Daniels and Revelation scripting we've been picking up on. But the incident was reported at 10:30 a.m. at 33 Burton Hills, 3 children, 3 adults. The shooter's picture has been released, and if this is the one, if I'm looking at the right photo, bowl cut confirmed. And it's not one of these sloppy school shooter, low-income, resentful, white bowl cut shooters where it's just like they they look like they just literally did it with a bowl and some scissors. No, this is actually pretty stylish, like Charlize Theron level. Like this is a movie star looking shooter, if this is the one. And I have no reason to doubt it. Although it could just be one of these Instagram models trying to put their face out there. Let me go ahead and see what's up with the chat here. All right, Rocco, let's go. Excellent. And I am multicasting. We're on all platforms. Appreciate the support. IPS or bust, says Copaesthetic. And I decided I'm going to go down to the courthouse tomorrow morning and I'm going to refile. Well, not refile. I'm going to. Well, there's an attempted suit against one of my trolls from 2017 that's being refiled. And I'm going to refile my domain squatting case against Goldfinch. But I'm also filing a couple of new suits. I'm suing Spotify tomorrow. I figured now's a good time just to put all the paperwork in, get the process started. It's all going to add up. And we should have a lawfare update this week, which I'm definitely looking forward to, because we are suing a politically connected, wealthy, White House affiliated cyber criminal. It's a huge scandal. And exposing this is great for a few reasons. One of them is we are a media investigation. I mean, as far as like a think tank goes, what is our focus? Media deconstruction. We're always investigating, examining things, reading between the lines. And as a think tank, we never fell into the Q psyop. We knew it was a psyop. But I don't believe ignorance is a defense in the information war, in this psy war. And I did my diligence. I studied the group, and I continue to study the group and its origins and where it comes from, who's behind it and all of that. And in our research, we have uncovered that the QAnon is largely fed out of the White House, that all the Q drops can be attributed to an individual who's part of a group who is now, and look, this is a White House dignitary. As insane as that sounds, this channel's main adversary is a White House dignitary who received, like Benjamin Netanyahu did, a key to the White House. And as we speak, it is being auctioned. It is being auctioned off. And many of the donors believe that it's the key. I mean, this is all insane. It's a key that was actually given to JFK Jr. I mean, look, it's so bad, just that the mainstreamers are way out of touch with reality. We all know this. But this is why, in auto-hoaxology, I divided it into 3 frames of reference. You're an MSM believer, which is the normie. And then you have the conspiracy theorist. They're MSM plus, meaning they see what's on the screen and they accept it, but then they heap on a bunch more. So they're deeper into the illusion. They become delusionists. They stand by their delusions. And that's the purpose of people like Alex Jones. It's to draw you deeper. So the American dream, if you start to wake up, turns into a nightmare. And hopefully you just go back to the dream, that you fight back, or you get comfortable in the nightmare and you get terrorized like all these conspiracy theorists who believe that Hillary Clinton drinks baby's blood. I mean, they live in an alternative reality. Now, those of us who strip away the unverifiables, who reject the premise that it's real until proven fake, we're being increasingly vindicated again and again and again. I can point to numerous instances. We can point to the salami in space that tricked the brightest minds in the world and they thought they were looking at a distant star. We can point to the deepfakes of Donald Trump running from the police going viral and CNN saying, hey, this is terrible. We have to put up, they put warning labels. I'm watching CNN and they're showing us this deepfake image of Donald Trump running from the cops. And they put fake on there. And they said, this is very concerning. The public needs to learn how to tell between real and fake. Like, they're actually doing my job. And I'm like, you know what? They're going to have to put the brakes on that. The last thing they want is to wake these people up. But, just moving forward, what we're doing with this channel is so far different from what every other news media organization is doing, because we're not part of the mainstream media ecosystem. And alt media pretends to be, but it's controlled up, always has been. It's facing in, not out. They're part of the closed system. All right, we're joined by by Base Koning. Awesome. Now, the mainstream media right now, and I'm following it very closely, it's promulgating a consistent and steady message, and it's very easy to see where it's going. Like, I'm watching this story about these recent tornadoes. Tragic, terrible, people dying, serious destruction. I have no reason to think it could be faked. However, they can attach a political agenda to real things. They go out there and they show nothing but sympathy and support. But what is their real agenda? To be honest, their real agenda is about blaming the weather on the Republicans. But I'm watching this, and every eyewitness says the same thing. Every eyewitness says this is caused by, or this sounded like a passing train. They've all compared it to a train. Anders says, fix the sound or don't go live, annoying as hell. Yeah, I'll go ahead and block you, and you can go ahead and find somewhere else, because it's annoying as hell for these trolls just to come along here and like you don't know what's going on. Like, I'm sorry this isn't CNN. Maybe you should tune into CNN. I'm pretty sure Logan Paul has a live stream. Disney, I'm sure they have higher production value if that's what's important to you. I mean, I'm here for the information. And I'm just saying here that this channel has been targeted by politically connected, and this is provable. You show me another channel that has a cyber criminal assigned to it that is directly connected to the most powerful people in this country, as far as the world stage goes, politically connected, etc. I mean, he's friends with Joe Rogan. Like, that has to amount to something. I'm not saying we're victims, but we are targets. And to pretend like you should expect InfoWars level production value here, I'm sorry, we're not part of their world. They're actively working against us. And I've proven this. And the fact that that Goldfinch, the fact that this White House connected hacker is auctioning off this key, and these keys, like I said, are only given to White House dignitaries, that fact alone underscores everything I've been saying here. But it doesn't matter how the audio goes, if it screws up, if it doesn't screw up, whatever the case, I have a backup. Right now, everything is being recorded on my iPhone. I have redundancies, which is what we've always done. If you remember last year at this time, we were streaming on like 25 video platforms, and the purpose was, we know we're under attack, so we're just going to go with redundancy after redundancy, to the point where as long as I have one feed that survives, it goes into the archives. Now today we're talking about how Women's Month is ending with a bang. We have a female mass shooter in the news right now, bowl cut confirmed. 3 victims that are adults, 3 that are children. Address is a 33. Let me just say this. If your children are in a school with an address with a 33 in it, pull them out. And if their teacher is 33, pull them out. If you have a family member that's 33, quarantine them. Quarantine all the 33-year-olds. You know what kind of trouble this world could have evaded? Code Monkey Z, Q Shaman, Tim McVeigh, Dave Koresh, Charles Manson. There's a list of people that are just conspicuously... Candace Owens. How much better would the world be if these individuals had all been locked up in their 33rd year? And how many people would still be alive? They like to kill off a lot of these 33-year-olds. A lot of rappers would still be alive. Nipsey. If Nipsey had gone quarantined in his 33rd year, he would still be here. Commenter says, IPS is the only persistent investigator that didn't give up and leave YouTube. Most cave in and go to other controlled or so-called alternative platforms. Yes, I don't believe, and I never thought that was a good idea. I don't believe we should leave, because this is the commons. YouTube is a search engine. And by the way, they're part of this litigation. They are being sued. They are being sued. Wee says, hey, you finally got a female bowl cut shooter, but is it a cis? Good question. I believe that it's a gun person. Someone had shared a meme, and I get most of my intel from memes, and the meme said it's gun person. So this gun person, I mean, they already should have made Kamala president, because by the time she becomes the first woman president, it's not going to make a difference anymore. In fact, it'll be against her political interests to assert herself as such. We says only cis should count, really? Oh, you don't think that it would be fair for trans women to invade that space and take the lead in the realm of mass shootings? Real until proven fake is how the public sees it, and they're like, okay, we got to get the guns, time to grab the guns. And all of this ties in to the bigger agenda. The gun grab agenda is fake, just like the forced vax is fake. These are things to keep people in a constant state of fear. It was very clear last year when you had the Roe v. Wade thing, the leak, and you had the females marching for their wombs, womb control. Like, they're going to grab our wombs. And then you had the males marching, they're going to grab our guns. So you have the guns and the wombs. And you see it's male, guns, right wing. Female, wombs, left wing. These are polarizations that they create in our society. And it's never meant to be solved. They don't want to grab your guns. It's all about this agenda. But interestingly, Trump just gave his inaugural campaign speech, his rally in Waco. And the Waco standoff was triggered by weapons violations. The ATF, they were coming to grab the guns. That's the event that radicalized Alex Jones. And Alex Jones has always been about, they're doing these gun drills or false flags because they want to take your guns. That's been his narrative for decades. And now he's in trouble for it. But it's not a coincidence that he started at Waco, and now we have, of course, this latest shooting, which kind of breaks the mold a little bit. But the school, 33, Burton Hills, 3 casualties, 3 adults, 3 children. Oh, come on. Joined by JT33. Thank you for joining. And those aren't the only 33s associated with this event. It's ridiculous. And I'm going through all of it here, piece by piece. But yeah, I was saying, fascinating to see that Women's History Month is going off with a bang. Now, the only reason why I've really had to hone in on this is that this has been a major inconsistency, and I've been saying it's intentional because they want to associate guns with men, with toxic masculinity. And masculinity is a toxin, according to James Cameron. James Cameron, Avatar, James Cameron, Skynet, Terminator, who happens to believe that right now, as we speak, the AI is already taken over, and it is already in the process of eliminating us. In fact, he said that if the AI, the Skynet, were to take over and wipe out humanity, it would do so in a way that resembles the world right now. And he has a very, very good point there. It wouldn't do any ecological destruction. It would set us against one another using deep fakes. That was his argument. And I'm like, you know what? That makes perfect sense. Now, we're talking about 33-year-olds, and I have a pop quiz for you. Who is the most, maybe you already know this, but the most popular artist in the world today? If anyone here knows the answer, it's The Weeknd. But how old is The Weeknd? And this is according to Guinness. They said he has the most monthly listeners on Spotify. It's like 111 million people. Yep, he's 33. I don't maintain that he's a deep fake or that he's Justin Bieber in a mask, although that would explain a lot. Overlapping girlfriends, overlapping wardrobes, overlapping addresses, more or less. But he is an interesting character if we go into it. Joined by Clockwork 113. Yes, we are back. I didn't send out a notice because I wasn't sure, but I have a backup, a redundancy. This will be recorded. Okay, here's another one. Last month, when the Grammys, it was in January, the Grammys, Beyonce got her blank Grammy. Pop quiz time. Taylor Swift got one too, and she was blank number of years old. Isn't it just interesting though? Like, let's say we're wrong and these things are all real. Well, someone needs to come out here and explain these highly improbable coincidences then. Can we just explain it away as eerie? Oh, it's just eerie. It's just life imitating art with all this predictive programming. And speaking of Waco Apocalypse is on Netflix right now, and that's the one that connects with this Trump rally. It debuted on 322, and that is the Skull and Bones number. And they said 76 people died in Waco. And that number 76 has a lot to do with the Skull and Bones Society and the destruction of the Georgia Guidestones, which we talked about the other day, and we'll get into that again soon. Here's another one. The Covenant School employs 33 teachers. So 33 teachers. The address is 33 Burton, 3 adults, 3 children. Come on. Hoax code all the way. That's what it tells you. It tells you order out of chaos. The number 33 pertains to the highest rank in the Freemasonic order, but their logo, order out of chaos, is synonymous with that number. And if you think about it, what do all these psyops do? They impose chaos. G says there's nothing fishy about these numbers being repeated at all. Look, there's no limit to the amount of self-gaslighting. Like, people will lie to themselves. In fact, I've been researching lying and studying lying itself. Just the idea, the concept of manipulation with a really sophisticated form of lying. It's like witchcraft, magic. But the more I look at it, the more I realize that it all relies on the consumer of news media lying to themselves about things. Like, there's this picture going around, and this is just being purely objective. And again, there aren't many objectivists in the world today because everything is purely subjective, and it's gone through the subjective filter of the screen that people mistake to be a window when it's in fact a funhouse mirror. I mean, we are the only objectivists in the world, if you think about it. Those of us who have detached our minds from the screen and recognize that it's an alternative, it's a superimposition, it's an augmentation. But there were people looking at pictures of Fetterman, who went into the hospital for depression. He had some kind of a stroke. He had these medical issues. But when he came out of the hospital, he didn't look like the same guy. Looks like a head transplant. Looks more like Woody Harrelson than what he looked like before. And of course, you have the usual people who defend it, and they say, oh, it's just the camera lens. I'm like, wait, I'm sorry, but that is objectively a different face. And if you're going to say it's the camera lens, explain why the wife's face hasn't also changed. And I've been thinking, this is an example of people who are lying to themselves. Because if they were being honest, they would say, well, I don't believe they switched him out. I don't believe in body doubles. And I don't believe in disguises. And I don't believe in deep fakes. I don't believe in that. However, I can admit that it doesn't look like the same guy. But they can't even do that. They can't even admit what their senses are telling them because they're refusing to process it. You know, your consciousness is a filter. And it excludes more than it includes. And a lot of people, and this is why I say that just because people fall for all these various psyops, it doesn't mean anything about their intelligence. You can be highly intelligent and still be tricked. What's happening is, when it comes to that information coming out of that black box, that information is being processed like it's actual perceptual information. They're directly perceiving it. It's knowledge getting beamed into their heads. And that is a philosophical, I would say, a philosophical crisis that collectively humanity is going through. This over-reliance on that filter, too much trust. And I'm finding more and more examples of people running into this, like, what does it mean when these AI-generated images become indistinguishable from the real thing? And I'm watching these people on CNN. I'm watching all these jokers labeling stuff like, oh, this is fake, this is fake. They're labeling it because they're worried about people thinking it's real. And it's like these low-level dupes have no idea how fake everything really is if they're freaking out over these pictures here and there. It amounts to misdirection, because you're focused on what could be. Oh, this technology is getting so good, it's going to be disruptive. That's a great bit of misdirection, because the fact is, Our reality has been deep-faked for multiple generations. We were all born into a mental quarantine. The media is a closed system, always has been. But the deep fakery pre-exists this CGI deep fakery. It pre-exists all the clever real-time editing and filtering. It pre-exists what we're being shown as a potential disruptor. It goes back to disguise, spycraft, liecraft. Cubstar says ChatGPT is better at writing stories. Well, it does seem, and a lot of people point this out, it does seem like these stories are synthetic and they could be AI generated. And I know what they mean. But when you look into subliminal programming and symbolism, Jungian symbolism, double entendre synonyms, there are various ways that messages can be conveyed. And I think we're just looking at multi-layered media where it has the exoteric version for the true believers, and it has the side stories for those who think too much, and it diverts them into the mainstream media plus universe, the conspiracy realm. You know, they have this, it's almost like this thing has like an immune system. You know, if you question it, they have these explanations ready to fill in the gaps. Someone says here, we're born into an insane asylum, a literal nut house. You know, that's kind of an interesting point to bring up really quick here, because what is an insane asylum? It's a quarantine for ideas, and the insane are what they call insane, or people who are mentally ill or quarantined for their own health if they're a danger to themselves. But what we're seeing now is the weaponization of psychiatry, where your ideas are dangerous to society, and therefore your ideas must be contained. They're trying to get you to mentally quarantine, and it's working. I mean, we're part of this. We have been quarantined. We are the hot skulls, like in that series. And the Hot Skulls series perfectly shows how society is, in that movie, in that series, they're already put into quarantine because of idea super spreaders. And these verbally communicated mind viruses have the potential to destroy society. And we're there right now. Joined by Uncool Ben. Thank you for joining. Now, I want to go ahead and get into something else, another topic here, related to this, though. And it has to do with stochastic violence, because we've been hearing a lot about this for some time. Stochastic violence, the idea that Trump says something, and then somebody does something, and there's some kind of connection there. And I kind of tacitly accepted it. I never really questioned stochastic violence. I figured, okay, some leader goes out there, and he says something. It'd be really great if somebody would stop the certification of the election, and then it happens. And then you can say, well, he incited it. Well, is that incitement? It's too vague. And I've been thinking perhaps we should look more closely at the premise and maybe even reject it altogether. Because the idea of stochastic terror says that when this or that political figure puts it out there, it's more likely to happen. And this sets a precedent that if it happens, now we have an explanation. Now it's not so much out of the ordinary. It was expected. And that gives the mass media a lot of power. Because, of course, we're dealing with the media that reports stories like the one conjured up by Jussie Smollett. They can fake events and say, hey, this event was caused by you, which is what they do all the time. In other words, by not rejecting the premise of stochastic terror, we're allowing them to set us up to be framed for whatever they gin up. And I think it's a parallel to the copycat killers that they used to talk about. Like, oh, there's a mass shooting here, and somebody else is going to pick up a gun and do a shooting. A copycat. I don't think that's even a legitimate notion. And I've been questioning this because, of course, are gun attacks also now contagious? Is gun violence contagion like bank failures are? So let's go over my Substack account. It's timosman.blog, the stochastic terror myth. I've been monitoring CNN, and their dominant narrative is that former President Donald Trump upped the ante for potential violence with his rhetoric. And they're citing this stochastic terrorism, saying it's, quote, the use of mass media to provoke random acts of ideologically motivated violence. And that's from an article I have linked, but yes, mass media provoking random acts of violence. Now, again, this to me is almost akin to blaming rap lyrics for violence. I find myself rejecting it because if somebody of influence says something and something happens, it just plays into the hands of media manipulators. And this is a very similar ploy to copycat killers, which is the alleged tendency of sensational publicity about violent murders or suicides to result in more of the same through imitation. And the idea of a copycat killer emerged after the Jack the Ripper killings. I mean, this isn't true criminology. I think most of it is almost like superstition. But now, this is a theme that's come up since the storming of the Capitol, because the people who are chanting this, and I'm seeing it all over CNN, they're saying that the president's use of language prior to January 6th was tantamount to indirect incitement. Now, let's say we accept this and we say, okay, this very powerful person came out onto the world stage and he said these things, and now this happened and it threatened our democracy. We need to do something about rhetoric. Well, now we're accepting the premise that our speech needs to be regulated. But then what if you find out that the 1/6 thing wasn't explicitly an incited riot? What if it was a psyop? Well, then, if it was a psyop, then why would we allow that to serve as a justification for killing our freedom of speech? It's an indirect way of arguing against free speech, and it ties in perfectly with the left's overarching agenda of silencing the right. And should we accept it, then we're treating all these psyops as real. Like, we can't talk about copycat killers until we examine if the events that they were inspired by were even real. I mean, I could point to a number of shooters. Like, let's look at the Christchurch shooter. He was inspired by Anders Breivik, the Norway shooter. For the same reasons, same manifesto, totally plagiarized. Well, let's say one of those is real, like the second one is real. Well, then this real event in Christchurch was inspired by a fake one. So good job, media. Your fake story served as stochastic terrorism and inspired a copycat killer to murder a bunch of kids. Like, if we accept the premise of copycat killers being real, then if anybody's going to inspire it, if anybody's responsible for any stochastic terror, it's the MSM. Again, assuming these things are real is a huge assumption, and it assumes too that violence is a contagion like bank failure. I can't accept it. And it's just a further angle to erode the Second Amendment in principle. And we don't want to give the government-controlled media the power to alter our reality based on a false representation of the reality. Commenter says, being sarcastic terror is a way, but if you want to piss them off, just tell the truth. Right. Commenter says, Russians are rotating their generals in Ukraine. Yeah, the theater of war, it's getting pretty interesting. Les Luthor is out there in Paris, and it looks like a movie set. And I'm looking at the news, and like riots in Germany, riots in Paris, riots in Israel. And then on Twitter, the Q sphere is blowing up. Oh, it's the awakening. Q said Israel was being saved for last. The storm has come. It's here. So you got all this hopium. They're running wild with it. They're high. They're frothing at the mouth. It actually makes them froth at the mouth, the hopium. Then I look on CNN, and it's like Israel's PM is making some deal. So I'm like, oh, there goes your awakening. They put out that fire. It's all just a big PR. It's PR. It's participation. It's almost like a holiday when you look at these mass protests, like BLM. Yeah, that was just the Democrats doing a show of force, just a big march, expressing their ideology. Oh no. Reports say the Christian school shooter was a transgender Aiden Hale. Okay, we may be a little premature in giving credit for women's National Women's Month, or this is another place like swimming and some areas of sports where I'm sorry, but cis women just don't have it. And why is that? Bethany says, listening to Twitch, haven't been able to tune in as of late. How's the legal stuff going? Hey, thank you for asking. Right now, I responded to a motion by Google and YouTube, and I'm waiting on a response from the judge because the judge now has in his hands, and so do YouTube, what they have in their hands is conclusive evidence from 4 different witnesses that I'm talking about Kickstarter, Vimeo, Gravatar, WordPress. I have eyewitnesses that one of the defendants is real-time still hacking my accounts, and I'm intimidated by it. In other words, I'm telling the judge that the defendant has been hacking my stuff after I sued him, and he's trying to, intimidate me in order to get him to look at it even closer. And in that packet, in that motion, in that response, I included as Exhibit A the email that he sent to YouTube in 2018 when he claimed that my voice was his. And ever since then, he has priority treatment when it comes to copyright claims. Well, they all have the evidence. It's there. It's in the judge's hands. And I included also the FBI reports, and I included a friendly letter with this to the judge saying, I think we need to pursue criminal charges. Because, and this is the reason for the civil suit. I'm not trying to shake down YouTube for $5,000. The whole purpose of the civil suit is to get the crimes of my White House connected, very wealthy cyber criminal antagonist in the public record in front of a judge and to blow up the story.
Test. Okay, I'm taking over for just a moment here. If you're listening on the replay, I've been getting some comments that the audio isn't as loud as it should be on the live streams. So I'm fixing that right now. Okay, we're on the right mic. Let me go ahead and just increase this and see if I can make a substantive change here. Okay, test audio. Okay, are we louder? Test it again. Okay, test. It's here.